Rayan climbed the dark stairs, feeling the powerful resonance emanating from below. Those two should be able to win. Saintess Olga had far surpassed Father Fearn's prowess, having been hiding her strength, while Rimmer's swordsmanship could easily crush Royal Knight Captain Danif's. Moreover, Fearn and Danif had hesitation and guilt in their minds, making it impossible for him to imagine Olga and Rimmer's defeat. The scent of demonic energy is becoming thicker. Wrath narrowed his eyes, looking up to the ceiling made of demonic energy. We're almost there. Yes, Rayan nodded nonchalantly. As Wrath had said, the demonic energy stench was getting intense. King Beorn and his contracted demon were likely right above him. How powerful is the demon who made a contract with the king? Weak. Wrath responded without the slightest hesitation. The King of Essence only needs to twitch his finger and he will implode. He shook his head, saying that the word power was wasted on him. Rayan sighed while tapping on Wrath's cotton candy head. By my standards, not yours. He didn't want to admit it, but Wrath was exceptionally powerful even among the Transcenders. The demonic monarch of the Azure Flame was driven to the verge of death in a single strike from Wrath despite also being a Transcender himself. That was why it didn't help at all if the demon was weak by Wrath's standards. By your standards, it won't be an easy win. Wrath nodded while gazing down at Rayan. Your head is going to roll the moment you let your guard down. He sneered, laughing at his pathetic level. I see. It was only natural that the demon was powerful. After all, the demonic energy that King Beorn had shown was extremely strong. However, Rayan wasn't exactly worried. If what he was thinking was right, then it was going to be a lot easier to deal with the demon than King Beorn. Don't worry about it so much. The one above us isn't a demon yet. It's just that idiot king. Wrath misunderstood Rayan's reaction and shook his plump hand, telling him not to worry about it. I know, but just in case. Rayan chuckled and climbed the grotesque stairs, which resembled protruding veins. He reached the highest floor, which was filled with demonic energy, and witnessed an unexpected scene. A black cocoon made of thin threads of demonic energy was floating in the air. The four high priests were standing in four directions, north, south, east, and west, shoving their holy power into the cocoon. It wasn't just the energy of the priests. The holy power and demonic energy spread throughout the kingdom and were being absorbed into the cocoon. Beorn is in there. Rayan could sense Beorn's presence inside the black cocoon, throbbing like a beating heart. He assumed that Beorn was accumulating his power inside. What? Why is the dragon slayer here? And no. Were Father Fearn and Sir Danif defeated? The high priest shouted with trembling lips, unable to believe Rayan's presence. Screw that shit. Using the swear word that Saintess Olga often used, Rayan walked toward the cocoon of demonic energy that King Beorn was hiding inside. Wait, stop. The cocoon might explode if you attack right now. The entire kingdom will be blown up if you do. It's not your place to butt in. Rayan advanced without hesitation. He could deal with whatever emerged from the cocoon, even if it was the demon instead of Beorn. Swoosh. Rayan placed his hand on Heavenly Drive's hilt. The moment his will to cut them down was formed, Heavenly Drive's blade became the death god's scythe falling toward the priests' necks. Block it. The priest standing in the north and east managed to create a shield by shoving the demonic energy into it despite being surprised. However, the blade, incorporating the 10,000 flames cultivation's fire, destroyed the wall of demonic energy and beheaded the priests. What just happened? The two priests collapsed with wide eyes, surprised by the fact that the shield formed by demonic energy was cut down so easily. Don't approach us. It's really dangerous. We are all going to die if it explodes. The high priests standing at the south and west frantically shook their hands. To think that you can still say that after turning the kingdom into this. Rayan sneered and pointed Heavenly Drive at the two priests. Attack him, Gah. The priests realized that they couldn't negotiate with him and started attacking instead of defending. The demonic energy concentrating in their hands sharpened like a spearhead before they fired them at Rayan. The blades of demonic energy rushed toward him like a rain of arrows, but Rayan was already gone from the spot. Thud, he pushed the land violently with the Supreme Harmony steps and reached behind the priests. Be behind us, Huff. The priest sensed Rayan's presence and turned around, but it was already too late. The silver-white blade wrapped in the dimming light of frost brushed past the necks of the corrupt priests. Red blood gushed from the priests' mouths, the red lines appearing on their necks growing thicker. Gurgle, however, it wasn't over yet. The priests were still regenerating after losing their heads, suggesting that their bodies had already been taken over by the demonic energy. Such a high regeneration rate, the stench of demonic energy inside the priests was intense, probably because they'd received their power from Beorn, who had made a contract with a demon. It's still meaningless, though. Rayan embedded Heavenly Drive into the ground and unleashed the 10,000 flames cultivation's fire to the maximum output. Wham! A faint golden flame burst from the hole where the blade was embedded, completely eradicating the bodies of the priests and the pieces of demonic energy. All that was left was the dark smoke and the cocoon made of demonic energy, which was still floating in the air. Tap. Rayon stepped on the floor, of which only the steel frame of the tower remained, and walked up to the cocoon of demonic energy. The throbbing was growing more and more powerful. He slashed the center of the cocoon, saturating heavenly drive with the 10,000 flames cultivation S fire. Crack, the black cocoon crumbled like an eggshell, the blade digging deeply into its interior. King Beorn was there with his eyes closed, his limbs curled in like those of a baby in its mother's womb. Just as Rayon was about to slash upward with heavenly drive, King Beorn opened his eyes. Wham! His black eyes sparkled, a darkness even deeper than the demonic energy dwelling inside. Have you come to celebrate the king's rebirth? Darkness engulfed the space alongside the evil smile that unfurled across King Beorn's lips. Wham! He, a monster with a lion's head and a bull's body, was crushing the land as it charged. Hopen didn't step back. He leaped forward instead, executing a downward slash with his blazing white blade. Slash! The holy power enchanted blade drove away the demonic energy and severed the monster's body. Even though the monster's body was cut in half, it still didn't perish. Instead, it bared its sharp fangs. Walk. Hopen smashed its head with his sword, and the demonic beast melted down into filthy water. There are 5 more of them inside. Eliminate them all before they escape. He pointed inside the alley, and the priests and the holy knights waiting behind him rushed in to purify the small monsters inside. Hopen went out to the street while wiping away the sweat flowing from his forehead. This is exhausting. He'd managed to eliminate most of the monsters using the paladin emblem given to him by Kinnear, but he was so exhausted that he didn't even have any strength left to stand anymore because of how many there were. However, he had no time to sit down and rest. He still had a lot of work left to do. Those who are in the biggest danger right now are the Light Wind Division. He was the most worried about the Light Wind Division, as they had to fight against a demon while protecting Kinnear at the spire. Since they'd already eliminated all the large groups of monsters, he left the aftermath to his adjutant and ran towards the spire. The first thing he saw after his arrival was a single wind created by the Light Wind Division. Wham! The blue wind blade cut through the vast demonic energy and ruthlessly destroyed the demon's body. The demon was annihilated from existence, with not even a single thread of demonic energy remaining. Hopen gasped while looking at the backs of the Light Wind Division, who had managed to destroy the demon. They really won. Demons could crush a human's soul by their very nature. He couldn't believe the fact that swordsmen who were still so young managed to defeat a demon, shattering that inherent disadvantage. The most surprising thing was that not a single one of them had died. Some of them were severely injured, but none of them had any fatal wounds on them. The Light Wind Division didn't let their guards down even after defeating the demon. They sank to the ground one after the other only after they'd confirmed that the demonic energy was completely gone. They are so different. He couldn't imagine what kind of training and battles they'd experienced to gain such prowess and willpower. He was filled with admiration rather than envy. Hopen raised his eyes, following the Light Wind Division's gaze to where it was directed to the top of the spire where Rayon should have been located. That's the only one left now. Since they've eliminated the demon and the monsters, Father Fearn, Sir Danif, and his father were the only enemies left. Please, he put his hands together to pray that the incident would end without any more deaths. Wham! With a huge shockwave that made it feel like the entire kingdom was being twisted, the demonic energy surrounding the tower soared into the air, covering the sky. A man with 2 pairs of wings floated into the pitch-black sky. He was a handsome man with a well-toned body that lacked any excess fat. His skin was as flawless and pale as a child's, and he possessed sharp, angular features, more specifically, his tightly defined nose bridge and jawline. He was wearing a black crown on his head, and something similar to a heat haze was rising around him because of his demonic energy. And Hopen's chin trembled as he witnessed the man's evil smile. Father, he looked just like him. The young man in front of him had the exact same appearance as his father 20 years ago. Actually looked as young as the image in his father's portrait, the one that was drawn long before he was even born. Regardless of all that, the black crown he was wearing had the exact same shape as the white holy crown, a treasure of Spur that symbolized the king. There was no way he wouldn't recognize him. A chill ran down Hopen's spine as he saw Beorn's lips curling into a smile as he gazed down upon the entire kingdom. After breaking the taboo, his father had become a monster, devoured by demonic energy. Kindness and holiness couldn't be sensed from him anymore. The demonic energy's evil stench existed. However, the nasty demonic energy emanating from him didn't reach the ground. Whap! Rayon's flames at the top of the tower were completely incinerating the demonic energy. Please, Hopen put his hands together while watching Rayon. He fell on his knees while biting his lip tightly. Please stop my father, so liberating. Beorn spread his arms and took a deep breath. The demonic energy leaking from his breath further intensified the color of the sky. I feel like I can do anything. What an omnipotent sensation. You've gotten younger. Rayon casually rolled his neck, looking at Bjorn as he floated in the sky. Bjorn's body had a robust, youthful build, as if he returned to his 20s, likely a result of absorbing the demonic energy. However, his blue hair, blue eyes, and the white crown on his head had turned black. He looked like a completely different person. Of course, the presence of the demonic energy was the biggest change. An unimaginable amount of demonic energy could be sensed from him, as if the holy power spread throughout the kingdom had turned into demonic energy. I won't be able to win in terms of aura quantity. Rayon had considered himself to have more aura than a warrior or magician of the same realm, but it was incomparable to Bjorn's demonic energy. Rayon Sieghart. Bjorn stroked his chin while gazing downwards. His habit seemed to remain despite all the changes. This king has realized what it means to be a true king, he declared and pointed at his black crown. This king, how dare a mongrel like him refer to himself that way? Wrath shook his fist, shouting in displeasure. You've become haughty. Did you drop the respect in your speech? I am the king. Why would I use respectful speech to anyone? It was unsure if he'd been hiding his personality or if the demonic energy had changed his character, but Bjorn's manner of speech had become unbearably arrogant. So what does it mean to be the true king? Rayon curled his lips into a smile as he gazed up at Bjorn. Might, this power is the answer. Bjorn clenched both of his fists. The ones with the power to protect the kingdom and annihilate its enemies are the only ones who can become a true king. Power, that's what I expected from you. Rayon shook his hand with a sneer. What kind of true king sacrifices their people to obtain power? That is not a king, that's just a murderer. It's even worse than the foolish monarch who can't stop giving everything to others. Bjorn was claiming that he'd finally realized what it meant to be a true king, but Rayon could only see him as a murderer. A giving monarch, how could an idiot like that exist in this world? Who could that be? Wrath shook his head, saying that someone who just gave everything to others didn't deserve to be a monarch. Becoming a king's blood and flesh is a blessing. The dead will rejoice. Bjorn smiled gently while stroking his youthful body. He looked like he was already out of his mind. You're rotten. Rayon waved his finger at Bjorn. I'll show you how meaningless that power you're so proud of really is. All right. The Dragon Slayer won't be too bad as the first opponent to announce the king's name. Bjorn raised his right hand. The demonic energy blazing from his hand became a dark ray rushing at Rayon. There was almost no delay in his attack. The demonic energy was already right under his nose the moment the light sparked. Whop! Rayon lowered his posture deeply. Using Heavenly Drive, which was pointing downwards, he executed an upward crimson slash toward the sphere of demonic energy approaching him. It was quite heavy, but it wasn't impossible to cut down. Slash. The crimson line of heat severed the demonic energy, leaving a cloudy trace in the air. Is that all? Rayon nodded at him, shaking the blade that had turned red from the heat. Of course not. Bjorn smiled faintly and raised his hand again. Countless spheres of demonic energy floated into the air, the same as the one that the crimson slash had cut down a moment ago. The king was just in the mood for some fun. He gestured with his finger, and the spheres of demonic energy filling the sky rained down like a meteor shower. Whop! An undulating wave was drawn from Rayon's Heavenly Drive. Glowing red flower petals unfurled along the blade's trajectory. The petals fluttered as if caught in the dance of the four seasons, drifting densely to fill the space with their vibrant presence. 10,000 flames cultivation, 1,000 flames. Flame spirit, the pieces of astral sphere blocked the showering demonic energy, creating countless explosions in the sky. Wham! While a black smoke covered both the sky and the land, a dark shadow rushed at him from the right side. Its speed was tremendous, to the point that it was difficult to react. However, it wasn't difficult to predict the direction, as it was moving far too quickly. Thud, the moment Rayon executed the Supreme Harmony's third step on the slightly curved steel frame, Bjorn extended his dark fist. The area around it looked distorted because of how powerful it was. Rayon used the Supreme Harmony's third step's flow, which was akin to swimming in the clouds, to dodge Bjorn's punch. Then he executed Frost Pond with Heavenly Drive. Slash. The metallic blade and the blade of frost advanced one after the other. However, it looked like Bjorn's reaction speed had also increased, as he easily dodged the two slashes by leaning backwards. Then he connected into a counterattack with his left fist. Rayon tilted his head to the right to dodge Bjorn's punch. Blood gushed from his cheek because of the wind that followed the punch, but he didn't pay any attention to it. This is all according to my prediction. He bit his lip slightly and unsheathed the blade of Requiem, which was infuriated by Bjorn's demonic energy. The yellow, ghastly energy bursting from the red blade shattered Bjorn's demonic energy into pieces. Swoosh. The front hem of Bjorn's outfit was severed slightly, but he leisurely stepped back. As expected, you are pretty good. He nodded in satisfaction. You said you were the true king, didn't you? Rayon pointed at Bjorn with his chin. Yes. I am the true king, capable of protecting the kingdom of Spur. What kind of king exists without a crown? What are you talking about? Bjorn's brow began to furrow, but the glowing black crown on his head was split in half and fell to the ground. It's been getting on my nerves. Rayon smiled faintly, throwing the blade of Requiem in the air and catching it, because a rope is more suitable for a murderer than a crown. You bastard! An inhuman shout erupted from Bjorn's throat. His wings unfurled to their full span, a suffocating amount of demonic energy blazing from him. I'll kill you, try it if you can. Rayon embedded heavenly drive in the blade of Requiem into the ground. Sword field creation, divine and demonic harmony. A clear resonance twisted the world. A golden sun and a silver moon rose into the dark sky that was brimming with demonic energy. The sticky demonic energy was pushed back to the corner, as if it were terrified by their noble light. I'll take. A deadly glow radiated from Rayon's eyes as he raised the divine and demonic swords that seemed to be crafted from the sun and moon. The title of king from you. Were the demonic energy covering the entire sky and land gathered to King Bjorn, forming black armor over him. A chilling, intense bloodlust emanated from the gauntlets and boots, which were glowing ominously with an evil light. Its overwhelming, irresistible presence drew the eyes toward it. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at King Bjorn, who was wrapped in a tremendous amount of concentrated demonic energy. The energy in his possession is on a whole different scale. Of course it is. He absorbed all of the holy power spread throughout this entire kingdom. Wrath nodded, saying that it was a natural outcome. His demonic energy is as vast as the ocean, and his body has surpassed the limits of the human race. However, he clicked his tongue as he watched Bjorn stroke his gauntlets. That's all he has. You should be able to understand what that means. Yes, Rayon calmly nodded. Like Wrath had said, King Bjorn had become a lot more powerful, but Rayon wasn't exactly worried. There was a good method for defeating a monster like that. I'll start by destroying that mouth of yours. King Bjorn kicked the sky violently. His punch rushed at him from the left in less than a blink of an eye. It was a tremendous speed. The sound was arriving slower than the punch itself. Kring, Rayon turned his left wrist slightly, and the demonic sword with it. The frost-covered blade descended in a diagonal strike. Wham! Bjorn's powerful punch was redirected by the demonic sword's blade, curving like a whip and hitting thin air. The shattering sound of the air resounded in all directions. Shring, Rayon didn't take a single step back, raising his right hand and wrist and putting them on the same line. The divine sword in his grasp rapidly advanced towards Bjorn's heart. Crack! A mark resembling a trace left by a wriggling snake was engraved on Bjorn's breastplate. Bjorn hurriedly stepped back to prevent his heart from being pierced. He turned around mid-air like a leaf in the wind and stomped down with his right foot. The demonic energy concentrated around his ankle was so powerful that black sparks were erupting from it. It wasn't just an improvised move. It was a systemized kicking technique. Bjorn was capable of using proper martial arts. Rumble, the demonic energy storming around Bjorn's leg was even more powerful than the first punch. Its heaviness made it feel like a boulder was weighing upon his shoulders. Clang! Rayon grazed the steel frame with his demonic sword and slashed upwards to unleash the blizzard sword art, the blade of frost mixed with the blue wind of the light wind style deflected Bjorn's kick softly. Wham! The demonic energy unleashed by Bjorn's attack smashed the spire's pillar instead of Rayon's, and the entire tower started to collapse. The steel frame, rocks, and planks fluttered chaotically into the air. You aren't able to fly. Bjorn's lips curled into a smile as he spread the two pairs of wings behind him. So what? You won't be able to run away anymore. He unleashed his punch towards Rayon, who was falling to the ground, thinking that it was a great opportunity for him. The massive amount of demonic energy blazing from his dark red gauntlets rushed toward the vital spots all around his body. I have no intention of running away, though. Rayon smiled coldly and swung the divine and demonic swords in a cross shape. The flame and frost erupted while cutting through the space, severing the heavy demonic energy into 4 different pieces. Whoosh. Bjorn appeared from the bottom right and thrust his fist, demonic energy wavering around it, implying that the previous punch was just a feint. A pitch-black web of light erupted from the demonic energy blazing in between his fingers. Thud! Rayon stepped on the steel frame falling behind him. Using the light wind style wind on the edge of his foot, he escaped behind Bjorn's back. HMPH, Bjorn spread his wings slightly. He caught up with a tremendous speed and kicked upwards. His dark boots rushed at Rayon, crushing the air in between them. Thud! Rayon kicked a piece of brick and moved to the opposite side again. He dodged all of Bjorn's attacks, stepping onto the falling steel beams, rocks, and planks instead of the land. He almost looked like a leaf floating inside a tornado. You little rat. Bjorn got too close to him in frustration, and Rayon's eyes sparked. It's finally happening. Bjorn wasn't considering any counterattacks because he had been the one making the attacks ever since the tower's collapse. It was the perfect opportunity to take him by surprise. Kring. Rayon didn't withdraw. He advanced instead and thrust his divine sword. Where are you looking, huh? Bjorn sneered while looking at the divine sword stabbing the thin air, but a crimson sphere soared from the tip of the blade. Whir. The fireball that shimmered like a small sun started to absorb Bjorn, who was trying to punch. It was the heavenly heavy cannon, the second form of the Rayon Sieghart style, Ka. It's already too late. Bjorn hurriedly tried to withdraw, but the heavenly heavy cannon's force of attraction grabbed his wrist and didn't let him go. Wham! The cannonball gathering at the tip of the divine sword exploded, blowing Bjorn's right arm up without leaving any trace of it behind. The debris of the spire turned into black ash and fluttered in the air. Your wings are so useless. How about taking them off? Rayon landed on the ground and nodded towards Bjorn, who was clutching his shoulder. Cuss, shut your mouth. Bjorn gritted his teeth and a new arm started to sprout from his shoulder, even though there wasn't even a trace of the previous one left. His regeneration was even better than a troll's. He seemed to have completely surpassed the human realm. Is that really King Bjorn? Both his personality and appearance can't be called human anymore. He's trash. He's a real demon. Burin, Martha, and Runnan furrowed their brows, watching Bjorn regenerate his arm. Whoa, it stinks like filthy water. Shit. Rimmer pinched his nose because of the demonic energy stench, and Saintess Olga ground her teeth, frustrated by the fact that she couldn't move anymore. Father. Hopin closed his eyes while putting his hands together. It was difficult to tell what he was thinking. Stay back, everyone. Rayon ordered everyone behind him to retreat and gripped the divine and demonic swords, because this fight is only getting started. Go. Bjorn bit his lip while looking at the regenerated arm. The demonic energy had allowed him to even regenerate an arm that was completely destroyed, but that wasn't the important thing. Rayon Sieghart, what the hell is he? His demonic energy was a lot greater, and his physical strength was no less than his opponent's. The demonic energy he was controlling should have been capable of easily crushing Rayon's astral sphere, but he wasn't pushed back in the slightest. He almost looked like an impenetrable wall. No, there's no way. Rayon was no god. He was a human being. Moreover, he was just a young human who hadn't managed to reach transcendence. The sword field creation had a time limit, and his aura wasn't endless. He assumed that he just needed to push him with the amount of demonic energy, and Rayon would have no other choice than to kneel in the end. I'll completely drain you. Bjorn advanced while destroying the land and extended his weakly clenched fist. It was the white starry fist. The extremely swift punch, meant to praise God with its speed, was tainted by demonic energy and rushed toward Rayon's heart. Rayon raised his red sword, maintaining the relaxed smile on his face. The flames undulated like a river's surface, fluently deflecting the white starry fist's trajectory. Wham! The punch only managed to hit the ground instead of destroying Rayon's sword. A dark crater formed on the ground, but Rayon didn't move a single step from his spot. More, I'll keep going. Bjorn unleashed the white starry fist and the Black Lotus kick one after the other, maximizing the demonic energy's output. The punches and kicks stormed around, crushing all of the buildings in the surrounding area. However, the fiery assault subsided like a breeze upon facing Rayon's two swords. Rayon's breath was quiet, not even a single drop of sweat forming on his forehead. His casual expression made it look like he was having tea while reading a book instead of fighting. Huff Bjorn's chin trembled as he exhaled roughly. What the hell is going on? According to his plan, Rayon should have been exhausted to the point that he couldn't even hold a sword anymore, but Bjorn was the one who was exhausted instead. He couldn't believe it, because both his energy and physical body were superior to Rayon's. The king has obtained the power capable of making me a god. How come I can't even defeat you? Bjorn shouted and unleashed the special technique of the white starry fist. The huge amount of demonic energy created a flash of light from his dark red gauntlets, powerful enough to cover their entire vision. Thud! Rayon stomped the ground with his left foot. The divine sword he was holding in his right hand turned red. Crimson Slash advanced even faster than sound, severing the center of the demonic energy. He wasn't satisfied with just cutting down the demonic energy. He pushed the demonic energy with his skin to rush toward his opponent, drawing a dreamy line with his sword. Slash! Bjorn tried to defend himself by creating a wall of demonic energy, but the hazy trajectory of the sword's silvery dream broke through the demonic energy, leaving a deep wound on his chest. Bjorn coughed, stepping back while clutching his chest. Oozing black blood gushed from his mouth and chest. What just? His defense should have been successful. He couldn't understand how Rayon managed to break through. His demonic energy was a lot greater than Rayon's. He felt like he was trapped in a nightmare. I told you. Rayon twisted his lips into a smile while gazing down at Bjorn. I said that I would teach you how insignificant the power you've obtained truly is. Why? Bjorn ground his teeth, gripping the blood-soaked soil with his hand. Why is the king losing to you? This doesn't make any sense. It's simple. Rayon nodded at Beorn. Because the essence and chi are all you've managed to obtain. What? The harmony between the essence, chi, and spirit is important for a warrior. It's not an exaggeration to say that you already have the body of a transcender, and your demonic energy is about twice as much as my aura's quantity. However, Rayon raised his index finger and casually shook it. The spirit, the soul leveler, the area called the mental world is still the same. No, yours actually shrunk because you've borrowed too much power from another being. In short, you are nothing but a child in an adult's body. Bjorn had indeed become more powerful. His body was as powerful as Rayon's, and his demonic energy had far surpassed his aura. However, his mind, which was needed to control that body and demonic energy, was just that of a grandmaster. No, it was even reverted to being the highest level master. He was just an idiot who couldn't properly control his body. It can't be. Let me ask you a question as well. Bjorn's lips trembled and Rayon walked up to him, narrowing his eyes. Why did you do such a thing? Did you really believe that you could destroy the white blood religion and the Black Tower just by gaining that power? Because I didn't want to forgive them. Bjorn raised his head while gritting his teeth. His eyes weren't showing any sign of defeat yet. They were blazing even more powerfully in determination. What did you know? There's a line in the Holy Book stating that forgiving one's enemy is true revenge. Yes, Rayon nodded, admitting that he'd heard as much. I believed it was the right thing to do at first. I thought it would be best for everyone to remove the vengeance from my heart. However, vengeance took over my mind the more I tried, and that's when I realized it. Bjorn's lips curved into a grotesque smile, his eyes darkening and warping with malevolence. Forgiveness being true revenge is just an excuse for the weak. It's the rambling of losers who are unable to take their revenge against the strong. Bjorn regenerated the wound on his chest and pulled his hands behind his shoulders. I'll take revenge with this power and protect this kingdom. The dark flame bursting from his hands became hundreds of astral spheres of concentrated demonic energy, storming throughout the area. Dark sparks erupted all around the place because the gathered energy was far too powerful and the land was overturned. Let's put an end to this fight. Rayon didn't fall back even though he'd witnessed the storm of astral spheres made of demonic energy. Raising the divine sword and lowering the demonic sword, he stepped forward with his right foot. The flame and frost imbued in the divine and demonic swords were unleashed in a magnificent display. The majestic sight almost looked like two brushes soaked with red and blue ink were drawing a picture in the air. A tidal wave erupted from the quiet movement of the brushes. A golden wave of flame and a silver wave of frost gushed out of the heavens and earth. 10,000 flames cultivation, 1,000 flames, flawless sea of fire. The huge storm of demonic energy was crushed the moment it encountered the waves striking down from all directions. Swoosh, Bjorn himself was also caught at the edge of it. Flawless sea of fire, slamming into the ground with both his arms and legs torn off. Gaia, his arms and legs started to regenerate again, but his eyes trembled non-stop, implying that his mind was already broken. Whack! As the sword field came to an end, Rayon smashed Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem into Bjorn's shoulders. The Blade of Requiem's blade shone a faint yellow, implying that it was absorbing the demonic energy. Bjorn struggled while coughing up black blood, but he was unable to stand up because of the Blade of Requiem's ghastly energy. The king hasn't lost. I haven't lost yet. Father Hopen ran up to Bjorn and went on his knees. Please stop it. Hopen, pull out this sword. The king has a task to complete. My revenge. My brother didn't wish for revenge. He firmly shook his head. What could someone like you possibly know? I know, because my brother died right in front of me. You. He pushed us away even though the white blood religion's leader was draining his blood. He smiled, glad that he was dying instead of others. He smiled amid that intense pain, telling me to take care of our father. Hopen shouted with teary eyes, thinking about Byton's death at Banneret. Do you really think my brother would have wanted you to seek revenge, especially at the cost of ruining the kingdom like this? Absolutely not. Hopen shouted furiously, venting the emotions that had been piling up. Please come back to your senses. Hopen punched Bjorn's face while gritting his teeth. Whack! It shouldn't have done any damage because he wasn't using any aura. However, Bjorn's wavering eyes looked like the fist hurt even more than the flawless sea of fire. Bjorn slowly shifted his gaze. The collapsed buildings, the deaths of civilians who didn't even leave corpses behind, and the demonic energy welling up against the wall of holy power. Finally, he saw his own body, which was still regenerating after his limbs were torn off. His chin trembled. He gasped for breath, referring to himself as I instead of the king. It's too late to realize, father. Hopen gritted his teeth. It's impossible to atone for your sins, even if you spent the rest of your life trying. No one will forgive you, but you still have to rise again. Bjorn. Father Fearn, his face pale, crawled toward King Bjorn. It looks like it's all over now. He shook his head, treating him as a friend instead of the king. It's my fault. Royal Guard Captain Danif walked up to him while clutching the wound on his chest and lowering his head. I should have stopped you, but I couldn't do it, Danif. But don't worry, I'll be a slave of this kingdom with you and atone for our sin for the rest of my life. He held Beorn's shoulder, saying that they would have to do it together. You should stop now. Aye. Beorn bit his lip. He closed his eyes before opening them again, showing that he'd made up his mind. Whap, the demonic energy engulfing his body slowly started to decrease like an ember under rainfall. He seemed to be discarding the demonic energy. An excellent choice, now. Hopen nodded with a faint smile on his face, but a white hand emerged from Beorn's mouth. His teeth and flesh soared into the air along with his blood. The contract is terminated. An unknown man's voice came from his mouth, where Beorn's teeth had been pulled out and his tongue had been cut off. Beorn tried to shout at him to wait, but his lips pulled apart, carving a grotesquely elongated opening. It was a handsome man with white skin wearing a black suit and a fedora. However, the atmosphere around him was unlike anyone else present. An eerie presence that didn't belong to a human or a monster was crushing the surrounding area. Silkrith. Beorn shifted his head towards the handsome man. His eyes were getting cold. A death beyond salvation was befalling him. I made it clear, didn't I? The moment you relinquish possession of the demonic energy, both your body and soul will belong to me. Oh, and one more thing. The man called Silkrith snapped his fingers at Fyrn and Danif, who were next to Beorn. The same goes for those two. Fyrn and Danif were standing blankly because of the sudden death of their close friend, and they crumbled like dry leaves from his gesture. A gray piece surging from their corpses was absorbed into Silkrith's body. Silkrith curled his lips into a smile with his arms spread to the sides. This feels great. I can't recall the last time I went on an outing. Who are you? What the hell are you? Hopen screamed while glaring at Silkrith. I am Silkrith, the demon who signed a contract with your father, just as you're imagining at this moment. Silkrith lowered his head while taking off his fedora. I'm the new owner of this kingdom. A pitch-black demonic energy blazed from his footsteps. Wham! The wall of demonic energy that had been slowly pushing its way up instantly covered the entire kingdom. The breathtaking pressure was crushing them, as if the entire space was in his grasp. Gov. What is this? I can't breathe. It wasn't just Hopen. Everyone in the Light Wind Division fell on their knees and clutched their throats. You damned son of a bitch. He's the real deal. Stay back. Even Saintess Olga and Rimmer's limbs trembled in fear, unable to withstand Silkrith's demonic energy. Save me. The priests and holy knights collapsed while foaming at the mouths before they could even muster their holy power. Yes, this is the most befitting behavior for human beings. Silkrith nodded while looking at the people who'd fallen on their knees and collapsed. But how come you're still standing like that? He tilted his head, looking at Rayon, who was the only person standing. An inferior human shouldn't be able to withstand my demonic energy. Rayon pulled Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem from Beorn's corpse without answering his question. This is infuriating to watch, a weakling like him boasting about his power. Wrath furrowed his brow while looking at Silkrith, but you shouldn't be able to win against him in your current state. This place is no different from Devildom, a demon's home ground, and he has obtained far too much demonic energy. It's all right. I'm not going to fight him. What? You aren't going to fight him? I'm not. Rayon curled his lips into a smile while tilting his chin. I'm just going to beat him up. Silkrith licked his lips, watching the young human who was the only one standing among the crowd. He is pretty decent. The energy he possessed was of exceptional quantity and purity even among the present humans. However, why is he able to stand? Even though he had a large amount of energy, he hadn't reached transcendence yet. He couldn't understand why Rayon was capable of standing so peacefully in a place ruled by demonic energy. Well, it doesn't really matter. I can just kill him. He would have normally been a little suspicious, but the land had become no different from Devildom, and he had even more demonic energy than in his real body. He was confident he could prevail against anyone. I don't really like torturing people, so I'll finish you off quickly. He was about to raise his finger to cut off the young human's head. A silver current erupted from Rayon's shoulders. Strangely enough, demonic energy was clearly showing up from it. The darkness that made it look like Devildom had materialized in the human realm was pushed back to the corner, trembling in fear as if it were terrified of the silver haze. What? That energy. Silkrith swallowed nervously and stepped back. His heart tightened with an uncomfortable feeling as he watched the blazing blue energy. He felt like a sharp iron wire was coiling around his entire body. Ooh. His instinct reacted instead of his reason. His shoulders, his arms, and his entire body were being twisted. It wasn't any ordinary demonic energy. It was the breath of a great existence of a whole different quality, a whole different level that he couldn't even dare to look up to. Ah! Silkrith screamed while scratching his own face with his nails. The Demon King's dignity was showing in Rayon's eyes. The absolute existence that he couldn't even dare face was gazing down upon him. Kneel. Silkrith's legs were shaking as if his joints had been dislocated. This can't be happening. The young blonde human standing in front of him wasn't a demon. He was just a human, which was usually considered to rank even less than a bug in devildom, yet his strength left his body as if his soul were submitting to him the moment he'd heard his voice. Thud. He wanted to refuse, but his knees landed on the ground before he knew it. A fear deeper than humiliation ruled his body. Ooh! Silkrith looked up with trembling lips. Blue wrath was wavering inside the young human's red eyes. Wrath, it was the emotion of wrath, the ruler of northern devildom and the monarch of wrath. The hair all over his body stood on end as he sensed a transcendental power, far beyond mere demonic energy. However, wrath wasn't the only energy emanating from the human. Why does he also have sloth and envy? The energies of sloth and envy were coexisting inside the young human's soul. This doesn't make any sense. It was still understandable for wrath because the monarch of wrath was rather eccentric, offering his help to humans on extremely rare occasions. However, the monarch of sloth and the monarch of envy were different. Sloth wasn't interested in anything other than sleeping, and envy treated humans as insignificant creatures, practically never lending her power out as a result. No matter how he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out how the human in front of him had come to possess the three Demon King's characteristics. Are you Silkrith? A dignified voice flowed from the young human's lips, and Silkrith felt pressured, as if his soul were grasped tight in his hand. Why, yes, I am. Silkrith immediately bowed as if he were facing a real Demon King. I can't go against him. Even though none of them were the monarch he served, it was impossible for him to defy someone possessing the energies of wrath, sloth, and envy. What's your affiliation? I'm. No, you don't need to say anything. The stench of money has reached all the way over here. The young human continued, furrowing his brow slightly. Greed, you must be that mongrel's follower. Silkrith swallowed nervously with his chin lowered. Who the hell is he? Even the monarchs of devildom still showed some courtesy toward each other. On top of casually mentioning Greed's name, he even called him a mongrel. He really looked like the monarch of wrath. Who are you? Silkrith raised his eyes again, unable to suppress his curiosity. Do you think the likes of you can deal with this? The young human's lips twisted into a sneer, and a searing pain shot through his heart. Silkrith sealed his lips tightly as a result and lowered his head. I can't resist him. It didn't really matter who the young human in front of him was or how he came to possess the emotions of demon kings. After all, he wouldn't be able to do anything against him, like a mouse facing a cat, as long as he kept sensing wrath, sloth, and envy from him. Silkrith put his hands on the ground and leaned forward in a submissive posture. Rayon's lips curled into a smile, watching Silkrith's head, hands, and stomach all touch the ground. It's working perfectly. Since this was his first encounter with a deal-making demon, he'd even called on envy and sloth, not just wrath, but it must have been excessive, because Silkrith was trembling in fear, acting like a puppy that'd been drenched in the rain. Rayon could guess that he could go a bit easier on other demons if he encountered another one. What's wrong with you? Wrath jolted from above his shoulder, his eyes wide. When did you become capable of using all three energies at once? His jaw dropped upon witnessing Rayon freely control even sloth and envy, not just wrath. Rayon casually shook his head while looking at the left side of his chest, where his heart was located. Ring of fire. Unleashing wrath, envy, and sloth at the same time was definitely quite burdensome. His stamina, willpower, and aura were being rapidly consumed by what felt like a bottomless pot, and he was even feeling an intense pain in his abdomen. However, the 8 rings of fire resonated with each other to decrease all the pain. He couldn't maintain it for long, but he could at least last until he was done with Silkrith. He'd learned countless martial arts so far, but the Ring of Fire seemed to be the best after all. How did you even figure out that he was Greed's follower? Wrath ground his teeth, pointing at Silkrith, who was submitting to Rayon completely. It's obvious. Rayon casually shook his finger. The only demon kings you call unpleasant mongrels are Greed and Pride. Wrath looked down on all monarchs except for Greed and Pride, though he was mysteriously afraid of lust. Rayon had noted that Silkrith was Greed's follower because he'd shown his greed towards the kingdom as soon as he appeared. Seriously, you are so damn quick at picking up on things. Wrath's lips trembled in frustration. It wasn't a compliment. He shook his head, saying that he was angry. Silkrith raised his eyes and showed his curiosity because Rayon hadn't spoken in a while. However, his face was still pale, implying that he was still frightened. His expression was the complete opposite of when he'd killed Bjorn, Fyrn, and Danif. It's true that. Rayon twisted his lips while gazing into Silkrith's wavering eyes. Those 3 deserved to die. It looked like Hopen had wanted to save King Bjorn, Father Fyrn, and Royal Guard Captain Danif. to make them work for the people for the rest of their lives, but Rayon's opinion differed. He believed that ending their lives was the way to bring peace to the souls who had fallen victim to the massacre. The only reason he hadn't stopped hoping was because they were in the holy kingdom of Spur, not Sieghart. However, even if they had to die, he didn't want them to have their bodies and souls devoured by a demon like that. Since he'd hoped that King Born would confess his sins and that the betrayed would bring an end to his life, the fury within him surged like a raging fire. Rayon held the blade of Requiem in a reverse grip and struck Silkrith's right arm. Whack! The blade, wrapped in a blazing ghastly energy and wrath, easily broke through Silkrith's demonic energy and tore his shoulder apart. Ahak! Silkrith screamed, watching his severed arm fall to the ground. Black blood gushed from his shoulder instead of any sign of regeneration, probably because of the wrath and ghastly energy. Shut your mouth. Silkrith was devoured by a fear that surpassed the pain and bit his lip with his white teeth. What was the contract you've made with Beorn? Rayon gestured with his head while shaking off the black blood streaming from the blade of Requiem. I promised to give him a transcendental power, capable of protecting this kingdom. I taught him the technique to convert holy power into demonic energy, allowing him to consume the holy power of everyone in this kingdom. There was more to it. If Beorn dies or willingly relinquishes his demonic energy, their bodies and souls became mine. Silkrith told Rayon about the contract he'd made with Beorn, his chin trembling in fear. Rayon could understand why Beorn, Fearn, and Danif had died as soon as he'd appeared. It was a fair contract. I fulfilled my part. The amount of demonic energy I gave him surpassed transcendence. Bullshit, Rayon looked down on Silkrith with a twisted smile. The demonic energy he obtained surpassed transcendence, but it was still impossible for him to defeat a transcender, nor could he protect the kingdom. It was nothing but a cheap wordplay. Rayon had already told Beorn as much, but only enhancing the demonic energy and body was completely meaningless. Without the mind reaching a high realm, it only messed up the balance of essence, chi, and spirit. Beorn, who desired to protect the Spur Kingdom and avenge his son, was completely deceived by Silkrith's treachery. Rayon's heart was aching as if it was being scratched by sandpaper. Hey, Wrath's eyes looked around, an uncomfortable expression on his face as he avoided Rayon's gaze. You said he wasn't going to deceive him. Why did this happen when you said it would be a fair contract? He is Greed's follower. They've always cheated a lot with contracts. His hand trembled, describing them as ruthless cheaters who would rob you blind while you were wide awake. The monarch of Wrath guaranteed it, but it was meaningless in the end. Rayon snorted sarcastically. Wrath hung his head, unable to refute his words. Whack! Rayon, irritated, drove the blade of Requiem into Silkrith's chest. Silkrith fell backward, his body trembling in intense pain, begging, "PL, please forgive me." I told you to shut your mouth. Rayon twisted the blade of Requiem, his eyes glowing in a frightening manner. Gah! Silkrith let out a piercing scream as a terrifying amount of blood gushed from his chest. The blade of Requiem also seemed enraged as it absorbed the demonic energy as much as possible, ghastly energy blazing intensely around it. What the hell? Saintess Olga swallowed nervously, only raising her knee. That demon is the real deal, though. Unlike the demon that the Light Wind Division had defeated, the demon named Silkreth was a powerful demon. She couldn't understand why the demon was completely powerless against Rayon when it should have been difficult to even withstand the demonic energy in his best condition. I already told you, just accept it as is. Rimmer dropped to the ground and shook his head. You shouldn't apply common sense to him. That's right. Burin nodded, agreeing with Rimmer. Of course, I didn't expect him to defeat a demon like that either. He didn't just defeat him. He's like a well-trained dog at this point, Martha snorted while looking at Silkrith. I think he will give up his hand if Rayon asks. Runnan nodded in agreement. PL, please spare me. Silkrith raised his trembling hand towards Rayon while rolling his eyes. Do you really think you have the right to say that? Rayon sneered, about to thrust the blade even more deeply. Step back, Wrath hurriedly shouted, and he pulled himself back before he knew it. Thud. At the same time, a huge mouth broke out on Silkrith's head. It was a grotesque mouth with white lips and crimson teeth. And no, Silkrith kicked the ground while screaming as soon as he saw the white lips. Crack, however, the grotesque mouth slowly closed, as if it didn't matter how fast Silkrith tried to escape. Silkrith had escaped far away into the air, but he was confined inside the red teeth the next moment. PL plea. The white lips closed before Silkrith even managed to finish pleading with them. The sound of tearing flesh and the shattering sound of bones could be heard from inside the mouth. The lips disappeared with a smile, as if they'd enjoyed their meal, and the small shape of a child appeared behind them. Disheveled white hair cascaded loosely down to their waist, while their eyes shimmered with an uncanny glow, reminiscent of precious gems. Demonic energy couldn't be sensed from them at all, unlike Silkrith, but the presence alone gave an impression that the entire world was being twisted. Gua. People were already exhausted because of Silkrith's demonic energy, and the monster's presence alone was enough to halt their breaths. In addition to the priests and holy knights, even the saintess and the light wind division collapsed to the ground, their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. Rayan bit his lip, watching the white-haired girl gradually get close to him. He was almost out of breath as well, even though he was controlling the energies of the three demon kings at the same time. He might have collapsed just like the others if he hadn't had the Ring of Fire. Am I really encountering another one now? There was only one type of being with such a commanding presence, a demon king. However, she wasn't Greed, Silkrith's lord. She had white hair, snow-white skin, a small body, and clear red eyes. Her appearance reminded him of one of the demon kings that Wrath had mentioned. Gluttony. Yes, she's Gluttony. Wrath furrowed his brow while looking at Gluttony. Why is she even here? The King of Essence told you in the beginning, but this place has the same environment as Devildom for the time being. She might see it as a buffet. He must have guessed right, because Gluttony was licking her lips slightly. She seemed to be satisfied with Silkrith's taste. Hand over your body to the King of Essence. Wrath gestured with his finger, urging him to do it quickly. Her gluttony is endless. Everyone will be devoured if you don't decide quickly. His lips secretly curved into a smile as he explained that giving away control of Rayan's body was the only option. Stay out for now. The Demon King's advent caused a huge loss to both his body and mind. It wasn't something that should be used except for the most critical situation. However, Gluttony started to look around as if she were looking for her next meal, just like Wrath had warned. How should I deal with her? Rayan was frowning but quietly clapped his hands. He thought that Silkrith's death was a shame, but that wasn't actually the case. This was the perfect opportunity to make the monarch of Gluttony indebted to him, just like the others. Since stand back, Rayan quickly devised a plan, but as he was about to carry it out, Rimmer caught his neck from behind and pulled him away. That's not something we can win against. Get out of here right now. Rimmer bit his lip, standing in front of the Demon King on trembling legs. Blood flowed from his lips, implying that he'd reached his limit just by facing her. Vice Division Leader. Rayan widened his eyes, looking at Rimmer's trembling back. What? Even though Rimmer was a grandmaster, he was quite exhausted both physically and mentally. It should have been impossible for him to face the Demon King without collapsing without any prior preparation. Even Wrath widened his eyes in surprise. How did shitty ears? I won't last for long. Rimmer raised his sword, telling Rayan to take the light wind division away by using the wind. It was a display of extreme willpower. Rayan had never expected to see that side of him. Rayan, save at least one of them. Rayan soundlessly approached Rimmer from behind and hit his neck. Rimmer immediately fainted and collapsed, not expecting an attack from behind at all. That one looks tasty. Gluttony licked her lips while looking at Rimmer. A long distortion appeared in the air, the white lips that had devoured Silkrith emerging from it. Mongrel. Rayan threw Rimmer backward and lowered his eyebrows. How dare you touch the King of Essence's prey? Does he need to rip out your tongue to set you straight? Rayan unleashed all of the wrath in his possession alongside the Ring of Fire, and the white mouth emerging in front of Gluttony stopped opening. Wrath. Gluttony narrowed her eyes, putting her finger on her lips. Rayan glared at Gluttony fiercely instead of responding to her. He said she was like a rabbit. Wrath had compared Gluttony to a rabbit with a simple mind, someone who was only interested in eating, and Gluttony indeed gave off a dim-witted impression. Oh, are you insane? Wrath yelled at him, dumbfounded by the situation. You referred to yourself as the King of Essence's priest or vessel before, but you're just straight up impersonating him now. He grabbed Rayan by his collar, asking if he had finally lost his mind. And why is she being deceived? The King of Essence isn't so ugly. The energy in our possession is completely different. Wrath shook his hand towards Gluttony, shouting at her to please notice the difference. You aren't Wrath. Gluttony confidently shook her head. Were. White lips floating above her opened up, and red teeth started to appear. Why do you think so? Rayan asked, trying his best to suppress his pounding heart. Your hair and eye color are different. Most importantly, you are weak. Gluttony murmured that he wasn't Wrath, saying that his appearance and pressure were different. Wahahaha. Wrath clutched his stomach, pointing his finger at Rayan. Gluttony is simple, but she isn't as stupid as Sloth. Of course she wouldn't be deceived by that. Rayan furrowed his brow. He was trying to act because of how Silkrith had reacted, but it was apparently too early to pretend to be Wrath with the amount of wrath he had. You have no other choice now. Wrath proudly raised his chin while giggling. Even the King of Essence won't be able to save you if you get devoured by that mouth. Hand over your body already. Rayan closed his eyes softly without responding to him. No, the King of Essence will lose control and even kill the others if you simply hand over your body. Use that sword field creation to summon him. He was asking Rayan to use the Demon King's advent, still worried about the light wind division despite the urgency of the situation. He really was a peculiar Demon King. Indeed, the Demon King's advent seemed to be the only way out of the situation. However, Rayon didn't want to use it because he would suffer a huge loss if he used the Demon King's Advent appearance. Let's see, it might work out if I do that. Rayon calmly opened his eyes without showing any panic. The white lips summoned by Gluttony were already right under his nose. You look tasty, you're making this annoying. Rayon stabbed the blade of Requiem at the center of his chest just as Gluttony's mouth was about to close down. Thwack! With the sharp pain of the blade piercing through his skin, blood gushed out, staining the uniform a deep crimson. Gluttony's mouth stopped moving at the same time because the human that was supposed to be her prey suddenly tried to kill himself. Rayon quickly murmured while looking at Gluttony, Sword Field Creation, Demon King's Advent. Finally, Wrath licked his lips obscenely. Excellent choice. The King of Essence will take care of the rest. Rayon ignored Wrath and drew a sword formation with the flowing blood. Wrath, who was floating in the air, was absorbed into his soul, drastically changing his body. Blue hair fluttered in the air and flawless snow-white skin appeared. A noble pressure far surpassing Gluttony's emerged as Rayon's body and soul underwent a change. Gluttony's chin trembled as she witnessed the wavering blue hair and the wings of frost rising behind him. Wrath, mongrel, the blue-haired demon king manifesting in the human realm, furrowed his brow at Gluttony. You even forced the King of Essence to go this far. Gluttony stepped back with trembling lips. Your tongue will need to be ripped out now. The noble demon king spread his frightening energy, but the real demon king's shout was resounding inside at the same time. What? Why is the King of Essence's body the only thing that manifested? Wrath's lips trembled, unable to budge an inch inside his own body. What's even happening right now? What else? You just gave me your body, Rayon chuckled, wearing the blue demon king's skin. But how? The Demon King's Advent is a forced manifestation where you are taken in as the connection between my body and soul begins to unravel. To make that happen, it's essential. Rayon shook his hand with a faint smile on his face. For me to be close to death, there's only a slight gap between our souls and bodies right now. That's why I managed to only bring your pressure and appearance forward while keeping control for myself. Wrath finally understood, his pale lips trembling in shock. Of course, Rayon had control, but he still couldn't use Wrath's power. Emanating his pressure was all he could do. In short, it was just a bluff. However, that bluff was acting like the strongest weapon. You bastard, on top of snatching the King of Essence's prey, you even tried to devour the King of Essence himself. Rayon shook his finger while watching Gluttony's trembling eyes. What should the price be for that? Gluttony turned her eyes downward, showing that she was finally feeling regret. And no, Wrath barked upon seeing Gluttony's reaction. He's a fake. The King of Essence is over here, please. What do you want from me? Gluttony nodded, unable to hear Wrath's desperate scream. She was still licking her lips while looking at the unconscious people on the ground as she spoke, clearly showing her gluttonous side. To start with, don't attack the people here. Rayon glared at Gluttony through Wrath's blue eyes. They are all the King of Essence's subordinates. Gluttony bit her lip lightly, a hint of regret in her expression. Her expression suggested that she really had been going to eat them if he hadn't told her not to. Seriously, none of the demon kings were normal. The one you've devoured was greed's follower. The King of Essence intended to carve the price of attacking his subordinate into his very soul. Rayon tilted his chin while looking down on Gluttony, but you swallowed him alive. Moreover, Rayon pointed at himself while spreading Wrath's pressure around sharply. You even forced him to show this appearance. Gluttony furtively stepped back, her eyebrows furrowed in fear. Whatever goes in that mouth of yours never comes back out, so you'll have to pay the price for it. Her shoulders slumped, having no excuse for it. Rayon realized that the blue cotton candy was one of the most powerful entities even among the demon kings. How did you even notice that about Gluttony's mouth? Wrath's head poked out from Rayon's chest. You are the one who told me. Rayon tilted his head while looking at Wrath's wide eyes. When did the King of Essence ever say that? You said that even the King of Essence can't save them if they end up devoured by that mouth. That was when you asked me to quickly hand over my body. Aurg, Wrath shouted, clutching his fluttering hair. This is driving him nuts. Why did you even say that? King of Essence's mouth, please. He hit his own mouth, saying that his talkative nature was the issue. Then do I just need to not eat the people around here? Gluttony hung her head as if she were offering a huge compromise. Rayon was dumbfounded by the fact that she even considered it to be a compromise. You are gravely mistaken. That was a warning, not a request. Rayon furrowed his brow looking at Gluttony's white mouth. You'd better submit if you don't want your tongue to be pulled out. Gluttony shook her head while groaning, the white lips floating in the air fading away into darkness. This is driving him nuts, Wrath shouted while swinging his round fist into the air. Why do you get better and better at acting the more you practice your swordsmanship? I was just born with it. Deceiving the Demon Kings was an extremely easy task because of how simple they were. After all, Rayon had impersonated countless humans during his life as an assassin. Hey, food waster. Rayon enjoyed the sight of Wrath's desperate struggle for a while before he slowly raised his gaze. Hand over your authority. Rayon beckoned Gluttony with his finger, gesturing to where she was waiting for his answer. My authority? Yes, do you want Gluttony? Gluttony's eyes widened, showing that his answer was unexpected. But why? Why does the King of Essence need to answer that question? Rayon calmly shook his head. He could end up gaining Gluttony's suspicion if he spoke too much for no reason. Saying as little as possible by taking advantage of Wrath's authority was the right course of action. You just need to decide. Get your tongue pulled out right here or hand over your authority and disappear. It was an extreme bluff. Gluttony could kill everyone with a single swing of her hand, but Rayon raised his gaze confidently, without the slightest hesitation. Awe. Wrath groaned, clutching his temple. Even the King of Essence would be deceived in this situation. Still, don't be deceived. He raised his hand toward Gluttony. Food waster, kill him right now. He is an angelic bastard who will threaten the entire human realm and even devildom. Wrath shouted, but Gluttony obviously couldn't hear him. Gluttony let out a small sigh. I think I'll be hungry, but all right. She reluctantly nodded. Nuwu, Wrath shouted in despair, clutching his head. Why is every single demon king a doormat like her? Why? But you are the number one among all those doormats. He was the first doormat and the one who'd made the biggest contribution. It was laughable that he was criticizing others without looking at himself. All I need to do now is decide how I get Gluttony's authority. Wait a moment. Rayon started to smile, but Wrath rapidly raised his hand. Don't tell him, are you planning to get it in a different shape than a flower bracelet? I am. What's the issue? All 3 flower bracelets were Wrath's preference even though they were currently invisible. He wanted a different shape now. You have no artistic sense at all. Don't you even realize that the shapes need to match? I do realize it. Then why? Because I dislike the flower bracelet even more than that. No, the King of Essence can't stand it when they don't match. Wrath shook his head, saying that it was one thing that he couldn't yield on. Keep it to yourself. Rayon slapped Wrath away and gestured at Gluttony with his hand. Gluttony. Rayon's lips curled into a smile while toying with the 2 demon kings. Add your authority to make. Rayon was about to explain how Gluttony should hand over the authority while pointing at his wrist. What are you doing right now? A dignified voice that weighed heavily on the ears came from above Gluttony. Rayon raised his gaze and swallowed nervously. He could see a young man supporting his chin on Gluttony's head. He was a tall, handsome man with black hair, golden eyes, and slightly tanned skin. He wore a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up, a black vest, and a golden monocle over his right eye. Who is that guy? He was different from Gluttony, who was twisting the space just by breathing. Rayon couldn't feel his presence at all even though he was right in front of him. He would have considered it to be an illusion if he hadn't noticed that the ground was slightly caved in, so he came in the end. Rayon realized who he was the moment he heard Wrath's groan. Wrath by any chance is he? Yes. Wrath nodded heavily. He's Greed, the monarch of greed. A chill ran down his spine the moment he heard Greed's name. Rayon had considered the possibility of his appearance, given that Silkrith was Greed's follower. However, he didn't expect it to be at that exact moment. The situation was the worst. Greed. Gluttony raised her eyes and looked at Greed, whose chin was resting on her head. Why are you here? Because you devoured my follower, Greed chuckled, gazing down at Gluttony. His face was full of composure and smiles even though his follower had been slain. I was already being scolded for it. Gluttony licked her lips while looking at Rayon. Scolded by whom? Wrath. She raised her hand and pointed at Rayon. Wrath Greed's golden eyes skimmed over Wrath's body in a frightening manner. I understand what you're talking about. He chuckled and shook his chin, stating he's a human. As soon as Greed called him a human, every hair on his body stood on end. Human? Gluttony tilted her head, wondering what he was talking about. The color of his hair and eyes, even the demonic energy are just like Wrath's though. Yes, his hair, eyes, and demonic energy are the same as that demon with anger issues. However, Greed's lips curled into a long smile. That thing is a human. He nodded, indicating his certainty. Rayon remained silent, keeping a calm expression on his face, but his heart pounded so rapidly it felt as though it might burst. As expected, he noticed. Wrath didn't look that happy even though Greed had discovered the truth. He looked irritated instead. The King of Essence told you before that greed and pride would be different from those you've made into doormats in the past. He beckoned with his finger. Get ready to hand over your body to the King of Essence. You might cross the river of no return at the smallest mistake. Wrath quietly advised Rayon without taking his eyes off Greed. He looked nervous for the first time. Damn it. Rayon weakly bit his tongue and harmed the mana circuits around his shoulders and arms directly. He was injuring himself on purpose because he really had to use the Demon King's advent if his acting didn't work, but he's not. Gluttony pouted slightly, showing that she still didn't believe him. Then let's ask him. Greed turned his head toward Rayon. The faint glow in his golden eyes made him look like he'd attained mastery over all things in the universe. How long are you planning to keep up with that act? Rayon looked into Greed's eyes. There was still no pressure or presence emanating from him. However, meeting his eyes was enough to mess up his insides, as if he'd gained an internal injury. He suppressed his trembling chest and confidently raised his chin. Mongrel, have your shitty eyes turn into gold coins from doing nothing but gathering money. Ha, Greed exclaimed, sweeping back the hair flowing over his forehead. You really sound like Wrath. That's exactly what he would have said with his anger issues. He casually shook his finger, implying that he still thought him to be another existence than Wrath. Gluttony and the others would have been deceived, but a frightening light flickered from Greed's eyes. You can't deceive me. Who are you? Rayon's heart tightened as soon as he heard it. He felt like his tongue was paralyzed because of the suffocating feeling. I can't let myself get nervous here. Even Gluttony might start suspecting him if he accidentally stuttered. It was necessary to stay confident until the end. The King of Essence had business with you anyway. The donkey in your care picked a fight with the King of Essence. Rayon twisted his lips, suppressing the nausea in his chest. You'll need to pay the price for it, just like Gluttony. Huh. Wrath gasped while gazing up at Rayon. You truly are a madman. His head trembled in admiration for Rayon because of how he could still maintain his act despite the situation. If you're really Wrath, I'm willing to pay the price. However, Greed narrowed his eyes, maintaining his smile. You aren't Wrath. That bullshit again. Do you want to know why I'm so sure about it? He raised his finger and tapped on his monocle. This monocle shows me the target's core. I can clearly see your lowly soul, wriggling like a worm. Rayon forced himself to maintain an expressionless face and bit the inside of his lip. This is really dangerous. If the monocle really was an artifact capable of showing a person's core, his acting was completely meaningless. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a needle. Yes, I'll admit it. You're definitely a great actor. Greed raised his long, thin finger, his lips curving into a faint smile. But I'm curious, can you keep acting even with your head rolling on the ground? This is no good. Wrath firmly shook his head, looking into Greed's eyes. Your acting was perfect, but that bastard doesn't trust others. Further delays will be dangerous. Hand over your body. We don't have enough time. The distance between his body and soul wasn't far enough yet to take Wrath inside. He needed a bit more time. I need to buy some time somehow. Rayon thought about the conversation so far to buy some time and noticed something strange about what Greed had said. He said my soul was lowly. Whenever he was using the Ring of Fire, his soul level was high enough for even Wrath to recognize it. Since Greed called it lowly even though Wrath had recognized it with his high standards, there were definitely some lies mixed into Greed's words. It's highly likely. The fact that he was a demon king didn't guarantee that he would never lie. Wrath was a special case. Regardless of all that, he needed something to buy some time. Hustler. Rayon straightened his spine. He sneered, looking straight at Greed's eyes. Did you really believe that the King of Essence would be deceived by such a shabby lie? Even your brain must have been ruined from counting your money so often. Greed gasped in disbelief. You are really acting unlike any other human I've seen. He giggled while clapping his hands. You're right. I don't have an item like that, just like you said. However, Greed took off his monocle while chuckling. It doesn't change the fact that you are a human. For what reason? My instinct as a merchant is telling me that you're human. Greed shook his hand, implying that further explanation was unnecessary. Tusk Rayon briefly clicked his tongue. This isn't going to work after all. His instincts that had saved him so far were telling him as much. The golden-eyed demon king in front of him was certain that he wasn't Wrath. I still need more time. His hands trembled with worry, concerned that Wrath might weaken if he gave away his body like that, anxious about the lingering aftereffects of using the Demon King's advent with the duel to the death fast approaching, and saddened for everyone present in that place. Rayon Sieghart. Wrath heavily beckoned with his hand. It's fine, so just hand over your body right now. What? The King of Essence will take responsibility since he still guaranteed that it would be a fair trade even though that hustler is the villain behind this incident. He said that he would take responsibility, repenting for telling him that there were no issues with the demon's contract. The King of Essence will bear over half the burden that's going to harm you from accepting him into your body. Decide quickly. Everything will be in vain once it's too late. Wrath shouted, looking at the murderous intent in Greed's eyes. Damn it. Rayon tore apart his monocircuits and organs even further. He didn't feel any pain because of the tension, but his vision started to fade away. He could feel Wrath's soul seeping into the sword formation drawn in the opening gap between his body and soul. I shouldn't even need a warm-up. Greed raised his finger with an evil grin on his face. You're just a hustler. Rayon twisted his lips into a smile while enduring the pain. You can talk better than him at least. Greed took a step forward with his right foot. His footstep was casual, as if he were going for a walk, but it was transcending the space. He was already standing in front of Rayon the next moment. The flow of time came to a halt. The entire world was overwritten into a dark, black and white world, connecting his previous and new lives like a knot. Rayon could sense that his death was imminent. He felt the severing pain of the skin on his neck before he sensed Greed's finger cutting through the air. Crack, his skin was cut apart, and when his neck bone was about to snap, his body and soul opened up widely like a clam. Wrath didn't miss that opportunity, shoving his soul all the way into the sword field. Wham! Thunderous noise resounding throughout the space felt like the flow of the entire world was being twisted. A deep blue radiant sword breaking through the dim sky. The silver halo of the moon showered down upon the land, washing away the demonic energy covering the entire kingdom. A delicate luminance flickered from the frosty world tree, soaring to the sky while leaving a long fissure in the space. The blue demon king and the golden demon king stood amidst the fluttering blue leaves, their fingers crossed like blades. Those arrogant eyes, that's how it should be with your anger issues. Greed smiled deeply as if he had expected that to happen. He didn't lose his composure even though he was facing Wrath. Who the hell was that human? What are you talking about? Wrath's frightening eyes placed a tremendous pressure on Greed's golden eyes. How long are you planning to keep up the act? The one who was controlling your body until a moment ago was a human. It was the King of Essence. Wrath straightened his spine, as if he was even protecting Rayon from his mistake. His eyes sparked with silvery determination. That mediocrity from a moment ago and the current arrogance both belonged to the King of Essence. Under the frosty sky where even the moonlight was frozen, a star of wrath rose above the blue eyes of Wrath. The monarch of Wrath's unbefitting personality hasn't changed at all. Greed curled his lips into a smile, pulling back the finger that was crossing Wrath's. A mere hustler shall not dare to judge the King of Essence. Wrath shook his head while stroking down his index finger. The demon god's dignity was leaking from his human skin. The King of Essence is always just the King of Essence. I beg your pardon, O mighty king. Greed took a step back, a playful smile on his face. He still didn't lose his composure even though he'd witnessed Wrath in his true form. I told you, he is Wrath. Gluttony frowned, blaming him for making her even hungrier. I'm sometimes jealous of your insensitivity. Greed smiled faintly while tapping on Gluttony's head. He slowly skimmed his eyes over Wrath's body. Mongrel, you said it with that trap of yours. You said you'd pay the price if this body was indeed the King of Essences. Wrath raised his chin sharply, meeting Greed's serpentine gaze. Can we make that price to be your life? Sure, as long as you can. However, Greed tilted his head in a mocking gesture. You look like you've been weakened. Greed's eyes glowed yellow, just like when he'd noticed Rayon's identity. You lowly swindler. Wrath's blue eyes changed into an arrogant hue. He was looking down on a demon king at the same level as him as naturally as breathing. It was a demeanor befitting the monarch of Wrath. Did you already forget the time you ran with your tail between your legs? Lust interfered that time. I don't want any two-on-ones. Greed smiled while drawing a small triangle with his index finger. He still wasn't exuding any pressure whatsoever. You only had one arm left even before then. Wrath snorted while looking at Greed's right arm. Well, let's leave the past where it belongs. The present and future are what matters for this lowly merchant, not the past. But you know, Greed smiled like a loafer while covering the back of his head with his hands interlocked. These merchant eyes are telling me that you've become weaker. We aren't on good enough terms to be chatting like this. Wrath snapped his fingers, making the unconscious light wind division and the priests float into the air, gathering them under the frosty world tree. Go ahead and test it if you truly believe the King of Essence has weakened. You'll feel the truth with your own body. That's already the issue. Greed casually rolled his neck and warmed up his fingers. The golden rings equipped on his fingers were shining brilliantly. The monarch of Wrath never would have let me take the initiative in devildom. There's no reason to run that mouth anymore. Wrath tilted his head. A vivid wrath was blazing from the blue demon king's eyes. Because the King of Essence is going to snap your neck right now. Your head might be the first to roll. A golden radiance erupted from beneath Greed. The golden light enveloping his body appeared to embody Greed itself, as if he'd collected all the gold in the world. A pure radiance gathered upon Wrath's shoulders as he faced the monarch of Greed. The sky, brimming with starlight and moonlight, bent upon the land as if it were surrendering to the demon king of Wrath. A long fissure was created in the space from the face-off between the kings standing at the highest peak of devildom, stripping away the surface of the land and turning it white. The dark demonic energy bursting out like wildfire gave the impression that the entire kingdom had turned into devildom. Wrath and Greed's lips curved into evil smiles as they faced each other inside the hellish landscape. Wham! The moment a creaking steel frame of the spire fell onto the land, the blue demon king and the golden demon king clashed against each other. Wham! Wrath's chop clashed against Greed's palm. The collision between the golden and frosty demonic energies made the space crumble like a piece of paper clutched in a hand. Despite the tremendous clash, Wrath and Greed continued to extend their hands toward each other without stepping back. Golden radiance and blue frost clashed against each other countless times. Dark craters were made on the land, and the sky crumbled away with a fissure similar to a broken window. Rayon admired, experiencing the battle through Wrath's eyes. I can't even see it. Greed suddenly appeared right in front of his eyes, extended his hand, and disappeared like an illusion. It was so fast that he could barely recognize it as an attack. The vision shown by Wrath was also changing nonstop. The sky on the right, a hole on the left, a building at the front. His vision shifted far too quickly, making him dizzy. The battle between the two demon kings was difficult to grasp even with a grandmaster's eyes, giving an impression that blue and yellow lightning kept striking endlessly. It's not just the speed, even the power is insane. Every time Wrath and Greed did something, powerful explosions occurred from all around the kingdom. It gave the impression that the space itself was being destroyed by the overlapping shockwaves. The ongoing battle was nearly impossible to follow, yet strangely enough, he was slowly acclimating to the movements of the two demon kings. He could see which direction the sharp radiance of Greed's strike was going to hit, and he even saw Wrath erasing the golden radiance with the snow-flower demonic palm. No, it wasn't just a simple vision. It was a vivid sensation, as if he were moving his body, taking Wrath's form. Is it because I hurriedly activated the sword field? He assumed that it was a side effect from Wrath entering his body before his soul managed to leave. However, it was a great learning opportunity for him, rather than a side effect, because it's allowing me to experience the battle between Wrath and Greed directly. Even though the battle between the two demon kings was far too high in realm for him to understand, Rayon could guess that it would be extremely helpful for his future growth if that sensation could be maintained. Rayon didn't even blink in his effort to remember everything, including the smallest clashes with his eyes and skin. Whoosh, a beam of light imbued with the searing heat of hell shot from the tip of Greed's finger. He was executing a transcendent martial art with immense power and speed, devoid of any trivial gimmicks. Kring, Wrath tilted his chin upwards with a leisurely gaze, looking like he was enjoying a snack. A transparent wall of frost was erected at the spot where his gaze was directed. Wham! Upon clashing against Greed's light, fissures reminiscent of a spider web were created on the wall of frost, shattering it in the end. The pieces of frost attacked Greed in their sharpened state. "You are using a technique that I've never seen before," Greed murmured. He pierced into Wrath's left side. The golden palm strike was approaching before he even finished speaking. His speed and judgment had reached the realm of transcendence. Clang. Wrath fended off the golden palm strike with the back of his hand, as if he were expecting Greed's surprise attack, and chopped at him with his right hand. The fists and hands of the Monarch of Wrath and the Monarch of Greed clashed endlessly at a point-blank distance, where they could feel each other's breath. The astounding clash of demonic energies caused by the two demon kings melted half of the kingdom while the other half froze. Rayon watched the battle between Greed and Wrath, even sparing the time he needed to breathe. He couldn't analyze everything, but his eyes were gradually getting used to their movements. Greed has the upper hand in terms of sheer speed. Greed's speed was tremendous, befitting a demon king with such sharp and light pressure. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe him as light in terms of movement alone, making even Wrath unable to catch up to him. Of course, it's not just because of the speed. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching Wrath redirect the impact from the clash while keeping his ground. He is bound to suffer losses because he can't move away from that spot. Wrath hadn't moved from his initial spot once in order to protect the light wind division under the Frosty World tree. He was keeping his word that he would protect his subordinates at the cost of his life, even during a battle against a demon king as powerful as himself. It was really absurd, coming from a demon king. Crack. Rayon shifted his head to the right as the sound of something breaking reached his ears. Gluttony was using her white mouth to bite and swallow a boulder engulfed by Wrath and Greed's demonic energies with a satisfied smile on her face. Are all demon kings out of their minds? She must have earned her name as the Monarch of Gluttony, considering the fact that she could still think about eating in the midst of the intense battle. Rayon shook his head to return to his senses and shifted his gaze toward the battle between Wrath and Greed. Let's try it since it's been a while. Greed extended his hand towards the sky with an entertained smile on his face. A million. His voice echoed throughout the space, and a golden radiance tore apart the sky that was brimming with frost. Swaya. Golden rays of light covered the entire sky before they rained down on the ground. Each ray carried an unparalleled speed and sharpness. Silver-white aurora. Wrath lifted his hands as if to uphold Greed's radiance, descending like a shower of shooting stars. The fog of frost extending from his hands hardened into the shape of an umbrella to devour all of the falling rays. Rayon swallowed nervously, watching Wrath's frost perfectly fend off Greed's attack. Silver-white aurora. The technique used by Wrath was the silver-white aurora that he could also use. However, its shape, output, and hardness were incomparable to his own. Silver-white aurora in Wrath's body. Every single breath and movement of his finger was a huge lesson for him. Kring, the blade of frost extending from Wrath's elbow clashed against the ray fired from Greed's fist, a powerful shockwave erupting as a result. All of the debris in the surrounding area was wiped out, and all that remained was the dark, soil-covered ground. By the time the dust and light subsided, Wrath furrowed his brow and Greed smiled faintly. I guessed correctly. Greed calmly nodded, shaking his hands off. You've become weaker. Rayon gasped as he heard Greed's declaration. He was dumbfounded by the fact that what he'd just witnessed was Wrath's weakened state. Quit talking rubbish. Wrath tilted his chin, laughing at Greed. Let's put an end to this fight so you'll stop running your mouth. Even though you are fighting while protecting those humans behind you, you would have managed to punch me at least once in the past. As expected, an eerie twist occurred from Greed's eyes. My eyes weren't mistaken. Rayon swallowed nervously while looking at Greed's eyes. He could confirm his suspicion that Greed could see something special through his eyes. Let me tell you a fun fact. Greed snapped his fingers, and a huge scale appeared behind him. The scale indicated a perfect balance and possessed a brilliant shine, suggesting it was crafted from platinum. I've gained even more greed while you've been wasting your time in the human realm. Stop your bullshit. Wrath shook his hand, telling him to cease his nonsense. Bullshit, you say. Greed spread out 4 of his fingers, then folded 3 of them. Does it still sound like bullshit to you if I tell you that 1/4 of all gold in the human realm belongs to me? What? Even Wrath widened his eyes, showing his surprise at how much gold Greed had gathered. 1/4. Rayon's jaw dropped in surprise. What the hell? According to what Wrath had told him, the source of Greed's power was money. He was supposed to get stronger the more money and greed he gathered. If he really had 1/4 of all the gold in the continent, it was an unbelievable amount. You don't stand a chance in your weakened state. Greed smiled deeply, as if he'd already won the battle. Weakened? Yes, that might be true in a sense. Wrath nodded, putting his hand on his chest. He seemed to be talking about the strength of his body and demonic energy. You are finally admitting it. Greed's lips curled into a smile, having expected his answer. I knew it. The human realm isn't the right place for you. The wrath you can gather here is nothing compared to the depth of your emotions. Of course, it's far too late for regret now. No. Wrath shook his head, facing Greed's glowing golden eyes. The King of Essence doesn't regret coming into this world. He has seen so much and felt so much. And you are mistaken about one thing. What are you talking about? The King of Essence is the king who has reached the highest peak in the deepest part of devildom. Do you truly believe that he really wouldn't have gained anything in this land? Wrath's voice resounded proudly. The dignity dwelling in it was even capable of paling Greed's pressure. Greed furrowed his brow, noticing that Wrath's nature had changed. What could you have seen? The back of a young swordsman. The back of a young swordsman. He sent his hair back while giggling. I was wondering what kind of nonsense you were going to say, but it wasn't even worth listening to. You just wasted my time. Greed snapped his fingers while laughing at Wrath. 100 million gold. The moment his sharp voice reached the balance, a long fissure was created in the air, countless gold coins pouring out from it. Crash. As countless gold coins poured down onto the right side of the balance, it rapidly tilted toward it. Greed's pressure was already huge enough, but it further amplified as the gold coins filled the balance, its majestic reach covering the entire continent in the end. When 100 million gold coins were poured, the balance radiated so brilliantly that it became almost impossible to keep one's eyes open. It almost felt like the light alone could destroy the kingdom. The tremendous energy undulating around it was even making Wrath shudder. Apparently, Greed gained more power the more money was poured into the balance. This is excessive consumption, but I guess a sworn enemy deserves this much investment. Greed lifted his finger. The balance disappeared, and the demonic energy gained with money gathered onto his finger. The intensely shining golden sphere was compressed to the extreme, but it was still big enough to cover half of the kingdom. Clang. The barrier of holy power concealing the energies of the Demon King was shattered, causing the demonic energy to get lost and scatter in all directions. To continue the talk from earlier, Wrath raised his gaze, nonchalantly reacting to Greed's sardonic grin. It was the back of a swordsman who never gave up despite being young. It will be meaningless even if you've met the demon god. Greed shook his head, saying that whatever Wrath tried would be meaningless. The moment he lowered his finger, the golden demonic energy that seemed capable of crushing the entire continent descended upon Wrath. It was so huge that it seemed impossible to dodge or block. He kept swinging endlessly from daybreak to night. Even though the time changed, the swordsman never did. His small back grew bigger, and the blurry path of his blade took a clear shape. There really was a lot to be learned. Wrath's lips curved into a faint smile, thinking about a certain person. There's no way the King of Essence would allow himself to be defeated after watching that unyielding swordsman. Wrath put his hands together. A blue hexagon appeared from between his fingers, moving in a triangular shape. Are you watching, Rayon Sieghart? This flower is learned from you and made for you. What? Wrath continued before Rayon could even react. Demonic field creation, flower in the snow. The resonance of his quiet voice twisted the balance of the world. Everything in the reach of his blue gaze froze, turning white. The demonic energy fired by Greed and even Greed himself were locked in transparent ice, blue flowers blooming from them. Whoosh, a colorless slash followed. The blade dance continued endlessly, as if it were mocking the frozen world. Greed and his demonic energy were shattered into pieces thinner than a hair, and the buildings in the kingdom were cut apart to the point that not even a trace of them was left. It looked like a manifestation of the frost hell and the blade hell, the worst hells among all types of them. Whoosh! All that remained after the dance of blades came to a halt were the leaves of the frost flowers. Rayon swallowed nervously, watching the pieces of frost slowly subsiding to the land. Demonic field creation. No way did he imitate the sword field creation. Wrath had always told him that he didn't know much about formations or boundaries. The fact that he'd used a boundary to amplify his demonic energy despite having always destroyed everything with sheer power implied that he'd created the technique after watching Rayon's sword field creation. That is the King of Essence's boundary, created after watching your martial art and tenacity. Wrath nonchalantly nodded as if he were answering his question. How is it? Isn't the King of Essence's demonic field creation a lot more beautiful than your sword field creation? He smiled cheerfully, picking up a leaf-shaped piece of frost on his hand. My sword field creation is way better, but I have to admit, the demonic field creation is more suitable for you. Rayon nodded at Wrath, who couldn't hear his voice. It's obvious that you won't acknowledge it, but the flower in the snow is the best for the King of Essence. Wrath raised his chin arrogantly, showing that his mind wasn't going to change no matter what anyone said. To be honest, Rayon bit his lips slightly as he observed Wrath's confident back. I didn't expect you to say that about me. Wrath had described his back as the back of a swordsman who never gave up. Rayon had thought that Wrath had been laughing at him whenever he trained because of the huge difference in power between them, but he was gravely mistaken. He had acknowledged his tenacity and will in his heart. In fact, the slashes executed through the flower in the snow utilized the principles of basic swordsmanship that Rayon had been practicing every single day ever since he'd started wielding a sword. His heart was filled with passion upon learning Wrath's true feelings. He felt confident that he could advance even higher. Just wait a bit longer. It's not over yet. Wrath raised his eyes, which were glowing the color of winter. Greed, how long are you planning to feign death? He pointed his finger at the dark sky. Let's put an end to this before the lizards arrive. A long fissure suddenly appeared amid the moonlight and an old gold coin, as if it were reacting to his words. You've become quicker to notice. Greed's composed voice came from the dusty gold coin. Show yourself, Greed. You don't need to rush me so much. A faint golden radiance spread out from the gold coin, and Greed returned to his original form. However, his shirt was completely shredded and his body was covered in injuries, suggesting that the blow he'd taken had been quite dangerous. After all, the dragons won't be able to arrive anytime soon. What do you mean by that? Wrath narrowed his eyes, gazing up at Greed. They have business to attend to. He casually tapped on his wrist, saying that they were going to be a bit late. What have you been doing? A merchant makes money, what else? Today was a huge loss, though Greed casually shook his hand. Because I had to spend 100 million just to survive. 100 million, Rayon gasped upon hearing his words. Did he summon that scale again? Rayon assumed that Greed had summoned the scale again to spend 100 million gold coins in order to survive Wrath's demonic field creation. That boundary's power was suitable for you. I really would have died without the scale. However, Greed's voice sank, deep and heavy. Next time will be different. He wasn't just confident, he was declaring it for sure. No, your head will roll at our next encounter. Wrath twisted his lips, glaring at Greed's golden eyes, whom Rayon furrowed his brow, watching as Wrath remained immobile. Is he at his limit? Just as the sword field creation exhausted all of the strength from the swordsman, Wrath's demonic field creation should have also consumed most of his demonic energy. It could be expected that he didn't have much time or demonic energy left. By the way, Wrath, Greed chuckled, leaning backward mid-air. That boundary you used, it was similar to Sieghart's sword field creation. By any chance his eyes glowed a vivid yellow. Are you raising a human? A hustler is talking shit again. Wrath bared his teeth, as white as the snow at dawn. The King of Essence doesn't raise anyone. The unripe simply flock to his embrace. If you're going to keep going with your bullshit, he raised his finger. What do you mean? Greed smiled faintly without answering his question. I'll be taking my leave now because I feel like Gluttony is going to eat me at this rate. Slurp Gluttony was actually licking her lips while watching Greed as he floated in the air. The next time we meet, they appeared faster than I thought. Greed started to raise his finger but stopped himself. He looked right and left, then shrugged his shoulders. Wrath, I'll pay the price for failing to recognize you with this. As soon as he finished speaking, huge wings that seemed to be made of gold burst from his back. A suffocating amount of demonic energy covered the night sky again. Whoosh! Greed flew to the west, suppressing Wrath and Gluttony's presence with his own, and the red and blue sparks appeared afterward to follow him. Rayon's eyes widened as he watched the golden radiance shine the most brilliantly among the multicolored flashes. The Dragon Lord, the energy was familiar. The Dragon Lord and the other dragons were starting to follow Greed. Is that what he meant by paying the price? Greed seemed to have implied that he would pay the price for suspecting Wrath by luring the dragons with him. He said he was a merchant. Since Greed had referred to himself as a merchant, He must have been trying to keep his credibility with that. Wrath watched the dragons chasing after greed for a while before he shifted his gaze. He confirmed the light wind division's state, unconscious under the frosty tree, then headed to Gluttony's side. Gluttony, conceal your demonic energy. Why? Gluttony tilted her head, unable to understand the reason. It'll be annoying if the lizards follow us. We can just eat them if they come here, just like back then. She licked her lips in anticipation. Huh, Rayon gasped while looking at Gluttony's tongue. Did he eat with her back then? It was absurd, but Rayon also felt like it was fully possible because they were both food wasters. Tusk. Wrath clicked his tongue at her pathetic statement. You haven't changed, still eating pebbles on the ground like a beggar. Then what else am I supposed to eat? Gluttony chewed and swallowed a steel frame that'd been engulfed in demonic energy. Have you ever? Wrath curled his lips into a smile, looking into Gluttony's blurry eyes. Heard of beet ice cream? Enter. Wrath confirmed that no one was inside and called Gluttony into the shop. He almost looked like a child, inviting his friend to his home. What is beet ice cream? Gluttony lifted her chin, her eyes showing no interest in the matter. It is the whole reason for humanity's existence and the demon god's blessing. What? Rayon let out a dry laugh, almost sighing. Since when did a human's creation become the demon god's blessing? The more ridiculous part was that it was apparently the reason for humanity's existence. Rayon fell speechless because of how absurd it was. HNNG. Wrath went over the counter and headed to where the ice cream was located while humming. The magical device must have broken as the ice cream had melted slightly, but he used his frost to freeze the ice cream again. This has been missed so much. He panted with an expression of exhilaration, as if he'd just witnessed God. Is this the so-called ice cream? Gluttony pouted, saying that the quantity wasn't enough. The quantity isn't the important part. Shove it down first before you speak. Wrath frowned at Gluttony and picked up a scooping spoon. This is such a long-awaited day. He started to scoop the ice cream into a freezer box with tears leaking from his eyes. The movement of his hands was even faster than a swift swordsman, even though it must have been his first time doing it. This demon, Rayon shook his head, watching Wrath transfer the bead ice cream. He was saving his strength. Greed had been hiding his power, but Wrath hadn't gone all out either. The reason for that was because he wanted to eat the ice cream afterward. He must have regretted having to return to his original form before he could eat during the previous manifestation. The Demon King was such a huge food waster, to the point that it was getting unbearable. All done, Wrath came out from the counter after putting all types of bead ice cream into the freezer box. He handed over one of the boxes to Gluttony. A mountain of ice cream raised from it. Try it out. Gluttony slowly observed the bead ice cream before she summoned the white mouth. It's too small. It's going to be over in a single bite. She opened the white mouth faintly and put the ice cream inside. You food waster. Wrath couldn't suppress his urge and strongly smacked the back of Gluttony's head. The loud smacking sound echoed inside the empty shop. Gluttony hung her head, then rolled her eyes. Why did you hit me? You aren't supposed to eat it like a savage. Pig out with your real mouth. Wrath shook his head, saying that she didn't know the correct way to eat it. Rayon also had a dumbfounded expression on his face as he watched Wrath and Gluttony. They were supposed to be the Demon Kings, yet their energies and appearances were the only things that were surreal about them. They were acting like idiots. Gluttony removed the white mouth while scratching the back of her head. She opened her real lips and took a bite of the bead ice cream. Crunch. As soon as the biting sound of the ice cream could be heard, Gluttony's blurry eyes started to sparkle as clearly as rubies. What is this, you fufu? Wrath nodded, having expected her reaction. This is what you call true taste, food waster. He patted Gluttony's shoulder as if he'd mastered everything about the human realm. It's tasty. It's really delicious. Gluttony smiled happily and kept eating the bead ice cream. Eat this one. This green ice cream is the best one. Wrath pointed at the mint chocolate that was placed at the edge. There was a significant amount, implying that Wrath wanted to recommend it to her. All right. Gluttony nodded and put the mint chocolate into her mouth. It didn't even take a second before she poked her tongue out. I don't like this. She shook her head for the first time. What's wrong with your taste? She has great taste when it comes to food. Wrath furrowed his brow and Rayon nodded. Yeah, you can fully enjoy it for today. Rayon chuckled, watching Wrath enjoy the ice cream with Gluttony. You saved us. Rayon thought that it would be nice if Wrath could enjoy the ice cream for a bit longer, but Wrath quietly murmured to him, Rayon Sieghart, you'll be paying for the ice cream here. What the hell, man? Wrath and Gluttony finally stopped moving their hands after eating like no tomorrow, finishing all of the ice cream in the shop. Rayon sighed while looking at Wrath's protruding belly. I'm definitely getting a stomachache today. It looked like Wrath's body, but it was actually his own. There was no way he was going to be fine when he'd filled his empty stomach with so much ice cream. Gluttony even started to chew on the metallic container after finishing all of the ice cream. This tastes like strawberry. She smiled happily, satisfied with the small amount of ice cream smeared on the container. Gluttony, stop it and come out. Wrath grabbed the nape of Gluttony's neck and dragged her out. The King of Essence forgot because he was occupied with the food, but he has something to tell you. Something to tell me. Gluttony tilted her head, wondering what he was talking about. Indeed. do you remember what the King of Essence told you earlier? Which part? He asked you to give him your authority. Wrath shook his finger with a grin on his face. Don't tell me. Rayon widened his eyes while looking at Wrath. Judging from his smile, he seemed to be planning to tell her that he didn't need that authority. You're being so sly. Since he'd only promised to protect him from greed, he definitely looked like he was trying to stop him from getting Gluttony's authority. I need to drive him out. Being unable to gain greed was a natural outcome, but he couldn't miss out on Gluttony. Rayon unleashed the power of his soul that had been keeping aside so far. About that. Just as Wrath was about to continue with an evil smile on his face, the power of Rayon's soul mustered by the Ring of Fire pushed away Wrath's soul and returned it to the center of his body. Whop! The Blue Demon King's body suddenly shrunk, returning Rayon to his original appearance. What? Gluttony simply blinked without being surprised because she'd already witnessed the transformation. We actually need to get it done quickly. Hand over your authority right now. Rayon raised his chin sharply, pretending to be Wrath as soon as he recovered his body. Cough, don't do it. Wrath shook his hand while letting out a few dry coughs after returning to being cotton candy, but Gluttony obviously couldn't hear him. Oh damn it, too much time was wasted while eating. He screamed loudly, saying that he'd spent all the time available to him eating the ice cream. Ha, Rayon exhaled briefly. My mind is hazy. Both his body and mind were ruined by the Demon King's advent. He couldn't even tell exactly how injured he was or how much of a loss he'd suffered. However, he couldn't just collapse yet. He had to get Gluttony's authority at the cost of his life. What a complicated way of asking for it. Gluttony nodded while pouting. And no, don't do it. Don't give him anything further. This is why you shouldn't have eaten so much ice cream. But who knows when this chance will come around again. Wrath shook his head while sniffling. Anyway, it's all over now. While Rayon was pushing Wrath away as he kept struggling, Gluttony grabbed his wrist. A sticky and void emotion entered his body through Gluttony's hand. It had a similar feeling to when he'd obtained Wrath, Sloth, and Envy's emotions, yet different at the same time. PSH. Once Gluttony took her hand off, a white flower bracelet was formed around his wrist. I've made it to have the same shape as the others. It's a flower, Rayon lamented. He couldn't afford to request the shape he wanted because he had to push Wrath away in a hazy state. Damn it, that one should have been prevented at all costs. Wrath clutched his head, despairing over the worst outcome. It can't be helped since it already happened. I'll need to get something else to go with it instead. Gluttony. Rayon raised the white flower bracelet toward Gluttony. Can you make it activate faster? I'll get hungry if I do that, though. Then I'll give you something that allows you to beat ice cream in other locations, too. Something that allows me to eat ice cream. Yes. Rayon nodded and took out a pile of gold from his subspace pocket. And no, Wrath shook his head so quickly that his mouth wasn't visible anymore. You'll be ruined too if you help him. He's going to destroy the entirety of Devildom. Head to wherever it smells like ice cream and hand over those gold coins. It'll allow you to eat all you want. Rayon ignored Wrath and showed the gold coins to Gluttony. Gluttony nodded in agreement and touched the flower bracelet. Whap. Once she removed her hand, a faint life force started to emanate from the white flower petals. Just take a nap and it'll be awakened. Damn it. Wrath furiously ground his teeth. You've gained Gluttony and the food waster over there can have more ice cream now. You are both infuriating. Cough, he punched in the air, cursing both Rayon and Gluttony. But there's one fortunate thing about all of this. Wrath let out a small sigh. A fortunate thing. You would have become a real monster if you gained greed's emotions. It was a great choice to let him go. Wrath shook his head, saying that he would never allow Rayon to have an easy path even though he acknowledged his tenacity. Wait, I thought you were running out of time, but did you actually let him leave on purpose? Yufufu, the King of Essence, will stop you from having your wa. It was just as a faint smile surfaced on his face. You've gained Gluttony's favor. You were acknowledged by Wrath. You forced greed to retreat. You've achieved the impossible. Wait a moment, it can't be. The messages scrolled up rapidly, as if they were reacting to the trembling Wrath. No, Wrath shouted loudly. The King of Essence did most of that. Why are you rewarding him instead? With all these rewards, Rayon rubbed Gluttony's flower bracelet while watching Wrath cry in despair. It's worth wearing a flower bracelet. Shut up. Gluttony smiled in satisfaction while watching the pile of gold. That's not food. Rayon gestured at Gluttony, leaving the message windows behind. I know. Gluttony nodded, hugging the pile of gold like a precious treasure. And don't kill or eat humans if possible. Rayon looked at Gluttony while putting the payment for ice cream in metal containers on the counter. Why not? Because they won't be able to make the ice cream anymore if they die. Gluttony nodded, showing that she fully understood what he was saying. Rayon was actually saying that because it would become complicated in many ways if Gluttony started to cause issues, and he was glad it worked. Arg, Wrath groaned in pain, clutching his temple. That stupid simpleton of a food waster. Why is she being deceived by that? He shook his head, calling her a doormat that he would never be able to understand. Rayon wanted to tell Wrath that he was the best doormat of them all but suppressed his urge. I'm leaving. Gluttony finally stood up after chewing up all of the metallic containers in the ice cream shop. To where? It's a bit far away from here, but I can smell the ice cream from there. She raised her finger and pointed at the east. Rayan gasped, shifting his gaze to follow Gluttony's finger. That direction is that Finnic kingdom. There were many villages around the holy kingdom of Spur, but the only city large enough to have an ice cream shop was in the Finnic kingdom, located a significant distance away. Even a dog couldn't match up to her sense of smell, since she even managed to pick up the scent of ice cream from the Finnic kingdom. It was a quality befitting the monarch of Gluttony. Gluttony. Rayan put his hand on Gluttony's head. He felt like he was touching soft cotton. He thought he was probably the first one among humans to hold a demon king's head. She slowly raised her eyes, implying that she didn't really mind him touching her head. Come to the King of Essence if you run out of gold. Of course, only do it when no one else is around, and make sure to completely conceal your demonic energy. All right. Gluttony nodded, showing that she understood. Why, you bastard, no way. Wrath's eyes trembled as he looked at Gluttony. Are you trying to take advantage of even Gluttony? I can't stay here doing nothing when she is favorable to me. Rayan smiled while looking at the message stating that he'd gained Gluttony's favor. Gluttony believed that he was Wrath. Since he might need to borrow her power one day, there was nothing to lose from being on friendly terms with her. Wrath grabbed Rayan by his collar and shook him violently. This all happened because the King of Essence fed her ice cream. Why are you the one benefiting from it? No one asked you to do that, though. Rayan smiled cheerfully, watching Wrath's reddened face. Arg, this is driving him nuts. Wrath let out an incomprehensible scream, shouting that he would never forgive him. Food waster, you're being deceived right now. He is a virtuous man, pretty much an angel from heaven. You can't trust him, never. I can't tell if you're complimenting or cursing me. Rayan laughed bitterly while shaking his head. See ya. Gluttony casually waved her hand and disappeared into the white shadows. Rayan furrowed his brow slightly, lowering the hand that had been patting Gluttony's head. I still had something to ask her. What is it? What are you trying to extort from her now? I wanted to learn how Gluttony works. She's an idiot who knows nothing but eating. Do you really think she would know how it works? Moreover, it applies differently depending on the person. Wrath wrinkled his nose, criticizing him for asking again after having experienced it multiple times before. Well, that's true. Rayan calmly nodded. Considering how envy had changed into admiration, Gluttony's gluttony was most likely going to be different from the gluttony he was going to obtain. Let's check out the messages now. Rayan's hands trembled as he was trying to check the messages. The strength left his legs and his knees automatically touched the ground. My head, his body felt as heavy as drenched cotton, probably because the tension he'd been barely maintaining had left along with gluttony. Just sleep instead of trying to fight it. Rayan tried to force himself to open his eyes, but he saw Wrath furrowing his brow. You are at your limit. His eyes closed before he knew it upon hearing his blunt yet warm words. Rimmer hurriedly stood up as soon as he opened his eyes. What even happened? He'd stood in front of a demon who was spreading a tremendous amount of demonic energy in order to save Rayan and the Light Wind Division, but he'd suddenly lost consciousness. Why did I even faint? It was impossible for him to simply faint without realizing it, as he had pushed his upper energy center to its limit, fully prepared for death. He couldn't find any trace of the demon's attack on him either, making him unable to understand the situation. Rayan, Saintess Olga raised her head with difficulty. He hit the back of your neck. Rayan did? Yes, I didn't see what happened after because I also lost consciousness. She barely managed to lift her upper body, exhaling a breath mixed with the scent of blood. Oh no, Rimmer looked around him while biting his lip to the point of bleeding. The Light Wind Division, holy knights, priests, and the kingdom's citizens were alive and breathing behind him, but Rayan was nowhere to be seen. Where the hell is he? He forced himself to stand, steadying his trembling legs. That was when he saw it. Everything that existed on one side of the kingdom was completely gone, all that remained a pure white. It was truly a sinister sight. What is this? He understood as soon as he saw it. The phenomenon was created by a single manifestation of power. He was shocked by the fact that there were people other than Glenn who were capable of achieving it. Rimmer swallowed nervously and walked towards the land where everything had disappeared. Rayan, please, he and Rayan had stood there. If such a powerful demonic energy was activated, even Rayan would have been unable to survive. Damn it, Rimmer started to dig the ground with bare hands while shouting. What even happened? Where am I? The Light Wind Division started to wake up one after the other upon hearing Rimmer's scream and frightening pressure. What is this? Shit, what even happened here? Rayan, Burin, Martha, and Runnan were unable to close their widened mouths upon seeing the void left by the flower in the snow. Get up right now, Rimmer turned around. A frightening red light flickered across his green eyes. And find Rayan. Find him no matter what, even if you have to search the entire kingdom. Rayan. Yes, he is the only one missing right now. Burin and Martha's faces turned pale. Runnan was the first one to run out, not even responding to him. Her blank eyes reflected her impatience, a rare occurrence by itself. We're going too. This damn guy. The Light Wind Division, including Dorian and Crane, also nodded and stood up right away. Wait, we'll split up. The first team goes to the west, the second team to the north, and the third team to the south. Burin issued orders to the Light Wind swordsman with wrinkles on his brow. I'll check out the overall kingdom. Mark Goten sighed deeply and left in the opposite direction from Runnan. We should go too. Hopin stood up while faltering and raised his hand toward the Holy Knights. Split into divisions and find the Light Wind Division leader. The same goes for you. Find him no matter what, even if you have to turn all the buildings upside down. Olga agreed with Hopin and also dispatched the priests. Since the Holy Knights and the priests were fully aware that they'd been saved by Rayon, they spread all around the kingdom, running despite their injuries. Please let me find you. Rimmer kept digging the ground from his original spot, even though everyone else had left. He thought that Rayon was most likely buried there instead of somewhere else if he was still alive. He was digging through the ground to the point where his skin was wearing off from the back of his hand when a whistling sound could be heard from the main street. It was the signal from the Light Wind Division's second team. Rimmer ran to that spot without even thinking about shaking the dirt off his hands and clothes. Even though it wasn't that far and he was running as fast as possible, he felt overwhelmingly frustrated. He even activated the Light Wind style to reach the signal's location, spotting an ice cream shop where the signboard had fallen off. Everyone from the Light Wind Division was already inside. Is he really here? Rimmer entered while gasping because of the unexpected location and saw that Burin, Martha, and Runnan were facing each other. Rayon was breathing quietly at the center of them with his eyes closed. He has a serious injury inflicted by demonic energy, but he isn't in a fatal state. Saintess Olga nodded while putting down Rayon's wrist, which she had been holding. We shouldn't need to worry about him. She twisted her lips slightly, showing that she herself was the most relieved by that fact. Waiting for the result of the examination felt like hell. I would rather fight the 5 demons. Burin and Martha sighed deeply in exhaustion. Runnan was finally able to raise her head, looking at Rayon. Small traces of tears trickled from her eyes. I'm so glad. My hands are still shaking so hard. Me too. I couldn't even breathe when I saw him. The Light Wind swordsmen sank to the ground, their strength leaving their bodies. But why is this crazy bastard even here? It looks like he ate all the ice cream here. Is he possessed by a ghost who perished before eating ice cream? Burin and Martha furrowed their brows, unable to understand the situation. It looks like he even ate the metallic frames, not just the ice cream. Dorian's eyes trembled as he lifted a chunk of metal that seemed to have been spat out after being chewed. There's no way that could be the case. Crane smiled, saying that he was going too far with that assumption. No, it's true. There's lots of crushed scrap metal here. Dorian lifted another chunk of metal, and the Light Wind swordsmen let out a small chorus of laughter. They could finally smile despite the clear exhaustion on their faces upon learning that Rayon was safe. Rimmer realized while watching the swordsmen gathered around Rayon the significance of Rayon Sieghart for both himself and the Light Wind Division. I won't even be able to call him a small king anymore soon enough. He smiled quietly while patting Rayon's head. I'll need to refer to him as a real king. Rayon slowly opened his eyes. He could see a clean white ceiling, one that looked like the kind you'd find in a hospital room. His head and chest were aching as if they were being stabbed by a burning blade. It hurts, but I managed to survive at least. He was worried about what was going to happen after fainting in the ice cream shop, but fortunately enough, he could tell that he'd been successfully rescued. It's embarrassing now that I think about it. His face heated up when he thought about the Light Wind Division hurriedly looking for him and finding him in an ice cream shop. The embarrassment felt even more painful than physical pain. You've realized it. Wrath flew towards him and nodded his head. Everyone called you crazy. He giggled and laughed at him. It's your fault. You always impersonate the King of Essence. What's the issue with the King of Essence doing that much? Rayon couldn't refute his words when it was put in that way. It feels great to see you shut your mouth. You should do the same in the Fudu. Wrath was darting his tongue out to laugh at him, but the trait Gluttony was activated. The white flower bracelet given to him by Gluttony shone brilliantly in white, popping up a message about Gluttony's activation. Wrath froze with his tongue pulled out. This is my opinion, but isn't the system your sworn enemy, not greed? Shut up. Wrath shook his head, telling him to stop saying nonsense. Then let's check it out. Rayon loaded the description about Gluttony's ability. Gluttony. All stats, soul level, and natural recovery increase whenever you fill your stomach with food you personally find delicious. Consuming an elixir has a drastically increased efficiency. Rayon automatically widened his eyes as soon as he read the description. I still had doubts, but should this really be happening? Increasing the stats and soul level every time he ate delicious food was completely absurd. He could only gasp at it. Moreover, it even amplifies the elixir's effect. Since consuming elixirs also counted as eating in the end, gluttony amplified its effect. To be honest, Rayon felt like that ability shouldn't even exist in the world. I should be nicer to her next time we meet. Rayon raised his head, thinking to himself that he should give Gluttony more gold coins the next time she came to see him, but then he noticed that Wrath was unexpectedly calm. You're looking so peaceful. Wrath furrowed his brow slightly. This much is expected. Well, I guess. Since Wrath was there to watch when Gluttony gave him her authority, he must have expected that trait to be formed. Then let's continue. Continue what? We didn't check the previous messages. Rayon loaded all the previous messages with a grin on his face. You've gained Gluttony's favor. You were acknowledged by Wrath. You forced Greed to retreat. You've achieved the impossible. All stats have increased by 30. Even for an impossible achievement, giving 30 whole stat points when he already had a high number was a tremendous reward. 30. Wrath's eyes widened in disbelief. What the foo? You were expecting this too, weren't you? Oh, of course. He started to swear, but he nodded awkwardly instead. He was apparently trying to maintain his dignity since he'd even forced Greed to retreat. Then let's continue. Rayon chuckled and loaded the next set of messages. The trait. Water resistance has increased in rank. The trait. Perception of the snow flower has increased in rank. The trait. Iron will has increased in rank. The trait. Divinity blooming from the underworld has increased in rank. The trait. Water affinity has increased in rank. The trait. Magic armor of snow flower has increased in rank. The messages were announcing the increased trait ranks. There were a lot more of them than the other times, but that was understandable because all of those traits were related to the battle. There are 6 of them. You knew about them too, didn't you? Of course. Wrath's eyes were shaking left and right like a pendulum. With the King of Essence's foresight, this much is nothing. His cheeks were shaking like cotton candy despite his claim that he'd expected it. You've directly experienced the sensation of Wrath moving his body. All stats have increased by 15. Your soul level increased drastically. The trait. Focus has increased in rank. It seemed to be the reward for feeling like he was actually going through that battle himself inside Wrath's body during the Demon King's advent. Wrath, did you know when to stop? You bastards. Wrath became strawberry-flavored cotton candy, unable to suppress his anger anymore. Cough, you don't know when to stop just because the King of Essence is keeping quiet. He'll seriously destroy you. Got it. He coughed and raged, but the system vanished without responding after completing its task. This is infuriating. Gak, the King of Essence will destroy that thing as soon as he returns. I've gained so much. All of his stats, several of his traits, and even his soul level had increased. Of course, Gluttony was the best harvest among them all. Wrath sank to the ground and sniffled. The damn hustler already looked down on him, but it's going to get even worse. He shook his head, saying that it was too harsh. Rayon watched Wrath shrink for a while and lowered his head slightly. What? Huh? Wrath widened his eyes, wondering what he was even talking about. I didn't think that you were really going to take the burden from the Demon King's advent. Even though he'd performed the Demon King's advent. Considering the fact that his upper energy center took less damage despite the fact that he'd gotten stronger, clearly implied that Wrath had taken his burden. Don't sound so pathetic. Wrath frowned, telling him to stop saying nonsense. The King of Essence always keeps his word. Cough. He started coughing mid-sentence. I'll eat everything you want once my body recovers. Rayon smiled faintly, watching Wrath keep coughing nonstop. Stop that shit. After I recover, eat the hell up right now. You have Gluttony now. Ah, that's true. Rayon nodded. Since Gluttony had the ability to enhance his recovery, he could guess that eating should allow for a faster recovery. Did I become a zombie or something? He just needed to eat and sleep to recover his aura, stamina, and willpower. He couldn't help thinking that he'd become a monster beyond human limits. Rayon was laughing bitterly when the door opened up and Saintess Olga made her entrance. She met his eyes, realizing he was awake, and shouted, "Your lord is awake." A huge noise that sounded like the corridor was collapsing could be heard even before Olga finished speaking, and the light wind division swarmed into the room. Rayon, you punk, are you all right? What did you even do? Run-On, Martha, and Burn were the first ones to approach him and stood next to the bed. Division leader, young master, I was so worried. Dorian and Yua sniffled with trembling shoulders. The other light wind swordsmen were also showing their worry in their eyes. Rayon was telling everyone that he was fine when Rimmer nodded at him, being the last one to arrive. What even happened after we fainted? Where did that monster go? She started to fight with another demon and disappeared. Rayon nodded at Rimmer. Another monster. Yes, 2 demons fought like crazy and ran away as soon as the dragons appeared. They seemed to be antagonizing each other. Rayon told him the brief response that he'd prepared in advance. Do the demons fight against each other? It should be obvious. After all, humans also swing their swords against each other. Then we got lucky this time. The light wind division was smiling in relief, but Rimmer stroked his chin with a somewhat unconvinced expression on his face. Saintess Olga remained quiet for a while, making it difficult to tell what she was thinking, before she gestured at him with her hand. How is your body? Can you move at least? I'm feeling some pain, but I can move around just fine. Rayan nodded while slowly turning his shoulder. Then get ready. We have something to attend to, Olga declared and left the room. What do we need to attend to? Rayan blinked while gazing up at Rimmer. I'm not sure. Despite his response, the faint smile on Rimmer suggested that he was already aware of what it was. Rayan put on the white outfit that Olga sent to him and entered the palace, guided by the holy knights. Since the palace was located behind Wrath during the battle, only the outer walls were destroyed, and the interior wasn't really damaged. That's a relief. It was something of a relief at least, as the entire kingdom would have stopped functioning for a while if even the palace had been destroyed. Wrath nodded his head while letting out a dry cough. He moved to the outskirts on purpose because there were lots of humans there. Good job. Rayan casually patted Wrath's head while smiling faintly. A dizzying pain visited his chest from moving his hand. He figured he would need to take some time to rest once it was over. Bring some tasty food instead if you have time for touching. Cough. The king of essence's head. Alhum. Rayan started to respond to Wrath but tilted his head instead. He'd thought he would be brought into the palace, but the holy knight was walking towards the royal garden. Why? He tilted his head because he couldn't understand why he was heading that way, and he saw that countless people were lined up in a garden that was as vast as the great training ground. Saintess Olga, Sir Kinnear, high priests, holy knight captains, and countless priests and knights were standing with their hands put together. Multiple layers of white cloth covered the pillars and trees in the garden, implying that they were preparing for an important ceremony, and everyone's outfits were as splendid as when they were performing the sacred ceremony. Hopen stood up from the center of the priests, surrounded by a noble light. His coat was ornate, the white and gold symbolizing the holy kingdom of Spur fluttering beautifully. You've arrived. Hopen smiled while showing intense emotion in his gaze, as if he was going to start shedding tears at any moment. What's happening right now? Rayan asked. Thank me. Rayan tilted his head, and Hopen fell on one knee with a faint smile on his face. Greetings to the holy kingdom of Spur's benefactor, he shouted, and everyone standing in the garden made the same posture as him. Greetings to the holy kingdom of Spur's benefactor. The pain in his chest was removed not by their holy power, but by the resonance delivering their sincere gratitude. We have a request for our benefactor. Hopen raised his head with a subtle smile on his face. What would that request be? Hopen shifted his gaze to the right as if it were the answer to Rayan's question. A platinum-colored crown gleamed with a dazzling shine, as if the sunlight itself had been melted into it. Would you do us the honor of placing the crown on my head during today's coronation ceremony? A coronation ceremony. Rayan's fingers trembled as he looked into Hopen's blue eyes. Does that mean that everyone is gathered here for the... Yes, they are preparing for my coronation ceremony. Hopen showed a small, embarrassed smile. I see. Rayan had been curious about why so many people were gathered in the garden, and now he understood. All of the executives gathered in the garden must have been preparing for Hopen's coronation ceremony. There are many matters that should have taken priority over the coronation ceremony, but... Hopen shifted his gaze to the outside of the garden. He sighed deeply, gaze skimming over the kingdom that had yet to be restored. Because the kingdom took such a huge amount of damage, they said that filling the empty spot of the king takes priority. That's why we're having the coronation ceremony today. I insisted. Saintess Olga nodded with her arms crossed. She had gained another tattoo while he hadn't seen her. We need a trustworthy leader to appease people's anxiety. Actually, we have another thing that we need to tell you, Sir Rayan. Hopen bit his lip, sighing heavily. I'm listening. Rayan lowered his chin slightly, noticing what Hopen was about to talk about. It's about my father. Hopen lowered his eyes, disheveling his neat hair. We've announced that my father, Father Fearn, and Sir Danif were controlled by an incredibly powerful demon. The entire kingdom would likely collapse if the truth about them joining forces with demons to sacrifice the people were to spread. He hung his head in shame. We're so sorry. There was no other way. I'm sorry. Olga and Kinnear also looked at the ground in addition to Hopen. No, I also believe that it was the right thing to do. Rayan calmly nodded. It can't be helped. Since King Beorn Fearn, who was the pontiff's proxy, and the royal guard captain Danif were the biggest pillars of Spur, it was a lot better for the sake of the kingdom's future to announce that it was a demon scheme rather than them joining hands with demons. If the truth about the king personally bringing demons into the land were to spread, the kingdom wouldn't be able to remain a holy kingdom anymore. Cough. Rayan shifted his gaze towards Wrath, who was still letting out dry coughs. Why are you being quiet now? Wrath was being strangely quiet even though he should have started rampaging, telling them to stop laughing at demons. That's the right thing to do to maintain the kingdom. Moreover, we're also at fault since we scammed them with a contract. but everyone in this kingdom is going to despise the demons as a result. Cough, it's fine. Wrath calmly nodded while coughing in pain. We are used to being villains. Rayon noticed that something was wrong upon hearing that. God and Celestials. He had a feeling that God, Celestials, demons, and demon kings were a lot different from the concept in his knowledge. Sir Rayon. While Rayon was stroking his beardless chin, Hopin took a step towards him. Can we request that you bestow the crown upon me? Isn't the bestower supposed to be the one holding the highest position in the kingdom? Why would I? Rayon leaned backwards slightly upon seeing Hopin's passionate eyes. Because I, or rather everyone, owes their salvation to you, Sir Rayon. Hopin put his hands together in front of him. It was you who stopped my father, who was covering himself in demonic energy, and also you who defeated the demon named Silkrith who'd appeared afterward. No one else could even dare to face them, but you were the only one wielding your sword to fight against them. This kingdom would have already disappeared if it weren't for that. He lowered his head again, his eyes revealing his gratitude. If you are the one to do this, I feel like I'll be able to walk this path with the same determination as you. Hopin's back was trembling faintly as he bowed. He seemed to be afraid of his future as the king, rather than looking forward to it. There's another reason besides that. Olga raised her finger. You have an unimaginable reputation right now in Spur. What do you mean by that? Many witnessed it when you defeated the demon. The demon that toyed with the king, the pontiff's proxy, and the royal guard captain knelt in front of a young and handsome swordsman. Don't you think it's only natural that there'd be a huge ruckus? She shrugged her shoulders, saying that it was a natural outcome. It's unfortunately true. Kinnear nodded. The great deed you accomplished is being spread to the entire continent, not just this kingdom. You'll be quite suitable for the position since you even match up to me in appearance. He smiled, weakly flicking his hair. Cut the crap already. Olga and Martha furrowed their brows deeply, telling him to stop with the nonsense. You're fucking ugly. The only similarity you have with Rayon is that you have 2 eyes, 1 nose, and a mouth. They'd been on bad terms this whole time, but they glared at Kinnear at the same time with killing gazes. No one looked similar to the damn handsome Rayon. Run-On also glared sideways with her blank eyes, displeased by his statement. Kinnear flinched and stepped backward, implying that it seriously hurt his feelings. Please. Hopin lowered his head once again, asking him to bestow the crown upon him for his sake and the sake of the kingdom. Rayon looked back instead of answering right away. There's no reason to hesitate. Rimmer nodded, implying that he should accept it. It might feel like a lot of pressure, but I believe it'd be best to accept it for the sake of the holy kingdom of Spur. It will be helpful for both parties. Burin and Mark Goten advised him to accept it, saying that it was a good thing. I'll do it. Rayon calmly nodded his head. He ordered the coronation ceremony to start right away, as if he wanted to get it done before Rayon changed his mind. Since the preparations were almost done already, the garden was soon filled with executives and countless people gathered in the capital. Mysteriously, the people weren't simply shouting the new king's name, but also Rayon's name at the same time. Rayon touched his earlobe while listening to his name coming from the capital. This is embarrassing. The fact that his name was resounding even louder than Hopin's, who was being crowned as the king, made him feel more pressured than happy. However, he resolved to participate in the coronation seriously in order to relieve people's worries. Since the kingdom wasn't fully restored yet, the ceremony was kept simple. They prayed to God under the name of the new king and comforted the deceased, then immediately proceeded to the crown's bestowal. Please come onto the platform, Light Wind Division Leader, the Master of Ceremonies declared. Rayon went onto the golden platform that only the king should have been allowed to stand on. His name resounded countless times in the capital. Olga was standing next to him, carrying the crown with the demeanor of a quiet saintess instead of her usual ferocious gaze. Holy King, please kneel in front of the bestower. Hopin fell on one knee in front of Rayon with an excited expression on his face. Huck, the bestower is supposed to give a short bit of advice when you place the crown. Wrath licked his lips. He looked like he was thinking about a memory in the past. Whatever is fine, so just say something, I know. Rayon nodded and took the crown that Olga had brought to him with his fingers. The crown was light but felt heavy. Thinking that he was about to bestow the crown on the king of a different kingdom made a huge weight pressed down upon his fingers. He thought about King Beorn while bringing the crown above Hopin's head. Since he used to be an extremely virtuous person, Rayon came to think that he probably needed someone to open his heart and confess all his pain. Contemplating and enduring the pain on your own doesn't make you a strong person. There are many good people around you. Share your pain with them and talk to them about your sadness. The king is truly strong only when they can withstand it until the very end. Rayon wasn't just thinking about the previous incident. He was also reflecting on his life as he put the crown on Hopin's head. I'll bear it in mind, Hopin answered while lowering his head, feeling the heaviness of the crown. Rayon bowed to the new king before descending from the platform, and Hopin bowed back before heading onto the platform. Actually, I'm not an amazing person who is suitable for this position. I'm weak and inexperienced. However, I love this country more than anyone else. Even if I can't make Spur into a rich and powerful country, I pledge to God that I'll make it into the most livable kingdom in the world. Hopen knelt towards the people from under the platform. The setting sun dwelling upon the white crown spread its dazzling radiance. It almost looked like God was blessing the ascent of a new king. Woa. The executives and capital citizens standing in the garden sent a round of applause and cheers. They should have only been calling Hopen's name, but a large portion of them were also shouting Rayon's name at the same time. Wrath ground his teeth in displeasure. What's wrong now? They should be calling the King of Essence's name, not yours. He shook his plump fist while looking down at the capital. The King of Essence worked so hard to avoid getting them killed. The King of Essence wants to be praised too. Then I'll call your name instead. Ha, Wrath, Wrath, Wrath. Rayon called Wrath's name with a dispirited voice. You are better off not doing it. This is as depressing as a rag under the rain. Wrath shook his head, pleading with him to shut his mouth. Wrath, 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 shut up already. Wrath shook his hand, telling him to shut up. Since I become the king, I shall issue my first command. Hopen nodded while gazing down upon the capital. Everyone should be busy, but we can't let the coronation ceremony end like this. After all, it's pretty much the biggest festival we have. He put his hands together, and a snow-white radiance floated into the sky like starlight. We've prepared a small banquet. I hope everyone will enjoy it. Hopen declared it to be a festival, and another round of loud cheers erupted from the capital. He is a man of culture. Wrath smiled, showing his favorable impression for the first time. That's enough with calling the name. Just eat the food that the King of Essence will ask for. All right, all right. But before then, Rayon smiled faintly while looking at the steaming dishes. I'd like to experiment a little. Is there any Nadine bread around? What did you say, you crazy bastard? Despite Wrath's concerns, every dish laid out in the garden was a splendid creation of supreme taste. Wow. As a result, Wrath kept exclaiming as if his soul were leaving his body whenever he ate something. This is the joy of human life. It was worth saving them. He smiled cheerfully, saying that it was happiness. Try that out next. Cough. Wrath kept pointing at another dish despite his coughs. Rayon sighed and popped the roasted shrimp that Wrath was pointing at into his mouth. His stomach was already full, making it even more uncomfortable, but he couldn't stop eating because of Wrath. Bring that roasted beef next. I'm already full though, it looks like. Gluttony is full, too. Cough, gack. Wrath started to cough instead of arguing with him. Rayon felt like he was just taking advantage of his sickness, but he had to grant his request because he couldn't inspect cotton candy. Rayon shook his head, then chewed and swallowed the bone-roasted beef. Wow, Wrath exclaimed. The meat is tender, yet it's extremely juicy. This is the taste. Chef, bring the chef. The King of Essence shall personally compliment them. He smiled brightly while licking his lips deeply. I really can't eat. Rayon sighed while rubbing his stomach, but... You've completely filled your hunger. The trait gluttony has activated. The reward is drastically increased for the first activation. All stats have increased by 1. Soul level has increased. While satiation is maintained, stamina and physical regeneration are increased 6-fold. Messages appeared one after the other, announcing the results of Gluttony's activation. Wow, Rayon was the one who exclaimed deeply this time. This is the taste. This is the joy of human life. What the hell is that first activation? Are you even making shit up now to give him more stuff because just giving away wasn't enough? Wrath yelled at the messages, dumbfounded by the situation. Rayon chuckled while looking at Wrath. I thought I was already full, but that wasn't the case. He'd thought that he was already full and... Gluttony was active, but he was mistaken. Eating until he was on the verge of bursting was the requirement for activating. Gluttony, shut up already. Cough, gack. Wrath had been smiling happily until a moment ago, but he started coughing nonstop. Rayon smiled while watching Wrath's protruding mouth. Sir Rayon, Hopen came up to him and handed over the glass that he was holding. It looks like the dishes were to your liking. Yes, all of them were delicious. Actually, I didn't expect you to be such a gourmand, Sir Rayon. He expressed his amazement, looking at the plates piled up on the table. Now that I've seen this, I can finally understand that rumor about you eating all the bead ice cream. About that. Rayon glared at Wrath and rubbed the back of his head. It was embarrassing, but he couldn't bring himself to say that he wasn't the one who ate them. I'm just kidding. Hopen shook his head with a faint smile on his face. He licked his lips, gazing upon the capital's citizens, who were eliminating the darkness with their smiles and passion. I never knew that the crown was so heavy. I might have been able to save my father if I had known about this weight a bit earlier. Matters of the past should be left in the past. The only thing that should be taken from the past is self-reflection. Rayon stated while looking at Hopen's shoulders, which seemed to have gotten narrower than before. Since your majesty has a clear view of things, you should be able to tell right and wrong apart even when countless people are communicating with you. You can talk to me as well if you have a serious concern. I'll think about it with you, as the one who bestowed the crown upon you. He extended his hand and held Rayon's shoulder. The Holy Kingdom of Spur and I will stand with Sir Rayon and the Light Wind Division, no matter when or for what reason you call for our help." Hopin put his hands together in prayer, saying that it was the first pledge he was making as the new king. "You don't need to go that far." Rayon lifted Hopin with a smile. He could see the road behind him where Wrath's flower in the snow was activated. It looked like they still had a long way to go for the restoration. "Are there any issues with the restoration?" "Actually, we are having some difficulties." Hopin let out a short sigh. "War has broken out in too many places recently, and the commercial guild that we've been trading with is unable to acquire the materials. Some of them even seem to have no intention of providing them to us at all." He furrowed his brow, saying that it was a strange thing to happen. "Dorian." Rayon extended his hand to the right side. "Yes." Dorian was eating some snacks but hurriedly ran toward him upon hearing the call. "He is the Cephia Company's successor." Cephia Company. Hopin's jaw dropped, showing that Dorian's identity was completely unexpected for him. "I'm not officially announced as a successor yet. I'm just in training." Dorian shook his head with a smile. He said that they are having a hard time getting the materials for the kingdom's restoration. "Can you make some connections for them? If it's about construction materials, I have some on me." He took out enough lumber to cover the entire garden from his belly pocket as he spoke. Hopin's chin trembled violently while looking at Dorian and his belly pocket. "But it'll be better to start trading with our company." Dorian smiled cheerfully and brought Hopin to a table. "What price do you have in mind about that? For example, we can offer the first purchase discount and a bulk purchase discount." He didn't let Hopin escape from his tight grasp, as if he already became a merchant. Rayon chuckled and looked up to the sky that was brimming with starlight. "It's time to return to Sieghart now." Rayon left the festival slightly early and returned to his room. "Dessert, we couldn't have any beet ice cream. There was none because you two ate them all. The beet ice cream wasn't replenished after Wrath and Gluttony finished them all. Even the surrounding areas didn't have any, which was probably because Gluttony had wiped them all out. As a result, Run-On fell victim to it and was sad during the festival. That was a mistake. He shouldn't have told the food waster about it. Please be quiet." Rayon pushed Wrath away and prepared for cultivation. Flap, flap. A yellow sparrow flew to the window and flapped its wings. "Were there yellow sparrows in the world?" Rayon looked at the sparrow and his chin started to tremble. The edges of the yellow sparrow's beak were curling upwards into a deep smile as if it were a human being. Cough. Wrath screamed and hid behind Rayon's back. "Merlin." Rayon swallowed nervously while watching the smiling sparrow. He thought for a moment that he was glad she didn't just appear out of nowhere, but her smile made him even more frightened. Rayon calmed himself down and opened the window, and the sparrow flapped its wings to fly at him, landing on his shoulder. Rayon, he'd guessed it right. Merlin's voice came from the sparrow's beak, and her cheerful voice almost sounded refreshing. "When did you get here? I already told you, you are asking the wrong question." She shook her head and corrected him. "I've been with you from the moment you got here." "From the moment, Rayon's eyes widened upon hearing Merlin's answer. "From the beginning. If she'd entered the kingdom with him, she might have witnessed it when he talked to the Demon King. After all, even Wrath couldn't detect her animal possession spell." "No way did you. I've been standing by to help you if anything dangerous happened to you, and I saw everything." "A demon." Merlin's voice became serious. An alarm bell rang in his head at the same time. Rayon swallowed nervously as he met Merlin's blazing blue eyes. "This is dangerous." Even if it was Merlin, she wasn't going to take it lightly since demons were involved. The Demon King's advent was especially dangerous. If the fact that Rayon had that ability were to spread, he would obviously become the common enemy of the continent. Even the Dragon Lord might start chasing after him. Not even Sieghart would be able to protect him, leaving him with no other option than death. "Merlin, So cool." Rayon was trying to carefully bring it up to avoid revealing his weakness, but Merlin's smile deepened even more. Rayon's eyes lost focus, turning blank. What Merlin had just said felt unreal. Making a Demon King manifest to fight another Demon King, that's the best. Merlin gazed up to the air with a fascinated expression on her face. She seemed to be thinking about the battle between Wrath and Greed. "Did you really watch all that?" "It was suffocating because of the demonic energy, but I endured it. I'm glad that I was quite far away from the battle." Rayon could guess that she'd consumed her lifespan again when she said she endured it. "I'm just speechless. Did that madwoman really witness the King of Essence's face?" Wrath's entire body trembled in fear, despite the fact that he remained confident even against Greed. Well, it's a relief that Merlin was the witness. Judging from what she'd said, he could guess that he didn't need to worry about her talking to other people about the Demon King. However, it was still important to make sure just in case. "Merlin, the fact that I'm associated with demons. I'm not telling anyone, of course. I'll be the only one who knows about it." Merlin stroked her body with her wings, filled with affection. "Because knowing a secret about you that no one else knows brings me an exhilarating joy." Ah. Rayan lowered his eyes, trembling violently in fear. Why is everyone around me so abnormal? On top of saying that the Demon King's advent was cool, she even wanted to monopolize the secret. A chill ran down his spine. He was well aware that magicians were eccentric, but Merlin was in a league of her own. Cough, why are you asking the obvious? Wrath shook his head, asking why he was even wondering. It's because you are the craziest among them all that crazy people flock around you. What do you mean? Rayan was about to refute Wrath's words, but shut his mouth. When he calmed down and thought about it, he was indeed far from being normal as well. Gag. Wrath started to cough in the middle of his laughter. Seeing you finally shut your mouth feels so grea cough. Say that after coughing, at least. Rayan sighed and shifted his gaze towards Merlin again. How is Eden doing nowadays? They are peaceful. Merlin flapped her left wing. Part of the reason must be that I've strayed away from the important information, but they are just quietly gathering their troops without doing anything. It almost looks like they're waiting for something. But there's another faction that started to strike aggressively instead of us. Oh, the white blood religion. Merlin lifted her wing and covered her beak. Rayan slowly nodded. He'd indeed heard a rumor recently that the white blood religion had attacked the Kal Kingdom to kill their king and plunder their relic. The white blood religion was clearly the most active faction among the 5 demons for the time being. What's the goal of those bloody demons? He asked. It must be the white blood religion leader's recovery, Merlin stated. Recovery. Yes, the injury she received from your head of house should still be there. Merlin nodded calmly. Even though so much time has passed, a battle between transcenders damages their souls, not just their bodies. The Fallen also had to suffer for a good while, though he got even stronger as a result. She clicked her tongue, saying that it was an irritating development. So that's why the white blood religion's leader attacked the Kal Kingdom and the other cities. Rayan furrowed his brow, thinking about the white blood religion's leader's bewitching face. He could finally understand why she's been doing that. She might have completely recovered by now, and she's potentially reached a higher realm just like the Fallen. It's possible that she will start targeting you again. Targeting me. To begin with, the reason that Mosquito Bitch was severely injured was because she insisted on taking you away. Merlin's beak trembled faintly, showing that she wanted to kill the white blood religion's leader. So you should be careful. Did you come to see me to tell me about that? Yes. She smiled, implying that it really was the only reason. Rayan couldn't say anything after seeing Merlin's reaction. She didn't even feel like an enemish, almost felt like a companion. But I'll still need to repay the favor one day. Merlin was helping him without expecting anything in return, but her help was pretty much a debt for Rayan. He would have to return the one-sided help she'd been providing eventually. I'll have to leave now because I've exhausted a lot of my power. The bird seems to be having a hard time. Merlin's wings trembled faintly. As for this one, Rayan swallowed nervously and Merlin continued, it wants to eat some worms. I have those. Rayan smiled brightly and took out some fishing worms. He was glad he'd asked Dorian for them beforehand. Ah, that's no good. Merlin firmly shook her wing. This one wants to eat living worms. It said it couldn't eat them even though it wanted to because of its lack of hunting skills. Wait, it's not even raining right now. You can't just ask me to find living worms. I'm leaving it to you, Rayan gasped, but Merlin shook her hand. Chirp. The sparrow weakly pecked the back of Rayan's hand, urging him to go find the worms. Wahahaha. Wrath happily burst out into laughter while covering his belly. Cough, it's a perfect task for an insignificant person like you. Be quiet before I activate. Gluttony with worms. He immediately shut his mouth, thinking that Rayan might really do it. Rayan sighed and climbed a mountain near the kingdom. He fed worms to the sparrow to the point of bursting, and the sun was starting to rise by the time he returned. 2 days later, the Light Wind Division and the Holy Kingdom of Spur's executives were facing each other, standing in front of the gate. It's a shame that you are leaving so quickly. Hopen lowered his eyebrows slightly, showing his sadness. I can't stay as a freeloader forever, Rayan said. Freeloader, you can eat all of the food in the entire kingdom if you want. Hopen frantically shook his head, showing that he was serious about it. His characteristic upright gaze hadn't changed even though he'd become the king. I was just kidding. I need to make my preparations now. Hopen gave a short nod, noticing that he was talking about his preparations for the duel to the death. His complexion turned heavy and serious. You don't need to worry about it so much. I'll visit again around the middle of next year. Rayan casually shook his hand. We'll need to hold a festival throughout the kingdom when that happens. Hopen smiled cheerfully, understanding that Rayan was saying he would come back after winning the duel to the death against the Axe King. We'll be taking our leave. Rayan casually nodded at Hopen, but Saintess Olga was giving him a subtle glance. What? Rayan tilted his head, then prepared to leave, and Hopen gestured with his chin behind him. Salute to the heroes of Spur. The Holy Knights stomped the ground, and Hopen's voice echoed throughout the ramparts at the same time. The Holy Knights and priests standing behind them raised their swords upside down. Instead of putting their hands together in Spur's way, they were performing Sieghart's sword salute. Rayan bit his lips slightly. His heart heated up upon seeing the sword salute from Hopen and the Holy Knights. The others were also clenching their fists, implying that they were feeling the same emotion as him. Shring. He unsheathed his sword alongside the Light Wind Division. They greeted them back by raising their blades upside down. A smile appeared on the faces of the Light Wind Division and the people of Spur, as if they shared the same heart. Swoosh. Neither Rayon nor Hopen spoke any further. They simply turned around. No more words were needed for their farewell. Rayon was touching Heavenly Drive's hilt, watching the softly flickering campfire. It'll happen soon now. The duel against the Axe King was imminent. He'd managed to find a path of progress during the incident, but he'd become weaker than when he'd left Sieghart. He figured that he would need to train as soon as he returned. However, he would be able to climb even higher if he could make good use of his time because he'd obtained gluttony and even experienced being in Wrath's body. While Rayon was thinking about what kind of training he was going to do, a rustling sound could be heard from the tent located deeper inside. Rayon tilted his head because it wasn't time for the night watch shift yet, and Rimmer walked out from the tent while yawning. Vice Division Leader. Rayon's eyes widened. He was slightly shocked because Rimmer was the type of person who wouldn't even wake up during his night watch shift, yet he was approaching on his own accord. "Are you not going to sleep?" Rayon asked. "I just woke up for a moment." Rimmer shook his hand, his eyes half open. "Then keep sleeping. There's still some time until sunrise. I'll sleep." He sat in front of the campfire, saying that he was going to sleep. Rayon. Rimmer remained quiet for a while, then called his name while tapping on the campfire. "I asked you this question before if you had any intention of becoming the head of house." "Yes, you did." Rayon nodded. Glenn had also asked that question before, and his answer was the same for both of them. I responded that I still wasn't sure. His mind was fully occupied with getting stronger, taking care of the Light Wind Division and the Annex building, and taking his revenge against Darius Robert. That was why he wasn't really interested in becoming the head of Sieghart. "What do you think about it now?" "I'm still not sure." He'd contemplated it afterward, but the conclusion was still the same. He wasn't sure. "I see." Rimmer chuckled, having expected that answer. "You know, I want you to become the head of house." "What?" Rayon's eyes widened, not expecting Rimmer to suddenly tell him that he wanted him to become the head. "It's not just for you. It's for Sieghart's sake," Rimmer continued. "What do you mean by that?" Rayon could somewhat understand what he meant when he mentioned the past. Our head of house voluntarily set foot into the demonic side in order to get stronger, and he'd only been interested in power and conquering the continent for an extremely long time. Now, he regrets that time. Rimmer briefly licked his lips. That's the reason he doesn't control the house perfectly. He thinks that it would be embarrassing for him to reign with power after being indifferent about the house for so long. He twisted his lips, saying it was laughable. As a result, his first daughter became a pirate when her wanderlust struck. His second son grew up to be just like his younger self when he desired authority and power. His third son wanders around as a sly fox whose thoughts are shrouded in mystery. The fourth son is just an idiot, and you should know about his youngest daughter best. Rimmer shook his finger while watching the campfire. It would be a relief if the head of house decided to rest after resigning from his position, but if he ends up leaving the house, Sieghart will change a lot extremely so. We'd still be able to maintain the current state if Ares could behave herself, but she'll never want to become the head of house. Just like he said, Ares Sieghart didn't seem interested in becoming the head of Sieghart at all. "In my opinion, you are the only one who can stand at the peak of the house, clearing up all the issues we have." Rimmer's quiet voice sounded like a lullaby, soothing the flame to rest. "I'd like you to seriously consider it." He dragged out his voice as if he'd been joking all along, making it feel even more sincere. "I understand." Rayon nodded heavily, and Rimmer raised his hand and grabbed his shoulder. "I'd like you to tell me your secret one day." "What do you mean?" He simply smiled without answering. Rayon swallowed nervously, watching Rimmer's smile. He could guess that Rimmer had noticed that he was lying about the demons fighting each other and disappearing, as he hadn't had a good expression on his face ever since he'd told him about it. "How did you find out?" Rayon asked. "Because you weren't looking too good, guilty about deceiving us." He did feel guilty about it, but he didn't expect it to show on his face. "At the very least, I stand behind you no matter what your answer is going to be." "No, it's not just me. The team leaders should have somewhat noticed it as well. They are most likely just waiting because they believe in you." Rimmer smiled while looking at the place where the Light Wind Division was sleeping. Rayon lowered his head and clenched his fist. He kept his eyes closed for a while before he lifted his eyelids. "One day." His lips parted as he looked into Rimmer's eyes, brimming with trust. "I'll tell you one day." "All right." Rimmer nodded nonchalantly. "I'll be waiting, no matter how long it takes." He shook his hand, showing that he was serious about it. "By the way, Vice Division Leader." Rayon frowned, looking at the faint smile on Rimmer's face. "Why have you been acting so differently?" He shook his hand, saying that people died when they changed too much. "Don't worry, I have no intention of dying." Rimmer firmly shook his head. "I still have a lot of things to do, and I have something that I want to see no matter what." He looked up to the night sky as he spoke. Rayon lowered his gaze instead, looking at the campfire. The master and disciple remained silent for a long time, their gazes fixated on two different things. Glenn kept restlessly walking up and down from the platform with his arms crossed. A dark shadow was cast over his face. Why is our Lord acting like that? Cheryl narrowed her eyes, watching Glenn being so restless. Of course, it's because of the young master Rayon. Roan smiled gently, coming up next to Cheryl. Rayon, Cheryl blinked while looking at Roan, but they're making a huge ruckus, calling him the hero who saved the holy kingdom of Spur. She tilted her head, unable to understand why Glenn would be restless because of Rayon. He defeated the king, the pontiff's proxy, and the royal guard captain, who were devoured by demonic energy, and even exterminated the demon behind the incident and became the hero of the country. Just why? That's exactly why. Roan shook his head while smiling faintly, because his proud grandson who he cherishes so much isn't coming back. He pointed at Glenn with his chin, telling her that it should be obvious. Ah, that's true, Cheryl smiled, finally understanding the reason. What are you talking about? Glenn furrowed his brow while gazing down at them. Demonic energy can inflict a serious injury when it comes to fighting a demon. I was just worried about them because it can be harmful to youngsters in their growth phase. His beard trembled as he claimed that fully fledged swordsmen over the age of 20 were still growing. They are in the Holy Kingdom. They'd be able to treat their wounds even better than we'd be able to. Cheryl shrugged her shoulders with a faint smile on her face, intrigued by the phrase growth phase that Glenn had used. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan was also entertained by the situation and laughed gently. Anyway, he really has a knack for surprising us no matter where he goes. He was born with great senses. When I went on a mission with him last time, he immediately found the saint's location. Cheryl furtively looked around, talking about when she'd gone on a mission with Rayon. He must have been born with a heroic disposition in addition to his talent in martial arts. Roan also raised his gaze above the platform while complimenting Rayon. Ahem. Glenn was clearing his throat, standing on straight legs that used to be trembling nonstop. However, he wasn't smiling nor twitching his lips as if he'd gained some immunity. Huh. Cheryl and Roan were surprised at his unexpected behavior, just for the audience chamber's door to open and for Chad, the leader of shadow agents, to make his entrance. My lord, the Light Wind Division has arrived in front of the gates. The moment he heard those words, Glenn's lips, which had been still, curved upward to soar into the sky. It almost looked like a dormant volcano erupting at once. Cheryl and Roan chuckled while meeting each other's eyes. I knew it. This is what we expected. Glenn nodded with a bright smile on his face, unaware that they were laughing at him. Tell them to come to the Lord's Manor right away. Rumble, Rayon entered the audience chamber, feeling the warm sunlight landing upon him. He walked towards the platform while greeting Cheryl, Serena, and Trevin with his eyes. The true martial palace master, Balder, winked his left eye. What? Rayon immediately averted his gaze while gasping. Why is he doing that? He couldn't understand why he kept winking at him whenever he had a chance, just like in the executives' conference. He ignored Balder's gaze and stood in front of the platform because he didn't want to get involved with him. Greetings, my lord. Rayon knelt in front of Glenn after confirming that the Light Wind Division was standing behind him. The Light Wind Division made the same posture and bowed. Get up, everyone. Rayon lifted his gaze, hearing Glenn's emotionless order to stand up. Glenn stared vacantly, supporting his chin on his fist like always. Rayon nodded faintly while looking at Glenn's cloudy eyes. I can finally understand how he ended up with that look in his eyes. He could understand it because Glenn's gaze became even darker when he was looking at Sylvia. He wasn't looking at the present because he regretted his past too much. It's understandable because I also regret my past. Rayon started to sigh but suddenly stopped. But he looks a bit different today for some reason. The corners of Glenn's lips, which were usually lowered like a weight had been attached to them, were shifting upwards more than the other times. His eyes seemed to be less cloudy than usual as well. Light Wind Division leader. However, he heard Glenn's call before he could think about the reason. Yes, my lord. Rayon lowered his head while responding. How did the Light Wind Division return as the Holy Kingdom of Spur's national guests when you were sent on a monster extermination mission? National guests. Rayon narrowed his eyes because it was his first time hearing about them being national guests. We received a letter from the Holy Kingdom of Spur. Glenn shook the white envelope that was placed on the throne's armrest. It states that they are designating the Light Wind Division leader and the Light Wind Division as their national guests, and that they are giving a 50 discount on the holy water they've been supplying to Sieghart. National guests, the entire Light Wind Division. It's not just one person. There are over 30 people there. Did they really all become national guests? Them being national guests isn't even the important part. A 50 discount on holy water is practically free. That's true. The Holy Kingdom of Spur's holy water is one of the best in the continent. The executive stared blankly at Rayon and the Light Wind Division. Glenn nodded, gesturing at them to talk about what had happened so far. The other executives also raised their eyes, which were glowing faintly in curiosity. When we arrived at Divarn Mountain, Sir Hopin and the Holy Knights were being chased by monsters. We saved them and climbed to the peak. Rayon told Glenn and the executives about everything that had happened so far. Of course, he tactfully evaded matters like the Demon King's advent and Greed's appearance. Huh. That's insane. I can finally understand it. It's only natural for them to be praised as Spur's heroes. I was wondering what kind of nonsense it was when I heard the rumors about them defeating demons in the Holy Kingdom of Spur, but I have to admit it after hearing the story. I can understand why they were making such a huge ruckus. The executives gasped while voicing their amazement, but isn't it a bit strange? I can understand the rest, but how is it even possible that he managed to find the demon faster than the priests of a holy kingdom? Moreover, how come he was the only one who could fight when the Saintess, the Paladin, and even Rimmer had collapsed? The executives from direct lineage tried to find fault in his story because they couldn't use their strength to pressure him anymore. Won't you shut up already? Rayon was about to respond with a sneer, but Balder stomped the ground with his right foot and raised his fist. Where do you think you are to be making such noise? Palace Master, I'm telling you to shut up. We are in the presence of our lord. Balder twisted his lips, and the direct line executives flinched, hurriedly averting their gazes. You are swearing in the presence of our lord right now. Rayon blinked dazedly and stared at Balder. He winked at him again with an expression that was saying, praise me. Glenn was being even more strange. Instead of stopping Balder like he would have normally done, he nodded faintly instead, showing that he appreciated his intervention. What the hell? Rayon gasped at the ridiculous situation, and Glenn lowered the hand that was supporting his chin. Light Wind Division leader. Yes, excellent. Glenn immediately said, excellent, without adding any other words. The other executives were also surprised and widened their eyes. Finding the demon and defeating King Beorn, who was taken over by demonic energy, aren't exactly amazing feats. However, he raised his index finger, and absolute pressure spread from his thin finger, crushing everything around him. Lyle. The executives standing in front of the pillars stepped back or fell on their knees, unable to withstand Glenn's pressure. A head-on confrontation with a demon that can easily defeat a grandmaster isn't an easy task at all. Glenn's frightening gaze looked down upon the direct line executives who were suspicious of Rayon's achievement. The direct line executives couldn't even straighten their backs because of Glenn's pressure, staying on the ground with trembling hands. Even though Rimmer and the Saintess were exhausted, a demon possessing enough demonic energy to make them unable to stand must have been at least a mid-rank demoner, even a high-rank one. Defeating a high demon like that is a great achievement that deserves to be praised by anyone, even without considering your age. As expected of the head of a house of swordsmen, Glenn was placing more importance on defeating a demon with a sword than saving the holy kingdom of Spur. The same goes for you. Glenn's gaze shifted towards the Light Wind Division, who were standing behind Rayon. Even though he was just a low-ranked demon, it should have been practically impossible to defeat a demon and a hellhound in your current state. It is truly a great achievement. We wouldn't have been able to defeat him without the Light Wind style. Rayon, damn handsome. Runan was just blinking while murmuring damn handsome despite the situation. Rayon's face reddened in embarrassment. Light Wind style, isn't that the martial art that the Light Wind Division leader created just recently? Yes, but for it to be powerful enough to even slay a demon. There was a rumor that it was an extremely advanced martial art. Was that actually true? All I can say is that this is insane. The executives were even more taken aback by the Light Wind Division's statement, their lips trembling in astonishment. Ahem, yuhu-hoo-hoo. Dorian and Crane straightened their backs and raised their heads high, enjoying people's astonishment. Amazing. Balder gave him a thumbs up with a grin on his face. He was still inking one of his eyes. Rayon was getting goosebumps because he couldn't understand his intentions. Ahem. Glenn cleared his throat loudly and covered his chin and mouth with his right hand. It looked like his fingertips were trembling. Defeating the demon is the biggest achievement, but the fact that you reduced the casualties by finding him first and became Spur's national guest must be praised as well. Glenn's voice was trembling, unlike his expression, which made him look like he was reluctantly rewarding them. The entire Light Wind Division will be bestowed with a golden tablet each and the right to choose a high-grade armament. All of the executives dropped their jaws upon hearing his declaration. A golden tablet for every single one of them. Moreover, a high-grade armament must be implying that. Is he planning to open the treasury for all of them instead of just a couple of them? This is a bit excessive. I think it's fine though. They saved an entire kingdom. Yes, it will be easier to coordinate with them in the future because they are their national guests now, and having the price of holy water is a huge profit for us. A few executives furrowed their brows, calling it an excessive reward, but they had to shut their mouths because the other executives were frowning at them, especially Balder. and Glenn shook his finger toward Rayon, implying that he wasn't done with his declaration. The Light Wind Division leader will have the right to choose 2 armaments. Snap! Glenn snapped his fingers after bestowing the golden tablets upon everyone in the Light Wind Division. Whap! The twilight's golden radiance spread around the entire audience chamber, and countless weapons, armor, and accessories emerged through the dimension. Wow. Those are. All of them are high-grade armaments. I can't take my eyes off them. The Light Wind Division and the executives swallowed nervously, watching the armaments shining in their own unique colors. I've summoned the armaments from Sieghart's treasury. Glenn casually shook his hand as if it wasn't a big deal. Light Wind Division, you can pick whatever you want. He nodded, implying that they could pick any of them. The Light Wind Division immediately shouted their gratitude at Glenn, unable to take their eyes off the armaments. However, one person was acting much differently. Perfect, I get some stuff to sell. I was running out of manga. Rimmer ran towards the weapons without even thanking him and got shot down by red lightning. What an idiot. Wrath shook his chin, which had gotten fatter. He was starting to look a bit more decent, but he's the same as before. Cough, he furrowed his brow, thinking about when Rimmer told him to run away while standing blocking Gluttony's path. I wonder. Rayon smiled faintly, thinking about the conversation he'd had with Rimmer at the campfire. Wow, this is insane. Look at this sword. The blade is sharpened like a saw. This looks terrifying. This armor is sloshing like liquid. Or amplification earrings. And no matter how good it is, I'm reluctant to wear earrings. The Light Wind Division was scattered all around the audience chamber, examining the armaments. All of their lips were curved into deep smiles, showing how much they were enjoying it. I finally found a sword to replace my Dark Phoenix. Your name is going to be Storming Chaos from today onward. Do you really believe it will be a match for my Green Wave MK? Aye, Super Genocider, I'm sorry. A fateful destiny is calling me. Some of the swordsmen had already chosen their weapons and were naming them. Rayon had goosebumps when he'd heard those names when they were the Light Wind Squad back then, and their naming senses were as bad as before. Rayon sighed deeply and went to the right side where there were no weapons. I don't need any sword. Since he already had Heavenly Drive, the Blade of Requiem, and the Heaven-Slaying Dagger, he didn't need any more weapons. Then what should I? He was checking out the armor and noticed a thin garment that didn't seem to be an armament. Why is there innerwear here? He found it strange and tried to touch it, but it felt more like steel than cloth. However, the inner side of the clothes, the part that would touch the skin, was as soft as cotton. This is the silk steel tunic. Rimmer came next to him with his arms crossed. Silk steel tunic. It looks like ordinary clothes at a glance, but it's actually an artifact capable of absorbing damage. Since it's very sturdy, it should serve as a spare life. He nodded, saying that picking the silk steel tunic would be a good choice. That sounds pretty good. It was light and soft, causing no discomfort at all. In addition to being sturdy, it also had the ability to absorb the damage, making it perfect to wear under his uniform. Rayon took the silk steel tunic and walked towards the accessories to look for the next item. I'm not sure what I should pick because there are too many. Rayon was checking out various accessories with unknown utility when his eyes suddenly widened. Wait, this one I never expected. Cheryl smiled faintly, gazing up at the platform, that he would take out the entire treasury. Isn't this the second time he's ever done this? It's the third time. Roan shook his head with his characteristic laughter. The first young master received this before. Ah, Cheryl clapped her hands, finally remembering it. Well, that was really absurd back then. She licked her lips, showing that she could understand why Glenn had done it. It must be implying that the achievement of the Light Wind Division this time is no less significant than back then. Roan nodded while looking up at Glenn. It's not that good, but it's still pretty decent. Glenn averted his gaze while clearing his throat. The corners of his lips trembled, starting to rise like the edges of a crescent moon. Cheryl and Roan smiled faintly while watching Glenn's lips gradually form an ascending curve. This is so painful. Rimmer shook his head, massaging his neck. I'm getting hoarse from explaining the equipment to them. He swept back the hair that was sticking to his forehead, saying that it was so hard to pick weapons for everyone in the Light Wind Division. What are you plotting? Cheryl narrowed her eyes while looking at Rimmer. What? You would have normally just picked your own stuff and immediately ran to a pawn shop. Why did you help the others? I'm the vice division leader, you know. This much is normal. But you didn't even do that when you were the division leader. I've changed my mind. Rimmer shrugged his shoulders. You changed your mind? What do you mean? Cheryl glared at Rimmer with narrowed eyes. Rimmer just showed her a faint smile without answering her question and shifted his gaze toward Glenn. My lord, what was that thing that Rayon took as his second reward? I've never seen it before. It was there even before I became the head of house. A faint golden light was reflected in Glenn's red eyes. No, it's been there for far longer than that. Far longer. Fate might really exist in this world. I'm so tired, Rayon sighed, sitting on his bed. His voice had grown hoarse because he'd had to explain to his family in the annex building about what had happened so far after doing the same for Glenn. It was even more painful because Encia started to rampage, excited to start writing a new volume right away. Gak, Wrath let out a small burp while floating in the air. Home-cooked food is the best. Cough, he shook his head, saying that no other food could match up to the food from home. Hey, what's up? Eat some beet ice cream now. Wrath smiled cheerfully, pointing at the beet ice cream that Sylvia had prepared as a dessert. Why did she even prepare that? Sylvia had purchased 5 whole beet ice cream sets. She must have been thinking that he liked the ice cream. Rayan was getting a headache just from thinking about eating them all. That's our mom for you. Wrath smiled happily and wriggled his fingers, urging him to open a box already. Rayan sighed and opened the freezer box containing the beet ice cream. 5 chunks of mint chocolate beet ice cream showed up alongside white steam. Mom, Wrath put his hands together, shouting that he loved her. Rayan didn't want to eat it if possible, but Wrath had done so much for him, and Sylvia had gone out of her way to buy them for him. In the end, he put the mint chocolate in his mouth. Woo! Wrath exclaimed deeply. This is it, this cold and refreshing taste spreading through the sweetness. It's wiping away the stuffy feeling from his mouth. You could just brush your teeth instead. It's different, ha. Rayan lowered his hand after fishing all of the ice cream inside the box. This is happiness. Cough. Wrath floated in the air with his belly facing upwards, saying that he was so happy. Then it's my turn to fill my stomach. Fill your stomach. Gluttony hasn't been activated yet. Rayan took out a Nadine bread from his subspace pocket while looking into Wrath's frightened eyes. You idiot. Wrath snorted and shook his head. How are you so ignorant even though it's your own trait? What do you mean, you're... Gluttony only activates when you think that the food is delicious, unlike gluttony herself. Just filling your stomach won't do the job. He giggled, saying that Rayan wouldn't be able to eat Nadine bread anymore in the future. Rayan simply glanced at Wrath before putting the Nadine bread in his mouth. Hey, stop it. He ignored Wrath no matter what he said and thoroughly chewed the bread before swallowing it. As expected of Nadine bread, a single loaf was enough to fill his stomach to the point of bursting. And no. Wrath screamed while clutching his head. It tastes like rubber. The happiness granted by the beet ice cream is turning into ash. He thoroughly stroked his tongue with his round finger, trying to remove the rubber taste from it. I like it. Rayan nodded in satisfaction after finishing the Nadine bread. Cough, the king of essence told you. You only ruined the taste without activating. Gludjo. Wrath was trying to complain, but... The trait. Gluttony has been activated, along with an announcement about... Gluttony's activation messages appeared, stating that his stats and his soul level had increased slightly. Wrath widened his eyes in disbelief. Why is this working? He stared at Rayan blankly. Hey, do you seriously find this rubber bread delicious? Yeah, it's pretty good. Rayan nodded nonchalantly. Nadine bread was excellent food by his standards because he'd even had to feed on grass to survive in his previous life. What the hell is with this nutcase? Show that tongue of yours. There must be some dog shit smeared on it. That's the only explanation. Wrath shouted, saying that he couldn't believe it. Wait a moment. Does that mean that in the future? He shook his head after examining Rayan's pink tongue. We'll need to have Nadine bread every day. Nuo, what a nice scream. Rayan burrowed his back onto the bed while listening to Wrath's scream. A sword-shaped embroidery thread, the red and golden threads forming a beautiful harmony, dropped from the top pocket. Wrath stopped crying and frowned upon seeing the embroidery thread. Now that it's here, why did you even pick that one? It doesn't seem to be anything special. He shook his head, saying that he couldn't understand his choice. Because it's worth it. Worth it, yes. Rayan nodded while touching the embroidery thread. This belonged to the first head of Sieghart. The first head of Sieghart, yes. Rayan smiled while caressing the golden part of the embroidery thread. This embroidery thread is an artifact that used to be attached to the hilt of the first head's blade. Cough, even for the first head, he should still be weaker than that Nadine bread geezer. I don't think so. Rayan gently shook his head. I'm not sure if he's stronger, but he shouldn't be weaker at least. Rayan could tell because he'd witnessed the first head. His prowess was far behind his recognition. Moreover, the first head in those memories was still young. Since he wasn't in his prime yet, he must have gotten much stronger afterward, regardless of all that he mastered the Ring of Fire and the 10,000 Flames cultivation. Since he'd completely mastered those 2 martial arts, he would be at least equal to Glendefinitely not weaker. Even you might be unable to win against him. What nonsense are you spouting? No human in the world can defeat the King of Essence. Cough, cough. Wrath shook his head while coughing non-stop. You've gotten weaker. You even keep coughing. Can you win against our head of house in your current state? Wrath's lips trembled faintly, unable to answer his question right away. About that. He'd previously said that he could win in tens of thousands of moves, but he couldn't tell for sure anymore. Really? The King of Essence's weakening is part of the reason, but that geezer got stronger at the same time. Wrath furrowed his brow, saying that Glenn had gotten stronger just as much as he had weakened. As usual, he couldn't lie. Did our head of house get stronger? Indeed. His attainment is increasing slightly whenever we see him. What kind of change in emotions is that geezer even experiencing? Is a change in emotions even enough to get stronger? Rayon was curious that not even a battle but a mere change in emotion could increase martial attainment. You'll realize when you reach transcendence. Aspects other than physical growth are far more important at that point. Wrath bluntly shook his hand, saying that Rayon didn't know because he was still too young. He's getting even stronger. Rayon couldn't even imagine Glenn's limit because he could already be called the strongest on the continent, yet he was getting even stronger. Well, even if he's gotten stronger, whether he can fully unleash that power will be a different story. Anyway, the King of Essence is never going to lose, no matter who he is fighting against. Cough. Wrath shook his head, saying that he wasn't going to lose. Yeah, the great Demon King shouldn't lose to a human. Rayon smiled faintly and weakly patted Wrath's head. Wait, this isn't what we were talking about. What is that embroidery thread? Wrath wrinkled his nose, shouting that the conversation dragged on for no reason. I told you, it was attached to the first head sword. The embroidery thread was an artifact that was always hanging from the hilt of the first head sword, and the name was engraved in the 10,000 Flames Cultivations Information. Golden red line. Even the name sounds so bad. It's definitely not great. Wrath clicked his tongue in displeasure. But the phoenix ring that I used in the sword and saber's sovereign's grave also belonged to the first head. Wrath's jaw dropped as he looked at the embroidery thread because the phoenix ring's abilities had already managed to surprise him. Then, what is that embroidery thread's ability? It makes a sword more sword-like. A sword becomes more sword-like. My Ring of Fire and 10,000 Flames Cultivation will have to get a bit stronger, though. Rayon smiled, while attaching the embroidery thread to Heavenly Drive's hilt. It'll be quite interesting once the golden red line seal is undone. House Robert. Training ground. Lefon Robert raised his arm, breaking out in a sweat. The sword gripped in his hand cut through the evening air, turning into a white ray of light. The straight yet beautiful trajectory of his blade was just like House Robert's sword. However, Lefon only repeated the 4 basic techniques, unlike the other swordsmen in the training ground. By the time the sun started to set and the swordsmen put down their weapons one after the other, the training ground's door opened, and Darius Robert made his entrance. Huff. The head of house. The surprised swordsmen in the training ground were trying to greet him, but Darius put his finger to his lips, implying that they should remain quiet. He walked without making a sound and watched his youngest sons training from right behind him. Lefon finally lowered the hand holding his sword after the sun set completely, the moonlight illuminating the training ground. He found Darius while turning around and his eyes widened. Father, you're working hard. Darius raised his hand and wiped away the sweat flowing from Lefon's forehead. Why are you here? I came to see how you were because I heard your shout of concentration. It was so loud that I thought the training ground was going to shake apart. His eyes were showing that he was proud of him despite his playful words. The young master must be working the hardest in our training ground. Yes, he comes to train at daybreak and doesn't take any breaks until night falls. I get exhausted from just watching him. The swordsmen from the Immortal Sword Squad, which Lefon was temporarily affiliated with, nodded their heads with smiles on their faces. Don't just compliment him. He'll develop bad habits. Darius casually shook his hand and looked at Lefon. By the way, Lefon, yes, why are you only repeating the basic techniques? I believe the Immortal Sword Squad leader should have taught you new techniques. Of course, it's because of Sir Rayon. Lefon shouted as if it was the natural thing to do. I heard that Sir Rayon has practiced the basic techniques without skipping a single day ever since he started to wield a sword. The basics are what created the current Dragon Slayer. He clenched his fist, saying that he wanted to set foot into the same realm as Rayon by focusing on basic techniques. The basic techniques should have served as the foundation for him to defeat the demon in the Holy Kingdom of Spur on his own. Moreover, Lefon started to tell the long story about Rayon's accomplishment as if he had been present in the Holy Kingdom of Spur. His sparkling eyes showed his admiration for Rayon. It's pointless to try and stop him now that he's gotten started. The Immortal Sword Squad leader, Varian, shook his head with a worn-out expression on his face. If Rayon Sieghart decides to stop using his sword and wield an axe instead, he'll also wield an axe starting tomorrow. Sir Rayon Sieghart. Lefon shook his hand, telling him to add Sir to his name. Yes, Sir Rayon Sieghart. Variant sighed while adding Sir to his name. I'm going to focus on basic techniques no matter what anyone tells me. The secret to Sir Rayon's strength must be hiding in the basics. He even crushed everyone with those basics during the Six Kings tournament. That was indeed the case. Do as you wish. Darius trusted Lefon, a warm smile on his face. However, even the Light Wind Division leader can't have trained without eating. He raised his finger and pointed at the darkening sky. Lefon's shoulders flinched. The other squad members are waiting because of you. Darius lowered his eyebrows, looking around the swordsmen who were watching Lefon. The Light Wind Division leader is famous for how considerate he is. You won't be able to catch up to him. I am sorry. Lefon lowered his head at the immortal Sword Squad swordsman. It's fine. We're the ones who will take care of our youngest member. It's actually better to eat late because lots of food will be left. The immortal Sword Squad swordsman patted Lefon's back while chuckling. I'll go ahead and make the preparations. Lefon ran towards the cafeteria, apologizing loudly once again. The immortal Sword Squad swordsman followed him, his cute behavior bringing a smile to their faces. Isn't it wonderful to see? Varian, the immortal Sword Squad leader, smiled gently while watching Lefon and the swordsmen's backs. He is kind-hearted and determined. He will become a great swordsman, I wonder. Can he really become a swordsman? Darius's lips curved into a smile, just like a snake's tail. That's enough for Lefon. How did it go for Sieghart? He gestured with his chin, using his handkerchief to clean the hand that had wiped Lefon's sweat. It's unbelievable, but the rumors were true. Varian's eyes darkened. The gentle swordsman who'd complimented Lefon just a moment ago was no longer present. There are countless people who witnessed Rayon Sieghart slaying a mid- or high-ranked demon on his own. Moreover, he won with overwhelming difference instead of simply defeating it. He continued while narrowing his eyes. The fact that Glenn Sieghart opened the treasury for them is another piece of proof. It was an achievement that even a monster like that had to acknowledge. Mdara stroked his chin while listening to Varian. It looks like Glenn Sieghart cherishes Rayon a lot, doesn't it? Even though he is a collateral, there's no way anyone would dislike him when he is a genius who became a grandmaster in his early 20s. Varian nodded, saying that it was the natural course of action. Even the deep rift of emotions he had because of Sylvia Sieghart must have been made up for by his talent. No, that's not what I meant. It looks like he cherishes Rayon's existence itself, regardless of his talent, but there are too many rumors that he was discriminated against in the past for that to be the case. That's why it's even more suspicious. There's no way Glenn wouldn't have noticed his talent. A frightening pressure wavered in Darius's eyes, even frightening the moonlight. I might be able to use this. Are you planning on eliminating Rayon Sieghart? Why would I? He casually shrugged his shoulders. There are plenty of people who want to kill him. We should look at the forest instead of trees. Darius shifted his gaze to the right while caressing the back of his hand. Well, of course he smiled calmly while watching Kubara walk toward them in the darkness of the training ground. It's only going to be possible if she decides to join the plan. My lord. Kubara knelt in front of Darius and lowered her head. They've sent a message that they are going to accept, however, she asked to meet before carrying out the plan. She is a strong woman indeed. She's the most capable one among the fools. Darius calmly nodded. Tell them to decide on the date and location. Understood, Kubara responded, immediately disappearing into the darkness again. It should happen soon. Varian rubbed his hands in anticipation. Yes. Darius slowly raised his gaze and looked up to the starlit night sky. His lips twisted into a smile as he watched the biggest star. It's time for a star to fall. No, it might be two of them. Your feet are too slow. Rayon gestured with his hand, and the light wind division ran to the right side of the training ground while maintaining the large light wind formation. Make sure to enhance yourself with the light wind styles, wind all the way to your toes. Ooh. Isn't he going to train or something? He doesn't even have 3 months left until the duel to the death. I know, right? There shouldn't even be any more missions. Why does he have to make us suffer? The light wind division continued to follow Rayon's orders, running back and forth through the training ground even though their training outfits were drenched in sweat. You're looking lively with all of that talking. Rayon came down from the platform and stood on the light wind division's path. He slammed the center of the light wind formation with Heavenly Drive's scabbard. Wham! The light wind formation, which had remained unyielding even against the demon, was shattered in an instant, scattering the swordsmen in all directions. The formation's flow is ruined because you are solely focused on speed. How did you even defeat the demon when you can't even withstand this strike? Rayon clicked his tongue, calling them pathetic. Since stop asking for the impossible. How are we supposed to block your strike, sir? I'm so tired. Burin, Martha, and Runnan shook their heads, standing up in exhaustion. You look so happy that you could fly just from slaying a demon, but Rayon furrowed his brow while looking down on the light wind division. Did you seriously get injured just from defeating a low-ranked demon? I don't think that was the performance I was expecting when I taught you. Light wind style, oh. I knew he was going to do this. Who even expected a compliment? Even though he was low-ranked, he was still a demon. How were we even supposed to defeat him without getting injured? The light wind division pouted, frustrated by the unfair situation where they were getting criticized even though they'd managed to defeat a demon. Good question. Rayon unsheathed Heavenly Drive with a frightening smile on his face. I'm going to teach you how to defeat a demon without getting injured. Make sure to learn it. He beckoned with his finger at Crane, who was sitting on the right side. Crane, come forward. I didn't say anything, though. I just want to start with you. So mean. Crane was coming forth with teary eyes, but the training ground door opened, and a purple-haired beauty made her entrance wearing a carelessly mended nun's outfit. It was Saintess Olga. Saintess. Rayon's eyes widened at the sight of Olga. Huh, why is the Saintess here? The light wind swordsmen were also surprised, their jaws dropping. I have something to give you. Olga waved her hand at Rayon, implying that she wanted to talk, do some personal training in the meantime. Rayon nodded and brought Olga to the division leader's office. Ha, we are saved. She really is a saintess. Crane put his hands together, saying that he was going to start believing in God. You said you have something to give me, Rayon asked while treating Olga to some green tea. You should have just given it to me when we were at the kingdom. Why did you come all the way here? I said I was going to visit. Olga lowered her eyebrows deeply. Did you not notice when I gestured with my head at the gate? Weren't you trying to tell me to wait because His Majesty Hopin was going to send us off? I wasn't. Rayon gasped. He thought that Olga's chin gesture was telling him to look at the farewell that the king and the knights were giving, but that was apparently not the case at all. You are unbelievably dense. Same goes for you. Your bad personality hasn't changed. Rayon snorted, not losing to her. So what are you going to give me? She expressed her gratitude, thinking about the talk she had with Rayon the night before the sacred ceremony about the presence of a demon. It all happened because you believed me. Rayon caught her shoulder and made her stand. He told her back then that the king was colluding with a demon. It would have been difficult for anyone with a clear mind to believe. However, Olga believed his claim and had taken various countermeasures, not even sleeping. If it weren't for that, there would have been at least twice as many casualties in Spur. This is my way of expressing my gratitude. And Olga took out a transparent water bottle the size of a palm from her inner pocket. The water it contained was sparkling faintly in gold even though it wasn't reflecting any light. What is this? It's an elixir made from holy water. It's called Sacred Illumination. Sacred Illumination. It's a precious treasure. Only 3 of these are left even in Spur. She handed over the water bottle, saying that it was a treasure. Why are you giving that to me? Don't worry, this is a new one made by me. Olga shook her head, saying that she'd made that elixir herself. Then it would be better to use it for the kingdom's restoration. I need to give you at least this much to feel more comfortable. I've been frustrated all along because I couldn't really do anything for you. I wanted to complete it before you left, but it ended up taking some time. Rayon looked into Olga's eyes instead of taking the elixir right away. Her eyes weren't showing any hesitation. He decided that it would be better to accept it for her sake. Rayon accepted the sacred illumination with both hands while thanking her. Well, then Olga immediately stood up, implying that delivering the sacred illumination really was the only reason behind her visit. Hey, Rayon frowned upon seeing Olga's arm as she turned around. Did you do it again? It was the last time. Olga smiled while caressing her arm, and I have no intention of dying anymore. Don't worry. She shook her head, saying that she wasn't going to spend her lifespan anymore. I want to defy the lifespan that heaven has decided for me. There's something I want to witness now. There's something you want to see. Yes, I can't let myself die before I witness how splendidly our king and the king of that ugly elf will grow up. What do you mean? You'll find out later. Olga left the office with a light-hearted smile. Rayon weakly bit his lip while watching Olga's back. What a shame. Olga's lifespan wasn't something that she could overcome with her will. An inevitable death was going to arrive, even if she didn't want it. Olga had grown up to be an upright and righteous saintess, even though she was aware of her short lifespan. Rayon wanted to help her because she reminded him of his past self, back when his lifespan was decided by Darius, but he couldn't come up with any way of doing it. There's a way. Wrath shrugged his shoulders as if it wasn't even a big deal. There's a way, but it's not something you can achieve right now. After all, it pretty much defies heaven. Wrath shook his head, saying that he at least needed to reach transcendence. Transcendence? Rayon licked his lips while mentioning transcendence. I have another reason to reach transcendence now. Rayon entered the cultivation room after focusing on training the Light Wind Division for a week. I really need to get ready now. There wasn't much time left until the showdown against the Axe King. Since he had already given everyone in the Light Wind Division homework, it was time to focus on the duel to the death against the Axe King. Don't you need to focus on recovery for now? Cough. Yes, Wrath was right. Recovering from the aftermath of the Demon King's advent. The mental world will be the issue. It'll take quite a long time. Rayon nodded. He hadn't lost as much as the other time, but making up for the loss wasn't an easy task. Of course, restoring my mental world isn't the only reason I came here. Wrath narrowed his eyes, wondering what he was talking about, while restoring my ruined mental world. Rayon smiled while meeting Wrath's blue eyes, which looked like flowers were blooming in them. I'm planning on trying to make a new sword field. A new sword field? Wrath raised his round chin sharply. I can't be. Are you trying to imitate the King of Essences? Flower in the snow, I wonder. Rayon raised his finger and pushed Wrath's nose away. You bastard, that can't be allowed to happen. The King of Essence worked so hard to come up with the flower in the snow. Cough. Wrath frantically shook his head, saying that the flower in the snow was only meant for him. He looked like cotton candy shrinking from the sunlight, melting it. I was just kidding. Rayon shook his hand with a faint smile on his face. I couldn't imitate the flower in the snow even if I wanted to in my current realm. That's obvious. The flower in the snow is the manifestation of the King of Essence's realm. You got some ideas? Yes. Rayon raised his index finger while looking at Wrath's blue eyes. There are 3 types of sword fields I've seen so far. The first is a persistent type that allows an extended battle like my divine and demonic harmony, or the vice division laters. Eye of the Storm, Rayon continued while raising his middle finger. The second type is an installation type, which consists of bringing the enemy into the caster's space, like the gambling monster's dark blades. And lastly, Rayon pointed at Wrath with his ring finger extended, the instantaneous type that allows you to annihilate an enemy in a single strike, like your flower in the snow and our head of houses. Seamless perfection. It's not an exaggeration to call them instant death techniques. Wrath's flower in the snow froze everything in sight right after the activation, and Glenn's seamless perfection shattered the enemy apart with the 3 strikes: Lightning Avatar, Land Slash, and Heavenly Blade. Both of them were certain kill techniques that consisted of crushing an opponent by unleashing their full power, then the one you're going to create. Wrath narrowed his eyes, showing that he understood what he was talking about. Yes, Rayon smiled and folded his fingers except for one. I'm planning to create an instantaneous sword field, just like yours and the head of houses. Divine and demonic harmony could use the red-blue invincible sword as a finisher, but it wasn't as powerful as an instantaneous sword field that consisted of unleashing all the power at the moment of activation. Rayon wanted to create a new sword field to crush his opponent, just like Wrath had done against Greed. That would be fine. Wrath nodded nonchalantly, thinking that Rayon wasn't going to copy his flower in the snow. I never said that I wasn't going to copy it, though. What do you mean? I said I can't imitate it, but I never said that I wasn't going to copy it. Rayon smiled cheerfully at Wrath's wide-eyed expression. There's no way I can hold back from copying such great teaching material. You're seriously out of your mind. Wrath violently ground his teeth, saying that he knew it. However, he suddenly let out a hollow laugh for some reason. Well, it should be fine. After all, it won't be an easy path for you. It won't be an easy path. Why? Because you're hiding lots of things. He shook his head as if he were laughing at him. As the King of Essence told you before, trivial aspects like emotions become important after you reach transcendence. The reason the King of Essence's flower in the snow is so powerful is because he shows everything he has. Wrath put his hands together, just like when he was activating the flower in the snow. However, his hands looked like thick bread instead because he didn't have any fingers, unlike the previous time. You possess a frightening bloodlust and wrath unbefitting for your age, but there are times when you are strangely soft-hearted. Honestly, the King of Essence still hasn't managed to figure you out. Wrath sighed heavily. No, you probably don't even know yourself what kind of person you are. Rayon bit his lips slightly. He's right. His existence was completely empty if he excluded his desire to get vengeance by ruining Darius's life and his wish for Sylvia, the Annex Building's members, and the Light Wind Division's well-being. Just as Wrath was saying, he didn't fully know himself either. The so-called instantaneous type sword field requires you to unleash all your emotions at the same time as your power. It won't be easy to achieve in your current state. That sounds about right. However, Rayon smiled calmly. I still have enough time left. There were still 3 months left until the duel to the death against the Axe King. It could be short or long, depending on the standard, but it was enough time for him to look into himself, as he was solely going to focus on training in that time. Enough time. It can't be. Wrath's lips trembled in disbelief. Are you planning to stay in this cultivation room for 3 months straight? No, I should leave 10 days before. It should be about 2.5 months. Then what about food? Rayon took a large wrap that contained nothing but Nadine bread from his subspace pocket with a grin on his face. Kaya, Wrath screamed just like when he saw Merlin and moved away as soon as he saw the pile of Nadine bread. Take it away. Just looking at it is disgusting. We have no other choice. Rayon smiled while throwing some Nadine bread into the air and catching it. No food beats Nadine bread inside a cultivation room. Nadine bread didn't have any scent, and a single one was enough to trigger gluttony. That made it as important as water inside a cultivation room. Wrath kept coughing while gasping. Are you okay? Why do you keep coughing like that? Rayon lowered his eyebrows deeply as he looked at Wrath's shrunken body. It wasn't like coughing was unprecedented for Wrath, but it wasn't showing any sign of stopping. Rayon was worried about him even though he'd witnessed his power. The King of Essence has something to tell you about that. Wrath slowly nodded. The King of Essence's soul was damaged when he took the backlash from manifesting in your body. It looks like you will need to sleep for a while. You already sleep every day, though. Rayon tilted his head. He couldn't understand what he was talking about because he was always either sleeping or eating, as if he were a combination of sloth and gluttony. It'll be a longer sleep than that. Wrath shook his head, saying that it would take him a while to stabilize his soul. The King of Essence was going to start preparing for it because he already enjoyed the festival and had enough home food and snacks. It looks like now is the perfect time. Cough, he chuckled, telling Rayon to eat as much Nadine bread as he wanted while he was unconscious. How much backlash did you even take from the Demon King's advent? Just a decent among. Cough, Wrath smiled as he responded. Rayon could guess that he'd taken a bit more of his burden than expected. Don't misunderstand. There's no way the King of Essence would be worried about some paltry human. Ah, my good ice cream girl, pineapple girl, and beef girl are exceptions, of course. So how long are you going to sleep? Rayon frowned while watching Wrath's grin. He should wake up before your duel to the death so that he can take over your body before you die. Cough, that's fine then. It was fine since Wrath was coming back instead of leaving permanently. It was actually better that way because it allowed him to focus on cultivation. Wait a second, did I just say that was fine? Despite the fact that he used to hope for Wrath to leave, he was relieved to hear that he would be back after some sleep. It wasn't because of Wrath's abilities or the system's rewards. He developed a lot of affection for the cotton candy that kept babbling at his side. Rayon understood that Wrath wasn't an enemy anymore. He had become something else entirely, something that wasn't a companion either. Hey, Rayon tapped on Wrath's forehead, shaking off his mixed thoughts. I'll be going on a gourmet exploration on my own if you come back too late. HMPH, rest assured. The King of Essence always makes sure to be on time for Fu cough. He didn't sound trustworthy at all because of his coughs. Still, there's some anticipation about how different you will be. Yes. I'll make your jaw drop as soon as you wake up. HMPH, it's not about you. There's another thing. Wrath shook his head, telling him to stop being mistaken. It's awkward to have a farewell with you, so he will be taking his leave now. It was the last thing he said before he went into the bracelet. The ice flower bracelet sparkled faintly in silver before it stopped shining. Wrath. Rayon called Wrath while tapping on the bracelet. There was no response. I actually brought an ice cream, too. You should have said it earlier. Cough. Wrath poked his head out of the bracelet. You were lying about being sick, weren't you? Since stop your nonsense. The King of Essence never feigns sickness. How suspicious. Rayon shook his head and took out the bead ice cream that Sylvia had given to him from the subspace pocket. Think of it as a final supper. It's not the last. The King of Essence is going to taste all of the bead ice cream released throughout his entire life. Wrath really did fall asleep after having the ice cream. I have another box of mint chocolate, though. He wasn't waking up even when he mentioned the mint chocolate, implying that he really was in a deep sleep. It's a strange feeling to have him fall quiet after how he's been chatting nonstop. Rayon shook off his wrists for no reason and took out the sacred illumination that the Saintess had come to give him and the holy essence pill that he received from Hopen. These should be enough. He didn't need to eat them separately because they were both based on holy power. They would likely be more than enough to fill the aura that he'd lost if he included. Gluttony's effect, however, aura isn't what I want right now. It was necessary to reach the mental world in order to create a new sword field. Rayon was planning to enter his mental world, which was calm and disorderly at the same time, by using the sacred illumination and the holy essence pill to save time. Ha. Rayon exhaled deeply and opened the wooden box containing the holy essence pill. The fresh scent of autumn emanated from it instead of a medical herb's bitter scent. He opened the lid for the sacred illumination, and the appetizing scent of sweetness came out from it. Both elixirs had a nice fragrance to them, probably because of their holy power. The cotton candy might have liked them. Rayon chuckled and put the holy essence pill and the sacred illumination in his mouth. The holy essence pill melted like ice the moment it touched his tongue and went down his throat along with the sacred illumination. Whap! As soon as the two elixirs of divinity confirmed they weren't foes, they harmonized and spread throughout his body. It felt like the faint heat of the holy water was flowing throughout his blood vessels and mana circuits. The small amount of injuries left in the mana circuits were healed in an instant, and the damage to his bones and muscles was removed. It was an outrageous healing power. The holy energy wasn't satisfied with healing him. It spread from his head to his toes, activating his body and senses. Rayon could feel the smallest muscles and mana circuits as if he could touch them, and his 5 senses were heightened to a frightening extent. He could even hear the sound of an ant crawling at the cultivation room's ceiling. Just as he started to feel like he was shedding the shell of his body, the holy power subsided, and its mana burst from it. Rayon circulated the huge amount of mana that had emerged from the holy power shell through the 10,000 flames, cultivation, glacier, and Garanuous flows. A new aura welled up inside his vacant energy center. The energies piling inside his energy center had an extremely high purity, probably because his body was purified before cultivating the aura. Once the mana filled his energy center, their path shifted toward the middle energy center and even started to knock on the upper energy center's door. The strong fragrance of mana and his senses polished to the extreme naturally opened up the door to the mental world. WAP. Along with a dazzling radiance, he could see the world of swords that he'd accumulated so far. The swordsmanship sprouting from the red and blue land was the same as before, and the wind that only occupied a small amount of land had extended its space a little. However, a dark hole was boasting its presence at the center of the world as the backlash of the Demon King's advent, and the 8 rings of fire floating in the sky were creaking like the pendulum of a broken clock. For now. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at the twisted ring of fire. Let's start with that. That's enough for today. Rimmer clapped his hands when the moon started to show its distant smile. It's getting late, so wrap it up. He yawned so widely that his mouth looked like it was going to tear apart as he told them to finish training for the day. Yes, the Light Wind Division lowered their heads while giving a short response, showing that they were exhausted from the continued training. I'm exhausted. I know, right? I feel like I'm going to die because the gambling monster pressures us during the day and the Vice Division leader at night. Of course, it's not as bad as when the division leader does it. By the way, why is the Vice Division leader suddenly so motivated? As the swordsmen were chatting as they started to clean up the training ground, someone was thrusting her sword even more powerfully. It was Run-On. A flower of ice bloomed from her blade as she slowly lifted her sword, reflecting the moonlight. The edge of her blade gradually accelerated and fell as beautifully as an artist's brush, drawing dozens of snow flowers. Kring, Run-On lowered her sword, and the ice flowers floating in the air like a beautiful flower bed shattered apart in an instant. If she was using astral energy with that strike, a frost storm would have occurred and devastated the entire area. Hey, Martha furrowed her brow, watching the frost shards subsiding onto the training ground. Don't be arrogant. I'm going to catch up to you soon. Stretch out your neck and wait. Run-On laughed at Martha, her blank eyes directed at her. Arg, Martha steamed from her nose as if she were going to attack her at any moment. Your realm is higher, but I'm going to win if we fight. Try it if you want. Can you please stop? Don't you even get tired of fighting every day? Burren shook his head, standing in front of Martha. That dimwit laughed at me. You saw it too. I saw that you were the one who started it, at least. I only said that I'd catch up to her. She went ahead and got stronger before us. That's foul play. Martha raised her fist, calling her underhanded. That's true. Burren briefly nodded and looked at Run-On. Run-On, you suddenly improved a lot. Did something happen in Spur? I'm not sure. Run-On casually shook her head. Training has been going a lot better ever since I woke up from there. Her amount of aura had increased, her body had become stronger, and even her swordsmanship had naturally improved ever since she'd fainted in Spur and woke up. She was also confused because all she'd done was sleep and wake up. It was similar to how she'd gotten stronger when she smelled the coldness emanating from Rayon when they were trainees. Anyway, I'll catch up to you, so wait right there. HMPH. Arg, that sneer is even more irritating because of how emotionless it is. Let me go. Miss Rakshasa, see you tomorrow. Run-On waved her hand at Martha as Burren tried to stop her and left from the 5th training ground. She was headed to the Sullian mansion instead of her lodgings. She casually returned to the house while watching the people on the main street, but she noticed something unusual. What? The light at the main entrance was off even though it had always been on whenever she returned. She spread her aura perception just in case, but she didn't find any noticeable issues from the movement of people inside the mansion. Run-On furrowed her brow slightly, opened the door, and carefully entered. Oh my, lady, when did you get here? The maids lowered their heads in surprise, probably because the light was off. I just came back. Run-On, Rockin and Clara came from the dining room upon hearing Run-On's voice. You are a bit late. But why? Run-On tilted her head, pointing at the entrance where the light was off. I'm sorry, I was thinking about something. Rockin rubbed the back of his head and Clara smiled awkwardly. Let's start eating for now. It's already late. He walked toward the large dining room, holding Run-On by the shoulder. Run-On narrowed her eyes, watching Rockin and Clara's backs. Her mom and dad were acting awkwardly, even though they would have usually tried to hug her. She could guess that something had happened. She feigned ignorance for the moment and took a seat at the table. No one said anything during the dinner. The food was tasty, and she even got the mint chocolate ice cream that she liked. However, Rockin and Clara still had the same awkward expression on their faces. They were smiling on the outside, but their gazes were turning serious from time to time. Dad, Run-On put down the unfinished beet ice cream. Something happened, right? Rockin furrowed his brow, unable to respond right away. Was it obvious? Clara asked while sighing. Too obvious. Run-On nodded, saying that there was no way she wouldn't have noticed. Well, I guess you aren't a child anymore. Rockin nodded while scratching his forehead. We were contemplating whether we should tell you about it or not, but I guess it'd be better to tell you so that you can be prepared. He exhaled deeply and continued. A villain wearing Baphomet's helmet and wielding a greatsword was witnessed in the south. It looks like Syria is still alive. Rockin bit his lip to the point of bleeding. It must have become a trauma for her. Syria was more than an archenemy for Run-On. Run-On would be afraid if she was told that Syria was still alive, but he still decided to tell her because it was better than being caught off guard while she was unaware. But you don't need to worry about it. Rockin raised his fist. Your dad will make sure that he won't be able to lay a finger on you. Is that it? Run-On took the ice cream again, murmuring that it wasn't a big deal. Our Run-On? Clara widened her eyes in surprise. I knew that my brother was alive. Run-On casually nodded, putting the ice cream in her mouth. Baphomet Symbol, the goat, had been called the animal of demons since ancient times. It could survive even with its neck twisted or snapped, so ever since hearing that Syria's corpse had disappeared, she had expected him to be alive. You don't need to worry about it either, Mom, Dad. Run-On's lips curved into a faint smile. Her light purple eyes weren't reflecting any fear towards Syria anymore, because I'll be the one to destroy my brother. Oh. Rayon lowered his gaze while letting out a sigh. The black rift that had been devastating his upper energy center was completely plugged up, and the land that used to be dark had a new swordsmanship sprouting from it. The rings of fire rotating in the sky were also completely restored, and the 8 rings were spreading their dignified resonance. It ended faster than I expected. It was a path that he'd already walked before, and wrath had taken a large portion of the burden. That was why he was able to mend the wound in his upper energy center faster than he'd expected. Then let's make the new sword feel him. It was as he was smiling while turning his wrist that he saw it. A few swords that he'd never seen before floated next to the slowly rotating rings of fire, creating a majestic trajectory. Wait, is that? Rayon's lips trembled as he looked at a sword with a familiar shape among them. Heavenly Tremor. Heavenly Tremor isn't the only one. Rayon swallowed nervously, watching the other swords as they brushed past him. The swords of the other Transcenders are also here. The swords of Transcenders like Ares Sieghart and the sword Demon Rector were also flying around in the air. And that one is that Wrath's flower in the snow. He could see something invisible slicing through the frozen sky. It seemed to be Wrath's technique, which consisted of cutting the space apart with a formless blade. I finally understand. Ring of Fire. That wasn't even counting the Holy Essence Pill and the Sacred Illumination's awakening effects. Rayon smiled faintly, watching the rings of fire slowly rotating in the air. Wrath would have started to rampage again if he'd seen this. Imagining Wrath clutching his head, exclaiming about how unfair it was, naturally brought a smile to his face. Let's check them out. It was impossible to make the Transcenders' swordsmanship his own in their entirety in his current state. He decided to examine the trajectory for now, making the rings of fire resonate as much as possible. As for the Heavenly Tremor, it's drawing the sky. Glenn's Heavenly Tremor was drawing a sky that was even darker than night. It was the Azure Sky sword that he demonstrated in the beginning. He said his sky was dark. Glenn had said that his Azure Sky sword was dark and advised Rayon to create his own. Azure Sky sword. Rayon shifted his gaze to a sword that was moving in a complicated pattern with a small smile on his face. It was the Spacebound Spectre sword used by Ares. Lady Ares' sword is as free as always. The Spacebound Spectre sword was as free as its master, who'd left her house behind. It almost looked like it was carving her own constellation. And as for that sword, it's Sir Rector's Sword of Infinite Forms. The sword Demon Rector's Sword of Infinite Form was simply upright. It didn't lose its righteous nature even though it was incorporating the versatile sword, a complication of countless swordsmanship. He could feel the breath of an artisan who'd been walking a single path for his entire life. I can't believe that a person like that betrayed me. No, there's definitely something behind his actions. Rector had withdrawn on his own accord, even though he'd had 2 opportunities to kill him. Rayon was certain that there was something between him and Sylvia that he didn't know about. Rayon was exhaling in frustration when a hazy sword emerged, hitting the Sword of Infinite Forms from the side. That's the Celestial Azure Sword. Darius Roberts' Celestial Azure Sword was also flying around in his mental world. Well, I guess I also saw that sword. Darius's swordsmanship must have remained in his mental world because he had already learned the Ring of Fire in his previous life. However, the sword was blurry, as if it were deep inside a fog probably because he hadn't seen much from it, unlike the others, and the Ring of Fire's realm was too low. I should still check it out. Even though it was hazy, seeing it would make a huge difference. Familiarizing himself with it was going to be extremely helpful in defeating Darius in the future. Lastly, Rayon licked his lips and looked at the formless sword cutting through the blue frost. That one is vivid even though I've only seen it once. The formless sword created by Wrath was almost as vivid as Heavenly Tremor, probably because Rayon had experienced the senses of moving Wrath's body. Moreover, its trajectory was similar to his own technique, and the familiarity made it easier to watch. On top of being the giving Wrath, he is even helping me while sleeping. Rayon smiled faintly with the thought that Wrath would go insane if he heard it. This is a miraculous chance. He'd entered the mental world to create a new sword field, but he had a feeling that he would be able to gain even more than that by the time he returned. The 3 months I have left, Rayon's lips curled into a smile, using Heavenly Drive to follow Heavenly Tremor's trajectory. I'll use them more efficiently than anyone else. Shring, a frightening sound resounded throughout the air as a marble scraped above an axe blade engraved with a dragon. Roman Rakel, the owner of the red dragon axe and the one named the Axe King, was still sharpening his axe while sitting by the river. However, there was one difference from before. There was no marble to be found around him anymore. The area was only filled with fine sand, not even the smallest pebble nearby. That implied that the hundreds of thousands of marbles filling the riverside were ground into sand. ZZZT. Roman carefully picked up the only marble remaining and started to grind the blade of his axe. The frightening pressure emanating from him made it feel like his body and soul were also being sharpened along with the axe blade. The sun rose, the moon set, and by the time the sun set once again, the marble in Roman's hand had crumbled into fine sand, trickling down to the ground. It's finally complete. Roman nodded after watching the glowing blade of the red dragon axe for a long time. He seemed to be talking about himself rather than the axe when he said it was complete. Come out, stop hiding like a rat. He lifted the red dragon axe onto his shoulder and jerked his chin backward. Swoosh. A red-haired young man appeared, stepping on the grass that seemed to be making way for him. It was Beorn. You really ended up grinding all the marbles into nothingness, Beorn gasped while looking at the riverside, where not even a single pebble remained. I've learned for the first time that sharpening an axe blade can make someone this strong. You're not one to talk. Roman narrowed his eyes while looking at Beorn. How come he gets stronger every time I see him? What has he even been doing? Beorn had already become a grandmaster, yet he kept growing stronger each time they met. The speed of his growth was ridiculous. Roman would have believed that he was the only real genius in the continent if he'd never met Rayon Sieghart. I don't like him after all. Beorn's red eyes had a similar color to Rayon Sieghart's, but they were different in nature. Looking into Rayon's eyes made him burn with passion, but Beorn's eyes made him uncomfortable instead. Why did you come here? Roman blatantly furrowed his brow. I came to deliver some interesting news. It concerns your duel to the death, Axe King. Beorn casually nodded. Are you talking about Rayon? Yes, he went to the holy kingdom of Spur and... Whatever, Roman shook his hand as if he couldn't be bothered to listen. I can tell what happened without even hearing it. You are going to say that he saved the holy kingdom of Spur from a crisis or something. How did you find out? Because from what I've seen, Rayon Sieghart is the type of person who solves issues rather than someone who causes them. And he twisted his lips, his thoughts about Rayon surfacing in his eyes. The opponent of the great Roman should do that much, at least. Sparing his life was the best decision of my life. I wonder if that's really the case. Beorn narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Rayon Sieghart's growth defies all reason. He might have become as powerful as you on the day of the duel. He briefly clicked his tongue, saying that he was given too much time. How narrow-minded you are. Roman furrowed his brow while looking down at Beorn. The stronger my opponent is, the stronger I can become. Just like always, a life or death battle will bring a talentless person like me to a higher realm. He bared his teeth, describing himself as talentless. Yes, I'm also hoping for your victory. After all, the vice leader of the Union won't stay quiet if you lose. Beorn coldly raised his eyes as if he were threatening him. Stop your nonsense and disappear. I'll cut his head off even after my death if he does such a thing. The cold pressure emanating from Roman felt like he was going to behead Beorn at any moment. And never show yourself before me again. If we cross paths once more, I'll take it as your wish to die. It looks like I'm not to your liking. Beorn smiled faintly. My duel against Raptor was fair. Instead of being satisfied with just defeating Raptor, you completely crushed his mind. And you did it on purpose, too. Did you really need to do that when he used to be your superior at one point? Might makes right in the South-North Union. Don't the strong have the right to decide anything? He nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. And I'm telling you this as the strong, disappear right now if you don't want to die. Roman touched the axe's handle as if he were holding himself back one last time. I'll obey. Beorn nodded with a calm look in his eyes and disappeared into the forest. Roman shifted his gaze while clicking his tongue. He bit his lip while staring at the river where Raptor was buried. Surin Tribe. Training ground. Isn't he amazing? Agram, the Beast King and the Beast Union's leader, burst into laughter while holding an entire pot of liquor. He overwhelmed a mid to high-ranked demon on his own. It was worth teaching him the Tidebreaker strike. He drank the liquor from the pot in one go, expressing his satisfaction with Rayon's actions. Of course he'd crush something like a demon. Garona gave a big nod of approval, also implying that he was proud of Rayon. He is my brother, so why aren't you improving at all despite being Rayon's brother? Organ furrowed his brow while putting down the pot. You are still polishing the basics of the tidebreaker. Garona flinched, and his shoulders as sturdy as an iron frame shrinking. It's too hard. I think I understood it in theory, but my body just can't follow. Pathetic. Despite calling him pathetic, Agram was smiling faintly at Garona's cute reaction. Take your time with it. People have their own paths. You might be slower right now, but you might stand ahead of anyone else in the future. Then can I win against my brother, too? You should be well aware that you are spouting bullshit right now. Yes, I am. Garona hung his head. Rayon, he's different from everyone else. I wouldn't have been able to catch up with him either if I was around his age. Agram snorted, saying that no one could compare to Rayon, even among the current leaders of the Six Kings. I think it'd be better to go. What? Where? To Rayon's duel to the death that's happening in a month. I'm not really interested in fights between those who are weaker than me, but I think I'd regret it if I missed the duel between the Axe King and Rayon. I'd also like to go. Garona energetically raised his hand. I'll consider it if you can activate the tidebreaker consistently. I'll need to do it no matter what for my brother's sake. He clenched both his fists, shouting that he was going to watch Rayon's duel to the death no matter what. I wonder if you can really do it. Agram chuckled and was about to pick up a new pot. Beast Union leader. The Surin tribe's chief ran up to him with a pale face. Why are you in such a hurry? Slow down. The White Blood religion attacked the Chiron tribe. What? The pot in Agram's hand crumbled into powder. What kind of nonsense is that? We just got the urgent message. The White Blood religion's leader personally appeared and is currently slaughtering people. The Surin tribe's chief responded, his pale lips trembling in fear. God damn it. Agram stood up. The white mist of alcohol emanated from his shoulders. Wait a moment. The Surin tribe's chief stood in Agram's way as he was about to run to their rescue. You can't go on your own. Please wait for the Beast Union's elites. He shook his head, saying that it was dangerous to go on his own because the White Blood religion's leader was there. It'll be too late. Agram ground his teeth violently. Did you already forget how the Khal Kingdom was attacked by her? Even if I run there right now, there's no guarantee that I'll be able to save them. The Khal Kingdom was adjacent to the Beast Union, and Agram had been friends with their king ever since their childhood. He'd immediately run to help them as soon as he heard that the kingdom was under attack, but all he managed to find was the corpse of his best friend, dried up like a mummy. This is actually our chance. The White Blood religion must have been unaware that he was in the Surin tribe, probably because he had been staying in the tribe quietly for a while. He was going to act quickly to cut the head off the vampire bitch. Then please take our warriors and sorcerers at least. I also want to go. The Surin tribe's chief and Garona lowered their heads, asking him to bring them with him. I'm not going to wait. Yes, we'll follow, even if we end up being late. Agram nodded at the Surin tribe chief and Garona before he kicked the ground. A huge fissure was created on the land, and his body advanced, turning into a brown ray of light. Rumble. Agram violently ground his teeth, watching the Chiron tribe's village from afar. Flames were rising from the village inside the jungle. His heart pounded so quickly that it felt like it would burst upon hearing the screams of the tribe. Damn it. Chiron was a large tribe, even among the Beast Union. However, he couldn't sense many lives inside the village. He could guess that the bloody demons had already had their bloody feast. Agram looked back while catching his breath. Garona and the Surin tribe's warriors were nowhere to be seen. He left a signal for them to be careful and entered the village. Splash. His feet were sinking as if he were stepping on mud. The entire land was covered in red from blood and corpses. Agram bit the tip of his tongue harshly in order to maintain his composure. Why is he still alive? A bloody demon's lips twisted into a smile as he found Agram. I'll grant you a painless. Boom, the bloody demon rushing at Agram imploded, turning into a pale lump of blood. What was that? No way. The White Blood religion's fanatics were drinking the blood of the Chiron tribe, their eyes widening upon seeing Agram. Mosquito bitch, come out now. Agram roared at the White Blood religion's leader. Wham! A tremendous amount of aura exploded, extinguishing the flames covering the entire village, and the bloody demons around him collapsed at once, spraying blood from the 5 orifices on their faces. If you don't appear, I'll kill them all. How impatient! Alongside a mesmerizing voice that made it seem like it was sucking away the soul, a black-haired and black-eyed woman appeared. Whenever she set foot on the red blood, it turned whitey as if it were being purified by her steps. Wham! Agram stomped heavily on the ground. His fist extended, causing an earthquake in the process and crushing the head of the White Blood religion's leader. Splash! Agram's fist struck the White Blood religion's leader, causing her head to explode in a shower of white blood. Her body disappeared, as if it had never existed to begin with. How impatient. The White Blood religion's leader reappeared in her original state from a puddle of blood 20 steps away. The crimson blood rippled out into a white color as her feet touched it. Her face resembled that of a saintess, but her black pupils contained only a sinister, sultry aura filled with the stench of blood, a blood clone. Agram furrowed his brow, shaking the white blood off his hand. It still looked incomplete the last time I saw it. Did she complete it since then? Blood clone was a martial art that allowed the user's body to escape while leaving blood behind, just like a snake shedding its skin. It was still crude the last time, allowing him to cause damage to her internally, but the White Blood Religion's leader had perfectly escaped his punch. Agram recognized that the White Blood Religion's leader had perfectly recovered her previous realm and had advanced further at that. However, there's no reason to be afraid. After all, he had also gotten stronger, even more than her. Did you feel the difference? The White Blood Religion's leader curled her lips up into a faint smile. I don't need to run away from you anymore. She stretched her hand to the right side, and a shrouded figure clad from head to toe in a red coat handed her a pair of gloves. Agram could sense that he was even more powerful than an apostle. You know about this, right? The White Blood Religion's leader pointed at him with her chin, wearing the gloves given to her by the man. Your friend treasured it, after all. She curled her lips into a smile as if she were laughing at Agram. The White Hawk gauntlets. Agram bit his lip to the point of bleeding while looking at the gloves that had the symbol of a hawk on them. The white gloves she was wearing was a legendary artifact, capable of amplifying the owner's energy and even allowing them to catch astral energy with their bare hands. It was also a treasure that belonged to his best friend, Bellin, the king of the Kal Kingdom. Bellin had offered to give Agram the White Hawk gauntlets, but he had refused, saying that a weakling needed good equipment, at least. Seeing that the item filled with memories of his friend was in the villainess's hands made his blood boil, almost grilling his insides. The White Hawk gauntlets are definitely special. However, Agram raised his gaze. He clenched his fist, glaring at the black eyes of the White Blood Religion's leader. It won't be able to save you, he roared, rushing at the White Blood Religion's leader from the right side. Kring, the white blood flowing on the land turned into sharp spikes shooting up at him. The spikes were large enough to pierce his entire body, not just his foot. Wham! Agram advanced, destroying the entire spike by covering his foot with aura. I need to calm down. His eyes were shining furiously, but he was suppressing his boiling emotions. Physical condition and mental stability were even more important than sheer strength when it came to a battle between transcenders. He was going to take a serious amount of damage if he rushed into battle in an agitated state. HMPH. The White Blood Religion's leader's black eyes followed him. She was predicting his movements instead of using her sight to track him. She immediately created an invisible barrier of bloody energy. A futile effort. Blood was flowing down her barrier, and Agram thrust his fist at it. Thud, a yellow radiance occurred in front of his unshakable fist, destroying the barrier of bloody energy and pushing back the body of the White Blood Religion's leader. It was the 100-palm piercing fist, a deadly strike that came from a distance. You are so damn strong, just like always. The leader of the White Blood Religion was thrown back violently, furrowing her brow, as expected of the strongest body among the 6 kings and the 5 demons. Her trembling wrist suggested that the inside of her body was damaged. Don't be mistaken. Agram narrowed his eyes and followed her as she was being thrown back. I don't simply have the strongest body, I'm just the strongest. It looks like even your head has become as hard as a stone. The White Blood Religion's leader spread her fingers while snorting. A net of light as white as a magnolia appeared from her hand, blocking Agram's path. Wham! Agram advanced even faster toward the White Blood Religion's leader's bloody energy rushing towards him and smashed it with his fist. The formless punch ruthlessly destroyed the wave of bloody energy. However, he couldn't avoid being injured in the process, the huge amount of bloody energy tearing through his skin. I'll finish her off as quickly as possible. There was another villain inside the village that was as powerful as an apostle. It was necessary to defeat the White Blood Religion's leader quickly in order to save the tribe. Agram didn't care about his wounds. He dashed forward without hesitation and thrust the fist that he'd pulled back in advance, aiming for the White Blood Religion's leader's bloody energy. Wham! The barrier of bloody energy that the White Blood Religion's leader had unleashed with both hands shattered, and her shoulder was crushed like crumpling paper. It's over. Agram accelerated even further. His fist followed the White Blood Religion's leader, even faster than sound. Who do you think you are? The White Blood Religion's leader laughed coldly and raised the back of her hand. White lines emerged from the tips of her fingers one after the other. It almost looked like an entire bottle of white ink had dropped onto the canvas of reality. Wham! Agram lowered his brow while looking at his fist, which had been blocked by the bloody energy. It looked like this. Tidebreaker didn't manage to reach the White Blood Religion's leader because the bloody energy was too thick. You should be aware the White Blood Religion's leader smiled from behind the transparent wall of bloody energy. Just like you have the strongest body, my bloody energy is the best among the 6 kings and the 5 demons. She gestured with her hand, and a huge wave of bloody energy rushed toward Agram. Wham! Agram lifted his fists, standing his ground. I shouldn't dodge this attack. The white blood religion's leader had a practically infinite amount of bloody energy. He had to withstand the blow because it would be difficult to close the distance again if he withdrew. He clenched his fist and channeled his willpower. He unleashed the explosive Lotus Fist's special technique toward the approaching bloody energy. Wham! The frontal clash between the bloody energy and punch tore the land apart, making the sky howl. Agram furrowed his brow while looking at the white bloody energy that was being refilled endlessly. Seriously, her bloody energy at least, the amount of energy possessed by the white blood religion's leader, was higher than everyone else because she'd been sucking the blood of countless people. Even Glenn Sieghart or Darius Robert wouldn't have been able to match her in terms of sheer amount of bloody energy. Thousand Dance of Blood, the white blood religion's leader didn't miss the opportunity, spreading her hands. A huge tidal wave surged from behind Heir as if the land had turned into an ocean, be buried in white blood and perish. The white wave of blood gushed down onto Agram's head. Now, in that instant, yellow lightning erupted from Agram's eyes. He stopped his consecutive punches and focused his aura on his right hand. Agram thrust his weakly clenched fist toward the white wave covering the entire sky and land. His brown aura slowly subsided, creating a colorless radiance. Wham! The white wave was shattered into pieces alongside a tremendous shockwave. Agram groaned quietly. Crimson blood gushed from his mouth, the wounds on his shoulder and chest inflicted by her bloody energy opening up again. How thoughtless. The white blood religion's leader curled her lips into a deep sneer, with such a simple way of fighting cough. White blood gushed from her mouth in the middle of her speech. What's happening? The white blood religion's leader's eyes widened. She was unable to understand why she was coughing up blood, even for the Tidebreaker. How could it damage me through the bloody energy? She was aware of Agram's Tidebreaker. It was the Beast King's specialty, consisting of damaging the inside of the body through aura. She'd been maintaining a thick barrier of bloody energy to avoid Tidebreaker and had even filled her body with bloody energy. She couldn't believe that she was injured inside despite everything she'd done. No, wait, is this really an internal injury? It would have been strange if it was an internal injury when she didn't feel any pain in her organs or body. Her mind was what received the damage. Her head and upper energy center were aching to the point that she just wanted to collapse. No, the soul. The white blood religion's leader looked at Agram with a trembling chin. Correct, Agram shook off his fist while nodding his head. The ultimate Tidebreaker doesn't simply stop at breaking through aura. It can even harm the soul. His eyes gleamed with a lethal intensity. It's the hard counter for evil spirits like you who switch between bodies. Agram leaped into the white blood religion's space, activating Tidebreaker. He seemed to be planning to take that opportunity to finish her off. The white blood religion's leader rapidly gained distance, but Agram's movements were even faster. Whack! Agram's punch struck the white blood religion's leader's waist. Kua, she fell back while activating a shield of bloody energy, but the damage from Tidebreaker made her spit up thick blood again. Her complexion gradually turned pale. It's over. Agram clenched his fist, his eyes glowing with a murderous will. Stop talking nonsense. The white blood religion's leader put her hands together while coughing up blood, and a white goddess manifested behind her. The goddess opening her eyes had 50 arms, 3 eyes, and skin as white as a snow field. Crimson blood was flowing from her 3 eyes, the goddess of blood devouring anguish. Agram didn't panic even though he'd witnessed the grotesque figure standing behind her. There's nothing in the world that Tidebreaker can't break through. Shut up. The white blood religion's leader put her hands together once again, and a snow-white lotus appeared on the goddess of blood devouring anguish's hand. A tremendous amount of bloody energy blazed, creating a huge fissure on the land. Wham! Agram charged at the wave of bloody energy covering his entire vision. I can see it. He could sense the goddess of blood devouring anguish's movements as if he had it in his grasp. The white blood religion's leader was unable to properly utilize the goddess of blood devouring anguish, panicked by Tidebreaker, rumble. He dodged the goddess of blood devouring anguish's palm strike with a paper-thin difference and focused his aura and willpower on his left fist. I'll finish her off in one fell swoop. The white blood religion's leader had the ability to seize another person's body. It was necessary to annihilate her soul right away. Wham! He deflected its last strike, the white blood palm strike, with the back of his hand and broke through the barrier of bloody energy. The white blood religion's leader was watching with trembling lips, shocked by how easily he managed to break through the goddess of blood devouring anguish. Perfect. He had blocked all directions where the white blood religion's leader could potentially try to escape. He just had to thrust his fist to kill the vampire in front of him. Whoosh! Just as Agram gritted his teeth and started to thrust his fist, the energy of death sparked from behind him. Slash. His left arm, infused with aura, passed through his vision, hanging upside down. Tap, his left arm dropped to the ground like a marionette on a broken string, and the white blood religion's leader executed her bloody palm strike with a smile on her face. Walk, the palm strike infused with bloody energy struck him before he could even defend himself, sending him flying backward. Agram's chin trembled as he coughed up darkened blood. Red blood was gushing from his left shoulder like a fountain. What? He still couldn't understand the situation. Your reaction is so slow. I should have acted faster if the Beast King only amounts to this much. A man stood up from the darkness surrounding them. The tall man gave off a relaxed and frivolous impression. However, his face stood out the most. He was wearing a blue dragon helmet, shimmering under the starlight. Who are you? Agram bit his lip while holding his shoulder. He still couldn't sense his presence too well even though he was right in front of him. Even though he was focused on the white blood religion's leader, he shouldn't have gone unnoticed until his arm was cut off. Agram had never heard or seen anyone like that before. There's no reason to introduce myself to someone who is heading to his grave. A frivolous laugh escaped from the man in the dragon helmet as he mocked Agram. It's partly because I don't have a name yet, though. Agram bit his lip, meeting the eyes inside the dragon helmet. He isn't the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon also wore a dragon helmet, but the color was different. He definitely wasn't the heavenly demon, was a new enemy. He isn't from Eden either. The way he was speaking made it clear that he wasn't from Eden. If someone like him was in Eden, they would have had 3 factions instead of 2. So are you trying to kill me to gain a name and fame for yourself? No. The man wearing the dragon helmet shook his head, saying that he wasn't interested in anything like that. I'll get a name when I slay an even more important figure. He laughed, saying that someone like Agram couldn't serve that purpose. You bastard. Do you know why I was going after you? What do you mean? Agram asked. He was trying to buy some time to drive out the energy stuck in his shoulder, but the enemy's aura was sticking to him like a shadow, making it difficult to get rid of. It almost felt like the energy of death was dwelling inside of him. The Surin tribe in the Kal Kingdom. The man wearing the dragon helmet raised his fingers one by one. You acted alone when those 2 places were in a crisis. You can only do that because you have an overwhelming confidence in your own strength. That's why you became my first target. His eyes shimmered with a ghastly light. It's easier to hunt down an angry boar than a rabbit. Are you really resorting to a surprise attack despite how powerful you are? Aren't you ashamed of yourselves? Agram ground his teeth, glaring at the dragon helmet and the white blood religion's leader one after the other. The white blood religion's leader averted her gaze slightly, showing that she was feeling embarrassed. However, the man wearing the dragon helmet was different. What is shame? The man in the dragon helmet giggled. Agram felt goosebumps rise on his skin as the mocking laughter echoed from within the helmet. What's wrong with him? The Transcenders were extremely prideful of the fact that they'd reached their realm. They were usually ashamed if someone else interfered with their battle, but the man in front of him didn't seem proud at all despite being more powerful than the white blood religion's leader. He didn't seem to be bluffing. He seemed to truly believe that a surprise attack was a natural thing to do. Agram couldn't understand how a person like that managed to reach his realm. You've had enough time, haven't you? The man wearing the dragon helmet casually nodded his head. He must have been aware that Agram had been eliminating the energy stuck inside his body while buying time for it. Yes, Agram lowered the hand that was holding his shoulder. A formless wave of energy blazed from all over his body like the heat haze of a volcano. It was a display of his resolve to face death head-on. You could have just killed him right away. The white blood religion's leader furrowed her brow. This level of consideration is only natural, given that we're taking down a star from the sky right now. The man in the dragon helmet twirled the wrist attached to the hand holding the sword, saying that it was a meaningless struggle anyway. You're just adding more work. The white blood religion's leader put her hands together, and the goddess of the blood devouring anguish standing behind her emanated a huge amount of bloody energy once again. The man in the dragon helmet casually nodded, holding his pitch-dark sword in a reverse grip. Agram bit the tip of his tongue while looking at the white blood religion's leader and the man in the dragon helmet. I can do it. Glenn Sieghart had driven away the white blood religion's leader and the Fallen at the same time. He could do even better than him since he had unleashed Tidebreaker's potential to the extreme. Swoosh, the goddess of the blood-devouring anguish unleashed a huge storm of bloody energy, and a blade of death rushed towards him, shattering the space on its path. It almost looked like white and black tidal waves rising from the horizon were assaulting him. Wham! Agram stomped the ground with his left foot. He unleashed Tidebreaker toward the black and white waves, which were brimming with bloody energy and energy of death. His fist created a gigantic fissure in the world. Wham! Agram further enhanced the aura in his fist, twisting his shoulder in a spiral motion. Rumble! His punch advanced with a majestic ray of light and fended off the bloody energy, crushing the energy of death. However, the bloody energy and the energy of death intensified their pressure, pushing back against the punch as if declaring that they were only getting started. This is where the real battle begins. The auras of the white blood religion's leader and the man in the dragon helmet were each stronger than his own, even when considered separately. He had to incorporate Tidebreaker into his punch to defeat both of them at once. Agram unleashed Tidebreaker at the maximum output. The colorless aura emanating from his fist created majestic concentric circles as it faced the intensifying bloody energy and energy of death. A tremendous wave of energy gushed from the bloody energy and the energy of death, putting a shattering pressure on his fist. The pain made him feel like his limbs were about to explode, but he couldn't step back now. He completed the punch, relying on the strength of his body, which he had honed through countless hours of training. Tidebreaker's energy cut through the bloody energy and the energy of death like a salmon swimming against the current, digging into the bodies of the white blood religion's leader and the man in the dragon helmet. I did it. Tidebreaker's wave had reached his enemy's body. It was going to inflict a huge amount of damage to their souls. I just need to continue him. He focused on his senses in order to finish them off right away, but he couldn't feel the presence of the man in the dragon helmet, who should have been on his right. The white blood religion's leader's soul was the only thing he could sense. Where is he? He tried spreading his aura perception while smacking the white blood religion's leader's soul with Tidebreaker, but he couldn't feel the presence of the man in the dragon helmet from anywhere. This is dangerous. He tried to withdraw, a chill running down his spine, but he could feel a cold metal piercing into his chest. He looked around and saw the man in the dragon helmet stabbing his chest with a dark sword, a severe wound visible on the left side of his upper body. Agram guessed that he had broken through the aura without protecting himself in order to hide his presence. He was truly a lunatic. A suffocating pain engulfed him as the energy of death surrounding the blade pierced his body and soul. You filthy bastard. Agram tried to pull out the blade from his chest, but he couldn't push it back, which implied that his enemy was stronger. How? His lips trembled because he'd never thought that he would lose in a match of physical strength, of all things. So this is the extent of the strongest body among the 6 kings and the 5 demons. The man in the dragon helmet shook his head, expressing his boredom with his laughter. Weren't you the white blood religion's leader's companion? Agram bit his lip deeply. The white blood religion's leader had taken a huge amount of damage because she had to take the full brunt of Tidebreaker to herself. He couldn't believe that a transcender just took him by surprise, abandoning his companion and taking a wound serious enough to tear apart his flesh in the process. We aren't companions. Our interests just happened to align. And the man in the dragon helmet pointed his chin at the white blood religion's leader. If she dies from this, it simply means that is all she amounts to. His nonchalant smile suggested that he didn't care whether the white blood religion's leader died or not. Agram bit his lip, seeing the emptiness in the eyes glowing inside the helmet. He's dangerous. There was no one like him among the 6 kings and the 5 demons. His strength wasn't the only issue. His way of thinking was dangerous. He almost looked like a punk on the back street who would do anything for victory instead of a transcended warrior holding absolute power. What's your goal? You won't be able to understand. The man in the dragon helmet sneered faintly. However, he didn't seem to be sneering at Agram this time. Beast Union leader, where are you? It happened when Agram was trying to muster his energy in order to escape the situation. The Surin chief and Garona's voices could be heard from behind the dark shroud that was created when the man in the dragon helmet appeared. Get out of here right now. Agram shouted, gripping the blade piercing his chest to prevent the man in the dragon helmet from moving. Return to the Union. Ask for help from Zeeghart and Balkar. I wonder if they'll be able to escape. The man in the dragon helmet curled his eyes into a crescent shape. Don't underestimate our youngsters. Agram raised his leg and smashed the waist of the man in the dragon helmet. Whack! The man in the dragon helmet snorted and smacked Agram's abdomen. Agram bent forward, blood gushing from his mouth. His body couldn't maintain its steel hardness anymore because the energy of death was seeping into it. The excruciating pain and endless bleeding gradually blurred his vision, but Agram still didn't release the blade stabbing his chest. That was because Garona's death would be inevitable if the monster in front of him was freed. Walk! The man in the dragon helmet kept punching him with his left hand. Agram's knees were lowered because of the shattering pain of his bones and muscles, but the hand holding the blade remained clenched until the last moment. White blood religion's leader stood up while groaning in pain. She'd taken a serious amount of damage, but it was apparently not enough to kill her. Agram examined the other side of the dark shroud using his aura perception, which was gradually shrinking. It looked like Garona had made up his mind as he turned around and started to run away. Agram thought he would be able to escape because he actually had excellent wits about him despite acting simple. For some reason, I'm reminded of him. Watching the white blood religion's leader, who managed to survive, and Garona's back reminded him of Rayon, whom he had helped train alongside Garona. He had already taught Tidebreaker to a few executives in the Beast Union, but he had the feeling that Rayon and Garona would be the ones to attain its pinnacle. I'm leaving Garona to you. Leave? What is that supposed to mean? The Surin chief's lips trembled as he examined the dark shroud that kept him from seeing inside. Beast Union leader. He approached the shroud as if he didn't hear Ogram's words. You can't do that. Garona raised his arm to block the Surin chief's path. He shook his head while biting his lip to the point of bleeding. There's no way the Beast Union leader would have said that for no reason. The Surin chief swallowed nervously and stepped back. He was able to calm down after seeing that Garona was forcing himself to maintain his composure despite how he would usually be even more agitated in the same situation. The Beast Union leader is powerful. What he just said implies that we are getting in his way. We need to withdraw. Garona ordered the warriors and sorcerers behind him to retreat with trembling fingers. Both parties will be endangered at this rate. If Ogram had to order them to leave, he must have been in a crisis as well. There must be another enemy other than the White Blood Religion's leader. The White Blood Religion's martial arts turned whiter the stronger it was. The shroud that kept them from seeing inside was definitely a technique from another faction, like the Black Tower. Since they had to leave first for Ogram to escape without worrying about them, running away was the correct decision. We're withdrawing. The Surin chief nodded his head, showing that he understood his intentions. The warriors and sorcerers turned around after seeing their eyes and ran back to the path that they'd come from. However, the White Blood Religion's bloody demons jumped out of the dark shroud with no intention of letting them go. Wham! Garona's punch and the Surin chief's sorcery advanced at the same time, making the bloody demons charging at them explode on their way. We'll take care of them. Move as quickly as possible. Garona and the Surin chief defeated all of the bloody demons jumping out from behind the shroud before catching up to the warriors and the sorcerers. Are you really all right? The Surin chief furrowed his brow while looking at Garona. Considering how nervous he was, there was no way Garona wouldn't be worried about Ogram. After all, he was his disciple. I'm fine. Garona nodded with a broad smile on his face. My master should return safely as long as we manage to escape. He shook his hand, calling Ogram his master instead of the Beast Union leader. Yes, I can't imagine him being defeated either. They smiled, with their eyes reflecting their trust in Ogram. However, slash, along with the frightening sound of something cutting through the air, the sorcerer running at the front of the group had his head torn off. The blood gushed from the sorcerer's corpse, and a villain clad in a crimson coat from head to toe shot up from it. Even though he wasn't an apostle, they could feel that his prowess was even higher than an apostle's. The bloody demon nodded at them while blocking their path. He seemed to be implying that they should try attacking him. I'm rather busy right now. Garona raised his hand, clenching his fist. Tidebreaker's energy, which he hadn't been able to maintain so far, was blazing powerfully on his fist. Get out of my way if you don't want to die. Wham! The White Blood Religion's leader furrowed her brow while looking at Ogram, who had collapsed with his eyes closed. He really is a monster. Even though the bloody energy and the energy of death had completely pierced his mana circuits and blood vessels, Ogram still didn't faint until the last moment. His willpower was ridiculously powerful. It even made her think that the strongest willpower was his specialty instead of the strongest body. However, the White Blood Religion's leader threw a sideway glance at the man in the dragon helmet with her narrowed eyes. He is even better. Regardless of his might, his way of thinking was completely different from the others. They were fully capable of winning by fighting normally, but the man in the dragon helmet had attacked Ogram from the back to ensure that he wouldn't be able to escape. That implied that he didn't really care about his own injuries as long as he could win. It wasn't how the Transcenders usually fought. She would have been impressed if she had just been a bystander in the battle, but she was furious instead because she'd served as bait. I knew it. You're still alive. The man in the dragon helmet casually waved his hand. I would have been disappointed if you died. Her soul was drastically harmed because she'd had to fend off. Tidebreaker on her own after the man in the dragon helmet had escaped. Her body and mind were aching so much that she could collapse at any moment, but she shook her hand, pretending to be fine. If she collapsed right there was no telling what the other bastard would do to her. You need to deceive your ally to deceive your enemy. The man in the dragon helmet shrugged his shoulders. How can you say that? The man in the dragon helmet weakly kicked Ogram's body, saying that it was his gift for her. The White Blood Religion's leader dissipated the energy she'd been gathering in her hand. She licked her lips deeply while looking at the blood flowing from Ogram's chest. That should allow me to, when it came to consuming blood to enhance the blood art, the effect intensified in proportion to the strength of its original owner. She couldn't even imagine how much stronger she was going to become if she kept absorbing the beast King Ogram's blood. This should conclude the trade, right? The man in the dragon helmet nodded at her. Yes, I'll recommend you to be one of the 5 demons. The White Blood Religion's leader nodded while looking away from Ogram. There's one more thing. I know I'll grant a request. The man in the dragon helmet had asked her to recommend him to the 5 demons and grant one request for him in return for capturing Ogram alive. She honestly couldn't trust him, so she prepared a way to escape in various ways, but he really had carried out his part of the deal. By the way, the white blood religion's leader twisted her lips while looking at the eyes inside the helmet. What should I call you and your organization? He still hadn't told her his name or the name of his organization. The man had just too many secrets. I'm still nameless. And as for the organization, call it the Shadow. Shadow, do you mean that group of assassins? Another star is going to fall soon. I'll tell you when that happens. Another star is going to fall. The white blood religion's leader lowered her eyebrows. He'd said that a star was taken down when he was fighting Agram. That meant he was implying that another one among the 6 kings and the 5 demons was going to fall. You can announce that you've captured Agram on your own today. It's meaningless to me. The man in the dragon helmet casually shook his hand as if he wasn't interested in an insignificant person like Agram at all. Then can we let them escape? The ones who are running away right now. That's fine. They couldn't have seen anything. Actually, it would be better to leave them alive. He rubbed the tips of his fingers, saying that it would be interesting. What's your goal? The white blood religion's leader furrowed her brow, her eyes skimming over the man in the dragon helmet. I can't tell what he is thinking at all. She thought he wanted to be famous because he wanted to join the 5 demons, but she couldn't understand what he was thinking at all after hearing that he would forfeit all of the fame for defeating Agram. You wouldn't understand even if you heard it. The man in the dragon helmet nodded, repeating the same thing he'd told Agram. Yes, I guess there's no reason for me to find out. The white blood religion's leader shook her finger, and the 10th apostle walked out from the darkness, picking Agram up and carrying him on his shoulder. Another fun incident is about to break out. Do you want to join? No, she shook her head. She wouldn't be able to move for a while because she needed a good amount of time to recover from the damage to her soul and absorb Agram's energy as her own. Your injury must be severe. The sound of licking lips could be heard from inside the dragon helmet. The ghastly glow of his eyes looked like he was contemplating whether he should go for her or not. Try it if you want. The white blood religion's leader turned her head with a cold laugh. Are you counting on the blood spirit sphere you prepared in advance? You. With 12 passages, you should be able to escape no matter what happens. The man in the dragon helmet nodded his head as if he were aware of everything she was thinking. Who the hell are you? The white blood religion's leader swallowed nervously. In fact, she had prepared 15 total passages to escape if anything happened. She couldn't believe that he had figured out 12 of the passages. I'm just kidding. The man in the dragon helmet smiled faintly, saying that it was a joke. I'd like to drink your blood as well one day. The white blood religion's leader disappeared into the white blood with a furrowed brow. The 10th apostle quietly glared at the man in the dragon helmet before he sank into the blood, following his leader. There must have been 15. The man in the dragon helmet shook off his hands while giggling, and his torn skin started to heal. All his wounds disappeared as if he had never been injured to begin with. His regeneration was even better than that of a troll. A woman wearing a black mask knelt next to him a moment later, lowering her head. All the traces have been erased. We can return. She handed over a black glove, saying that everything was over. There's still another thing to do. The man in the dragon helmet shook his head while accepting the glove. The atmosphere around him suddenly changed. His voice remained the same, but his frivolous, clownish nature became the dignity of a powerful king. PSH. Once the man in the dragon helmet took off the glove that he was wearing, sticky blood flowed from inside. He incinerated the blood-soaked glove, replacing it with the new glove before shaking his hand out. What would that be? They're here now. He curled his lips into a smile while looking at the vivid golden radiance sparkling from the sky. The great lizards, who are always slow as shit. Huh. Rayon calmly caught his breath and raised his gaze. The swords of the Transcenders were freely advancing next to the 8 rings of fire rotating, as if they were protecting his mental world. It was the same as when he'd first entered the mental world, but there was a slight difference. They're lower now. The swords of the Transcenders were still too high for him to reach, but they gradually lowered their altitude of flight as he kept practicing their swords. He could guess that the swords descended to the ground as he got stronger and got used to the Transcenders' techniques. Training with the Transcenders' swords to the fullest extent of his abilities taught him how to unleash his full power in a single moment. Including the burst of emotion that Wrath had mentioned was a different story, but he managed to clearly grasp the clue to creating a new sword field. Shall I return now? A long time had passed since he'd entered the mental world. A problem could occur in his real body if he kept staying in that world, so he figured he had to prepare to return. Rayon raised heavenly drive to consolidate his training for the last time. A yellow aura wavered from the center of his mental world, a large man clad in a black coat surging from it. Is that? Rayon's eyes widened as he looked at the black coat. The black dragon coat. The large man seemed to be wearing the black dragon coat. No, it was definitely the black dragon coat. However, it had more scales than when he was wearing it himself. Whoosh! The large man wearing the black dragon coat fiercely thrust his fist as if he were facing an enemy right in front of him. The formless aura dwelling in his fist rampaged around alongside. Tidebreaker's flow, could it be? Rayan swallowed nervously while looking at the large man's back as he executed his punch. Sir Agram. Rayan's gaze was fixated on Agram's back as he held his breath. Why did he appear in my mental world, even though Agram had taught him? Tidebreaker's swordsmanship was the only thing engraved in his mental world. Even the fist art he'd perfectly mastered during childhood didn't exist there. He couldn't understand why he had suddenly appeared. Whoosh! Agram punched in the air, not noticing that Rayan was watching from behind. Rayan could feel a vast freedom from the systemized path of his fist. He seemed to be executing his punches at full power. Rayan swallowed nervously and approached Agram. What? Agram looked just like when they met during the Surin tribe incident except for one thing. His gaze. The desperation in his gaze suggested that he was fighting against his worst enemy. Rayan had never felt such desperation from him because Agram had always been relaxed and confident. Rayan bit his lip, looking at Agram's desperate eyes. This isn't the time to think about the reason he appeared here. The instincts that had saved him at every turn were telling him that he wouldn't be able to see this ever again if he missed the opportunity. He increased the Ring of Fire's output to the maximum. The 8 rings slowly rotating in the air resonated with each other at once, increasing his focus to reach a higher realm. Whoosh! The wind extending from Agram's left fist guided the light wind styles wind, and the shockwave erupting from his right fist amplified the 10,000 flames cultivation's heat. Instead of simply demonstrating his martial art, he was showing how to efficiently utilize his energy. Wham! Whenever Agram's fist burst forward, Rayan's mental world distorted. The huge flow wasn't created by the destructive power of his punch nor the purity of his aura. It was Tidebreaker seeping at the edge of the punches. Is this the real Tidebreaker? The more I see it, the more amazing it is. Though Tidebreaker he'd learned from Agram consisted of harming the opponent's body through the aura. However, the Tidebreaker that Agram was demonstrating seemed to be going through the opponent's body in addition to their aura. In other words, it seemed like there was no limit to what could pass through. Rayan watched Agram's punches without missing a single moment in order to reach the epitome of Tidebreaker. One day, Agram's movement changed drastically after some time, which felt as short as an instant but as long as a year at the same time. Wham! Agram executed his footwork and started to barrage the air with punches as if an enemy really had appeared in front of him. He dodged to the right, then used 100-palm piercing fist. He charged to the front this time and used the Tyrant King's fist. He isn't fighting like he is facing an enemy. He really is fighting an enemy. Rayan couldn't tell who his opponent was, but he was having a duel against someone, unlike when he was demonstrating the movements. Agram clenched his fist and leaned forward, implying that the invisible enemy started a tremendous attack. He extended his fist, increasing Tidebreaker's output to the maximum. The flow of his aura, capable of piercing through everything, severed heaven and earth. Rumble. Even though Agram was certain about his victory, he was fully focused on his enemy, not being careless in the slightest. He won this battle. Even Rayan thought it was over. However, a dark blade burst from Agram's left side, tearing off his arm. Demonic energy. The black energy dwelling in the dark blade seemed familiar. No, that's the energy of death. The energy that severed Agram's arm wasn't demonic energy. It was the energy of death that he had sensed in front of the sword and Saber Sovereign's grave. It was definitely the aura Darius Robert had been hiding. Agram didn't stop fighting despite being startled by the ambush. He minimized evasive movements and started a 2-on-1 battle. He was powerful even among the Transcenders, but he couldn't prevail against the assault of 2 people. In the end, the energy of death spread out like a spider web, confining Agram. Rayan's lips trembled as he watched Agram sink into the darkness. What's even happening? Rayan gasped because he couldn't understand the situation, and his mental world started to collapse. That implied that his time was up for staying in that world. Could it be? Rayan bit his lip while looking at the place where Agram had disappeared from instead of the collapsing mental world. Did something happen to Sir Agram in reality? Huff. Garona exhaled roughly as he advanced. He was carrying the Surin chief on his back, and he was also drastically injured. Even though he was coughing up blood, his steps never stopped. I need to keep going. I won't be able to walk anymore if I stop. The villain in the red coat that had blocked his path was powerful. Since he was even more powerful than an apostle despite not being an apostle himself, he'd almost died countless times whenever their fists clashed, if he hadn't been enlightened about Tidebreaker. By his determination to help his master, his heart would have been pierced a long time ago, making him collapse on the cold land. The Surin chief tapped on his shoulder from his back while groaning in pain. Garona, leave me behind. You need to live, at least. The Surin chief asked him to leave him behind, his lips turning pale from the intense bleeding. That won't do. He wouldn't be able to look at himself anymore in the future if he left the Surin chief behind after leaving Agram already. It was something that he could never do as a Beast Union warrior. He'd rather choose death. The crystal sphere serving as a communication device was broken, and the warriors and sorcerers following from behind were drastically injured as well, meaning that he was the only one who could carry the Surin chief. Why is the Beast Union leader not coming back? No way he would be defeated by the White Blood Religion's leader, right? But that's the only possibility for now. The Surin tribe's warriors were talking about Agram with their heads lowered. It was only natural to have those thoughts when he didn't come back despite a long time having passed after his battle. Nonsense. The Surin chief was on the verge of death, but he turned his head and shouted at them. Do you really believe that our union's leader would be defeated by a vampire like that? He simply retreated in a different direction to distract them from our direction. His powerful voice implied that he had a firm trust in Agram. Garona bit his lip tightly and nodded his head. Yes, I have to believe in him. Since they were from the Beast Union, they had to believe in their leader, Agram. Garona kept walking, pressing strength onto the tips of his toes. After some time, just as his breath was truly reaching its limit, countless shadows emerged across the dim plain. The man on horseback at the center of them was a young, handsome man dressed in a scholar's robe, unsuitable for the plain. The Beast Union's vice leader, Garona, usually frowned in displeasure at the sight of him, but he couldn't be more glad to see him for once. Vice leader, Garona stopped walking and let out a shout that sounded like a scream and a roar at the same time. Crack! As soon as the vice leader heard him, he disappeared from the horse and reappeared in front of Garona. It almost looked like a lightning strike. Garona, why are you so late? Garona fell to his knees and was about to collapse, but the vice leader of the Beast Union held his waist and supported him. What even happened to you? The vice leader demanded. Please contact all the 6 kings right now. The emotions that Garona had been suppressing erupted as he spoke with teary eyes. My master is in danger. Are you telling me to believe that right now? Glenn Sieghart furrowed his brow while glaring at the crystal ball designed for communication. This is frustrating. The Archmage of Eternal Flame Chamber was visible inside the crystal ball, nodding her head. No matter how much I like to joke, do you really think I'd lie about something like this? Chamber furrowed her pretty brow, pleading with him to believe her. She had cast aside the coy demeanor she usually wore and revealed her true nature. Glenn stared at Chamber inside the crystal ball for a while and eventually nodded, saying, You can continue. I'm not your subordinate. You are aware of that fact, right? I know, so explain from the beginning. I don't like anyone from your household except for Rayon. Chamber sighed deeply while glaring at Glenn. Listen carefully, since this is the last time I'm telling you. Once Agram heard the news that the White Blood Religion's leader attacked the Chiron tribe, he ran there on his own. After that, Garona and she delivered the exact story she'd heard from Garona and the Surin chief. That's why they even contacted me afterward. Of course, I don't exactly know what happened in that dark shroud. I just heard it from Garona. Garona. Glenn murmured Garona's name. He remembered that Agram had brought Garona to him, introducing him as a potential successor. So has Agram still not shown up since then? That's why I'm contacting you. Glenn furrowed his brow. Since Agram was confident when defeating any opponent, he normally would have told his people to come closer to watch. The fact that he told them to run away instead implied that his death was a more likely assumption. No, he might be kept alive instead of being killed. The White Blood Religion's leader only drank the blood of the living to nurture her bloody energy. Agram would have been a major delicacy for her, one that she'd never had before. That was why she must have let him live no matter what. Did you check the area? Yes, there were plenty of waves left behind by transcenders, the traces of Agram's Tidebreaker and the White Blood Religions. Goddess of Blood Devouring Anguish were perfectly intact as well. However, the dark shroud that Garona mentioned wasn't a big deal. It was a common concealment spell. Chamber calmly nodded. What about the outcome of the battle? No traces indicated it for sure. However, bloody energy was what remained in the end. I see. This story is spreading faster than any other rumor right now. Her gaze sparkled like a deadly blade. You understand what this means, right? It means that the balance of power is being disrupted. Yes, and this is a rather serious matter. No, it's not just rather serious, it's damn serious. Chamber clicked her tongue. There will be a conference of 6 kings in a few days, so you'll have to participate no matter what. She lowered her eyebrows slightly. Rayon's duel to the death, you should think about what to do with that. I'll see you at the conference. Chamber casually waved her hand and ended the communication. Cheryl gasped, leaning her back against a pillar. I can't believe that the Beast King lost to the White Blood Religion's leader. Her trembling lips revealed that she'd never expected such a thing to happen. The difference in power is one thing, but Sir Agram should have had the upper hand in that matchup. Roan furrowed his brow, agreeing with her. Nothing is clear yet. Glenn calmly shook his head. It was too early to make a conclusion since it had only happened a few hours ago. To be honest, he couldn't believe at all that Agram had lost to the white blood religion's leader, nor did he want to believe it. However, the incident had already happened, and he had to come up with their next course of action. Is Rayon still in the middle of his cultivation? Glenn shifted his gaze towards Rimmer, who was quietly sitting down. Yes, Rimmer was also furrowing his brow deeply, implying that he was thinking about Rayon's duel to the death. Glenn sighed quietly and nodded his head. Call him here right after he is done with his cultivation. Rayon raised his eyebrows violently. He trained in the mental world many times before, but it was his first time waking up like he'd had a nightmare. What could have happened? Why did Agram appear in his mental world? Why did he teach him by using his punches? Who was he fighting against, and why was he captured by the energy of death? There were too many questions. However, one thing that he could tell for sure was that Agram was in trouble. It almost felt like he wanted me to know. Rather than asking for rescue, Agram seemed to be hoping to make Rayon aware of the situation. You've gained a new enlightenment from the mental world. All swordsmanship techniques have advanced in realm. All stats have increased by 10. Tidebreaker's realm has drastically increased. Messages appeared in front of him just as he was about to stand up. They were the rewards for what he'd experienced in the mental world. Wrath is still sleeping. Wrath would have started to rampage as soon as he saw the messages if he was awake. The fact that he was being quiet implied that he was still asleep. All swordsmanship techniques have advanced in realm. It seemed to be a reward for training with the Transcender's swords. It was a huge growth, pretty much implying his advancement in the versatile sword. And Tidebreaker. Tidebreaker's realm must have naturally increased because he'd focused his entire mind on Agram's punches while he seemed to be fighting against an enemy. However, the lesson that Tidebreaker could break through things other than aura was an even bigger harvest than the increase in realm. He could even guess that he would be able to add Tidebreaker's flow into the new sword field that he was going to create. No, this isn't the time to think about this. The rewards were definitely amazing, but there was a more important matter. Rayon immediately opened the training ground's door and went outside. Is it dawn? No one could be seen in the training ground, where the chilly wind of dawn was lingering. It had to be now of all times. Rayon furrowed his brow, thinking that he'd come out at the wrong time, before a rustling sound could be heard from above the ceiling. Did you wake up? Rimmer's face suddenly popped out, his slightly muffled voice suggesting that he'd just woken up. Vice Division Leader. Rayon blinked while looking at Rimmer. He couldn't believe that he was at the training ground at dawn when he often went missing in broad daylight. Why are you here, just because? Rimmer shrugged his shoulders as if it wasn't for any important reason and came down onto the land. I was actually waiting for you because I have something to tell you. He sighed deeply and raised his gaze. Something to tell me. Rayon instinctively realized that what Rimmer was going to talk about was the same thing Rayon was going to ask about. Sir Agram was defeated by the white blood religion's leader. His hands trembled before he knew. If what he said was true, the Agram that he'd seen in his mental world must have been the exact image of reality. No one knows the details, but it's clearly true that Sir Agram went missing, Rimmer declared. Then he told him about the battle between Agram and the white blood religion's leader. Isn't there any evidence of someone's interference? Rayon asked while thinking about the energy of death that had blocked Agram's punch. According to Lady Chamber, there was no trace of a third party. It was even more suspicious because there was no trace. If it was done by Darius, he was definitely not going to leave any trace. That's why. Vice Division Leader. Rayon interrupted Rimmer and raised his gaze. We have to go there. There, the location where Sir Agram and the white blood religion leader's battle took place. Inside the mental world, Agram's gaze looked like he wanted Rayon to know something. It was highly possible that he left some trace at the location of the battle. Right now, crimson lightning struck in Rayon's eyes. Rimmer swept his hair back roughly while looking at the determined expression in Rayon's eyes. We can't really do that right now. Why not? Because the Beast King's defeat is a much bigger issue than you know. He shook his head, rubbing the ground with his shoes. It's currently forbidden to go outside of Sieghart's domain, and all armed organizations carrying out a mission outside the house have been ordered to return. Rayon quietly groaned upon hearing his explanation. That's true. It's the natural thing to do. The 6 kings and the 5 demons had maintained a subtle balance for dozens of years. Since every single one of those factions was powerful enough to be the strongest in the continent, it was impossible for them to easily win against another if a war broke out between them. The loser would fall to ruin, and the winner would take a tremendous amount of damage, rendering them unable to fully rejoice in their victory. Moreover, there was no way other factions would leave the winner alone after they took that much damage. An injured lion could be devoured by hyenas. The 6 kings and the 5 demons weren't the only issues anymore, since even the factions like the 5 divine orders would definitely attack them while drooling at the mouth. They couldn't exactly expect the other factions from the 6 kings or the 5 demons to help either. because the 6 kings and the 5 demons aren't related so desperately to begin with. Rayon sighed deeply. This is a serious situation. Agram's defeat against the White Blood Religion's leader didn't simply imply the Beast Union's fall. It could be the fall of the 6 kings. The bigger issue is the White Blood Religion only took a small amount of damage. It wasn't a war between the White Blood Religion and the Beast Union. Since it was a duel between their leaders, the White Blood Religion wasn't even weakened as a result. It was impossible to annihilate the White Blood Religion, and it was clear that the factions following the 5 demons were going to flare up like wildfire, making it the worst situation possible in many ways. That's why it's even more important to go there. Even if he couldn't rescue Agram, he still had to head to the Chiron tribe since it might allow him to get a clue about the White Blood Religion's leader, and Darius Robert. Rimmer licked his lips while scratching his chin. You must have an important reason for it. Yes, I need to go there no matter what. Then there's a way. He raised his finger and pointed at the Lord's manor. You'll have to complain to the person who gave out the order, but it's the middle of the night. He should be awake. Rimmer casually shook his finger. When you get old, you tend to sleep less. He smiled while saying something that would get him struck by lightning if Glenn had heard it. Oh. The White Blood Religion's leader removed her red lips from Agram's neck. Her lips curved in delight while looking at the punctures on Agram's throat. I didn't expect it to be this good. As soon as she absorbed Agram's blood, an indescribable sense of exhilaration surged through her. The wounds on her body and soul that would have made her collapse at any moment were healed, and an uncontrollable amount of bloody energy overflowed from her. She had consumed a transcender's blood before, but it was her first time drinking blood from a transcender who was more powerful than herself. She wasn't sure what was going to happen, but it was even better than she'd anticipated. She could feel that her White Spirit aura had reached a higher realm even though Agram's blood hadn't become her own yet. Congratulations on completing your art. The 10th apostle bowed to the White Blood Religion's leader. Complete? It's not complete. I'm only getting started. The White Blood Religion's leader casually shook her hand at the 10th apostle. A deep red hue appeared on her white cheeks. If I can make all of Agram's energy mine, I might be able to reach Glenn Sieghart. Drinking the blood had already given her a dizzying amount of power. If she managed to convert all of his energy into the White Spirit aura, it wouldn't going to be impossible to destroy the sky of the north. No, that's not even my final destination. Since her newly gained power would allow her to attack the other leaders of the 6 kings and the 5 demons, she could even become the true ruler of the continent. It's going to be fun in the future. The White Blood Religion's leader curved her lips into a seductive smile while licking her blood-soaked lips. What do we do with the Beast King? The 10th apostle pointed at Agram, who almost seemed dead, his breathing faint. HNN. The White Blood Religion's leader narrowed her eyes while looking down at Agram. He said his soul was separated from his body. The man in the dragon helmet had explained that he wouldn't be able to wake up on his own because his soul had been separated from his body. She wanted to figure out what kind of ability that was. Leave him alone for now. There's something I'd like to investigate after my cultivation. Understood. The 10th apostle lowered his head, showing that he was ready to obey no matter what she asked. And as for the bloody energy remaining here, the White Blood Religion's leader narrowed her eyes while looking at the back of her hand. There was a long tear on the back of the white hawk gauntlet she was wearing. It ripped. She hadn't noticed because she was too focused on the battle against Agram, the war of nerves against the man in the dragon helmet, and absorbing Agram's blood, but she just realized that the White Hawk gauntlet was broken into an unusable state. Well, I guess it's understandable. It wasn't an easy battle. Agram was so powerful that she couldn't win in a one-on-one battle. The gloves were a cheap price to pay for defeating him and absorbing his blood. You should absorb the bloody energy remaining here. The White Blood Religion's leader nodded at the 10th apostle while handing over the torn White Hawk gauntlet. How could I do that instead of the first and the second apostle? The 10th apostle asked. At least try to make it believable when you lie, she snorted, leaving the room of sacrifice. The 10th apostle bowed at the White Blood Religion leader's back while holding onto the White Hawk gauntlets tightly. His eyes sparkled in white as he slowly raised his gaze. Did you just say that you want to go to the scene of battle between the White Blood Religion's leader and Agram? Glenn furrowed his brow deeply while gazing down at Rayon, who was kneeling on the ground. Yes. Rayon lowered his head while biting his lip, trying not to be crushed under Glenn's pressure. You don't seem to realize what kind of situation we are in. Glenn exhaled roughly while shifting his gaze toward the window, where the moonlight was passing by. Agram's defeat isn't just a matter of himself. Countless factions that had been suppressed by the name of the 6 kings are going to rise like a breaking dam. He violently tapped on the throne's armrest, expressing his disbelief at the current situation. The 5 demons won't miss this golden opportunity to lead the villains from the front. The balance of the continent is already broken at this point. Glenn clenched his hand, saying that the rumor about Agram's defeat was spreading at an impossible speed. This is our current situation, the worst that we could ever have. If you start to move now, when your fame alone is no less than the Transcenders, the villains who wish to follow in the white blood religion leader's steps are going to chase after you. He was unusually worried about Rayon, a sharp gaze in his eyes. I won't lose to some moths looking for fame. Rayon pounded his chest, asking for trust. 1,000 ants can even lift a millstone. Glenn calmly shook his head. No matter how powerful you are, you'll need to escape if countless people flock to you. I still have to go. Glenn raised his eyebrows slightly, showing his surprise at Rayon's insistence. For what reason? Rayon didn't respond right away. He could make up a random reason, but he wanted to give a sincere response since Glenn was treating him with sincerity. I happened to enter the mental world during my training. Again, you went there again. Rimmer's eyes widened, and he asked if the mental world was some store in the neighborhood for him. I was about to leave that world after I was done with my training, but Sir Ogram suddenly appeared. Sir Ogram appeared? Really? Cheryl and Roan walked up at the same time. Yes, inside my world, Rayon told them about how Ogram taught him Tidebreaker and then fought against someone before he was dragged into the darkness. He skipped the part about Darius's energy of death for now because he wasn't sure about it. The look in his eyes made it seem like he was desperately asking for my help. That's why I need to go. That's impossible. Cheryl's chin trembled in disbelief. No, it's possible, Rimmer interrupted Cheryl. Rayon wasn't surprised when he heard about the Beast King's defeat. His reaction was more like he was expecting that news. I thought it was strange, and I finally understand the reason now. Roan laughed in disbelief while stroking his beard. If that's true, then I can understand why Sir Rayon is trying to go to that location. He nodded his head, showing that he believed his story. Did you say that you learned Tidebreaker from Ogram when you were in the Surin tribe? Glenn's forehead tightened as he put his hand on the throne's armrest. Yes, I did. He really taught you a martial art, one that is pretty much his ultimate technique. He is seriously a dull guy. He clicked his tongue in displeasure. I can understand why you want to go there so much. Of course, it's still dangerous even though you have a good reason for it. After all, the white blood religion or the 5 demons might still be there. Glenn closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again and calmly shook his head. But that's why. Rayon furrowed his brow, thinking that Glenn was still going to be against it, but Glenn continued. I'll be going with you, Glenn declared, standing up from the throne. His majestic pressure, akin to a huge mountain erupting from the land, made it feel like the space itself was being distorted. What? Rayon blinked, dumbfounded by his words. I said that I'm coming with you. Do you have a problem with that? No, not at all. Rayon shook his head quickly. Of course I have no problems with it, Rayon looked behind him as he emerged from the closest dimensional door to the Beast Union. Glenn, Roan, Cheryl, and Rimmer followed him one after the other, their faces hidden with black hoods. Do you know the path? Glenn casually inclined his head. Yes, he was familiar with the path because the Chiron tribe wasn't too far away from the Surin tribe. Lead the way. Understood. Rayon swallowed nervously and guided the party from the front. What's even going on? Why are all these people behind me? 3 out of the 4 people were grandmasters, and the other one was a transcender who might be the strongest in the continent. It were just 4 people, but it wasn't an exaggeration to say that they made up half of Sieghart's power. I might be killed if I don't manage to find it. Judging from what Glenn had told him, Rayon could guess that he and Ogram were close in the past. Rayon suddenly felt like he was going to be killed if he didn't manage to find Ogram's traces. No, I should think about my death later. He still couldn't forget Ogram's eyes in his last moments. It was important to focus on finding his traces and think about the rest later. Wham! Rayon deeply caught his breath and executed. Supreme Harmony steps at full power. His body became a black ray of light, dashing through the grassland. Glenn, Cheryl, Roan, and Rimmer met each other's proud gazes as they ran behind him. Since all of them were at least a grandmaster, it didn't take that long until they arrived at the Chiron tribe. Sheesh. Rayon stopped in front of a scorched tree and lowered his body. He couldn't enter right away because the Beast Union's warriors were blocking the entrance of the Chiron tribe. I don't sense any presence inside the village. Let's enter quietly. It wasn't a good idea to announce Glenn's arrival since a spy might be hidden among them. Rayon sent an aura message suggesting that they enter secretly. Look at my division leader, his orders are so clear. That sounds good. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Rimmer, Cheryl, and Roan nodded their heads, agreeing with his decision. Glenn didn't say anything. He was simply looking at him, the hand covering his mouth trembling intensely. He is so peculiar. Rayon shrugged his shoulders and removed his presence. He went over the half-destroyed wall and entered the Chiron tribe. The 4 people behind him followed him without even leaking the smallest bit of presence. Fortunately, there was no one inside. Rayon assumed that the troops were dispatched outside because they might accidentally erase the traces of battles from being on the site. Ha, Rayon gasped while looking at the ground inside the village. I don't even need to search for the location of their battle. There was no reason to look for the traces of the battle between Ogram and the White Blood Religion's leader. The traces of their battle were pristine, all around the village. It started here. Glenn raised his finger and pointed under his feet. Yes, Rayon nodded and stood in front of it. Sir Ogram was the first one to attack, and the White Blood Religion's leader must have withdrawn by using bloody energy. Examining the traces on the ground, bushes, and walls allowed him to fully understand their battle. It was exactly the same as Ogram's movements in his mental world. The first attack must have been a greeting, and the real battle started from here. Rayon followed the deep traces of Ogram's footsteps. Sir Ogram had the upper hand all along. The White Blood Religion's leader pushed him back from time to time with the sheer amount of her bloody energy, but she ended up being harmed instead because of. Tidebreaker, how can you tell so well? Rimmer furrowed his brow at how absurdly good he was at analyzing the battle. Even I can't analyze it so quickly. Cheryl's eyes also widened in surprise. Young master even has a talent in this aspect. Roan complimented him like always. And here, Rayon pointed at the ground that had been deeply dug out as if someone had used a shovel. They clashed for the last time here. The White Blood Religion's leader activated the Goddess of Blood devouring anguish, and Sir Ogram must have maximized Tidebreaker's output. Rayon went on his knees and showed the deeper traces. Those traces implied that Sir Ogram won the clash, but someone interfered here. Interfered. Glenn narrowed his eyes despite having been quiet all along. Yes, I'm sure of it. That was the part where Ogram had faltered in his mental world. It must have been the location where Darius had interfered with his blade. There's no trace at all, though. I can't see anything either. Rimmer and Cheryl shook their heads, saying that they couldn't find anything. It was only natural. After all, Rayon himself wouldn't have noticed either if he hadn't seen Ogram in the mental world. It's true. Glenn stroked his chin while looking at the ground that Rayon had pointed at. It looks so natural that it looks artificial. He licked his lips, saying that the traces must have been removed by a professional. It was his one-sided loss after that. Rayon followed Ogram's movement that he'd witnessed in his mental world and stopped walking in front of mud, where no traces remained. This is where the battle was concluded. He could assume that Ogram had unleashed his full power to overcome the two-on-one situation, but he only managed to harm the White Blood Religion's leader and was defeated by Darius. The issue is, he had to find the evidence for everyone to see it instead of just himself. It's going to take some time. Since the trace must have been left after Ogram's defeat, he might need to search the entire village. No. Rayon stroked his chin and suddenly widened his eyes. I have a way. He came up with an idea about how Ogram would have left the trace and how he could find it. Tidebreaker. Since it was a formless and colorless energy that could bypass the enemy's aura, it was also capable of hiding from the White Blood Religion's leader and Darius. Rayon closed his eyes and unleashed. Tidebreaker, he would have normally used a very small amount of that energy, but he spread it outside his body instead, similar to how he used aura perception. His head was aching because it was his first time spreading Tidebreaker into the air, but he endured it and increased the area of it. Just as his skin started to prickle, he sensed a small flow that felt like it was tickling his. Tidebreaker from the ground 10 steps to the right. Is it over there? Rayon dug the ground where he'd received the signal while maintaining Tidebreaker. He moved his fingers carefully, as Ogram couldn't have dug too deeply into the ground if the trace was left after his defeat. He dug the mud around 5 times, and a small piece of cloth surrounded by Tidebreaker's energy showed up. This is it. He could sense the energy of death inside the cloth. It was definitely the trace left behind by Ogram. Amazing. Even Darius must not have noticed because the energy of death was surrounded by Tidebreaker, which didn't have any color or form. However, there's no bloody energy. Unfortunately, the White Blood Religion leader's bloody energy didn't exist in the piece of cloth. Only the energy of death remained. Tusk. Rayon clicked his tongue in regret, only for Glenn to shake his head. Look underneath. What? Rayon lowered his hand holding the piece of cloth and took off a bit more mud, and that was when he saw that a wave as white as milk was plugged by the piece of cloth. The blade of Requiem let out a violent sword resonance as soon as it saw the white wave. Glenn's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the piece of black smeared cloth. It looks like you've found the right place. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the white wave that had been blocked by the piece of cloth. What is this? He couldn't figure out what it was because there was bloody energy inside it that lacked any aggressiveness. It's the Blood Spirit Passage. Glenn's lips twitched, his red eyes reflecting the white wave. Blood Spirit Passage. It's a dimensional door that only the bloody demons of the White Blood Religion can use. He furrowed his brow, saying that it was teleportation magic and sorcery created by the White Blood Religion. You've seen it before, too. Rimmer pointed with his chin at the Blood Spirit Passage that rippled in white. When we encountered the 10th Apostle for the first time, he appeared through the Blood Spirit Passage. Rayon nodded. So that was how he did it. Rimmer's words reminded him of how the 10th and the 7th apostles had popped out from a pool of blood on the ground. Since the white blood religion was unable to legally use the dimensional door, they must have been using the blood spirit passage for long-distance travel. However, there was a huge difference between the blood spirit passage used by the 10th apostle and the passage in front of him. The blood spirit passage was read back then, though Rayon observed. I've never seen such a pure white blood spirit passage before either, Rimmer said as he nodded heavily. It must be one of the two. The passage was either created by the white blood religion's leader, or the white blood religion's headquarters are located underneath. He licked his lips, showing that he was certain about his assumption, which means Cheryl placed her hand on the hilt of her sword while looking back at Rimmer. We can defeat the white blood religion's leader by going inside this passage. Indeed, a frightening sensation like a sharpened blade flowed down from Roan's gentle gaze. However, Glenn furrowed his brow while looking at the energy of death on the piece of cloth instead of the blood spirit passage. The energy of death. He noticed at a glance that the aura undulating in darkness was the energy of death. Indeed, Rayon stabbed the blade of Requiem on the ground to prevent blood spirit passage from closing and took out the piece of cloth, giving it to Glenn. It's the same energy that assaulted me in front of the sword in Saber Sovereign's grave. It was exactly what he had predicted. Ogram wasn't defeated by the white blood religion's leader. Darius Roberts' surprise attack was what took him down. It is. It's the same. Rimmer also nodded while raising his eyebrows slightly, showing that he was certain about it. The one who attacked me back then must have taken Sir Ogram by surprise while he was fighting against the white blood religion's leader. Glenn's red eyes started to blaze, even more intensely than lava. He seemed to be furious at the fact that Ogram was defeated by such a cowardly attack. Rayon breathed out a sigh of relief while watching Rimmer, Cheryl, and Roan furiously grind their teeth. I'm glad I managed to find it. He managed to find the proof of Darius's surprise attack and even found a way to rescue Ogram. Yes, I knew that the idiot wouldn't be defeated without doing anything. Glenn twisted his lips into a smile while touching the piece of cloth. There's no way the blood spirit passage could be closed down when he incorporated Tidebreaker and the energy of death into the White Hawk gauntlet piece. He's still good at coming up with petty tricks. I agree. Rayon nodded while looking at the piece of White Hawk gauntlet that Glenn was holding. Saying that he is amazing isn't enough to describe what he's done. The sole fact that he'd made those preparations without being noticed by Darius Robert and the white blood religion's leader gave a glimpse of the depth of Ogram's wisdom. Same goes for you, Glenn nodded at Rayon. What? Rayon's eyes widened. He didn't understand what he was talking about. Even I couldn't tell for sure if Ogram had prepared any tricks. How did you even find it? Glenn asked. Tidebreaker, Rayon unleashed Tidebreaker's energy from the tip of his finger, even though Tidebreaker is a martial art of the highest degree. It doesn't have any color, form, or energy. It simply has a natural flow, and I could feel that faint nature under this spot. Did you really reach that realm even though it hasn't even been a year since you started learning? Tidebreaker, Glenn narrowed his eyes. He looked like he was displeased by something. My division leader is a quick study, Rimmer admired while nodding his head. Isn't Sir Ogram the only person with a higher realm in Tidebreaker at this point? That might be true. Shirley smiled faintly. He immediately learned my twin sword technique as well. He is just outrageous. Her eyes dimmed slightly as she thought about the past. Roan laughed, simply glad to know this about him. Probably because the other three were smiling. Glenn removed his displeasure by clearing his throat and lifting the corners of his lips slightly. The question is how to open this passage, Rayon sighed while pointing at the blood spirit passage, which was struggling to drive away the blade of Requiem. Moreover, the white blood religion might have prepared a trap upon realizing that the passage isn't closing. That shouldn't be the case. Glenn calmly shook his head. The blood spirit passage only has a single use, unlike the dimensional door. The white blood religion's leader and her pawns shouldn't even have noticed that the passage didn't close, absorbed in their joy at capturing Ogram. That's true. They had a lavish feast prepared in front of them in their hungry state. It was clear that no one would pay attention to a small mouse hole. As Glenn had said, it seemed extremely improbable that it would be a trap. It doesn't imply that there will be no traps, though, Glenn stated. What? Entering this passage is dangerous by itself. What do you mean? Rayon's eyes widened. He'd never imagined that Glenn would ever say that it was dangerous. There's a formation made of bloody energy inside the white blood religion's headquarters. It's a formidable formation that drains energy and stamina from those who don't have any bloody energy. Glenn raised his finger and drew a semicircle. In the past, the king of the Bellin kingdom, who used to be almost as powerful as the Six Kings, was overwhelmed by the formation in the white blood religion's headquarters and perished. His words reminded Rayon of when Darius laughed at the white blood religion's leader in his previous life. Are you asking when the location of the White Blood Religion's headquarters was discovered? It was obviously a plan to bait Belen's king inside so that they could consume his blood. The eldritch ephemeral demon blood formation set up in that place isn't anything that can be destroyed. All they can do is to be slowly devoured by the bloody energy. She's like a poisonous spider. Rayon furrowed his brow, removing Darius's laughter from his mind. He guessed that Darius had been planning to take advantage of the White Blood Religion's leader all along. Moreover, the person who has spread the energy of death might be there as well. Agram should be in a critical state as well. Glenn wrinkled his nose while shaking off the White Hawk Gauntlets piece. In that case, instead of fighting. Yes, we need to prioritize Agram's rescue, fixing a time limit for ourselves. He nodded, saying that they weren't going to have much time for battle. Rayon realized that even though Glenn seemed invincible, he didn't take reckless action. Instead, he devised various plans before deciding on what to do. Rayon could learn another lesson from him. What a shame, I would have liked to cut them all down if Sir Agram were fine. Cheryl hit her palm hard, saying that it was regrettable. But we should still be able to have lots of fun. Rimmer swept his hair back with a smile. Hoo-hoo, we aren't going there to play. Roan caught Rimmer's shoulder as he seemed too excited. Their lighthearted smiles made it look like they were heading out for a picnic even though the White Blood Religion's headquarters was the destination. However, there was a more important concern than their reactions. Even for me, I don't know how to open this. Blood Spirit Passage. We just need to force it open. The moment Glenn lowered his finger, red lightning sparked, widening the Blood Spirit Passage that hadn't even been wide enough for a single piece of paper to pass through until it was Rayon's height. Crackle. Rayon's jaw dropped as he stared at the red lightning that was squeezing open the Blood Spirit Passage. Incredible, he was speechless. It was a brute force method, akin to tearing a person's mouth to make it as wide as 2 meters. He'd thought that Glenn would open the path by using an artifact or understanding the flow of the Blood Spirit Passage, but he'd used brute force to open it instead. He couldn't help but think that Glenn shared some similarities with Wrath. They must have noticed our presence from the inside now. Glenn lowered his eyebrows, looking at the long opening of the Blood Spirit Passage. We have 15 minutes until this passage completely closes down. We need to find Agram and come back out before then. 15 minutes, that's more than enough time. We can wipe them all out and still have some time left. Hoo-hoo, it's time to straighten my back for the first time in a long time. Rimmer, Cheryl, and Roan were still easygoing. They seemed to trust the existence called Glenn perfectly. Rayon. Glenn shifted his gaze at Rayon for the last time. We'll attract their attention from the front. You should look for Agram. What? Rayon's eyes widened at his unexpected order. You are the one who found this place. Glenn nodded while pointing at the Blood Spirit Passage. Judging from the White Blood Religion leader's personality, their headquarters should be extremely vast. Even though we have 15 minutes, it will be difficult to search it in its entirety. That's why you should look for him while hiding your presence, as that would be the safest and the best way. He placed his finger on his lips as if he were whistling. Send us the Light Wind Division's signal if you find yourself in a crisis. Understood, Rayon said. I'll be counting on you. Glenn's words of trust resounded deeply in his heart for some reason. Let's go. Glenn went into the Blood Spirit Passage before Rayon could even respond. He felt like he'd gotten to witness many other sides of Glenn. All your gold will be mine if you don't manage to find Agram. Rimmer was the second to enter after telling him that it was a promise between men. Don't worry. I'll cut his wrist if he takes your gold. Cheryl smiled beautifully with her eyes. She jumped into the Blood Spirit Passage after that frightening declaration. This feels like we've returned to the old days. Roan went down the Blood Spirit Passage, hiding a frightening amount of bloodlust in his gentle laughter. Ha-Rayon caught his breath and entered the Blood Spirit Passage after everyone else. He suddenly remembered Glenn's words as he passed through the darkness. The Light Wind Division's signal. Rimmer would obviously know it, but the fact that Glenn knew about the Light Wind Division's signal made him rather curious. Why? While he was wondering about it, the darkness faded away, and a pure white radiance erupted. A huge palace hidden behind the darkness entered his vision. Everything he could see was as white as a quiet snowfield. It was as if the entire space was covered in a white curtain. Why do they all look so similar? Since the buildings shared a lot of similarities, he had a feeling it would be a struggle to find Agram. Clang, clang, clang. The loud sound of an alarm was ringing throughout the White Blood Religion's headquarters. They must have noticed the intruders, just like Glenn had predicted. Rayon concealed his presence and landed on the white ground. He could feel the fine sand under his feet, as if he were standing on a white sand beach. The sand isn't the important part right now. The sand under his feet and the similarities between the buildings weren't his concerns. My body feels heavy. He could sense the presence of the eldritch ephemeral demon blood formation because his aura was leaking just from standing there. His senses were drastically reduced, and his body felt multiple times heavier. Wham! Glenn, Rimmer, Cheryl, and Roan were literally creating a scene of destruction, as if the formation was worthless against them. The white blood religion's fanatics approaching them turned into a pool of blood and puddled on the ground. They are using their strength to prevent their focus from shifting towards me. They were exerting their power excessively on purpose to make it easier for Rayon to act. Rayon lowered his head at Glenn and the three others before he ran toward the right side, where no bloody demons were present. Glenn confirmed that Rayon was gone before he struck a white tower right in front of him with lightning. Wham! With a tremendous explosion, the tower collapsed to the ground, snapping in half. The bloody demons underneath perished from being crushed by the debris. Come out, all of you. His roar wasn't trying to simply distract them or call out the white blood religion's leader. That monster, his shout was calling out to the damned bastard, the swordsman using the energy of death who tried to kill Rayon. How dare you go for my grandson? He told Rayon that he would do that to buy time for him, but he was planning to kill the one who dared to attack his precious grandson right off the bat if he came out. Come out right now. Glenn advanced, spreading lightning all around. The majestic pressure spreading from him made it look like he was trying to destroy the entire headquarters of the white blood religion. Rimmer awkwardly blinked from behind. Didn't you say that you were just going to buy time? Wow, Rayon swallowed nervously, watching Glenn's lightning literally destroy the white blood religion's headquarters. Is the head of house that close to Sir Agram? Glenn was almost going out of control, seemingly infuriated at the white blood religion for attacking Agram. Rayon was surprised that he could move like that in a space that weakened his strength and even consumed a huge amount of aura. It might be dangerous for me as well if I don't manage to find Sir Agram. Rayon laughed bitterly and climbed a tower, where he could see the entire headquarters from above. How can they look so similar? The fact that he'd never been there before was part of the issue, but the fact that the buildings rising from the ground had the exact same shape, as if they were copy-pasted with decalcomania, made it impossible to tell which one was which. Moreover, he couldn't even find him with aura perception because bloody energy dwelled in everything. I can't find him with Tidebreaker either. Is taking a hostage the only way? Since it was impossible to capture an apostle alive, he started to look for an archbishop or a bishop. The blade of Requiem in his right hand suddenly roared in a sad yet furious sword resonance upon smelling the intense bloody energy. Rayon could feel the desire to kill all of the bloody demons from it. Wait a moment. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the blade of Requiem that was trembling furiously. If everyone in here possesses bloody energy, I just need to find the person who doesn't. Since Agram was the only person who didn't have any bloody energy, Rayon figured he just needed to look for that presence. Can you do it? The blade of Requiem emitted a confident sword resonance, as if assuring him that he could place his trust in it, before unleashing its ghastly energy by slicing it into razor-thin layers. The enemies would have discovered the ghastly energy if nothing else was happening, but no one did because Glenn and the three grandmasters were rampaging around. Cring. It didn't take long until the blade of Requiem vibrated violently, creating a path of ghastly energy. Is it that it? Rayon could see a building at the western end that looked like a church. He moved towards the building, trusting the blade of Requiem. He activated the perception of the snow flower hiding inside the building. Two people inside. Sir Agram is here. He could sense Agram's presence from the person who was collapsed on the ground. But out of all people, the other one is. Rayon furrowed his brow, sensing the characteristics of the bloody demon who seemed to be guarding Agram. He was someone that Rayon had already met before. The 10th Apostle. He could feel the sharp and sticky bloody energy, characteristic of the 10th Apostle. However, he'd become a lot more powerful than in their previous encounter. Considering the fact that he didn't even come out to check the ruckus outside, he must have been focused on guarding Agramthat, or he was in the middle of cultivation. In that case, there's no reason to fight him head-on. Shall I try assassinating him? There were no windows in the building, but he figured it wouldn't be impossible if he used the hard door. Rayon slowly caught his breath. He imagined various situations that could happen inside, then kicked the white metallic door as strongly as possible. Wham! Since his body had transcended human limits and even his aura was added to the strike, the steel door was torn off and flew towards the 10th Apostle. Whap! The 10th Apostle seemed to be cultivating with his eyes closed, but he rapidly raised his hand. Crack! The moment his hand tore apart the steel door like a piece of paper, a yellow radiance sparked from behind it. It was Rayon. A formless slash was unleashed from the tip of the blade of Requiem, which he was holding in a reverse grip. Slash. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at the bloody energy that was surging as naturally as flowing water. He noticed, even though it was a surprise attack, with Rayon stabbing at him from behind the door, the 10th Apostle managed to instantly react and was ready to counterattack. The tremendous amount of bloody energy made it feel like the attacker risked being defeated instead. It will be even more dangerous if I stop now. Rayon pierced into the 10th Apostle's space and struck at his hand with the blade of Requiem. Clang! Even though it was a clash between a sword and a hand, the huge bang made it sound like it was a clash between metal. The 10th apostle's bloody energy had become even more powerful than in their previous encounter, making it impossible to break through it even with the blade of Requiem. In that case, the second plan. Since the surprise attack ended in failure, he had to immediately proceed to the second plan. Thud, Rayon stepped onto the ground with his left foot right before the shockwave burst from the impact and moved towards Agram, who was in a heap on the ground. Where are you going? The 10th apostle was going to extend his hand with bloody energy concentrated around it, but stopped. He bit his lip, his left hand trembling after blocking the blade of Requiem. Rayon didn't miss the opportunity provided by the 10th apostle being unable to move, moving to the location where he could protect Agram and turning around. I did it. His first plan was to kill the 10th apostle with the surprise attack, and if that ended up failing, he planned to protect Agram so that he wouldn't be used as a hostage. Fortunately enough, the second plan was a success. Rayon sighed briefly and examined Agram behind him. He was severely injured all around his body and his breathing was weak, but he was clearly still alive. This is enough. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to move him because of the seriousness of his injuries, but his condition was good enough to be carried on his back. Rayon Sieghart, why are you here? And the 10th apostle bit his lip while clutching his trembling left hand. How did you learn? Tidebreaker, he furrowed his brow, realizing that the martial art that had destroyed the back of his hand was. Tidebreaker, as a disciple, I can't overlook the danger to my master, Rayon stated. Disciple, the apostle questioned, the one who taught me. Tidebreaker is right behind me. Rayon pointed his chin at Agram while answering both questions at once, though I don't think he would see me as one, disciple. A white fog emerged from the back of the 10th apostle's hand, restoring his twisted wrist. Rayon assumed that he'd used his bloody energy to regenerate his bones and muscles. Do you know the name of this palace? White bloody energy blazed from his hand, forming into a sharp spear. It's called the Palace of Sacrifice. Palace of Sacrifice. Rayon looked at Agram again. Blood was flowing from the covered part on his neck slightly, and his energy had drastically decreased. That implied that they had already finished drinking his blood. Rayon showed a nonchalant expression on his face, suppressing the surging irritation he felt. I'll get to witness the scene of both the master and the disciple being sacrificed. This has never happened since the foundation of this palace. The 10th apostle's fiery gaze was as sharp as a spearhead, showing his intention to prevent him from escaping. You're wrong. Rayon calmly shook his head and unsheathed Heavenly Drive. An apostle's blood will be shed for the first time since the foundation of this palace. Your mouth runs as freely as ever. The 10th apostle shook his head, twisting his lips. However, it's meaningless to bluff here. You should have noticed it already. He raised his finger, a flame of bloody energy igniting powerfully on it. This land only bestows its blessings on the ones possessing the bloody energy. The 10th apostle shook his head with his lips curved into a sneer. You can't even defeat me with your full skills. Are you really planning on fighting me now while protecting that old man, all while your body grows heavier? I won't achieve any growth without taking a risk. Rayon raised his chin sharply, lifting Heavenly Drive and the blade of Requiem. You don't need to worry about me. Stop the pointless chatter and come at me. He confidently beckoned with his finger, but his mind wasn't actually at ease. He was frustrated at the situation because his chance of victory against the 10th apostle would have been low enough in his best condition, but calling for the head of house wouldn't be a good decision either. He couldn't hear Glenn's lightning as loudly as before. He couldn't exactly tell who his opponent was because his senses had degraded, but someone like the white blood religion's leader, or someone as powerful as her must have stepped forward to stop him. If he called for Glenn, the white blood religion's leader and the other apostles were all going to gather, making it even more difficult to escape. I need to secure Sir Agram at least before sending him the signal. He had to send the signal after carrying Agram outside the palace in order to allow everyone to escape safely. I'll pierce a hole into that thin neck of yours. The 10th apostle rotated his spear of glowing bloody energy. A tremendous amount of bloody energy started to concentrate around the violently rotating shaft of the spear. Rayon sighed quietly and gripped Heavenly Drive and the blade of Requiem. My heart is pounding. He couldn't help smiling even though he was in a crisis. His fingers faintly trembled from the exhilaration, from the fact that he was going to unleash the enlightenment he'd gained in his mental world at the 10th apostle. It's a shame that my abilities are reduced, but him. As Rayon was getting into posture while biting his lips slightly, the blade of Requiem let out a powerful sword resonance, creating a wind of ghastly energy. The ghastly energy emanating from the blade engulfed the surroundings, removing the bloody energy's pressure weighing upon his body and soul. What's going on? His body's senses, which had been being weighed down by the eldritch ephemeral demon blade formation, returned to their original flow. No, an energy even more powerful than before was boiling from him. Rayon gasped and gazed down upon the blade of Requiem. Did you do this for me? He guessed that the blade of Requiem's ghastly energy had nullified the eldritch ephemeral demon blade formation's effect around him. The blade of Requiem let out another sword resonance as if it were answering his question. However, the sword resonance was getting gradually quieter, implying that it couldn't maintain it for long. All right. I'll finish this fight in just a minute. Rayon decided to unleash his full power to push the 10th apostle back in a minute, then proceed to escape. Jay, just how did you? The 10th apostle's lips trembled in disbelief, noticing the change in Rayon's state. Wham! Rayon stomped the ground without responding to him. He executed the flawless sea of fire while raising heavenly drive and lowering the blade of Requiem. The wave of flame and frost blazing from the two blades engulfed the 10th apostle from the front. Clang! The 10th apostle furrowed his brow as he watched the red and blue tidal waves rushing toward him, burning the bloody energy on their path. The veins bulged from the back of his hand, and a huge sphere of bloody energy burst from him at the same time, suppressing the waves of flame and frost. Cring! Rayon advanced before the flawless sea of fire's flow was extinguished and thrust the sword's silvery dream at the 10th apostle's neck. Clang! The 10th apostle's eyes sparked coldly as he blocked the sword's silvery dream's blade by spinning his spear shaft slightly. A frightening amount of murderous intent was boiling inside the calmness of his eyes. Rayon licked his dry lips while looking into the 10th apostle's merciless eyes. 55 seconds. Tusk. The white blood religion's leader raised her eyebrows with a deeply furrowed brow. What's happening now? Even though she was inside a cultivation room that blocked the noise and flow of mana from the outside, she could still sense the wave of energy. The fact that she could sense the pressure from the room implied that it was done by a transcender at least. The first apostle, the second. No, it wasn't from the apostles. It was an outsider, and she was extremely familiar with that energy. Glenn Sieghart. She would never forget it because of how much she had to struggle to remove his lighting energy. The powerful surge of energy erupting from outside was unmistakably Glenn Sieghart's lightning energy. Why is he here? No, how is he here? Their current headquarters only allowed the entry of the chosen ones among the white blood religion's believers. She couldn't understand how Glenn had managed to intrude. Damn it. The white blood religion's leader bit her lip in frustration and left the cultivation room. Leader. The executives waiting outside the cultivation room hurriedly lowered their heads. What's going on? She demanded. Glenn Sieghart is attacking us. The archbishop at the forefront trembled, watching the lightning strikes. I'm asking how he did it. We aren't sure either. He just suddenly appeared with the Sword of Light, the Assassin King, and even the Heavenly Blade Division leader, then started to slaughter everyone. Slaughter? The white blood religion's leader bit her lip, unleashing her bloody energy. Just like the archbishop had said, she could sense that the number of their fanatics was clearly decreasing. The first apostle, the second apostle, and even the 8th apostle went to stop them, but they won't last long. I guess so. The first and the second apostles were transcenders, and the eldritch ephemeral demon blood formation was supporting them, but it was still impossible to completely fend off Glenn's assault. I wish he'd attacked a bit later. Unfortunately, she hadn't completely absorbed Ogram's energy yet. It was regrettable that she wouldn't be able to absorb Glenn's energy when he had come to the tiger's den by himself. It can't be helped. Since she couldn't just lose the first and the second apostles, she was about to go outside in irritation but heard the very small sound of bloody energy breaking through the wind from the direction of the Palace of Sacrifice. Is the 10th apostle fighting as well? His opponent is Rayon Sieghart. Rayon Sieghart's memory was deeply engraved in her memory, as much as Glenn's. I finally understand. She could understand why Glenn was rampaging around and why Rayon was fighting against the 10th apostle in the Palace of Sacrifice. They weren't trying to kill her. They were just trying to rescue Ogram. In that case, the white blood religion's leader curled her lips into a smile. I might be able to get another meal. The 10th apostle clenched his back teeth as he watched Rayon unleash his sword strikes one after the other without even breathing in between them. I just need to buy some time. He had already sent a wave of bloody energy towards the sacred palace, where the white blood religion's leader was located. He was confident that she would understand the situation at once and come to Rayon instead of heading to Glenn to take him and Ogram as hostages. Since it could become dangerous if he went all out and Glenn ended up noticing the clash, the best he could do was to save his strength as much as possible and simply fend off Rayon's attacks. However, he's become even stronger. Rayon wasn't even a master during their first encounter, but he'd already become a grandmaster, and his sword strikes were powerful enough to threaten his life. Cring! Rayon's sword curved at a strange angle and suddenly fell. Clong! The 10th apostle bit his lip while fending off Rayon's strike, which poured down on him with a sudden tilt. His aura isn't the only thing that has improved. His swordsmanship is on a whole different level. Rayon's swordsmanship was as fine as a clock hand, yet as sudden as a savage beast. He had returned with a ridiculous amount of growth. Moreover, the fact that he was using Tidebreaker made it extremely difficult to defend against. He couldn't believe that Rayon had a hard time against the 7th apostle a few years ago. The 10th apostle exhaled roughly and fixed the grip on his spear. Even then, I won't yield to your plot. Rayon was only using powerful and flashy techniques in order to call Glenn. The 10th apostle focused on defense while using the minimum amount of power to avoid falling into his scheme. Tusk. Rayon Sieghart briefly clicked his tongue and lowered his sword. As expected, it's not easy to break through, and you aren't facing me head-on either. There's no reason to. The 10th apostle calmly shook his head. There's 5 seconds left now. What? I only have 5 seconds left. Judging from Rayon's reaction, he could guess that Rayon was aware that he was trying to buy time. It's meaningless. You won't be able to escape. Perfect timing. Rayon Sieghart exhaled roughly and gripped Heavenly Drive with both hands. You won't be able to avoid this. Golden flames burst from the reddened blade, drawing 10 different curves. The moment the messy curves of the slashes connected into a single flow, a dazzling radiance erupted, so brilliant that it was impossible to keep the eyes open. It was fast, yet slow, and powerful, yet soft. The contradicting concepts of the martial art pierced through space and rushed towards him. This is dangerous, a warning bell echoed in his mind. It was still rough and messy, but the power at least was beyond comprehension. I'm going to die if I try to dodge. The 10th apostle violently gritted his teeth and unleashed all the bloody energy he had. He couldn't use his full power because he was hurriedly mustering his strength. Rumble, the spear wavered to the point of breaking, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. However, the trajectories of Rayon's strike weren't just martial arts. Whack. Tidebreaker's flow approached him through the bloody energy, twisting his bones and muscles. Kua, the 10th apostle screamed in pain and was sent flying outside with a golden radiance, destroying the wall in the process. Wham. Rayon coughed up black blood while gripping his chest. I knew it. It's still too difficult for me. He had tried using the new sword field based on the enlightenment he'd gained in his mental world, but it was still impossible to achieve. He had gained more internal injuries than the 10th apostle he'd attacked. However, it was certainly powerful. Even the 10th apostle was unable to move from the impact. This is definitely going to serve as a weapon. The experience of using the incomplete sword field against an extremely powerful warrior like the 10th apostle was going to be a huge advantage during the showdown against the Axe King. No, this isn't the time to think about that. I need to go right now. Rayon carried Agram on his back, suppressing the throbbing pain rising from his chest and abdomen. His body was big, but the fact that his strength was completely drained made it easier to carry him. Why, you bastard. The 10th apostle's face twisted like a fiend. Rayon escaped from the Palace of Sacrifice before he stood back up. Beep. Rayon immediately sent the Light Wind Division's signal, implying that he'd managed to rescue Agram. Since Rimmer knew the meaning, he assumed that Glenn and everyone else would return to the Blood Spirit Passage. I just need to run now. Rayon turned his head with a smile because he'd managed to complete all of his objectives. Rumble. He suddenly sensed a tremendous amount of energy approaching from the right, where nothing existed before. It almost felt like a celestial dragon was rushing at him. The White Blood Religion's leader. There was no way he wouldn't recognize her after encountering her twice already. The endless bloody energy of the White Blood Religion's leader was approaching him. I miscalculated. He thought that the White Blood Religion's leader would obviously head to stop Glenn, but she was moving toward him instead. As he came to the realization that she was quick-witted indeed, the joy of driving away the 10th apostle disappeared at once. I can't even breathe. The White Blood Religion's leader had perfectly located him. It was meaningless to hide. Wham! Rayon executed the Supreme Harmony's second step, destroying the floor in the process. Even though he was using the fastest footwork available to him, the distance between the White Blood Religion's leader and him was hopelessly decreasing. He felt like it wouldn't take 10 seconds until she caught up to him. Whoosh! A violent sound of wind could be heard from behind him. The White Blood Religion's leader was close enough to be seen already. His heart raced so rapidly that he felt like it would explode. It's been a while, Rayon Sieghart. Her voice was filled with exhilaration. Her eyes were glowing in desire, implying that she was planning to take him hostage as well. Agram. I've wanted to make you mine ever since the first time I saw you. The White Blood Religion's leader extended her hand toward Rayon's back. You are mine now. No. Rayon curled his lips into a smile, looking ahead of him instead of the White Blood Religion's leader. He simply turned around and shook his head. I am a Sieghart. It's too late to try anything. The White Blood Religion's leader tried to grab the hem of Rayon's clothes with an evil smile on her face. Wham! A huge bolt of lightning struck, pushing her hand away. The White Blood Religion's leader hurriedly withdrew upon seeing the lightning pillar standing like a wall. Zap! An old swordsman with blonde hair and red eyes appeared behind the frightening red glow of the lightning. The greatest swordsman in the continent walked with a dignified stride, moving as if the space filled with bloody energy was his own territory. Who are you calling yours? His red eyes reflected the distorted eyes of the White Blood Religion's leader. Do you want to die? Huff, Rayon breathed out roughly while looking at Glenn's broad, straight back. He wasn't sure why Glenn was there when he should have been waiting at the exit, but the violent pounding of his heart calmed down the moment he saw Glenn running towards him. He wasn't anxious at all even though the white blood religion's leader was chasing him, and he could see countless bloody demons gathering towards him. He'd felt a tingling sensation on his nose because it felt like his grandfather had come to his rescue, Glenn Sieghart. The white blood religion's leader curled her red lips into a deep smile while shaking her fingers that had reached the lightning energy. Did you come here to ask to be killed? You are as impatient as always. Her black eyes became violently distorted. She looked afraid and exhilarated at the same time. You did it. Glenn looked around at Rayon instead of responding to the white blood religion's leader. I was counting on you. He calmly nodded while looking at Agram, who was being carried on Rayon's back. My lord Rayon's lips trembled as he heard Glenn's quiet voice. Since he wasn't expecting him to say that he'd been counting on him in the critical situation, it pulled on his heartstrings even more strongly than when he was complimented in the lord's manner. How the white blood religion's leader furrowed her brow, baring her white teeth. How dare you? Where do you think you are? Her hands trembled, frustrated by the fact that she was ignored by Glenn. Get ready to move out. We don't have much time. The blood spirit passage is rapidly closing because of the formation. Glenn ignored the white blood religion's leader once again and sent his voice resounding in Rayon's head. It was a technique that was more sophisticated than an aura message. Glenn Sieghart, the white blood religion's leader, couldn't suppress her anger anymore from being ignored twice, unleashing her bloody energy. A tremendous wave of bloody energy erupted from her white dress as it fluttered in the air. I'm a god in here at least, even against you. You consumed Agram's blood. Glenn calmly nodded even though he sensed the huge wave of energy coming from the white blood religion's leader. Yes, it was super sweet. It didn't taste like an old man's blood at all. The white blood religion's leader licked her red lips with her tongue, curving them into an evil smile. That's why I became curious about your blood. What will it taste like? Do you think you can? Glenn laughed coldly. Well, I suppose foolish mosquitoes keep sucking blood until they burst. He sneered, realizing that the white blood religion's leader hadn't managed to completely absorb Agram's energy. You're bluffing too much. The white blood religion's leader snorted, a fiendish frown on her face. You aren't in your usual condition right now. You should be having a hard time staying here with that senile body. Her lips twisted into a smile, noticing the fact that Glenn wasn't in a good condition. Rumble. A pure white goddess arose from behind the white blood religion's leader. It was the goddess of blood devouring anguish. She was engulfed in even more powerful bloody energy than during their previous encounter, and the number of her arms had increased by more than 10. Rayon assumed that the goddess of blood devouring anguish became more powerful according to her caster's growth. Wop, the goddess of blood devouring anguish put her hands together, converting the white weapon in her hands into bloody energy. A huge amount of bloody energy was compressed, turning into a sphere of light as bright as the sun. A tremendous wave of bloody energy engulfed heaven and earth. The white blood religion's leader seemed to be trying to end the battle in a single strike. Rayon's lips trembled. He reluctantly fell to his knees, crushed by the huge amount of bloody energy. I saw you came up with a new sword field. Glenn calmly looked back even though the bloody sphere of light was approaching him, crushing the atmosphere in its path. What? Rayon gasped upon seeing Glenn's unwavering eyes. You didn't set any limit to your sword. It was a good idea. Glenn gave a small nod and shifted his gaze to the front. Rayon felt like he was smiling for some reason. Watch until the end. It might be helpful for your sword. He calmly raised heavenly tremor. A crimson glow started to spread around his sword and into the pure white sky. Seamless perfection, heavenly blade. Heaven and earth were split apart by a single sword. A red light spread into the white world like red ink dropping on a white canvas. The radiant sphere of bloody energy, the goddess of blood devouring anguish, and even the white blood religion's leader knelt under the laws of heaven's blade. Rumble. The majestic sound of thunder followed the dignified red radiance. Rayon swallowed nervously, watching the twilight. It's different, let's go. Glenn lowered heavenly tremor and turned around. What happened to the white blood religion's leader? Rayon gasped, seeing that everything in front of him was gone. She ate way too much. I made her stomach explode, but she is still alive. He shook his head with a furrowed brow. I see. It brought a smile to Rayon's face despite the serious situation because it was his first time hearing Glenn make a joke. Thud. Glenn went ahead and executed the supreme harmony steps after signaling with his eyes that they should return. You would have managed to escape from even the white blood religion's leader if you'd mastered the supreme harmony steps. I'm sorry. I didn't say that to hear your apology. His steps followed a precise and profound flow, just like during his first lesson about the supreme harmony steps. Rayon felt like Glenn was teaching him once again. As he kept running while engraving Glenn's steps into his memory, he started to see Rimmer, Shirl, and Roan standing in front of the Blood Spirit Passage. Cheryl and Roan were fending off the endless wave of bloody demons, and Rimmer was stopping the Blood Spirit Passage from shrinking with Garanuous wind and lightning energy. Why are you so late? I thought I was going to die, Rimmer barked while gripping the Blood Spirit Passage. All of the damned apostles are here. Who do you think you're shouting at? Cheryl fended off the attack from someone who seemed to be an apostle, then she violently kicked Rimmer. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The sword strike unleashed by Roan was filled with extreme bloodlust despite his gentle laughter. Once his blade reached the bloody demons, they split apart like old firewood. Spark. Glenn put his hand on the Blood Spirit Passage, tearing the passage wide open along with a flash of lightning. However, the white wave was trembling violently, implying that its lifespan had reached its limit. Wham! Rayon could hear the White Blood Religion's leader's thunderous roar as she rushed toward them after she escaped from the Heavenly Blade's assault. Go ahead. Yes, Rayon was going to exit through the Blood Spirit Passage but looked back instead. Where do you think you are going? The White Blood Religion's leader was running towards them, her body covered in white blood. She hadn't died, just like Glenn had told him, but she seemed to have lost a significant portion of the bloody energy she gained from drinking Ogram's blood. A frightening amount of wrath could be felt from her. Is that the first apostle? He could see a pale man moving on the right side of the White Blood Religion's leader. He also seemed to be injured, but the energy wave emanating from him seemed as powerful as Ares. Then she is him. Lastly, Rayon examined the bronze-skinned woman standing right next to the White Blood Religion's leader on the left. His eyes widened in shock. What's wrong with her? Her wave of energy was fluctuating up and down between the Master and Transcender's realm. He couldn't understand what was happening with her power. Rayon, what are you waiting for? Leave already. Rimmer kicked Rayon's ass, urging him to leave. Ah yes, Rayon entered the Blood Spirit Passage after leaving a trace on a white wall with the Blade of Requiem. Spark. After a few small lightning sparks, he could see the Chiron tribe's village that he'd seen before entering the Blood Spirit Passage. Rimmer, Cheryl, and Roan also emerged from the Blood Spirit Passage one after the other and set foot onto the ground. What about the head of house? Rayon was about to ask, but the Blood Spirit Passage wavered violently, and Glenn walked out of it. The passage shrank and disappeared as soon as he emerged. Glenn sheathed heavenly tremor after shaking off his slightly trembling hands. Rayon couldn't hold back his gasp because he looked like he was shaking the sand off his hands after playing at a beach instead of the White Blood Religion's headquarters. My lord, are you? Rayon was about to approach Glenn when the half-burnt walls were destroyed, and the Beast Union's warriors and sorcerers charged at them. The warriors who'd lost their leader had blue ghastly flames blazing in their eyes. It was the right decision to keep guarding this place. The criminal is bound to reappear at the scene of crime. The young man in a scholar's outfit standing behind the warriors widened his eyes upon seeing Glenn. Stop right now. The Beast Union's warriors running towards them suddenly froze upon hearing his order. Greetings to the lightning god. The man in a scholar outfit bowed at Glenn after running up to him as if he were folding the land in between them. It's been a while, vice leader of the Beast Union. Glenn nodded at the young man wearing a scholar's outfit. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at him. He's the vice leader of the Beast Union. He'd heard that he was the man of wisdom who handled all of the Beast Union's affairs instead of the Beast Union's leader, who liked to wander around for fun. Just like the rumors, he had a level-headed appearance, unlike the others from the Beast Union. However, the powerful spirit of a warrior characteristic of the Beast Union could be felt from him despite his calm and level-headed appearance. Why are you here, Lord of Zeeghart? I came to see this place because I heard that the animal was defeated by the mosquito. Glenn pointed at Ogram, who Rayon was carrying on his back as he spoke. Leader. The Beast Union's vice leader hurriedly ran towards Rayon and caught Ogram. The warriors and sorcerers also ran up to Ogram, their shouts almost sounding like a scream. Bring the leader to the base. Hurry up. Yes, the warriors ran towards the base, carefully carrying Ogram on their back as if he were a precious treasure. I am not sure how you managed to escape with our leader, but I'd like to express my gratitude for now. The vice leader of the Union knelt in front of Glenn with trembling lips. That gratitude shouldn't be directed at me. Instead, Glenn casually raised his finger and pointed at Rayon. You should thank him. What? I wouldn't even have found that boar if it weren't for him. Ah, the vice leader's eyes sparkled like stars as he looked at Rayon. Beast Union. Main base. Greetings, our benefactor. The Beast Union's vice leader and the warriors and sorcerers remaining in the main base knelt in front of Rayon and pounded their chests with their fists. We'll never forget this great favor, not even after our deaths. They were moved to tears after hearing the story of how Rayon managed to rescue Ogram and even fell on their knees. I'm also indebted to the Beast Union's leader. Rayon shook his hand, his face flushed red. All I did was to repay that favor. You don't need to do this. He shook his head firmly, serious about it instead of just saying it to be humble. I already thought you were a true warrior after hearing about you from Garona, but you are even better than I expected. I Bellerton am deeply impressed. The warrior's salute was apparently not enough. Bellerton, the Beast Union's vice leader, even slammed his head on the ground. Nah, it wasn't a big deal. Rimmer grinned while holding Rayon's shoulder. But we'll accept your gratitude if you want to express it. Let's start with some gold. Shut up, he was trying to draw a circle with his finger, but Shirl slapped his hand. Ayak, Rimmer screamed while clutching his arm. Sieghart's name is being sullied because of you. Don't even breathe until we finish the talk, Shirl snapped. I am going to die though, just die. Shirl smacked Rimmer's throat while telling him to die. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Don't just laugh, stop her. Rimmer rasped, coughing. Roan simply laughed even though Rimmer extended his hand, asking for his help. Hey, what are you skipping me? Rimmer raised his finger, pointing at himself. Moreover, I'm also deeply indebted to the Beast Union's leader. He saved me from a crisis and even taught me his martial arts. You don't need to do this at all. To be honest, we'd decided that it was impossible to save our leader anymore. We'd literally given up on it. Bellerton sighed quietly and clenched his fist to the point of bleeding. However, Sir Rayon didn't give up until the end and managed to find his traces, then even went to the White Blood Religion's headquarters. All we can do is to express our infinite gratitude. He lowered his head politely again. Unlike his appearance, he had a personality befitting the Beast Union, just like their leader. Ahem. Glenn's lips trembled intensely as he watched the scene from behind. Rayon waited for him to talk because he thought Glenn wanted to say something, but he never opened his mouth. Of course, we have no intention of concluding this with simple words. Our union will do everything. Be our brother, as Bellerton was trying to continue after Glenn's interruption. The door violently opened as if it were going to break, and Garona made his entrance. His entire body was covered in bloody bandages, implying that he was seriously wounded. You had a hard time, too. Rayon patted Garona's trembling shoulders. He could feel how much hardship Garona had to endure just from looking at his wounds, which were still swollen. Ahem. Glenn cleared his throat, the wrist covering his mouth trembling intensely. His eyes were trembling, but Rayon couldn't figure out the reason. He thought the day's events had brought him a little closer to Glenn, but he suddenly felt like the distance between them was growing again. Seriously, what's going on? Rayon chuckled while looking up at the twilight sky, which was slowly getting brighter. I didn't know that being thanked could be so painful. It was a huge ruckus the whole time because all of the warriors and sorcerers from the Beast Union came to see him, expressing their gratitude. Their voices were way too loud, and he thought his eardrums were going to burst, but it feels nice at least. Rather than their gratitude or compliments, he was the most glad about the fact that he'd managed to rescue Ogram, who was pretty much his benefactor. As Rayon was enjoying the sense of fulfillment welling up in his heart, Glenn's footsteps could be heard from behind him. My lord. Rayon turned around and was going to lower his head, but Glenn casually shook his hand. Did you get any injuries? Glenn asked. I have an internal injury, but it's not anything serious. It was actually a rather serious injury, but he simply shook his head so that Glenn wouldn't be worried about him. I see. Glenn must have figured out his thoughts. Instead of prying any further, he came up next to him and raised his gaze. We managed to rescue Ogram, but the broken balance can't be restored. He narrowed his eyes while looking at the twilight sky, which was glowing a faint purple. The White Blood Religion's leader absorbs the warrior's life force and might itself instead of simply consuming their aura. Even if Ogram manages to wake up, he won't be able to regain his original abilities. Glenn sighed in regret. I see Rayon calmly nodded, somewhat expecting that to happen. That's why I have a question for you, Glenn stated. I'm listening. The duel to the death. Glenn's red eyes darkened with a quiet depth. Your duel to the death against the Axe King is pretty much a bomb now, one with an imminent explosion. Even if you manage to win, your life could be endangered, and the other 5 demons might interfere. The impatience in his voice implied that he thought about Rayon's duel to the death before anything else. Yes, I'm aware. Rayon calmly lowered his head because he'd already thought about it on the way to the Beast Union. So what do you want to do? Glenn shifted his gaze, asking for Rayon's intentions instead of giving him an order. Rayon didn't respond right away. He closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again. His lips finally twitched. I want to fight him. Rayon faced Glenn's proud and dignified eyes without wavering. I believe I already said it would be dangerous. Glenn's low voice carried an overwhelming presence weighing down the surroundings. The intense pressure made him feel like his shoulders were going to shatter. You might be killed if you lose to the Axe King. The South-North Union might start attacking altogether, and the other 5 demons might also start an assault. Yet you still want to fight him. Yes, I still want to fight him. Rayon nodded, clenching his fist to the point of bleeding. Ever since I've promised the Axe King a duel to the death, I managed to achieve faster growth than when I was a trainee. The approaching date of the duel isn't something I feared. It's exhilarating, looking forward to even more growth. As the date of the duel against the Axe King approached, the fear gradually disappeared, and he was filled with anticipation of how far he could reach. He was also curious about how much stronger he could get through the duel against the Axe King. The duel to the death wasn't a shackle binding his neck, but a rope guiding him to heaven. He couldn't possibly miss such a great opportunity because of Darius Robert, and it shouldn't be just me who thinks this way. The Axe King had become so much stronger that he could barely recognize him during the previous encounter. Rayon could guess that the Axe King managed to reach a new height in both strength and spirit as he waited for the duel to the death against him. The Axe King could have killed me in the Light Wind Division twice already, but he let us go both times. Something might happen before the duel, but he would never play a trick during the duel. The Axe King was a weirdo who didn't attack him even though he had a chance to kill him. Since battles were the only goal in his life, there was no way he would resort to a dirty trick during the duel to the death. I'm glad to hear that. Glenn curled lips into a faint smile. I was going to force you if you tried to run away from the duel to the death. I won't need to do that since you've made up your mind. His small smile implied that he was satisfied with the response. Even though he said it was going to be dangerous, he apparently wanted Rayon to fight. Rayon thought that he couldn't understand his thought process after all. There's another reason why I need to fight. Rayon raised his index finger. The swordsman who attacked Sir Agram might reappear. He curled his finger into a fist. There was no way Darius Roberts' reason for the incident was simply to hand over Agram to the White Blood Religion's leader. He definitely had a greater purpose behind it. My duel to the death will serve as an opportunity to get him. Yes, indeed. Glenn calmly nodded, implying that he thought the same thing. He is one person that I can't leave alone. His calm gaze changed into a frightening hue. Rayon swallowed nervously as he watched Glenn's eyes. I knew it. He's furious about what happened to Sir Agram. Glenn was extremely angry at the swordsman using the energy of death. He even looked like he would immediately head to attack House Robert if the man's identity as Darius Robert was revealed. As for you, Glenn briefly clicked his tongue and addressed Rayon. You managed to think that far in that short amount of time. He narrowed his eyes, surprised that Rayon managed to think so far into the future despite the chaotic situation. I just thought about what was going to happen because I could afford it. Rayon shook his head while rubbing the back of his neck. You don't need to be humble. The fact that you can think of such a thing in this situation is already amazing. Glenn shook his hand, saying that a quick judgment like that was an advantage. Glenn crinkled his nose, wondering why he was thanking him. I really appreciate that you trusted me. In fact, there was no reason for Glenn to listen to his ridiculous claim about saving Agram, especially when he came to see him in the middle of the night. Despite this, Glenn had personally followed him all the way to the Beast Union, even after hearing his unbelievable story about his mental world. Rayon could only thank him for it. Moreover, he even saved my life. Glenn had come to him instead of returning through the Blood Spirit Passage. Rayon managed to decide how he should proceed with the sword field upon seeing Glenn's seamless perfection again, as well as with the memory of Wrath's flower in the snow. He would be able to get a clear grasp of the new sword field once he finished putting them together after returning to Zeekhart. Ahem. Glenn cleared his throat again and shook his head. His ears seemed to be flushed red. It was you who managed to see it so well. I didn't do anything, he declared, returning to the palace of the Beast Union's leader. Why did he get angry at me? Rayon had thought that he'd gotten closer to Glenn after hanging around with him, but he felt like he'd gotten further away again. As Rayon was tilting his head, Rimmer and Shirl, who'd been watching from behind, smacked their foreheads hard while groaning. Even Roan's laughter was unusually quiet, implying how frustrated he was. When is that shy lord going to learn his lesson? White Blood Religion's headquarters. Blood God's Palace. Wham! Bloody energy viciously exploded in the white space, the crimson drapes billowing in the air. How did those filthy mongrels manage to set foot into our holy land? The White Blood Religion's leader twisted her lips while glaring at the executives. They must have intruded by forcing a Blood Spirit Passage open before it completely closed down. The 10th apostle lowered his head, putting his hand on his chest. His pale face was sign of his internal injury, those little rats. The White Blood Religion's leader violently swept up the blood flowing from her forehead and looked at the archbishop standing at her right side. More than 50 people died, and more than double that number have been injured. Buildings and sacred relics were severely damaged as well. The archbishop reported the damage with trembling lips upon feeling her gaze. Damn it, the White Blood Religion's leader clenched her fist, biting her lip to the point of bleeding. The damage is greater than expected. All of the believers in the headquarters had an important role, even if they weren't executives. The fact that a large number of important resources had perished smarted. What about the 8th apostle? He'll have to rest for a while because he received a serious internal injury. The 10th apostle quietly sighed while lifting his gaze. You seem to be in a serious state, too. The white blood religion's leader furrowed her brow while looking at the 10th apostle's yellow cheeks. It's not that bad. The 10th apostle shook his head, saying that his internal injury would be healed in no time. The white blood religion's leader didn't speak any further and shifted her gaze to the right. She noticed the first apostle standing with a straight back. My internal injury isn't that serious either. The first apostle lowered his head, putting his hand on his chest. You're all bluffing. Lastly, the white blood religion's leader looked at the second apostle. I really am in perfect condition, the second apostle answered while twisting her own hair with her finger. The white blood religion's leader clicked her tongue while looking at the haze of bloody energy wavering around the second apostle. You are still in that shape even though you were born with the most noble bloodline. It's not like I could do anything about it. The second apostle shook her hand, showing that she didn't want to hear about it anymore. You. Are you okay, my lady? The archbishop asked with trembling fingers, watching the white blood flow from the white blood religion's leader's head. Don't mind it, I took the blow on purpose. The white blood religion's leader twisted her lips. On purpose. Glenn, that old raccoon, opened up his sword field, asking me to spend Ogram's energy that I hadn't managed to absorb yet. That's why I took it with my body, prepared to die in the process. Her black eyes glowed with yellow madness. I just need to recover from this damned injury, and the path towards a higher realm will open up. The white blood religion's leader twisted her lips into a smile, saying that it wasn't over yet. I'll ground that old man into dust and drink his blood no matter what it takes. House Robert. Lord's office. Darius Robert took off his leather glove. A twisted smile surfaced on his face as he took out a new glove. Interesting. The battle risking his life was more exhilarating than any game. His fingers were still shaking because of the lingering sensation of piercing through Ogram's chest. Of course, I didn't go there just to have fun. The white blood religion's leader probably believed that she'd benefited the most since she managed to drink Ogram's blood, but she was gravely mistaken. He'd made countless progress in his martial arts from defeating Ogram. In fact, he might have made even more progress than the white blood religion's leader. It's starting now. Darius took the bottle of liquor from the desk and drank it right away. It was as he was greeting the rising sun with a twisted smile that it came. Knock, knock. With a quiet knocking sound, Kubara entered the office. What's the matter? I believe we still have some time remaining until the morning appointments. Darius simply gestured with his finger without even looking back. We've received an urgent report from the spy in the white blood religion. Kubara knelt on the ground and lowered her head. Sieghart assaulted the white blood religion. What? Darius Roberts' eyes twisted, even though they seemed like they were never going to waver. Glenn Sieghart, the Heavenly Blade Division leader, the Sword of Light, the Assassin King, and Kubara swallowed nervously before she continued. Rayon Sieghart carried out a surprise attack at the white blood religion's headquarters and managed to rescue the Beast King. She bit her lip, showing her disbelief at her own words. But how? It was mentioned that they used the Blood Spirit passage, but even their executives haven't managed to figure out the exact circumstances. What about blood? Did she drink his blood? Yes, she already finished drinking his blood, fortunately. Darius stood up from his chair. He stared at the sun breaking through the cloud with his clouded eyes for a while before he nodded calmly. That's even better. What? Kubara's eyes widened, and she wondered about the meaning behind his statement. The broken balance won't be restored even if Ogram has been rescued. Moreover, Darius raised the corners of his lips. He won't be able to wake up. He had severed the connection between Ogram's body and soul with the energy of death. Even for Glenn, the soul wasn't something that he could easily interfere with. That was why it was impossible for Ogram to wake up. It's actually a perfect situation now, the best way to engrave fear in people's minds. If Ogram never woke up despite being rescued by Glenn, he could drive the continent into an even deeper state of fear. He could guess that Sieghart's assault on the white blood religion would actually be beneficial to him. The South-North Union must have heard the news as well. Have there been any messages from them? About that, Kubara was about to respond, but the office's door opened without a knock sound, and Lefon Robert entered the room. Father. Lefon hurriedly ran inside and slammed his hands on Darius's desk. Is it true that the white blood religion's leader defeated Sir Ogram? His chin was trembling in disbelief. Where did you hear that from? Darius asked. The swordsman who returned from outside told me about it. The rumor is already spreading throughout the continent. That shouldn't be true. Darius shook his head with a faint smile on his face. My senior, the Beast King, is the most patient warrior that I've seen so far. There's no way he would lose to someone like the white blood religion's leader, he claimed and held Lefon's hand. That's true. I've always thought that it was a fake rumor. Lefon smiled in relief because he liked everyone in the Six Kings. Yes, just believe in him. Darius looked at Lefon warmly. An evil aura was emanating from his gentle voice. He's a strong man. He wouldn't even flinch if he was stabbed by a blade. Why is he not waking up at all? Bellerton, the Beast Union's vice leader, bit his lip while glaring at the healer assigned to Ogram's treatment. There's no way our leader wouldn't wake up from a small wound like this. I don't understand. The healer shook his head, examining Agram's wound once again. Just as you said, he should have been up by now already. His chin trembled, saying that he couldn't understand why Agram wasn't waking up. How is this happening? The Surin chief was holding Agram's wrist, opening his eyes while groaning. Surin chief, did you figure something out? It should be impossible, but the connection between our leader's body and soul has been severed. The Surin chief's teeth clattered as he said that he couldn't believe it was happening. What do you mean by that? Bellerton walked up to him with a blank expression on his face, implying that he couldn't understand what he was talking about. His soul is clearly in his body, but they aren't able to reach each other. Then what's going to happen to him? Oh, our leader won't ever wake up at this rate. The Surin chief lowered his head, saying that it was hopeless. What the? Bellerton ground his teeth in disbelief, then decided to examine Agram's state by himself. What the hell? His severely wounded body was returning to normal, and the distorted flow of aura was also restored, yet Agram wasn't opening his eyes or reacting like a dead person. It was similar to a vegetative state. Is it the white blood religion's sorcery? Rimmer furrowed his brow while watching Bellerton massage Agram's arms and shoulders. I'm not sure. I've never even heard of it. Cheryl sighed in regret. Sire. Bellerton asked for help from Glenn with his eyes after confirming that Agram wasn't going to wake up no matter what he tried. Step aside. Glenn nodded and caught Agram's wrist. After a short time, he lowered his brow deeply and shook his head. It's exactly as the Surin chief has described. The energy of death is separating his body and soul. The wrong treatment will render him as a blank-minded cripple even if he wakes up. Rayon's eyes widened upon hearing Glenn's explanation. Division. What separated Agram's soul from his body was definitely Darius Roberts' doing instead of the white blood religion leader's sorcery. You damned bastard. On top of taking him by surprise, he had separated his soul with the division. He was such an evil bastard. Leader. Bellerton and the executive started to scream and sob while holding Agram. Rayon scrunched up his nose, sweeping his disheveled hair back. Damn it, he'd seen Darius's division before, but he didn't know how to restore the soul. He sighed and tried to probe with the perception of the snow flower, but he couldn't sense anything, implying that the soul couldn't be perceived with it. If only Wrath was here with me now, the cotton candy would have told him which part he had to remove as soon as he saw the situation. The fact that he was still asleep was truly regrettable. Wait a second, he'd have been able to tell as soon as he looked at him, which means. Rayon gasped and activated the evil eye of Wrath. Once the wrath seeped into his red pupils, he started to see things that he hadn't seen before. He found some black chains confining something white in Agram's body. Gulp. Rayon slowly walked up to Agram and put his hand on his forehead. Benefactor, what are you? Bellerton tried to stop him, but Rimmer interrupted him and shook his head. Rayon executed the evil eye of Wrath and the ring of fire at the same time, and he could sense Darius Roberts' dark blades shackling Agram's soul as vividly as if he were touching them. However, he didn't have the power to tear away the blades. We might be able to save him. Rayon extended his hand towards Glenn, blue wrath dwelling in his red eyes. Please help me. Rayon, stop it. The Surin chief raised his arm and blocked Rayon's path. It's dangerous. It's not just about my brother. It could be dangerous for you as well. He shook his head, calling Agram his brother instead of leader. The energy of death shackling my brother's soul can't even be called a martial art anymore. It's reached the realm of a curse, created with magic and sorcery. It's going to get you too if you handle it carelessly. The Surin chief shouted that the curse needed to be taken more seriously, worrying about Rayon and not just Agram. I'm well aware. Rayon nodded heavily while looking into the Surin chief's trembling eyes. But I still need to do it. I'm confident I can do it. As the Surin chief had said, the energy of death used by Darius surpassed the logic of martial arts. The wound could contaminate his soul if he tried to save Agram. However, the evil eye of Wrath and the ring of fire allowed him to vividly sense the energy of death shackling Agram's soul. He was confident he could save Agram without taking any damage. Benefactor, I'm also against it. Bellerton stepped forward while biting his lip. If it's dangerous for both our leader and our benefactor, it's better to not try it at all. If our benefactor ends up being harmed from this, we won't be able to face the leader even if he wakes up. He shook his head, showing that he agreed with the Surin chief. Do you really think that my brother doesn't realize that fact? Garona entered the room, violently throwing the door open as if he were trying to destroy it. My brother cherishes my master more than anyone else here. If that weren't the case, he wouldn't have come here to begin with, nor would he have attacked the white blood religion's headquarters. If my brother says that he can do it, that means that he really can. He came next to Rayon and gave a big nod of approval. I believe in you, brother. I want you to do it. Garona raised his fist and pounded his chest, saying that he believed in Rayon. Blood flowed from the bandage covering his shoulder, showing that he was straining his injured body.
That's
Since Garona, Ogram's disciple, believed in Rayon, even Bellerton and the Surin chief couldn't be against it anymore. Rayon looked behind him upon hearing Glenn clearing his throat. He hurriedly let his hand go because he realized that he was still holding his wrist. "I'm sorry." Glenn didn't say anything, simply looking at his slightly reddened wrist before he raised his gaze to Rayon. "Can you do it?" Glenn asked. "I can't do it on my own, but it's possible with your help, my lord," Rayon stated. "Then I'll take responsibility for it." He calmly nodded while stepping forward. "What, sire? I'm going to take the entire responsibility if it goes wrong." Glenn shook his hand, saying that he would carry the entire burden on his shoulders. The atmosphere around him, which used to be bitter because Ogram couldn't wake up, was sparkling a faint red color. "My lord." Saying such a thing, Shirl extended her hand towards Glenn, trying to stop him. "Leave him alone." Rimmer stopped Shirl and brought his mouth to her ear. "He's just happy right now because his grandson held his wrist," he whispered so that only Shirl could hear him. Shirl looked at Glenn while gasping. As Rimmer had said, he seemed to be glad from the bottom of his heart. "I don't understand why he is acting like this. Does he think that he's a girl in puberty or something?" Rimmer shook his head at Glenn's troublesome attitude. Roan simply let out a gentle laugh, understanding everything. "I'm sorry, that was extremely rude of me." Bellerton lowered his head at Rayon. "You don't need to take any responsibility, neither the head of the house nor our benefactor. It'll be just a request from us. Please save our leader. Please, it wasn't just him." The Surin chief and the other executives also lowered their heads. "Brother." Garona held Rayon's shoulder, saying that he was counting on him. His fingers were trembling nervously. "Just wait a moment." Rayon calmly nodded at the Beast Union's executives. "I'll let you hear the Beast King's hearty laughter again." Rayon slowly caught his breath, then he unleashed the 10,000 Flames cultivation. He moved the heat that wouldn't waver to any pressure to examine the energy of death shackling Ogram's soul. This is the starting point. Ogram's soul was surrounded by the energy of death, like a spiderweb wrapping up a spider's prey. Unraveling all the energy of death surrounding the soul would have been too difficult, so he found 8 knots that would allow him to cut the energy of death out without harming Ogram. Rayon guessed that he just needed to cut off the knots without making any mistakes, and he would be able to rescue Ogram without injuring his soul. "I've confirmed it." Rayon double-checked them multiple times and finally nodded his head at Glenn. "I'll be leaving traces from now on, and you just need to cut those parts with your aura, my lord. Are you absolutely certain that you've figured it out?" "Yes." Rayon showed him a confident smile. "I can tell that Ogram's soul is separated from his body, but I can't really tell what exactly happened to each part. That's why Glenn put his hand on Rayon's hand, which was touching Ogram's chest. "You should do it yourself." As soon as he said it, Glenn's lightning energy entered through the back of Rayon's hand. It wasn't anything like the 10,000 Flames cultivation, nor was it like Glacier. It was pure lightning energy, almost like the lightning in the sky itself. It was powerful enough to shatter anything in the world, but it was as warm as a day in the spring at the same time. Rayon swallowed nervously while looking into Glenn's slightly wavering eyes. Is he going to teach me again? The fact that Glenn gave him the opportunity, even though he could have easily handled it himself, must have been out of consideration, allowing him to experience using lightning energy. Spark. He carefully rotated the lightning energy he received from Glenn before he shoved it into Ogram's body. "I need to move it carefully." Since Ogram was pretty much in a vegetative state, he couldn't tell Rayon if it hurt. That was why it was important to move the lightning energy as precisely as possible to reduce the damage. Rayon calmly caught his breath and brushed the blade of lightning down toward the first knot made of the energy of death that he had previously examined. Slash. Ogram's body jolted violently, as if he'd been struck by a huge impact, and the first chain shackling his soul stretched before snapping and melting away. Probably because of his extreme focus, Rayon felt like his body was as heavy as if it were drenched in water even though he'd only cut a single chain. He bit his lip to endure it and guided the lightning energy toward the next bit of the energy of death. Spark. He's coming back. Leader. Bellerton the Surin chief and Garona watched the positive change in Ogram with teary eyes. The three of them put their hands together while watching Rayon, praying for his success. Rayon gave them a small nod before he moved towards the 8th knot. It was the last one, but it was too early to be relieved. After all, the single knot was connected to dozens of lines of the energy of death. It won't be easy. Since the last knot was the first knot that Darius had made, it was still binding Ogram's body firmly. Rayon couldn't move his hand easily because he felt like the smallest mistake would accidentally cut Ogram's soul. He bit his lip in frustration, and Glenn suddenly gripped the back of his hand with the hand that was delivering the lightning energy. "Believe in yourself and proceed. You can do it." Hearing Glenn's voice, which was perfectly carrying his trust in Rayon, completely wiped out the anxiety and pressure weighing on Rayon's heart. Crackle. Rayon nodded at Glenn and guided the replenished lightning energy. Slicing with the lightning blade, fully incorporating Glen's noble will, Rayon severed the last of the energy of death binding Ogram. Clang. Dozens of chains forged from the energy of death shattered apart, and Ogram's liberated soul seeped into his body. Rayon exhaled roughly and sank to the ground. It's done, he nodded while looking up at Glen. Good job. Glen patted his shoulder with a faint smile on his face. He must have also noticed Ogram's change. He is back. Our leader's soul has returned to his body. The Surin chief jolted in shock. Then, our leader. He should wake up soon. Rayon answered Bellerton's question instead of the Surin chief, who had fallen speechless from the surprise. Rayon, you're really. Bellerton, Garona, and the Surin chief came towards Rayon at the same time and hugged him. Excuse me, my lord. You can let my hand go now. Rayon smiled awkwardly while looking at Glen's hand, which was still holding the back of his hand. Ahem. Glen let out a long cough to clear his throat and briskly turned around. He's so happy just because his grandson held his hand. He's going to faint if he ever hugs him. Rimmer shook his head while whispering to Shirl. He isn't just any grandson, he is a praiseworthy grandson. I would have hugged him and never let him go if it was me. Shirl smiled faintly, saying that she could understand Glen's feelings. Indeed, there's no other grandson in the world who is always good to his grandfather like that. Roan smiled gently, showing that he was also proud of Rayon. Rayon's eyes widened as he was trying to discharge the energy of death scattered in Ogram's body. What's going on? Why is the energy of death? He was trying to scatter the energy of death into the air, but the energy started to be absorbed into his body instead. However, it quietly seeped into his body and mana circuits instead of trying to harm him, turning into the 10,000 Flames Cultivation's aura. Rayon gasped in surprise and Ogram's forehead furrowed. Ogram lifted his eyelids heavily. Where am I? Leader, master, brother. The executives inside the palace cried out loud and rushed at Ogram. What? Glen and Rayon, why are you even here? Ogram's jaw dropped, unable to understand the situation. Rayon smiled faintly while watching Ogram panic. Came to repay the favor. I see. Ogram pressed down his lips tightly after hearing the circumstances so far. I'm indebted to you. It's a huge debt at that. He sighed, saying that he had no idea how he should even deal with it. A foolish animal shouldn't be concerned about a debt. Glen snorted, calling Ogram an animal in a familiar manner, unlike during the conference of the Six Kings. You helped me too in the past. That was during our childhood. It wasn't a big deal either, unlike this time. Ogram furrowed his brow, brushing it off as nonsense. Even though we were small, you still helped me. You don't need to feel indebted to me. However, Glen lifted his index finger and pointed at Rayon. Make sure to repay the favor to him. It was him who asked to come here, who found your traces and even managed to find you. He gripped Rayon's hand tightly, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Don't hold his hand. Glen smacked the back of Ogram's hand firmly, telling him not to try anything funny. I still can't understand what you're thinking. Ogram laughed bitterly at his strange behavior. He is too good for you. You were beaten up by some mosquito. I wasn't defeated by that vampire when I was fighting her. He told him about how the swordsman in a blue dragon helmet took him by surprise during the battle. Blue dragon helmet, that was Darius all along. The Thespian emperor from the 5 divine orders had mentioned that a man wearing a blue dragon helmet had visited her to acquire some information. He thought that it was just one of Eden's members since he wasn't the heavenly demon, but it was apparently Darius Robert. That bastard, what is he planning? Even though Rayon had worked for Darius for a long time and managed to gather a large amount of information, he was still unable to understand his real intentions. To be honest, I couldn't guarantee my victory even if I fought him in a one-on-one. Ogram let his clenched fist drop powerlessly. He should be one of the people you know if he was that powerful. No, I've never seen him before. There's no one like him in the 6 kings and the 5 demons. Ogram scrunched his nose, saying that a new faction must have appeared. Glen briefly clicked his tongue, implying that he couldn't guess his identity either. Sire. Rayon walked up to Ogram while Glen remained quiet. Have you experienced anything peculiar since you've collapsed? Peculiar? Ogram loudly clapped his hands. I was drifting through endless darkness after they defeated me when I suddenly saw a small light that was incorporating. Tidebreaker's flow. The space was warm but cool at the same time and light yet heavy. I remember stopping there for a brief moment to let my heart melt with it. It felt like a dream, but it didn't feel like one at the same time. He nodded, saying that it was a mysterious experience. That must have been my mental world. Rayon told Ogram about his experience in the mental world, so that's why you came to find me. I thought at first that you were simply there to teach me. Tidebreaker, but I couldn't forget the way your gaze seemed to be asking for help afterward. How mysterious. Ogram looked at Rayon warmly. I also thought about you when I collapsed. About me? Yes. I thought that you and Garona were the only people who might be able to find the White Hawk Gauntlets piece when I was shoving it into the Blood Spirit passage. He let out a hearty laugh, saying that his passing thought had come true. He lifted the arm that Glenn had smacked and held Rayon's hand again. For you. How dare you? Glenn smacked Ogram's hand, frowning like a fiend. Smack. Ogram's hand turned red, showing that he had put his full strength into the smack. Just serve him as your benefactor. A foster grandson won't do it. Shut up. Shut your mouth right now if you don't want to fight me to the death right now. Glenn shook his head violently, absolutely refusing it. Rayon was standing awkwardly between Glenn and Ogram when messages showed up in front of his eyes. You've achieved a great feat. All stats.
The trait. Evil Eye of Wrath has. The trait. Backstab has.
A new title. The messages appearing in front of his eyes were announcing the rewards for the incident. What a shame. If Wrath had seen them, he would have started rampaging, shouting, "There are too many rewards. Have you finally lost it, system?" It was regrettable that Wrath was still sleeping. Rayon was clicking his tongue, regretting the fact that he couldn't make fun of Wrath when he suddenly noticed the last message. Why is this showing up now?
The new trait.
Death-conquering flame has been created. Rayon swallowed nervously, eyes on the final message, the one about him gaining a trait. I can tell what it does just from looking at it. Death-conquering flame was definitely a trait that allowed him to withstand Darius's energy of death. Why did I suddenly get this? Is it because I absorbed the energy of death remaining in the Beast King's body? The energy of death scattered inside Ogram's mana circuits was absorbed into the 10,000 Flames cultivation and the Ring of Fire regardless of his intentions. The energy from back then must have created the Death-conquering flame. Death-conquering flame. The damage from the energy of death is reduced while the 10,000 Flames cultivation is burning. Rayon clenched his fist after checking the trait's description, just as he thought. The Death-conquering flame allowed him to resist Darius's energy. This is an unexpected gain. Darius's energy of death was a hard counter to everything alive. Gaining a trait that allowed him to overcome it was a huge benefit. Since ruining Darius Robert was still his goal, he felt like he had prepared a solid foundation to achieve it. Let's check the other messages, too. Rayon checked the other messages while suppressing his laughter. You've achieved a great feat. All stats have increased by 20. The trait Evil Eye of Wrath has increased in rank. The trait Backstab has increased in rank. A new title savior has been created. As expected, the rewards are related to what I accomplished. The improved traits and new titles implied that the system's rewards were based on his achievements. He could guess that the system was always watching him and decided the rewards accordingly. If what Wrath said is true, it must have intelligence. Wrath had been saying that he wanted to beat the system up and destroy it. When Rayon thought about it, he had the feeling that the system wasn't just a device. I'd like to see it one day. He wanted to meet the system one day and repay the favor. After all, the system and its messages had helped him so much. I'm also curious about how Wrath is going to react. How was Wrath going to rampage if he saw Rayon getting along with the system more than himself? It was something to look forward to. Hey, Rayon briefly licked his lips and weakly tapped on the ice flower bracelet. How long are you going to sleep? Wrath was annoying when he was around, but now that he was gone, it felt as boring as Nadine bread without the rubber taste. Rayon tapped on the bracelet one more time before lowering his gaze. He saw that Glenn and Ogram were still arguing. What are you so displeased about? Ogram furrowed his brow, saying that he couldn't understand the issue. It's not like I'm trying to take advantage of him. I just want to make him my foster grandson and be nice to him. He doesn't need a weakling like you, who got trounced by some white blood religion leech. Glenn shook his hand, telling him to look for someone else if he wanted a foster grandson. I want to be Rayon's grandfather, not yours. It's not even your problem. Even if I told you the reason, you wouldn't be able to cover up your defeat. But it was a 2-1. Ogram bit his lip, murmuring that he couldn't do much about it because he was taken by surprise. Since the name of the 6 kings was at stake, you aren't allowed to lose even in a 20-1, let alone a 2-1. Glenn raised his chin and nodded it at him in a triumphant manner. Focus on recovery if you're done talking. There's going to be a conference of the 6 kings soon. You shouldn't participate in this state. Is it going to be a remote conference? There's no other choice. If the 6 kings gathered in one location right now, our main bases might be attacked in the meantime. Glenn nodded, saying that it was the natural thing to do. I caused so many problems. Ogram sighed bitterly, touching the wound on his chest, which had been pierced by a blade. I'm so embarrassed that I can't even face everyone. Did you seriously ramble about making Rayon your grandson despite being aware of that fact? That's different. I just wanted to do lots of things for him. He tried to give excuses, but Bellerton, the Beast Union's vice leader, opened the door and entered. Leader, I brought it. Bellerton handed over the thin book and wooden box he was holding. Good job. Ogram stared at the book and the wooden box for a moment before he gestured at Rayon with his hand. Rayon, come over here. Yes, Rayon nodded and walked up to Ogram's bed. Take it. Ogram held out the book and the wooden box he'd just received. What? Why are you giving those to me? White Lotus Divine Fist, and the wooden box contains the best elixir of the Beast Union, the Life Lotus Pill. I would like you to take them without reserve. Ogram threw the book in the wooden box without any hesitation. Rayon gasped and caught the book and wooden box flying in the air. He could sense an intense heat from inside the wooden box. It had to contain a high-grade elixir, just like Ogram had explained. I'll take the book, but wouldn't it be better for you to take this elixir and accelerate your recovery? He held out the wooden box to Ogram as he spoke. Q-hu-hu-hu. Ogram laughed quietly while sweeping his disheveled hair back. See, this is why I want Rayon to be my foster grandson. He bobbed his finger towards Glenn. Rayon must be the only person who can say that with the Life Lotus Pill in front of him. Ogram lightly pushed back the wooden box that Rayon was holding out with a commanding gaze and continued, I've already taken the Life Lotus Pill 3 times so far. You should be aware, but the elixir becomes a lot less efficient whenever you take the same one. It's practically meaningless to me at this point. As he said, taking the same elixir multiple times drastically reduced its efficiency. If Ogram really had taken it 3 times so far, the Life Lotus Pill must have been even worse than a low-grade elixir as far as he was concerned. Take it. My arm is starting to hurt. Rayon lowered his head and carefully accepted the book of White Lotus Divine Art and the Life Lotus Pills box. Ahem. Glenn cleared his throat with trembling lips, satisfied by the fact that Rayon was being complimented. What do you think? I should deserve to be Rayon's foster grandfather with all those gifts. Bullshit. Glenn furiously lowered his eyebrows as if his satisfaction had been a lie. Do you want to fight me to the death? You're bitching at me even though I'm just trying to be nice to him. Ogram shrugged his shoulders at his ridiculous reaction. Haha. Rayon just awkwardly laughed, stuck between the 2 absolute rulers of the 6 kings. Wait, he should step up and take care of him by himself if he's going to act like that, Rimmer whispered to Shirl, laughing bitterly. He's just a jealous old man. He gasped upon meeting Glenn's sharply narrowed eyes. He must be feeling awkward. Shirl shook his head while letting out a small sigh. But how long is this going to continue? I can't stand this frustration anymore. Rimmer pounded his chest, expressing his irritation. However, he didn't forget to carefully check Glenn's mood this time. His heart is slowly opening up. After all, he followed him all the way here. Shirl watched the awkward grandfather and grandson, her eyes glowing faintly. So when is the conference of the 6 kings going to be? Ogram looked at Glenn, supporting himself with his hands behind his back. Judging from Chambers' personality, it wouldn't be strange to get their message today. It's going to start tomorrow or the day after at the latest. Glenn lowered his finger, saying that the conference was going to be held in a few days. My lord. Rayon lowered his gaze slightly as he spoke to Glenn. Can I participate in the conference of the 6 kings? Darius Robert should have gotten the information about Ogram's rescue, but he couldn't have found out the fact that Ogram managed to wake up. Rayon wanted to see his astonished face. You don't even need to ask. You will have to participate. Ogram raised his hand, saying that he would obviously need to participate. After all, you're the one who saved me. That animal is right. You'll need to participate no matter what. Glenn nodded in agreement, saying that Rayon wasn't allowed to refuse, and Rayon lowered his head while looking at them. How about keeping Lord Ogram's injury a secret during the conference of the 6 kings? Wait. Are you thinking one of the executives participating in the conference of the 6 kings might be that swordsman's spy? Glenn narrowed his eyes, noticing Rayon's intention. Yes, Rayon nodded. It's not a spy though, since he is in the 6 kings himself. Rayon couldn't tell him about Darius yet since there was no proof. It'd be better to hide it for now, like he suggested. Ogram calmly nodded. He had a good understanding of my personality. It's highly likely that a spy managed to enter the upper echelon of the 6 kings. All right, we'll follow your suggestion. Glenn calmly nodded. You can take your leave now, and the same goes for everyone else. Glenn shook his head, saying that he had something to talk to Ogram about in private. Yes. Rayon curled his lips into a faint smile as he left Ogram's palace. I'm looking forward to it. He was filled with anticipation about Darius Roberts' reaction when he saw Ogram joining the conference. You've really changed a lot. No, should I be saying that you returned to your past self instead? Ogram chuckled, lowering his trembling hand. You were such a cold-hearted bastard before Rayon was born. He must have had a huge influence on you, considering how much you've changed. He nodded while looking at the door where Rayon had left and added, well, I guess it's understandable that you'd make that face. After all, the warmth he possesses inside of him is even more important than his strength. I'm slightly jealous of you. Glenn let out a loud cough to clear his throat and lowered his eyes. Are you jealous? What? I asked you if you are jealous that Rayon is my grandson. I just told you that I'm jealous. HMPH. Glenn raised his chin proudly at his expected response. His talent in martial arts is the greatest in history. He is highly respected, virtuous, and deeply filial. I know. Moreover, he has a mysterious ability that even I haven't managed to figure out. He'll be able to surpass someone like you before he even reaches 30. Hey, I already told you that I'm jealous. And look at his appearance. He is extremely handsome. He is the best in the continent, not just in his talent for martial arts but also in a peer. Arg, please stop already. It's so irritating that I can't stand listening anymore. Agram shook his hand but slumped his shoulders as if the strength had suddenly left his body. Agram. Glenn furrowed his brow while looking at Agram's convulsing arm. How bad is it? Half or even less. Agram bit his lip while looking at his enervated hand. The fact that the white blood religion's leader sucked my blood is part of the issue, but the energy of death was a huge contributor. It destroyed my life force and mental world just by existing in my body. He shook his head, saying that it was such a dangerous power. What a fool. Glenn's voice was lamenting his loss rather than laughing at him. A look of regret was showing in his eyes. Yes, I was foolish. Agram sighed while looking up at the ceiling. I'm sorry. I can temporarily hide it, but we won't be able to restore the broken balance. He shook his head, saying that he wouldn't be able to hide it for long. You are being too arrogant. Glenn clicked his tongue while looking down at Agram. Your strength wasn't that important in the Six Kings to begin with. He simply turned around and headed towards the exit. Just take care of your body. Goodbye. Glenn left Agram's palace after hearing his farewell. Grandson, huh? Agram chuckled while thinking about Glenn's expression, which had become a lot brighter than before. I never thought that I would be jealous of his family. Rayon left Agram's palace and checked the book about the White Lotus Divine Fist. What's going on? It's too easy to understand. He thought that it would be complicated since it was an extremely advanced martial art, but he could grasp it much more easily than he had expected. It seems easy, right? Garona came up next to him with a cheerful smile on his face. How could you tell? Rayon asked. It's because the White Lotus Divine Fist is based on the Tidebreaker strike. You should be able to learn it without much difficulty, brother. He smiled, saying that they should compete later on to see whose fist was stronger. Well, you should still win when it comes to punches. But that common sense doesn't apply to you, brother. Garona shook his head with a smile. I'm really thankful to you, brother. He watched Rayon reading the book of White Lotus Divine Fist for a while, then he bowed deeply. Garona lowered his head low enough to reach the ground while expressing his sincere gratitude. My life is yours starting from today. If you want it, you can use my life however you want. He patted Garona's shoulder as he spoke. Be our brother. This is the first time my brother called me his brother. Brother, maybe I shouldn't have said it. Garona said the word brother 4 times total in a single line. Rayon started to feel dizzy. Brother, get away from me. Rayon frowned while pushing Garona back as he tried to cling to him. Rimmer sniffled while watching Rayon and Garona. He grew up so nicely. Rayon would have never called anyone his brother back when he was a trainee. He said that he was so proud of Rayon with teary eyes. You're making it sound like you were the one who raised him, Cheryl pointed out. I did raise him though. That's not true. Rayon grew up by himself. Well still. Cheryl smiled gently while watching Rayon suffer under Garona's affection. It's nice to see him smiling like that. After all, he was really cold at first, just like you said. Hoo-hoo-hoo, that's not true. Roan calmly shook his head. The young master just had a hard time grasping the distance with other people. He is similar to a certain person that we know. He smiled while looking around toward Glenn, who was coming out of Agram's palace. Get ready. It's time for us to leave. Are you already leaving? Garona gasped. It's a shame, though. No, they should leave now. Bellerton shook his head, holding a crystal ball in his hand. The conference of the Six Kings is going to start tomorrow at noon. The next day at noon, Rayon went to the Lord's manor wearing a black formal outfit. Cheryl, Roan, Denier, and Balder had already arrived in the audience chamber and were waiting for the conference to start. Rayon bowed at Glenn and went to stand next to Cheryl. It's starting soon. Chad, the leader of shadow agents, gestured with his chin, and the magicians in black robes created 5 blue screens at the center of the audience chamber. After around a minute, Chamber appeared in the first blue screen, waving her hand while wearing a witch hat that was even bigger than herself. You can see me, right? She shook her finger and put a lollipop in her mouth. ZZZT. As soon as Chamber finished her greetings, the second blue screen sparked, showing King Lekros from Owen. It's been a long time since we last met. It's unfortunate that our reunion had to be under these circumstances. He lowered his head in a disciplined manner befitting a knight. Whap. The third person who showed up was Darius Robert. He simply greeted everyone without saying anything, his face pale. Rayon bit his lip weakly while watching Darius's acting. I'll be watching to see how your mask is going to break. He straightened his back, suppressing the urge to start laughing at him. The fourth window sparked black. However, her face didn't show up, unlike the others. The sound of something boiling was the only thing that could be heard. It's been a while, everyone. A depressing voice came from the black screen. Rayon could guess that the voice belonged to the Magic Tower's master. Hey, stop shutting yourself in your room and come out here already. I'll do it later. Chamber furrowed her brow, asking the Magic Tower's master to show up already, but the screen remained black. ZZZT. The last blue screen started to shake, as if there were an earthquake. The Beast Union's screen is always like that. Chamber clicked her tongue in displeasure. Since the Beast King was defeated, is their vice leader going to be joining? King Lekros asked with a short sigh. I guess so. He was the one who received our call after all. Chamber nodded while responding to King Lekros. ZZZT. As soon as they finished talking, the Beast Union's screen sparked and Agram showed up, a hearty smile on his face. What? Why are you showing up now? Were you safe all along? The Beast King, Chamber, King Lekros, and the Magic Tower's master gasped in astonishment. What even happened? Did you manage to escape from the white blood religion? I knew it. I believed in you all along. Oh, Chamber and King Lekros looked surprised and happy at the same time. The Magic Tower's screen was shaking intensely, implying that she was about to show up. However, Darius was reacting differently. His darkened eyes were trembling in shock, as if he'd witnessed something unbelievable. Rayon twisted his lips into a smile, while watching Darius's mask start to falter. Yes, that's the face I wanted to see. He had a feeling that the conference of the Six Kings was going to be entertaining. How am I here? Did you really think that something like the white blood religion could defeat me? Agram pounded his chest with his large hand, saying that they stood no chance against him. Stop bluffing, you beastly old man. Chamber was smiling in relief despite her cold words. How is your condition? I can't tell anymore what is true and what is false after seeing you like this. King Lekros tilted his head, bewildered by the situation. I'm also curious. The Magic Tower master asked, her screen shaking once more. Rayon was just staring at Darius Roberts' pale face, not paying any attention to the other Six Kings. He's panicking. While Chamber and King Lekros were surprised and glad at Agram's return, Darius Roberts' emotions were astonishment and panic. There was no mistaking it, not when Rayon had lived as a dog on a leash for his entire past life. Darius Robert was seriously shocked, which was a rare thing to happen. I need to engrave this into people's minds, even a little. They need to see that he is acting strangely. The heads of the Six Kings were so focused on Agram that they didn't notice Darius's distorted face. Rayon figured it would be a good idea to shift their attention. I've never seen such a serious expression from the Sky Sword Saint. You must be so glad about the Beast King's return that you're shocked. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at the blue screen that was showing Darius. His interference wasn't seen as anything strange because the leaders and the executives of the Six Kings were all speaking with joy. Moreover, he wasn't ruining the happy atmosphere because he was hiding the truth behind a joke. Glenn's red eyes shifted toward the third screen. He quickly skimmed over Darius's expression, thinking that Rayon wouldn't have said that for no reason. That's true. I've never seen that expression from him before. It's definitely surprising enough. Chamber and King Lekros also narrowed their eyes while checking out Darius's distorted face. Light Wind Division leader. Denier furrowed his brow at his rude behavior, which was strange from him. No, he is right. Darius casually shook his hand, and the usual gentleness in his eyes naturally returned. My expression must have been ruined because I was so glad of Sir Agram's return. He apologetically put his hands together in front of him. Hey, are you that happy about my return? Agram showed a hearty smile at Darius while stroking his angular chin. Despite the kindness of his words, his gaze was that of a fiery glare. Actually, my youngest son came to see me as soon as he heard the news about Sir Agram and told me that there was no way it could have happened. I told him that I didn't think that it could be true either, and I'm glad that I can deliver this good news to my son. Darius used his youngest son, Lefon Roberts' name with a generous smile on his face. He must be the one from the conference of the Six Kings. Yes, he feels a huge sense of belonging to the Six Kings. He is a huge fan of Sir Rayon as well. He nodded, his expression suggesting that the mere thought of Lefon made him happy. Rayon gasped while watching Darius's conversation with Agram. Did he really use his son as an excuse just now? He really is insane. Once Darius Robert realized that his plan had gone wrong, his panic only lasted for an instant, and he immediately used his son to lower the attention directed at him. Even though he was an enemy, Rayon couldn't help but admire his wits, which allowed him to come up with that idea in such an agitated state. A circumflex letterwinda fuzzera de letterwinadawin, lit a sakiet. It could have been really rude on my part. I'm glad that the Light Wind Division leader was watching me. Darius Robert lowered his head slightly, expressing his gratitude. It was nothing. It just caught my eyes because you suddenly looked gloomy despite being someone who usually smiles a lot. Rayon shook his hand, brushing it off as nothing special, but emphasizing the fact that Darius was acting unusually. I'm honored to hear that the Light Wind Division leader, who is going to be the next generation's best warrior, thinks of me like that. There must be no swordsman in the world who doesn't look up to the Sky Sword Saint. After all, you are always respectful and you always have a smile on your face. By saying always, Rayon was implying that this was an exception. It was a battle of words. Rayon curled his lips without losing to Darius in the slightest, the Light Wind Division leader. Just as Darius was about to continue, the fourth blue screen sparked, filling the dark screen with yellow color. Hello, everyone. A blonde woman raised her hand weakly inside the screen, which seemed to be under the evening glow. She was an extreme beauty who could captivate anyone, but the dark circles under her eyes and the small mole on her nose gave her a haggard impression. Rayon assumed that the woman he was seeing was the last king among the 6 kings, the master of the magic tower, Larian. Larian, you're looking good today. Chamber smiled cheerfully while looking at Larian's face. You're looking bright indeed. King Lekros nodded in agreement. I think I'm feeling better after seeing that the Beast King is safe. Larian smiled awkwardly and fiddled with her hair, which flowed past her shoulders. Rayon gasped while watching their conversation. Did they just say that she looks well after seeing that appearance? He was bewildered by how they described her appearance. After all, she looked like she could diet. That's enough about me. Larian raised her hand with difficulty and pointed at Agram. Let's hear the Beast King's story. I'm sure everyone is curious. That's true. Chamber nodded and shifted her gaze towards Agram. Tell us what happened. Don't say anything stupid like you managed to overcome all difficulties by yourself. She shook her finger, urging him to tell the tale. I'm also curious. Would you do us the favor? Darius Robert lowered his head, putting his hands together in front of him. Rayon was having a hard time suppressing his nausea because the perpetrator behind the incident was acting so politely in front of them. I have one thing that I need to make clear to all of you. Agram nodded while letting out a small sigh. That old kid is right. I didn't manage to survive on my own. I was helped by someone. Who are you calling an old kid? Chamber raised her small fist, threatening to kill him if he spoke any further. Help, was it an insider in the white blood religion? King Lekros ignored Chamber, solely focusing on Agram. No, my life was saved by the swordsman of the Northern Wind. Agram raised his finger and pointed at Glenn and Rayon. Northern Wind, Sieghart, wait, what? The leaders and the executives of the 6 kings widened their eyes at the completely unexpected declaration. Let me explain from the start. I went to the Chiron tribe after hearing that the white blood religion was attacking them. When I arrived, the white blood religion's leader was slaughtering people, just like the report said. I was infuriated at the sight and managed to drive her to the verge of death. However, someone took me by surprise when I was about to finish her off. He was a swordsman with a black sword, using the energy of death. Agram explained his circumstances to everyone in the 6 kings, even though it was a shameful event. Rayon was solely focused on observing Darius while listening to Agram. Darius wasn't showing his real expression anymore, wearing his mask because of his earlier mistake. He was such a meticulous person. That's how I managed to return to the Beast Union. Agram explained the entire story and casually shook his hand. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for Glenn, Sieghart's executives, and Rayon. He furrowed his brow, saying that he would still be confined in the white blood religion or dead in the worst case. Rayon, how did you even find that geezer's trace? Chamber asked while gasping in surprise. Tidebreaker. Rayon raised his finger and unleashed. Tidebreaker. Tidebreaker left behind. He simply told her the truth because the information about Tidebreaker wasn't a secret, even if you've learned. Tidebreaker, shouldn't your realm still be too low? King Lekros scrunched his nose, unable to understand how he managed to do it. Yes, I'm still inexperienced and only managed to reach 6 stars. I just got lucky. 6 stars. His eyes widened, clearly doubting his ears. Have you already reached 6 stars when it hasn't even been a year since you started to learn it? That can't be. King Lekros in Chamber stared at Rayon with trembling lips. Right, he surprised me too. Agram giggled, saying that it was difficult to believe. He is really something. His scene has to be the continent, not just Sieghart. I agree. Even if he learned magic instead, he would have become the youngest archmage. Really? Larian inhaled deeply while looking around at Rayon. Yes, if I had been the first one to find Rayon, I would have brought him to my side even if I had to fight Glenn to the death. Chamber clicked her tongue, saying that it was a shame. He would have been amazing as a knight as well. There aren't many warriors nowadays with such a noble spirit of chivalry. King Lekros nodded his head, showing that he was also proud of Rayon. Glenn's lips trembled intensely whenever the leaders of the 6 kings complimented Rayon, and he ended up doing nothing but clearing his throat, half his face covered by his hand. He looked both sick and extremely happy at the same time. He can't even stand straight because the Transcenders are complimenting his grandson. Cheryl laughed bitterly at his behavior. Hoo-hoo-hoo, it's understandable since such important figures are complimenting him. Roan smiled brightly as well whenever he heard Rayon being praised. Sir Agram, how is your body? It shouldn't be in a good condition because it was subjected to both the energy of death and bloodsucking. Darius Robert asked the question that he was the most curious about while pretending to be worried about Agram. He was trying to get information about how the separation between the body and soul was restored. The energy of death and bloody energy were all gone when I woke up. I don't really know what happened though because I was unconscious. Agram shrugged his shoulders, then looked at Glenn and Rayon. I'm the one who did that. Glenn shook his hand heavily. The noble dignity engulfed him as if his trembling lips were just an illusion. Rayon was surprised, but he simply watched Glenn without saying anything. Is he doing this for my sake? He could guess that Glenn was trying to hide Rayon's actions because he was thinking that the spy of the swordsman using the energy of death was participating in the conference. Rayon remained silent because he could understand his thoughts. I see. You are as amazing as always. Darius Robert smiled gently while stroking the back of his hand. The presence of the lightning god among the six kings must be a blessing for all of us. He gave a big nod of approval, saying that he was really glad about it. By the way, that energy of death, Chamber raised her finger. Is that the same as the one you brought before? Yes, it is. Rayon nodded firmly while looking at Chamber. He is the same person as the one who attacked me at the entrance of the sword and saber sovereign's grave. He looked at the leaders of the six kings while gripping Heavenly Drive's hilt. It looks like the swordsman using the energy of death is targeting the six kings. Rayon warned them with certainty. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the whole reason why he participated in the conference was to warn them about that. Yes, he is an extremely dangerous guy. You should never be careless. Agram clenched his back teeth, saying that he couldn't guarantee his victory even in a one-on-one battle. Both the grandfather and the grandson are competent. I seriously hate it. Chamber smiled gently at Rayon once again despite her words. That's true. He is pretty good indeed. Glenn and Agram nodded in satisfaction but furrowed their brows upon seeing each other. Hey, beastly old man, how is your condition? Are you able to fight? Chamber asked. You're asking an obvious question. I can destroy you right now if you want to try it. Agram snorted, telling her to stop asking the obvious. It must be true because your answer is as barbaric as always. Chamber nodded while chuckling. Of course it's true, and I have another thing to tell you. He was well aware of my personality. You should all be careful about him. Agram twisted his lips, secretly implying that a spy might be around. I'll keep it in mind. Darius nodded with a serious attitude, expressing his gratitude. The topic was interrupted, but about Rayon's talent, it's overwhelming even compared to myself. No one among us managed to reach his realm at his age. As soon as Agram finished warning them about the swordsman with the energy of death, he started to compliment Rayon once again. That's true. I believe the Light Wind Division leader's true talent is his personality rather than his martial arts. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is the role model of all knights with his chivalric spirit. Ooh, Chamber and Lekros nodded in agreement, and Larian glanced at Rayon with sparkling eyes. Unprecedented in history. He isn't that great. No one said anything about him being unprecedented in history, though. Glenn only listened to what he wanted to hear while clearing his throat. The heavy atmosphere at the start of the conference of the Six Kings was replaced by chatter, turning it into a conference about how to better praise Rayon. Rayon lowered his eyes and calmly nodded. It's done now. Agram showed up in his healthy state. All of the Six Kings were warned about the swordsman with the energy of death and his spy, and he managed to create a situation where Darius was bound to attack him. It brought a smile to Rayon's face because he managed to achieve everything he'd been planning. I see, Darius was smiling to go along with the atmosphere, but his lips were curled inward slightly. Rayon clenched his fist, watching Darius bite his lip slightly. I can read his mind so clearly. He is so infuriated that he is about to explode. The gesture where he curled his lips inwards was something Darius only did when he was seriously angry. Despite his composed appearance, his mind was boiling in anger, like a volcano nearing its eruption. It's too early to be so angry. Rayon curled his lips into a smile, watching Darius's distorted expression. Because we are only getting started now. It won't take long until your mask is ripped away. Let's stop here for today since the Beast Man managed to survive, and we don't have enough information about the man with the energy of death. Chamber waved her hand while putting the shrunken lollipop back into her mouth. It sounds good. And King Lekros gulped before he looked at everyone. According to the information from Cameloon, the factions following the 5 demons are spreading like wildfire. I believe it'd be best to focus on internal stability for a while. He advised them to stay safe because the balance of the 6 kings and the 5 demons was broken. I don't leave my home to begin with. Larian shook her head while rubbing the dark circles under her eyes, which resembled coal. Oh right, I looked into it, and she didn't participate in the previous conference of the 6 kings because she was lazy. Chamber bit her lip while glaring at Larian. I wasn't being lazy. I was busy with experiments. You didn't even set up the magic network, hee. Larian scratched the back of her head as if she were embarrassed by a compliment. Her hair rippled peacefully in a golden hue, as bright as melted gold. I wasn't complimenting you. Chamber ground her teeth furiously, as if she was going to attack her. It's so noisy with everyone around. Agram shook his hand while chuckling. I can feel the peace amid that chaos. Darius twitched his lips with an expression that didn't look peaceful at all. It appears we're done here if you all are beginning to spiral into pointless drivel. Glenn raised his right hand with a serious gaze. Let's end the conference. Wait a second. We still have an important matter to talk about. Chamber interrupted Glenn and shoved her face into the blue screen. What are you going to do about Rayon's duel to the death? She narrowed her eyes while looking at Rayon, who was standing next to Shirl. It's indeed an important matter in the current situation. There's not even a month left, after all. The other heads of the six kings fell quiet and focused on Glenn, implying that they were also curious about it. About that, Glenn closed his mouth and lowered his gaze. He nodded at Rayon, implying that he should tell them himself. I'm planning to fight, of course. Rayon walked up to the center of the audience chamber. An unwavering resolution dwelled in his calm steps. Postponing a promised duel just because of an incident like this would be unbefitting of Heir. He smiled while looking at Darius among the heads of the six kings. Ahem. Glenn curled his lips into a smile, satisfied by Rayon's declaration. Seriously, the youngsters from that side are so fearless. Chamber let out a short, worried sigh. The Axe King is an old generation warrior just like us, but you should be able to overcome him. Agram lifted his large fist, showing his trust in Rayon. I'm also going to believe in the Light Wind Division leader. I wouldn't want Lefon to be disappointed. Darius shook his head, using his youngest son's name once again. He will never be disappointed in me, of all people. Rayon smiled at Darius. He will be disappointed in you instead. No, he might even despair. If anything was going to disappoint Lefon, it was going to be Darius's hideous nature, not Rayon's defeat. Rayon turned his head after laughing at Darius to his heart's content. Darius's lips curled even further inward, realizing the meaning behind Rayon's words. Rayon could guess that he was still infuriated. Then let's end the conference now. Glenn casually shook his hand, and the 5 blue screens floating at the center of the audience chamber disappeared like an extinguishing candlelight. Rayon rubbed his fingers while looking at the spot where Darius' face used to be displayed. The volcano erupted in the end. Darius had maintained a peaceful expression until the end, but his lips were curled deeply inward. That implied that he was extremely furious. He might have destroyed everything in sight by now. Darius maintained his reason even more coldly than the northern wind, but there was a limit to it since he was still human. The fact that Agram managed to wake up, on top of being rescued, must have been irritating enough, but Rayon's continuous provocations that followed must have destroyed a large portion of his mental barrier. It's a shame that I didn't get to see it. Rayon clicked his tongue, saddened by the fact that he couldn't watch Darius' frustration, and suddenly noticed a gaze coming from behind. He turned his head to see that Glenn was watching him with an indescribable look in his eyes. "My lord," he asked. Rayon. He was going to ask if he had a question, but Baldur came up to him and gripped his shoulder tightly. "Did you really barge into the white blood religion to rescue the Beast King? You're a real man." Baldur gave a big nod of approval, a praising look in his eyes. "This is my first time seeing all the leaders from the 6 kings complimenting the same person. You never fail to surprise me." He laughed, loudly enough to echo throughout the audience chamber. "That's true," Cheryl nodded. "All 6 kings complimenting someone like they did today has never actually happened before. Hoo-hoo-hoo, I've never seen it before either." Roan said that it surprised him, a faint smile on his face. Denier simply watched Rayon and Baldur without saying anything. "I've had this feeling for a while, but you have the exact same personality as me. I wish I was as smart as you, though." Baldur gave him a thumbs up with the hand that was patting his shoulder. "What?" Rayon gasped while looking at Baldur's passionate eyes. What is he even saying now? He thought Baldur was going to pick a fight with him, but he seemed to be complimenting him in his own way. He couldn't understand why Baldur had been acting like that recently after hating him so much in the past. Rayon shifted his gaze to look for someone to take Baldur away from him and met Denier's eyes. A serene smile was showing up on his face, contrasting with the twisted expression he'd made when Rayon had made fun of Darius. He's so difficult to read. Baldur was fine because he was such a simpleton, but he couldn't tell at all what Denier was thinking. It was nothing. Chad and the magicians hurriedly lowered their heads as if they were getting a divine revelation. "The Shadow Agent's leader shall create a summary of today's conference. The rest may leave." Yes, the magicians and the executives bowed at him before leaving the audience chamber. Rayon. Glenn stopped Rayon by calling him by his name instead of his title. "Yes, my lord. I won't stop you since you've made up your mind. However," he tapped on the throne's armrest heavily with his finger. "I'd like you to change the date and location, at least." Glenn advised him to change the date and location, worried about the swordsman with the energy of death interfering with the duel. Understood. Rayon nodded since he'd been thinking about it ever since the incident occurred. "All right, you can leave now." It looked like the serious look in Glenn's eyes was finally relaxing a little. Rayon had the feeling once again that Glenn was a bit different from the way he looked, just like when they were saving Agram together. Rayon bowed at Glenn politely before he left the audience chamber. "My lord," Cheryl weakly tapped on her lips while gazing up at Glenn. "You are making various expressions today." About that, Glenn's chin trembled as he hurriedly hardened his expression. "Hoo-hoo-hoo, it's only natural since his grandson was complimented by the 6 kings." Roan shook his head with a gentle smile. "Of course, I couldn't possibly be unresponsive when those cheapskates were making such a fuss." Glenn immediately nodded in agreement. "Then it would be nice to show that to Rayon. How about taking this opportunity to officially treat him as a grandson? Actually, hoo-hoo-hoo, it looks like he can still feel the distance. Let's wait a bit longer. After all, this incident clearly brought them closer." Yes, that's right, now isn't the time yet. When is it going to be the time? At this rate. Glenn's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, as Shirl and Roan kept giving him the carrot and stick, influenced by Rimmer's behavior. The smile hanging around Darius Roberts' lips disappeared like popping bubbles. He couldn't suppress his anger anymore and slammed his fist into the black wood desk in front of him. Wham! With a tremendous impact that made it feel like the entire land was trembling, all of the furniture around the table crumbled into pieces, turning into gray dust. Ka. The executives of House Roberts sitting in the chairs around him, who were actually the executives of the Shadow, could only swallow nervously, unable to say anything. How could this have happened? Darius raised his fingers like a hawk's claws without paying any attention to his nervous subordinates. Did the white blood religion leader's blood-sucking distort the energy of death? No, there's no way. He had already tested it out many times. The bloody energy and the energy of death weren't incompatible with each other. There was no reason for the blood-sucking to influence the energy of death. Then did Glenn Sieghart really manage to save Ogram? He was well aware that Glenn was the strongest among the 6 kings, but he didn't believe that he would be able to remove the separation. The slightest mistake would have led to Ogram never waking up. Darius was astonished by Glenn's guts, carrying it out while being fully aware of that fact. There is a good reason he is referred to as a god despite being a human being. Glenn's aliases were the Destructive King of the North, the Northern Conqueror, and the Lightning God. The Destructive King of the North and the Northern Conqueror were oppressive names, but the Lightning God was the best description for Glenn since it implied that he became the god of lightning with a human body. Darius realized why he was called a god. Whop! Kubara shook her finger, and the dust filling the air was sucked into her hand. It looks like. Darius remained silent for a while, then stroked his chin while looking at Kubara. Glenn and Ogram seemed to believe that there's a spy among the 6 kings. What? Kubara's lips parted slightly, wondering what he was talking about. What do you mean? They must be lying about Ogram's well-being. When the white blood religion's leader consumed someone's blood from the source, she even consumed their power in addition to their life force. Since Ogram was exposed to the energy of death as well, he was most likely bluffing about not having lost any power. Glenn and Ogram were definitely lying about his well-being after realizing that there was a spy among the 6 kings. Kubara gripped her wrist, watching Darius come up with an assumption. He's insane. Even though Darius was flustered by Ogram's survival, he was still analyzing the conference thoroughly in order to understand the situation. She felt like no one could match his level-headedness and calmness. And the one who came up with that plot. Darius took off his glove while twisting his lips. Sticky blood was dripping from the back of his hand, implying that his wound had opened up again. Must have been him, Rayon Sieghart. Whenever Rayon Sieghart ruined the Shadow's plan, Darius felt intense pain from the wound on his hand, and blood started dripping from it. It was unbelievable, but it confirmed his suspicion that the assassin Rayon, who had perished while leaving the scar in the process, and Rayon Sieghart must have been the same person. Moreover, Rayon Sieghart had planted the seed of doubt to the other 6 kings while pretending to be worried about him. The heads of the 6 kings were no idiots. They seemed to be quietly overlooking it, but they were definitely going to remember his twisted face. Yes, you got me this time. You absolutely got me. Darius clenched his fist, thinking about Rayon's twisted smile. But I've gained something from it. Glenn Sieghart. He was supposed to be such a cold-hearted man, yet he clearly reacted to the compliments directed at Rayon. It confirmed his assumption that he cherished Rayon more than his other grandchildren. That's why the upcoming duel to the death is important. It's the perfect opportunity to defeat that annoying grandson and grandfather pair at once. He had planned to finish Rayon and Glenn off using other people's hands, but he couldn't do that anymore. He decided to kill them both by personally devising a plan, message all of the 5 demons, and as for the South-North Union's leader, Darius Roberts stood up proudly. He twisted his lips, shaking off his blue coat. Tell him that I'll be going to see him personally. The Axe King Roman Rakel remained around the river even after all the gravel was shredded to pieces. He simply breathed calmly, his sharpened red dragon axe lying on his knees. An old man with white-gray hair was reflected in his quiet gaze, which was only showing the river and the sky. It was Helgrim, the South-North Union's vice leader. Roman lowered his gaze upon hearing his call. You must be aware, but the Beast Union has collapsed. Since there are so many things to do right now, just ignore the duel to the death and... The 6 kings and the 5 demons don't matter for this. This is a promise between warriors Rayon Sieghart and myself. The frightening look appearing in his serene eyes was akin to a hungry beast. It would be a different story if there was an issue with us, but I have no intention to stop the duel to the death because of someone else's business. I thought you might have changed your mind when I heard you'd sent the Blue Skyhawk, but you aren't surpassing my expectations at all. The South-North Union's vice leader shook his head while clicking his tongue. Then why did you even send the Blue Skyhawk? I was messaging him to tell him not to run away. Roman raised his gaze again while stroking the red dragon axe's shaft. Not to run away, indeed. I told him to not even think about running away from the duel because I'm willing to fight when and where he wants, even if it is at Sieghart's main building. He nodded his head confidently. Ha, you've already gotten stronger. You've achieved a huge amount of growth over the past 3 years. I don't understand why you are so fixated on that promise when it's possible for you to reach transcendence at this rate, because that promise is what allowed me to get stronger. Roman put his hands together, saying that the duel to the death against Rayon was the very reason he managed to become his current self. Ha, do whatever you want, but as I said before, if you lose against him. The South North Union's vice leader narrowed his eyes while looking at Roman. All of the fame you've gained so far will fall into the gutter. Make sure to defeat him in return. I'm obviously going to do it, even without your worries. Roman gripped the shaft of his axe, a frightening amount of energy blazing from his shoulders. At least you're capable enough to say that. The South North Union's vice leader nodded and disappeared towards headquarters. It doesn't really matter what those people say. Roman curled his lips into a smile, watching the setting sun. We are the ones who matter, Rayon Sieghart. As soon as the conference ended, Rayon started to train in the training ground. Are you still going to train on a day like this? He was practicing the basic techniques like always, and Rimmer shook his hand, lying on the platform. It's going to happen soon. Rayon shook his head and stabbed his blade into the air. A dark dot was created on the setting sun, as if a hole had been made into it. No, when you hit a jackpot like this, you should treat your teacher to a meal, lend him some money, and thank him for all his efforts so far. Rather than that, I want to have a spar with my teacher. How about it? Rayon beckoned Rimmer with his finger and a bright smile on his face. Battle experience is what I need right now. I can't really do that because I haven't completely recovered from my injuries yet. Rimmer shook his head while smiling awkwardly. Don't be like that. Help me out since your disciple hit. A jackbow. Rayon was trying to walk up to Rimmer, who had turned pale. Scree. With a sharp screech, a blue hawk descended rapidly, landing in front of Rayon. This hawk, he remembered seeing it before. It was the blue hawk that was sitting on the mast of Misfortune, the Axe King Roman's warship. It looks like the Axe King's hawk. Yes, it's the blue sky hawk. Rimmer nodded, saying that it was the intelligent animal raised by the Axe King. Come over here. Rayon raised his hand, and the blue sky hawk calmly landed on the back of his hand. Rayon removed the white note tied around its ankle and spread it open. Ha! Rayon gasped after reading the note. What does it say? Rimmer curiously licked his lips. He's asking me to fight without running away. He is telling me to decide on both the date and location. He's even willing to fight inside Sieghart's domain. Isn't he just insane? Rimmer gasped at his ridiculous statement. Well, he wasn't exactly normal when he accepted the duel to the death. Rayon smiled faintly while reading the note once again. He is a different type of person from the ordinary 5 demons, he said, lifting his pen. What are you doing right now? Rimmer quickly came towards him and shook his head. Don't decide right now. You should discuss it with the head of house first. The head of house said that he would leave it to me. Rayon shook his head and put his pen on the back of the note. The location will be Gazel River at the place of our first encounter, and the date. It will be the last day of this year instead of the first day of the next year. The golden sunlight seeped into Rayon's eyes. I'll reschedule it to an earlier time instead of postponing. It's time to put an end to this fight. You're advancing the date instead of postponing it. Rimmer's jaw dropped as he caught the calm look in Rayon's eyes. Yes, after all, no one would expect me to advance the schedule in the face of danger. Most would postpone it instead. Rayon nodded at Rimmer's surprised expression. That's why I plan to carry out the duel to the death on the last day of this year. Rayon wrote on the note that it would be done on the last day of the year as he spoke. That's true. Rimmer gasped while stroking his beardless chin. After all, our head of house, Sir Ogrim, and Lady Chamber advised you to postpone it altogether. He nodded, saying that not a single person had suggested that he advance the schedule. Additionally, I'm going to ask him to keep it a secret so that only Sieghart and the South North Union's warriors can join the scene. Yes, the man using the energy of death shouldn't be able to come if you do that. Rimmer clapped his hands, saying that it was a great idea. You are really smart, aren't you? No, he is going to be there. Rayon bit his lip while looking at the purple sky, caused by the setting sun. The Axe King Roman wasn't going to betray him, but Darius definitely had a spy in the South North Union. The information was just bound to leak. He is definitely going to be there. Glenn and Rayon must have already been considered dangerous by Darius, but he definitely marked them as targets that absolutely needed to be killed after the conference of the 6 kings, because we saved Sir Ogrim. Rayon was going to be considered a pest, since he had gone all the way to the white blood religion to rescue Ogrim, and even picked a fight afterward, and Glenn would be considered dangerous, since he could nullify the energy of death. That was why Darius was going to try to kill both of them by any means necessary, and the best opportunity he has to kill me and my head of house is the upcoming duel to the death. Regardless of the outcome of the duel, Darius was definitely going to dispatch the shadows as soon as the duel was over to start a chaotic battle. Since the winner of the duel wouldn't be unharmed, he was bound to die in a surprise attack. The moment it couldn't be called a fair match anymore, a war was going to break out between Sieghart and the South-North Union, and Glenn was going to personally join the war. Darius was clearly planning to take Glenn by surprise when the war was reaching its peak. Are you really planning to proceed with the duel to the death despite being aware that the man with the energy of death will attack you? Rimmer walked up to him with a furrowed brow. He's dangerous. Even the Beast King said that he might lose in a one-on-one fight against him, despite how prideful he is. He grabbed Rayon's shoulders and shook his head, showing that he was absolutely against the idea. That's why we need to prepare against him. Rayon nodded calmly. Since there was more than a 90 chance that Darius was going to come, it was better to assume that he would be there and prepare against him. Prepare, but how? Let me write the letter for the Axe King for now. Rayon wrote down the location and his request on the note before tying it around the blue sky hawk's leg. It's done now. You should return to your master. Enuve Hachek letter FF53. The blue sky hawk nodded at him before it flew up to the dimming sky. I'd like to borrow the strongest sword on the continent. Rayon gripped Heavenly Drive's hilt, watching the blue sky hawk descending to the south like a blue ray of light, even if I have to offer all of my golden tablets. Rayon returned to the audience chamber without even having dinner and knelt before Glenn. Greetings, my lord, that's enough. Glenn shook his hand as Rayon was about to lower his head. He told him to stand up, saying that he didn't need to greet him a second time for the day. What brings you here at this hour? I received a message from the Axe King a moment ago. From the Axe King? Yes, he sent me an intelligent animal called the Blue Sky Hawk. What did he write? He told me not to run away from the duel since he intended to fight wherever and whenever I wanted. That's why Rayon told Glenn the exact same thing that he'd told Rimmer in the 5th training ground. The last day of the year, Glenn narrowed his eyes, stroking his chin. That's a smart move. Cheryl nodded, saying that she didn't think about advancing the date. He most likely won't realize that the duel to the death will happen that day. Hoo-hoo-hoo, it's true that advancing the schedule isn't that easy to predict. Roan agreed that advancing the schedule seemed to be a better idea than postponing it, a faint smile on his face. No, Glenn calmly shook his head. Unlike Cheryl and Roan, he even analyzed Ogram's tendency to predict his actions. Rayon's plan is peculiar indeed, but he is most likely going to read through his intentions. He furrowed his brow, predicting the next move that the swordsman with the energy of death was going to make in that short time period. That's true. Rayon nodded, Glenn's gaze directed at him. That's why this duel to the death will be our best card to lure him out. He opened his subspace pocket and took out all of the golden and silver tablets he received so far. I'll be the bait, so please defeat him. Rayon slammed his head on the ground, pushing the golden and silver tablets toward Glenn. This is my chance. If he could get Glenn to act for him, it was possible to get Darius, just as Darius was trying to get him. He wanted to make sure to gain proof to reveal Darius's identity at least. Rayon, young Master Rayon, Cheryl and Roan gasped, surprised by his sudden behavior. Ahahaha. Rimmer burst out in laughter while sweeping his hair back, leaning his back against a pillar. Is this what you meant when you said you were going to borrow the strongest sword? I expected no less from the craziest person in our house. He even applauded, saying that Rayon disappointed him. Rayon bit his lip while looking at the sparkling golden and silver tablets. They are useless to me right now anyway. He could restore Sylvia's status to the direct line by winning the duel to the death without needing any golden tablet. That was why the tablets were completely meaningless to him. Rayon Sieghart, I'm not a mercenary. Glenn's red eyes turned cold, even colder than an ice sheet. Rayon's chin trembled as he met the frightening light in his eyes. Is it not going to work? He thought that it was going to work because Glenn had got more friendly recently and he was infuriated by Ogram's defeat, but it must have been a huge mistake. I'm sorry. But I'm not trying to buy you, my lord. However, with a single flick of Glenn's finger, the golden tablets that Rayon had taken out returned to his subspace pocket. I can't leave the garbage who attacked the member of my household and even interfered with my sworn friend's duel alone. He nodded with a noble look in his eyes. Tell me your plan. Rayon raised his head, clenching the hand supporting him on the ground into a fist. What I'd like to request is... The next day, Rayon went to the 5th training ground early at dawn. Just as he finished practicing the basic techniques and was going to start focusing on the main part, the training ground door opened and Buran, Martha, and Runnan made their entrances. I knew you would be here, you traitor. Martha furrowed her brow deeply while looking at Rayon. Traitor. Rayon blinked while repeating the word traitor. She's calling you a traitor because you attacked the white blood religion alone without us. Buran shook his head while letting out a sigh. Rayon let out a small groan while watching Martha's pouting face. It's understandable for Martha to think like that, of all people. The white blood religion was her worst enemy. Since the white blood religion's leader was involved in the incident, it was normal that she was saddened by the fact that she couldn't participate in the assault. However, Rayon didn't regret not bringing her to the white blood religion. It could have been really dangerous for her if she'd gone with them. I'm sorry, but don't apologize to me. I'm already aware. Martha shook her head while looking at him. Her black eyes, engulfed in determination, looked similar to the white blood religion's eyes but different at the same time. It was because I'm too weak that I couldn't participate. She deeply bit her lip. I'm not trying to blame you, traitor. You are already calling me a traitor, though. I'm going to get stronger. I'll become the strongest, destroy them all, and rescue my mother. Rayon gasped while watching Martha suppress her anger and resolve to grow further. She's changed. The donkey who barged head first just because she was angry didn't exist anymore. Martha had become a full-fledged swordswoman of Sieghart, one who could look further ahead while hiding her emotions. But I still have a question. Is the white blood religion's leader, is my mother's body all right? Martha lowered her head, showing her fear about hearing about the white blood religion's leader. Yes, she looked fine for now. Rayon nodded while thinking about the white blood religion's leader, who tried to chase after them until the end with disheveled hair. Martha sank powerlessly to the ground. She groaned deeply, torn between the contradicting values of the well-being of her mother's body and the white blood religion's leader. And Rayon raised his finger while unleashing Tidebreaker's energy from it. I have a way to save your mother now. What? Martha briskly stood up. What do you mean by that? There's this martial art called Tidebreaker. Rayon told her about Ogram's Tidebreaker, which was a transcendental martial art that didn't simply consist of breaking through aura, but could even harm the soul. He told her about the fact that he would be able to attack the white blood religion's leader's soul without harming her mother's body if he reached the peak of Tidebreaker. I told you before that I would help you recover your mother. Rayon nodded his head while meeting Martha's trembling eyes. I'll make sure to keep that promise. Martha hurriedly turned around. Martha caught her breath for a while before she finally turned around. She lowered his head with red-rimmed eyes, then she immediately started to swing her sword. Martha, I can't just be idling around. I need to get strong enough to buy time for you to use Tidebreaker at least. She started her sword practice, saying that she would definitely join him the next time. I'm also going to join. Run-On stood next to Martha and started to swing her sword with an unusually serious look in her eyes. She seemed to be sympathizing with Martha's pain because of the incident with Syria. I've had this feeling ever since we were trainees, but you really attract people. Burin smiled faintly while looking at Rayon. It's the so-called quality of heroes. But you hated me back then, didn't you? Rayon tilted his head while looking at Burin. Yes, I hated you. But I changed my mind after I saw your shoes. Make sure to win the duel to the death. You have a lot to do after that. Instead of answering his question, Burin went next to Run-On and drew his sword. Rayon licked his lips while watching the backs of the three team leaders practicing their swordsmanship. They've changed, but they haven't at the same time. Rayon had thought that they would walk a separate path in the end, so watching them practice together gave him a tickling sensation in his heart. The sun rose behind the four who had steeled their swords and resolve, warming the cold air of dawn. The Axe King Roman slowly opened his eyes. The usual ferocity surrounding his eyes didn't exist anymore. The only things reflected to his eyes were the setting sun and the noble evening glow, dyeing the river with a golden hue. I can finally see it. He'd watched countless evening glows at the riverside for the past year. The sky was always the same, but it was different for once. The deep and straight evening glow was separating heaven and earth, as if it were symbolizing his life itself. The sky in the blue river gradually turned purple, and the arrival of twilight destroyed all the rocks in his upper energy center, which had been suppressing him for years without exception. The red water of the river started to fill the new area unlocked in his upper energy center. Enlightenment, the ascended realm created through long years of contemplation, etched a profound image in his mental world. Roman closed his eyes. By the time he opened them again after a long time, the sky had already darkened. However, the color of twilight announcing the night had never left his gaze. Roman stood up, holding the red dragon axe in his hand. A red aura was blazing from the dragon eyes engraved on the shaft. He gripped the red dragon axe with both hands and swung it down at the river. Wham! A tremendous amount of energy gushed out, cutting the endless flow of the river in half. It was a mysterious power that wasn't just stopping the flow of water, but even reversed the flow of it. Wham! Roman smiled deeply in satisfaction and slammed the red dragon axe onto the ground. Rayon Sieghart. He called Rayon's name within the river, his eyes reflecting the twilight. The faint glow of starlight faded away and a crimson blush rose into the dark sky like a burn. Rayon was standing on the lake and he raised his eyelids with a small sigh. Was it not enough? Even though he'd been training his body and mind for an entire month, he hadn't managed to get a perfect grasp of his swordsmanship, the sword field, or the aura. It wasn't because he didn't have enough time. The training was just too difficult to begin with. I was too greedy. Instead of creating a new sword field with the pre-existing martial arts, he even tried to incorporate Glenn, Wrath, and Ogram's insights. It was only natural that the difficulty was too high and required too much time. I have no regrets, though. The duel to the death against the Axe King was a large hill to surpass, not the final destination. It was important to look further into the future in order to defeat Darius Robert one day. Shring, Rayon unsheathed Heavenly Drive. He lightly swung the sword at the lake. It was the downward slash, the simplest technique among the basic techniques. However, the outcome wasn't that simple. Wham! The lake gently split apart as if it were greeting God and flowed down onto the ground. Slash! The lake that got split apart was slowly reattached, regaining its original piece as if it had never been split. It's still not enough, but I still have to go. It was already the day of the duel. The only path he had left was to gain the enlightenment he needed during the battle with the Axe King. Wham! Rayon shook off Heavenly Drive, which didn't have a single drop of water on it, and returned it to the scabbard. The red sun was rising above the dim scene of Northgrave Mountain, the golden light of daybreak removing the night to announce the morning dwelled in Rayon's red eyes. Wrath, if you aren't going to wake up. Rayon tapped on the ice flower bracelet, his eyes reflecting the daybreak. I'll be getting all the tasty things for myself. Rayon left his room after he finished preparing for the duel to the death. He went outside because no one was inside the annex building and saw Sylvia and the maid standing shoulder to shoulder in front of the garden. Feeling the pressure of their teary gazes, he sighed quietly and went down the stairs. Don't worry, mother, just. Why are you so depressed? Rayon was trying to greet them, standing in front of Sylvia, but she raised her hand and hit his shoulder firmly. The black dragon coat shuddered in time with the whacking sound. A Sieghart swordsman should at least say that they'll win the fight and return safely no matter what. Sylvia nodded, gesturing at him to try saying it. Mom. Rayon blinked while looking at Sylvia. He unconsciously called her mom, because her reaction was much different from what he'd anticipated. Ma'am is right, please tell us that you'll wreck them all, Axe King or Axe Kitchen. Helen lifted her small fist, standing right next to Sylvia. Young master, I want to hear from you that you'll definitely return safely. Please tell us. The other maids also lowered their heads, asking him to tell them that he would definitely return victorious. Please. Even Judil stepped forward, despite the fact that she usually didn't speak unless it was necessary. Rayon groaned quietly upon seeing that a heat haze seemed to be shimmering from their eyes. I thought they would be gloomy. They're all bright. Rayon was worried because Sylvia and the maids had always cried an ocean whenever he went on a dangerous mission or a sword duel, but they looked unexpectedly comfortable. He felt like his worries were being washed away. All right. Rayon straightened his shoulders, still warm from Sylvia's hand, and looked at everyone. I'll return after beating up the South-North Union, so just prepare a dinner for me. Rayon lifted his hand and clasped the hands with the maids. There's a power in words. Sylvia smiled cheerfully while holding his right arm with her left hand. Since you've always kept your promises, I'll be counting on you again, my son. Yes, don't worry about me. Rayon hugged Sylvia tightly one last time before he left the garden. Ah, mother, about what I told you before. He turned around because he forgot to say something and saw that Sylvia and the maids were putting their hands together, shoulders trembling like frightened animals despite how gently they were smiling before. I knew it. He could guess that they were just pretending to smile in order to avoid putting pressure on him. They all looked like they were going to break out into tears with the smallest touch. I'll be back. Rayon bowed at teary maids and Sylvia, then he turned around. If Wrath saw this, he would have scolded me to stop making our mom cry. Rayon tapped on the ice flower bracelet, then stepped into the main road, heading to the gate. You have a nice look on your face. When he arrived near the 5th training ground, Rimmer came up next to him while yawning. The entire Light Wind Division was following behind him. I couldn't even sleep because of a certain someone. I managed to sleep extremely soundly. Rayon shook his hand in a mocking gesture. This is suddenly getting irritating. Rimmer smiled faintly despite saying that he was irritated. You can't be irritated by that. It would be more problematic if he couldn't sleep soundly before the duel. Martha furrowed her brow, smacking Rimmer with her shoulder. I also slept soundly. Run-On nodded, rubbing her skin, which was clean enough to reflect the sunlight. No one asked you. Miss Rakshasa, don't be so narrow-minded. Are you serious right now? Martha and Run-On started to growl at each other just like when they argued in the 5th training ground. Doesn't watching that childish fight ease your tension? Burin chuckled while watching Martha and Run-On. I feel like I'm getting tense for no reason. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at the team leaders one after the other. Bleg. Rayon looked around upon hearing a retching sound and saw that Dorian was heaving with his tongue outside his mouth. I am so nervous that I feel like I'm going to die. His pale face made him look like he was about to collapse at any moment. How pathetic. Crane clicked his tongue at Dorian. However, the dark area under his eyes implied that he hadn't been able to sleep at night either. It can't be helped. Dorian murmured that he couldn't withstand it anymore, then took out a round snack from his mouth to shove it in his mouth. Interestingly enough, his dry heaving stopped as soon as he ate it. This is tasty. Run-On had been fighting with Martha, but she appeared next to Dorian to eat snacks with him in the next moment. "Shall I sing a song for you?" Yua smiled cheerfully and stood in front of the Light Wind Division to start singing. It was Haban Castle's Song of War, praising the sacred wind of the north, and Yua's voice being added to it gently soothed the restless hearts like a song waiting for the spring. Division leader Mark Goten quietly walked up to him and lowered his head, expressing his trust. Rayon slowed down his steps and watched Rimmer and the Light Wind Division from behind. Watching the subtle order and the disorderly appearance of his comrades in war stopped his nervousness from influencing his mental world any further. "You all are always so noisy." Trevin, the Warring Steel Division leader, smiled broadly as he approached him with the Warring Steel Division behind him. Warring Steel Division leader. Rayon lowered his head since Trevin and his division were coming with him as guards. "I look forward to your cooperation today." Trevin nodded and extended his fist. "I'm the one who is looking forward to it." Rayon smiled, meeting his fist with Trevin's. "What's that? Is it how youngsters greet each other nowadays?" Cheryl landed on the ground from the sky, the only sound coming from the fluttering of her coat. She called them youngsters despite looking as young as you in appearance. Heavenly Blade Division leader. Rayon bowed politely at Cheryl. She was the overall commander for the journey to his duel. "Let's do that greeting with me, too." Cheryl extended her fist like Trevin had done, saying that she liked how it looked. "Yes, I'll be looking forward to your help." Rayon smiled faintly and met his fist with Cheryl's. "You just have to do anything that youngsters do. Despite your young appearance, your attitude is totally that of an old woe." "Shut up." Cheryl thrust her hand to smack Rimmer's mouth. Gay, she kicked Rimmer's trembling ass away and returned to Rayon. "You can win today, right?" "Of course." "All right, I'll be counting on you." Cheryl smiled faintly and headed to the front lines along with the Heavenly Blade Division. Rayon calmly caught his breath, looking at the fist that had met Trevin and Cheryl's fists. "I have a feeling I can do it." Sylvia and the maids had hardened his determination to win the fight and return alive. Rimmer and the Light Wind Division had relieved his tension by acting the same as always, and Cheryl and Trevin gave him a sense of relief that everything would be fine no matter what. He felt like he wasn't going to lose to anyone and not just against the Axe King. "Aren't you going to come?" Rimmer waved his hand, urging him to follow. The others had also stopped walking, tilting their heads at him. "I'm coming." Rayon weakened his clenched fist and started to walk toward everyone. "I still have many things to do in Sieghart." He nodded, facing their trusting gazes. "I'm going to defeat the Axe King today." Rabel River's midstream was wavering as violently as the ocean. "What a shame." Cheryl clicked her tongue, watching the river's tide curling upwards. "It would have been easier if we eliminated him in advance. I didn't think that the duel to the death would happen so quickly." She frowned, irritated at the fact that she had to let that dangerous situation happen for Rayon. "Leave the jokes for later and—" "Joke? W wasn't that a joke?" Rimmer shook his head, breaking out into a cold sweat. Zerone even made assassination plans. "Why would it be a joke?" Cheryl glared with a frightening look in her eyes, saying that it was a serious plan. What's wrong with those doting people?" Rimmer shook his head. "Everyone from the audience chamber was just out of their minds. It's whatever now since it's a matter of the past. Rather than that, what do you think?" Cheryl gestured with her chin, her arms crossed. "I'm not sure." Rimmer sighed briefly. "Rayon would be able to win without much issue if the Axe King is as strong as he was at the auction back then." He continued while staring at the turbulent river, "But it will be more difficult if the Axe King has gotten stronger in the meantime. A warrior in the Grandmaster's realm might be unable to make any progress for 10 years, but they can also become a completely different person in a single day." "I agree." Cheryl nodded while looking at Rimmer. "Rayon would be able to defeat the Axe King if he is the same as when I checked him last time, but it won't be easy if he has improved. It's all up to the Axe King in the end." Her fingers trembled as she expressed her worries. "There was no information about the Axe King, even though I asked the Shadow Agents and even the Black Market about him." Trevin, the Warring Steel Division leader, shook his head while coming towards Cheryl and Rimmer. "It looks like he didn't move from their headquarters at all for the last year. This is just my instinct, but—" Cheryl twisted her lips while rotating her wrist. "I think the Axe King has grown a lot stronger." "And what makes you think that, them?" She wrinkled her nose while looking at the South North Union's warriors who had arrived in advance to wait. There's no doubt in their eyes. They don't seem to consider the Axe King's defeat at all. The Axe King Roman is pretty much a god in the Rabel River. Isn't it because of their faith, regardless of his strength?" Trevin swallowed nervously, showing that he didn't want to believe it. "That's the case of the residents. Pirates are more similar to fanatics who only follow the strong. The fact that they are showing so much trust implies that he definitely got stronger." Rimmer shook his head, implying that Cheryl was right. "But I don't like that dangerous atmosphere at all." He furrowed his brow upon seeing the South North Union's warriors, who were glaring fiercely at them. "Are there 5 or 6 of them?" Rimmer raised his fingers, counting the South North Union's warriors who seemed more powerful. "There are 6 of them that seem to be powerful enough to be a party boss. Should we have called one more person to our side? Forget it." Cheryl casually shook her hand. "They aren't even the issue." She tossed her purple hair back, letting it flutter in the air as she said that the real issue wasn't there yet. Division leader. As they quietly watched the Rabel River, Burin approached from behind. We've finished our preparations. What about Rayon? He is resting in the barrack. Burin pointed at a black tent set up at the left end. Good job, but check out the surroundings a bit more just in case. Understood. He nodded and went towards the river's shore with the third team. Rayon's grown so much, hasn't he? Cheryl smiled faintly while looking at the black tent where Rayon was resting inside. Yeah. He couldn't even run at first, but he's become a grandmaster now, and he's even having a duel to the death against the Axe King. I never even imagined this would happen. Rimmer nodded his head and giggled. When you put it like that, it's actually a fight between the old generation and the new generation. Cheryl narrowed her eyes while looking at her own hand. The old and the new generation. Trevin tilted his head, wondering what she was talking about. Rayon has overcome countless hardships so far, but this one is a bit different. Cheryl clenched her fist and looked up to the sky. Most of the warriors Rayon has fought against were the new generation's warriors, the ones who grew up under the rule of the 6 kings and the 5 demons. But the Axe King is different from them. Yes, he is a monster from the old generation, one who created the era of the 6 kings and the 5 demons, just like us. Rimmer nodded while responding to Cheryl. There are many young warriors like the 12 stars of the continent, but all of them were defeated by the monsters of the old generation. This duel to the death isn't just a match between Sieghart and the South-North Union. It's a battle between the old and the new generation in a way. Rayon was the young warrior, representing the new generation, and the Axe King was the center of the old generation. The duel between them was a clash between the old and the new generation in a sense. Rayon's victory would signal the start of the new era, and the Axe King's victory would imply that the old generation was still the sky, unattainable to the young people. I see. It's true that none of the executives from the 6 kings and the 5 demons equivalent to a palace master have been defeated so far. They're coming, Trevin swallowed nervously, and Cheryl lifted her finger. Her thin finger was pointing at a small black ship. Rumble. The black ship advanced rapidly, cutting through the violent waves and revealed its huge and majestic figure. It was the second warship of the South-North Union, the Axe King's Misfortune. Misfortune. The Misfortune approached the shore with a frightening pressure befitting its name. I am going to call Rayon. No, you don't need to. Rimmer pointed at Rayon, who was coming out from his tent on his own. The atmosphere around him is really something. The black dragon scales on his coat were protruding, his sword glowing red from the sun at his waist. His blonde hair fluttered in the river's breeze, and his composed red eyes displayed both the nobleness of a hero and the spirit of a warrior. Step. A destructive pressure spread around him each time he took a step toward the river. His unparalleled beauty stood in stark contrast to his overwhelming pressure. The oppressive sensation made it feel like Glenn Sieghart, the one referred to as the lighting god, was dwelling in his deep blue shadow. It doesn't look like. Rimmer twisted his lips into a smile while looking at Rayon's broad back. He's going to lose, at least. Rayon could feel the Axe King approaching even though he hadn't spread his aura perception. He straightened his back and stood at the edge of the riverbank. The vicious pressure spreading from the Misfortune as it approached seemed capable of distorting the entire river. Wham! A thunderous explosion erupted from the Misfortune's deck like a detonating cannonball, and the sky suddenly darkened. It was the Axe King. The Axe King Roman landed on the river as a raging pressure heated up the cold air. He's different. Unlike in the past, where an uncontrollable amount of power was gushing from him, not a single ripple was created under his feet. That implied that his power was perfectly under his control. His appearance alone was enough to make his heartbeat resound inside his ears as if he'd been struck by lightning. Dragon Slayer Rayon Sieghart. The Axe King Roman smiled broadly, bracing the red dragon axe on his shoulder just like he'd done 3 years ago. Axe King Roman. Rayon warmed his fingers while calling the Axe King's name. His pounding heart told him how powerful he was and how much powerful he'd become. The Axe King had returned to the river, achieving a growth comparable to his own. You've become stronger. Roman nodded gladly. You'll be able to bring me even higher. His massive pressure blazed from his axe. 3 years ago, you allowed me and the Light Wind Division to escape after a 3-strike duel against our master. Rayon went on to the river. The water rippled in concentric circles, dancing as he faced the Axe King. I'll give you 3 moves. Rayon raised Heavenly Drive into a sword salute. He raised his head, showing his pride in his respectful behavior. His red eyes were glowing even more intensely than the sun reflected on the river. Come at me. Wham! The South-North Union's warriors who'd been waiting at the riverside rushed at him while destroying the land in the process. You bastard, what did you just say? What arrogance. Who do you think you're running your mouth at? A middle-aged man with long, disheveled hair that resembled a rag, a baldy wearing a monk's outfit, and a blue-haired young man with an eye patch on his right eye dashed on the river, clenching their spear, harpoon, and sword respectively. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the three people with particularly powerful pressures among the South North Union's warriors. Those are familiar faces. He remembered seeing their faces on the list of the South North Union's members he'd looked into before coming to the duel. They were the Black Wolf Boss, the White Mountain Boss, and the Rogue Wanderer Boss, the South North Union's executives who commanded groups of bandits on the mountain and water. They were all powerful people, but Rayon didn't bother paying attention to them and fully focused his senses on Roman. That was because he had other people to defend his back. Wham! Trevin, Burin, Runnon, and Martha rushed out by riding the wind and blocked the path of the attacking bosses. Hey, you motherfuckers, how dare you try for an ambush? Do you have a death wish? Martha glared furiously at them, violently grinding her teeth. It looks like a thief's nature is impossible to conceal. Burin sighed heavily and clicked his tongue. Shall I kill you? Even Runnon was saying something scary, closing her lips tightly. Step back. What do you think you're doing in a one-on-one duel? Trevin furrowed his brow, looking down on the three of them. Rimmer and Sherrill didn't move. They seemed to be keeping the two powerful bosses who weren't moving from the riverside in check. You insolent youngsters, get out of my way. Black Wolf Boss yelled while pushing Trevin back. Oh, are you bragging about your old age? Can you even straighten your back? Martha weakly tapped on her waist, laughing at the Black Wolf Boss. Sieghart swordsmen and the South North Union warriors ground their teeth, glaring at each other through their crossed weapons. Black Wolf Boss. The Axe King Roman twisted his lips into a smile while looking at the Black Wolf Boss. Did you just call him arrogant? Yes. Could he yield 3 strikes? His insolence knows no limit. He isn't worthy of your time, Axe Kai. How foolish, he firmly shook his head. His insolence is exactly the reason I spared his life. What? There have been countless idiots who tried to survive using the same method as Rayon Sieghart after I made the promise of a duel to the death with him. However, I didn't spare a single one of them. Do you know why? The Black Wolf Boss was unable to respond, his chin trembling in panic. It's because of his eyes. No one showed me the same madness that he has. Roman bared his white teeth while looking at Rayon. Madness. Rayon furrowed his brow, wondering what he was talking about. Yes, when you proposed a duel to the death here 3 years ago, your eyes were filled with absolute confidence in your victory. They were on a completely different level from those cowards who only wanted to run away from the situation. Roman started to laugh like a madman, as if he were overjoyed by the moment. Step back, everyone. Rayon Sieghart is entitled to say that to me. I beg your pardon. He shook his hand, and the South North warriors, including the Black Wolf Boss, lowered their heads. You don't need to be sorry. It was a rather entertaining appetizer. Isn't it true, Rayon Sieghart? Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Rayon calmly nodded and looked back. You should return to your positions as well. Watch the duel to the death until the last moment instead of exhausting yourselves for no reason. He offered the Light Wind Division the same words Rimmer used to say whenever he faced an enemy before them. Understood. Burin lowered his head and returned to the left riverside with Martha, Runnon, and Trevin. So you are returning the 3 strikes to me. You must feel indebted for what happened in the past. Roman tilted his chin, massaging his own shoulder. I'm not just feeling indebted about it. It is a debt. Rayon nodded, meeting Roman's entertained gaze. I can only fight without hesitation after settling the debt. In that case, I shall accept it. Roman was nodding his head, but a gray warship approached them through the tides from the direction where the misfortune had appeared. That ship, Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at the warship getting closer to them. The energy undulating on the deck of the warship was even more powerful than Roman's. It's the vice leader's ship. Roman shook his head while snorting. I thought he wasn't going to come, but he did in the end. He stomped the ground violently in displeasure. The vice leader. Yes, you should be careful about him since he's literally a thief. Roman furrowed his brow, warning him about the South North Union's vice leader. Of course, it's not about today. Don't worry about him, since I'll be the one to stop him if he starts to act up. He took a step back, telling Rayon not to be concerned about the vice leader. Rumble. A warship as massive as the misfortune soon arrived at the riverside, and an old man with white-gray hair descended, stepping onto the air as if it were a staircase. The old man's face had an unusually large number of wrinkles, but his body was made up of firm muscles, as if layers of steel were surrounding him. Is he Helgrim, the South North Union's vice leader? He is a transcender, as expected. Helgrim was an incredibly powerful warrior who had reached transcendence, befitting his title as the second strongest in the South North Union. It even felt like the atmosphere was suddenly plummeting whenever he took a step. Once Helgrim reached the shore, his gaze turned toward Rayon. As he met the sharp eyes that seemed to dig into his very soul, Rayon felt a tingling pain all over his body, as if he were paralyzed. This much isn't a big deal when I even managed to endure our head of house's pressure. He made the ring of fire resonate with a cold smile on his face, and the pressure caused by Helgrim completely disappeared. Helgrim widened his eyes in surprise and was guided to a luxurious seat by the Black Wolf Boss. Rayon was about to focus on the Axe King Roman again, but suddenly came to a halt. He was distracted by a red-haired young man following behind Helgrim for some reason. He's powerful. He seemed to be young, but he could feel an outrageous prowess from him. He wasn't as powerful as Roman, but he had already crossed over the intermediate realm of Grandmaster. Did they have someone like him? Rayon. As Rayon grew intrigued about him, he heard Shirl's aura message. I'll stop the South North Union's vice leader no matter what he tries to do, so focus on the duel against the Axe King. Rayon nodded his head while looking back at Shirl. The Heavenly Blade Division leader is right. It wasn't the time to be concerned about other people, whether it was the South North Union's vice leader or a hidden powerhouse. Is anyone else arriving late? Rayon shrugged his shoulders while looking at the Rabel River. Call them now if more people will be coming instead of breaking the mood. No one is coming. Don't worry about it, since the duel won't stop even if the South North Union's leader arrives. Roman gripped the red dragon axe, declaring that he was going to continue the battle no matter who arrived. In that case, let's get started. Rayon beckoned at Roman with his finger. A 3-strike duel. I honestly didn't expect it at all, but I'm looking forward to it. Roman lifted the red dragon axe above his head, and a wave of energy powerful enough to send a chill down the spine erupted from him. The Rabel River shook violently, as if it were facing a storm. The first strike is the Voidfall Slash. He swung the red dragon axe downward powerfully enough to split the Rabel River apart. Dark flames erupted from the deadly blade of the axe. It was the martial art that Rayon had witnessed from behind Rimmer's back 3 years ago. Kring. Rayon raised Heavenly Drive toward the falling red dragon axe that seemed capable of devastating the river. The white blade was covered. Glacier's coldness, the undulating wave of blue frost fended off the violent rush of the axe. Wham! The thunderous noise made it sound like the land had split apart, but the river's waves were completely unaffected. That implied that the coldness dwelling in Heavenly Drive had perfectly withstood the red dragon axe's power. The soft sword. Roman lowered his eyebrows, supporting the red dragon axe on his shoulder again. No, it's not just a soft sword. Lots of things are mixed into it. He nodded his head as if he understood. Soft sword, severing sword, and even the slow sword is dwelling in it. Your skills have grown a lot. The same goes for you. Rayon narrowed his eyes, shaking the remaining impact of the clash from his hands. Your axe was solely focused on power in the past, but it is more balanced now. Roman's previous way of fighting consisted of crushing his opponent with sheer power, but he was different now. The swing of his axe was fluent and profound, just like a skilled swordsman. This is dangerous. Rayon began to think that he might end up dying before the duel to the death even started. However, he couldn't stop despite the danger, because I'm indebted to him. The reason Roman accepted the duel to the death was because Rimmer never yielded in the 3-strike duel. It was necessary to settle that debt before he could fight without any regrets in the duel to the death. Come at me with the second strike. Rayon nodded, holding Heavenly Drive at mid-height. I was going to do it anyway. Roman lifted the red dragon axe with a frightening smile on his face. The dark red sphere of aura surrounding the axe's blade was spherically condensed. It was the Axe King's special technique that consisted of amplifying the astral sphere's power. The Great Mountain Crusher. Swoosh. Rayon held his breath and strained the wrist of the hand holding Heavenly Drive. Extending his left foot, he unleashed a flame that was even sharper than a blade. It was a clash between astral spheres, between sharpness and heaviness. It wasn't a clash between a sword and an axe. The extremely polished principles of martial arts tore apart each of their breath. Wham! The concentrated energy between Heavenly Drive and the red dragon axe exploded, and the translucent water soared all the way into the sky from the river. Swaya! The river water showered down, and rain clouds started to cover the clear sky. Human prowess had changed the climate. Ooh, is he really in his early 20s? What the? Am I dreaming right now? Did he really fend off Sir Roman's axe head-on? So that is the dragon slayer, Rayon Zeekhart. As Rayon wasn't being pushed back in the slightest by the Axe King's special attack, the South North Union's bosses watched the scene with trembling lips. He is full of energy despite being old. Didn't he get even stronger? He did. He's on a whole different level now compared to when he had that 3-strike duel against our Vice Division leader. This duel to the death isn't going to be easy. The Zeekhart swordsmen were also gasping in astonishment after witnessing Roman's destructive power. Roman laughed like a raging flame, sweeping back his rain-drenched hair. This is getting more and more interesting. The 3 years of waiting was worth it. A crimson-red current started to blaze from the red dragon axe's blade, taking away Rayon's breath. The dark red astral sphere expanded explosively, and a spiral rotation occurred from it, twisting the atmosphere. Here comes the last strike. The revolving void axe strike. Roman slammed the red dragon axe downwards, and the astral sphere concentrated on the axe blade was fired like a majestic ray of light. It was a monstrously powerful energy blast, created with martial arts. Kring. Rayon thrust his right foot and his right hand at the same time, similar to a stab. He thrust Heavenly Drive, connecting the strength rising from his ankle to the muscles at his waist and back. Whap! The flaming sphere concentrated at the tip of his sword was fired alongside a tremendous shockwave, Rayon Sieghart style, second form.
Heavenly Heavy Cannon. Though
Heavenly Heavy Cannon, with its accumulated force of gravity, clashed head-on against the rotation of the revolving void axe strike. The entirety of the Rabel River trembled violently and the water boiled as if it were evaporating. Wham! Fissures started to form in Rayon and Roman's auras, which were as large as a small mountain, signaling that they had reached their limits. A tremendous explosion occurred, so powerful that it seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. The river wavered like an ocean and a rainstorm crashed from the sky. Monsters. The entire sky is full of rain clouds. And they haven't even started yet. The South North Union's warriors watched the falling rain with trembling chins, 3 strikes. Rayon tilted Heavenly Drive downwards. He raised his chin sharply, clenching his hand. I withstood them, acknowledged. Roman nodded calmly. There's no more debt between us now, he nodded. The hand lifting the red dragon axe was also shaking. Ha! Rayon exhaled deeply, massaging his shoulders, which still felt numb. He's powerful. He realized it clearly through the 3-strike duel. Roman's realm was definitely higher than his own. It was an unexpected situation, but it brought a smile to his face for some strange reason. It looks like you're also having fun. The same goes for me. Roman gave him a toothy grin upon seeing Rayon's smile. He lifted the red dragon axe overhead and stepped forward with his right foot. Yes, I'm not sure why, but it's making me smile. Rayon nodded his head and pulled Heavenly Drive behind his left shoulder, bending his knees. Rayon and Roman didn't move once they settled into their battle stances. It was as if time had stopped. Even after 10 seconds, 1 minute, 10 minutes, and 30 minutes had passed, they didn't even budge a finger. The only change was their energy waves. The energy waves of the 2 warriors kept rising endlessly, filling the sky with lightning strikes. Why aren't they moving? Because they are well aware of their opponent's abilities. Yes, their heads will roll the moment they make the smallest mistake, so they are equally matched. I'm not sure. I can't even breathe just watching them. The Sieghart swordsmen and the South North Union warriors could only swallow nervously, unable to take their eyes off the standoff between Rayon and Roman. Zap! The moment a spark accumulating at the riverbank erupted with a powerful sound, Rayon and Roman made their move. Wham! Their bodies were launched toward each other at lightning speed and clashed at the center of the Rabel River, creating a tremendous shockwave in the process. Rumble, Rayon could feel Roman's power through the red dragon axe, which was pushing its way forward strongly enough to destroy Heavenly Drive. Heavy was the only word to describe it. Roman had perfect control over the red dragon axe despite its huge size. It's so heavy that I feel like my arms are falling apart, but I can't lose in terms of strength. His strength and agility had already surpassed the Grandmaster realm. If he lost in terms of strength, Wrath would wake up from his slumber and start a wrathful dance. Wham! He strained the muscles all over his body, crushing the river with the tip of his toes. The heavy energy passed through his legs, delivering miraculous strength to his right shoulder and hand. Zap! The red dragon axe started to be pushed back for the first time alongside a powerful spark. Roman's eyes trembled faintly upon seeing that his huge axe was being pushed back by a thin blade. It showed his disbelief at the fact that he was losing a battle of strength. Did you think you could win with sheer strength? Rayon sneered and fended Roman off violently. Wham! Roman took 3 steps back, destroying the waves in the process. A deep hole was made in the river every time he took a step. Kyuhuhu! Roman laughed in bewilderment. I didn't expect to lose when it came to strength. You seriously never fail to disappoint me. It's too early to be surprised. Rayon executed the Supreme Harmony steps with his right foot. He advanced against the waves and closed the distance from the left side. The reddened blade rushed toward Roman's forehead, evaporating the water drops in the process. HMPH. Roman immediately swung the red dragon axe to block Heavenly Drive's trajectory. Wham! Even though it was a clash between a sword and an axe, the thunderous noise resulting from it sounded like 2 steel pillars were colliding against each other. The sound wasn't the only thing that indicated their equal footing. Heavenly Drive and the red dragon axe clashed with sheer power, neither yielding an inch. Ha! Rayon rotated the Ring of Fire, watching the red dragon axe's blade unleash the dark red flame. The 8 rings of fire resonated with each other, and the pounding sound of his heart echoed in the ear. He could see his own face reflected on the splashing water drops, and the scent of the violent wind stimulated his nose. It was an extreme focus, an advanced realm where the flow of time was slowed down and the senses reached their peak. It wasn't anything to be happy about. The fact that he'd entered that world right off the bat implied how dangerous his opponent was. What a monstrous strength to be able to fend off the red dragon axe in a frontal clash. However, Roman laughed in satisfaction, and the energy dwelling in the red dragon axe amplified rapidly. Wham! Even though Rayon was going all out in defense, the powerful impact made it feel like his shoulders were tearing apart. It's too early to be satisfied, we're just getting started. Roman roared and the red dragon axe became even heavier. A tingling pain spread through Rayon's fingers gripping the hilt. He was superior in physical strength, but Roman was still more powerful overall. Rip. Rayon bit the tip of his lip with his fangs. It's all over if I withdraw from this. Roman's raging axe crush was a martial art that became more powerful the more the opponent withdrew from it. It was necessary to push forward instead of running away from it. Wahap. Rayon maximized the 10,000 Flames cultivation's output. The flame surrounding Heavenly Drive's blade started to rotate like a saw blade, unleashing a sharp sword strike. It was the 10,000 Flames cultivation's revolving sky. What a nice move. Roman struck back, pressing down with the red dragon axe's blade, imbued with the astral sphere. Whoosh! The flames that seemed capable of even melting the steel clashed against each other, creating a deep furrow in the river. The water that had calmed erupted explosively, spreading huge waves in all directions. The South North Union's warships anchored at the riverbank were demolished, scattering the shattered decks into the air. The clash was powerful enough to take their lives in a single strike, but Rayon and Roman kept swinging Heavenly Drive and the red dragon axe amid the storming aura, smiles on their faces. Rumble, a single sword slash split apart the river, and a single swing of the axe twisted the sky. As Rayon and Roman's battle, which seemed to transcend human limits, continued to rage, the apocalyptic sky darkened with storm clouds, and the river churned violently, revealing its riverbed. Wham! Roman crushed the 10,000 Flames cultivation's fire and continued to press Rayon harder, as if he were growing stronger as the battle progressed. Clang! Rayon narrowed his eyes while fending off the red dragon axe's violent assault. Even the speed has improved. Raging Axe Crush gradually accelerated, and he even started to only recognize the red dragon axe as a blurry shape. Roman's prowess was getting more powerful as time passed. Huff! Rayon raised Heavenly Drive in a diagonal while gasping for breath. Kring! Roman's red dragon axe descended along Heavenly Drive's blade and smacked the river. A deep crater was made on the river alongside a huge shockwave. Slosh! Rayon executed. Frost Pond, seizing the opportunity when the red dragon axe was lowered, two lines of his sword strike, infused with extreme speed, pierced toward Roman's neck. However, Roman used his footwork to move to the left as if he were expecting his attack. It was so quick and precise that it would have been believable if someone called it teleportation. It was such a perfect evasion. Is that the 9 Sky footwork? The Axe King's preferred combat style was to crush his opponent with sheer strength without moving from his spot, but he was rumored to be extremely swift once he started to move. Rayon could guess that the footwork he was witnessing was the 9 Sky footwork. Whoosh! The Axe King brandished the red dragon axe and even more heat rushed into the air. The dark red flame blazing from the axe blade turned into hundreds of astral spheres, launching toward the vital spots all over Rayon's body. Thud! Rayon turned his ankle and executed the Supreme Harmonies. Third step, instead of going against the current, he used footwork that followed the river's flow to deflect the rain of astral spheres. Rumble, however, Roman's assault wasn't over yet. He caught up with the 9 Sky footwork and swung the red dragon axe down at him directly. There was no escape. Blocking it was the only choice Rayon had. Rayon gritted his teeth and raised his gaze. He accelerated the rotation of the Ring of Fire until his heart started to ache, and he could see the red dragon axe's flow falling toward him. Rumble! He turned his wrist and thrust Heavenly Drive towards the red dragon axe. The flame seeping along the blade turned into beautiful lines of heat, advancing toward his enemy. It was the blades of the Crimson Slash, the 10,000 Flames cultivation's technique. Clang! The descending red dragon axe clashed against the rising Heavenly Drive, unleashing a powerful shockwave once again. Countless waves of aura erupted one after the other between the sword and the axe. This is my chance. Rayon twisted the rising heat from Heavenly Drive's tip. The faint flames spread out in concentric circles, forming a fiery shield. Firewall! Wham! He used the firewall to fend off the red dragon axe and closed into Roman's space. Kring! He stomped the ground with his left foot and slashed downward with Heavenly Drive. The tip of the blade wavered like a mirage, tracing a dreamlike curve. It was the attack capable of cutting the opponent's neck before they could even feel the pain. The Sword's Silvery Dream. HMPH. Roman furrowed his brow, noticing how dangerous the Sword's Silvery Dream was. He created a wall of aura in the air without even lifting the red dragon axe. Clang! The moment the Sword's Silvery Dream crushed the wall of aura, the red dragon axe rushed at Rayon, blazing in a dark red flame. Roman had regained his posture in a split second and proceeded to a surprise attack. Blocking is the only choice I have. Heavenly Drive was turning to the right, but Rayon forcibly pulled it toward him. The physical abilities transcending human limits made the impossible movement a reality and blocked the red dragon axe. Wham! However, since Rayon couldn't get into a perfect defensive posture, his arms and shoulders were shaken violently, and a serious impact was delivered inside his body. His legs stopped moving because of the pain. I can finally see an opening. Roman swung the red dragon axe upwards with a huge grin on his face. The trajectory was testifying his intention to cleave Rayon's body in half. This is a crisis, but it's an opportunity at the same time, he incorporated. Glacier's coldness into Heavenly Drive, he unleashed the ultimate essence of the Blizzard's sword art to deflect the red dragon axe that was rushing at him like a cannonball. The axe tilted, leaving Roman's chest wide open. Now, Rayon grit his back teeth and unsheathed the blade of Requiem with his left hand. The ghastly energy bursting from the red blade brushed past the left side of Roman's chest. PSSHH, red blood flowed from Roman's black coat. You aren't even yielding an inch. He openly laughed, as if he were entertained by the bloodshed. I've never experienced such a fun fight in my life. Same goes for me. Rayon nodded, wiping the blood flowing from his lips. There's no way it wouldn't be entertaining when he is going all out for me. Even though the Axe King Roman was one of the strongest warriors on the continent, he acknowledged Rayon's prowess and took the battle seriously. It made his heart boil. Even though the Axe King Roman was one of the strongest warriors on the continent, he acknowledged Rayon's prowess and fought with his full strength, making his heart burn with excitement. Rayon couldn't stop his smile despite gaining an internal injury. Then let's keep going. Roman bared his white teeth, gripping the red dragon axe's shaft with both hands. As you wish. Rayon unleashed all 10,000 flames, cultivation, and Glacier, even though the flame and frost couldn't harmonize with each other. The light wind-style wind engulfed them. The blade of raging flame and frost emanated its noble radiance. This time, Rayon took the initiative instead of waiting for Roman to approach. Rayon entered his space and slashed down with fangs of insanity. Creak, the beast of madness broke through Roman's aura and shoved its fangs into the red dragon axe. Wahahaha, Roman lifted the axe shaft, trying to turn the crisis caused by the fangs of insanity to his advantage. The consecutive attacks he unleashed were so swift and relentless that it almost felt as if he had switched his weapon to a club. However, the heavy power was still there, since the red dragon axe was still the weapon he was wielding. A shattering pain could be felt from Rayon's right arm, which was holding Heavenly Drive. Rumble, Roman turned his wrist and lifted the axe blade upward again. It felt like the Rabel River's weight was placed upon the red dragon axe. Wayap, Rayon thrust Heavenly Drive toward the red dragon axe's tip. Flame and frost blazed from the rushing blade, forming the shape of a dragon. Heavenly Drive pushed the red dragon axe just like an ascending dragon breaking through the sky. Rayon managed to push Roman back by controlling the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and Glacier at the same time, but the pain in his chest had further intensified. That implied that his internal injury had worsened. This isn't the time to stop yet. Rayon noticed Roman's opening and was about to move to his left. Flame dragon art that was advancing with a majestic wave was split in half. The red dragon axe could be seen from the gap in the flame. Roman had completely cut apart the flame dragon art. What? Rayon gasped, watching the flame blazing in Roman's eyes. His pressure became even more powerful. Even though he was thinking that Roman's pressure had already reached its peak, it was further empowered. There's still a long way to go. Roman rushed at Rayon, curling his lips into a smile. The red dragon axe's blade scattered its frightening radiance, cutting from left to right. Wham! Even though Rayon unleashed the firewall with Heavenly Drive and the golden void infusion with the blade of Requiem, the damage was still breaking through them. His head spun as if he were experiencing motion sickness, and an intense pain radiated through his shoulders. There's no doubt about it. He's getting stronger as he fights right. It wasn't because Roman wasn't going all out before. He was just getting stronger as he fought. I came for no reason. The South North Union's vice leader, Helgrim, briefly clicked his tongue. What? The Black Wolf boss blinked, wondering what he was talking about. Rayon Zeeghart is indeed tremendously talented, nothing short of being the greatest genius on the continent. However, Helgrim shook his head while snorting. He still can't reach Roman. No, I should be saying that he is no match against Roman in his improved state, but they were equally matched until a moment ago. Roman was only enlightened yesterday. He didn't have enough time to assimilate his enlightenment. Then. Yes, Roman is assimilating his enlightenment right now through the duel to the death against Rayon Zeeghart. He's getting stronger and stronger. He casually shook his hand as if he were chasing away a fly. Roman already had the upper hand, yet he is getting even stronger. It's just futile at this point. Helgrim shook his hand off, saying that the fight was over. Rayon Sieghart still has his sword field. The sword field isn't enough to make up for that difference. He firmly shook his head. I'm glad that we managed to eliminate that young monster in advance. After all, he was going to grow up into a real monster that no one could deal with. Helgrim looked to his left while putting down his glass. Sieghart's swordsmen were clenching their fists, watching Rayon being pushed back. Are they just refusing to admit it? Shurl, the Heavenly Blade Division leader, and Rimmer, the Sword of Light, should have already understood the situation, yet there wasn't the slightest change in their expressions. They seemed to have complete trust in Rayon. Pathetic, that might not be the case. Beorn shook his head, standing behind Helgrim. What do you mean? That's not an expression that a person who has given up on a fight would make. He pointed at Rayon, whose location was switched with Roman's. Rayon was smiling deeply, even though blood was flowing from his mouth and chest. Helgrim furrowed his brow while looking at Rayon. Why is he smiling? He must have noticed that his opponent was getting stronger and stronger. He couldn't understand why he was laughing. This fight is already over. Roman is pressuring him, and he is barely dodging or defend. Wait a moment. Dodging and defending. Roman had definitely ascended to a higher realm by assimilating his enlightenment. The fact that Rayon could hold his ground against his improved state implied that. Helgrim's lips trembled as he watched Rayon. He has improved as well. Ha! Rayon let out a heated breath, dodging the endless trajectories of the red dragon axe. I feel like I'm about to die. However, it's fun. Despair struck him when he first noticed that Roman was getting stronger as he fought. He thought there was no way to win if his opponent, who already had the upper hand, got even stronger. He was barely holding on and saw the ice flower bracelet that had descended under his wrist. Wrath, thinking about how that arrogant Wrath would have giggled and made fun of him if he had seen the situation, made the wrath buried deep within his soul surge. Resolving himself to stab Roman's heart, even if he had to die as a result, he made the ring of fire resonate to the limit. His heart pounded to the point of bursting, and his soul reached its limit. The swords he had accumulated in his mental world materialized in front of him. The realm of his swordsmanship rapidly increased, as if the sprouting sword trees were finally bearing fruit. Clang, combining the heavy, powerful, severing, and slow swords, he managed to block Roman's axe without taking a single step back. Cring. Harmonizing the wind and the swift, light, and variable swords, Heavenly Drive advanced faster than the red dragon axe, which had started moving earlier, severing Roman's shoulder. He was injured at the waist in the process, but the pain didn't exist. The exhilaration of getting stronger was taking over his body. As he executed the swordsmanships that he had only imagined before, he felt like he could do anything in the world. Nice. Surprisingly, Roman was sharing the same feeling. He lifted the red dragon axe above his head, with his lips curving into a smile, continuously getting stronger as he fought. But it'll be a bit different this time. The red radiance of the astral sphere fluttered from the red dragon axe's blade. It was the revolving void axe strike, the last move he'd used in the 3-strike duel. However, the wave of energy emanating from it was on a whole different level from before. Wham! Roman executed the 9-sky footwork to appear right in front of Rayon and unleashed the revolving void axe strike's wave. It was a transcendent martial technique, detonating a long-ranged artillery shot right in front of him. Ha! Rayon inhaled while watching the astral sphere's wave filling his vision. Time slowed down even further. He raised Heavenly Drive in a realm of supreme elevation, where he could even see himself reflected in his enemy's eyes. Cring! It wasn't just his aura that was seeping into the silver blade. All of the swordsmanships that he had accumulated in his mental world were being absorbed into the silver-gray blade, as if they were turning into a sword. I finally understand it. The reason he kept failing with the new sword field was because he tried to weave too many martial principles together, surpassing his capacity. He got rid of the principles that he wasn't proficient enough with and threw away the flows of aura that weren't good enough yet. He could finally imagine the sword appropriate for his vessel. The golden sky dwelled in Rayon's eyes. Sword field creation. He drew a single line, cutting through heaven and earth, with the new sword field that he didn't have a name for yet. Swaya, the majestic mountain unleashed by Heavenly Drive, cleaved the cloudy sky and the turbulent river. However, the man standing in the middle fended off the noble and beautiful trajectory with a single axe. He was the Axe King Roman, his revolving void axe strike had further improved, and even the new sword field created by Rayon was unable to defeat it. Of course, Roman wasn't exactly fine either. Black blood was gushing from his mouth, and a small fissure was created on the red dragon axe, which had remained intact so far. Huff! Rayon curled his bloody lips into a smile. He really managed to withstand the sword field. Roman had endured the sword field by improving the revolving void axe strike even further. Rayon thought that the monsters from the old generation were on a whole different level after all. He was rather confident in that strike, even though the new enlightenment wasn't fully assimilated. The Axe King Roman laughed, baring his teeth, which had turned red from blood. Nice, I don't even remember the last time I shed so much blood. His lips curved into a deep smile, further enjoying the battle despite his internal injuries. His expression said that he was having too much fun. Brat, don't you agree with me? Of course I do. Rayon nodded, readjusting his grip on Heavenly Drive where the sensation still lingered. It's not just fun. As he continued to clash against Roman, who became stronger, his body and mind were improved at the same time. His energy center was widening, his body was evolving, and his versatile swords area was expanding as he spoke. The time he spent facing Roman was pretty much the ultimate enlightenment. Then let's get started again. Roman laughed loudly and swung the red dragon axe. Rumble, the axe blade rotated violently, summoning a dark red whirlwind. The entirety of the Rabel River was engulfed in a storm of aura. Defeat me if you want to survive. Roman kicked the wave, letting out a husky roar. He closed the distance with the 9 sky footwork, improved to at least twice the original speed, and unleashed the Flame of Madness axe strike. His movements were so natural that it felt like he was following a single trajectory the whole time. He was still getting stronger, just like a monster. Zap, Rayon twisted his lips, watching the red dragon axe showering down like a meteorite. It makes no difference how much stronger he gets. I just need to catch up. While thrusting Heavenly Drive diagonally with his right hand, Rayon held the blade of Requiem in a reverse grip with his left hand. The two blades rotated along the current of water, unleashing a red and blue wave. 10,000 flames cultivation. Flawless sea of fire. The flame and frost crossed each other, clashing head-on against Romans. Flame of Madness axe strike. Wham! With a tremendous noise that made it sound like the land was collapsing. The shockwave erupting from it created a twisted fissure in the air. It was an eerie sight, looking like the sky and land were shattered into pieces. The entirety of the Rabel River darkened as if the apocalypse were happening, but Rayon and Roman didn't pay any attention to it and continued to unleash their unparalleled martial arts against each other. Rumble. The river was carved away whenever Heavenly Drive and the red dragon axe clashed against each other. In the end, Rayon and Roman were having their extreme battle at the riverbed before they knew it. The surging water ascended with the storm of aura, creating an even thicker rain cloud in the sky. This feels like a dream. Roman laughed like a madman, showing how much fun he was having. I can make all of these axe strikes a reality when I could only think of them before. He swung the red dragon axe to the right, and a red aurora erupted along the river's horizon. Profound principles were added to its destructive power. He almost looked like a swordsman who'd been training his swordsmanship for his entire life instead of a pirate. Same goes for me. Rayon nodded, watching Roman's astral sphere rushing toward him. I feel like I can achieve anything. The stronger Roman became, the more powerful Rayon was getting in return. It felt like the sword techniques that he couldn't imitate in his mental world were being melted into his hands. Wham! Rayon stomped the ground heavily and extended Heavenly Drive. The blue sky dwelling at the tip of his blade blocked the improved Flame of Madness axe strike. Wham! The sword and axe clashed once again, and the dark red lightning erupting from it engulfed the surroundings. The water evaporated from the river, and a thick fog rose into the air. Rayon narrowed his eyes, watching the graceful descent of the red dragon axe. Were being influenced. He had learned the destructive power from Roman's axe strikes, and Roman could add the profound principles of Rayon's sword to his own attacks. They were even learning their opponent's martial arts instead of just improving their own. It was a battle suitable to sworn enemies. Rayon and Roman swung Heavenly Drive, and the red dragon axe toward their own reflections in each other's eyes. Clang. What's even happening? Helgrim, the South North Union's vice leader, stood up with trembling hands. The chair that he'd been sitting on crumbled into pieces like dry firewood. How could a person like that even exist? It was clear that Roman could easily win the battle. A single serious swing from Roman should have been enough to sever all of the limbs from the young monster, sinking him into the river. However, Rayon Sieghart became stronger and stronger, as if he were being enlightened during the fight and had reached the same realm as Roman already. According to common sense, that should have been impossible. This can't be happening. He had witnessed countless warriors since before the foundation of the 6 kings and the 5 demons. Glenn Sieghart, the Holy Sword Alliance Master, the Black Tower's Master, Darius Robert, and the God of War Karuda, who had gone into seclusion. He had encountered those warriors with unmatched talents, but none of them had Rayon Sieghart's talent. Young monster wasn't even enough to describe him anymore. He could guess that Roman would be defeated immediately the moment he started to lose in the slightest. He was truly an evolving monster. Helgrim's lips trembled intensely as he watched Rayon's bloody fight. He's dangerous. The South North Union's honor wasn't even the issue if Roman was defeated. The fact that a person like him was in the 6 kings, and under Glenn Sieghart on top of that, was a frightening realization. I'm jealous of them for having such a sworn enemy. They are both growing stronger endlessly. Beorn weakly bit his lip, looking into the storming aura, so what he said was true. He narrowed his eyes, fixating his gaze on Rayon. Beorn. It was when Helgrim was gesturing with his hand at Beorn to come closer that he heard it. What was it you said earlier? Rimmer, standing at the edge of the riverside, raised his chin sharply while calling Helgrim's name. You told us that we didn't want to admit his defeat, didn't you? It's nothing about admitting. This is what you call trust. He deeply curled his lips into a smile, sneering at Helgrim. That's true. Cheryl calmly nodded. Because we never once thought that Rayon might lose the fight. She smiled faintly, looking back at the Light Wind Division, who were simply watching whether Rayon was losing or winning. This is real trust. The Sieghart swordsmen, including herself, had witnessed Rayon overcoming countless difficulties. Since their trust had accumulated over a long time, they were able to believe in Rayon and watch the battle. On the other hand, you don't seem to trust him. Cheryl snorted, shifting her gaze towards Helgrim. Shut your mouth. Helgrim shouted at Cheryl and Rimmer, then created an aura barrier. He blocked the sound from escaping and furrowed his brow toward Beorn and the party bosses. Prepare to act at any moment. What do you mean? Vice leader, the battle isn't over yet. There's no way the Axe King would lose, and the party bosses refuted his words with trembling lips, showing that they still wanted to believe in Roman. That doesn't even matter right now. Helgrim ground his teeth violently while looking at Rayon. That thing is a monster, and he isn't just a monster right now. He will be even more frightening in the future. We can never let him live. He clenched his fist to the point of bleeding, showing how important it was to get rid of Rayon. Beorn's red eyes fell quiet as he listened to Helgrim. Spark Rayon smiled deeply as he pushed the red dragon axe back with heavenly drive. This was fun. He was growing stronger as the sword and axe clashed against each other, and he even wished that the moment would last forever. However, the fantastic moment was coming to an end. Both Roman and himself were severely injured internally and externally, to the point where they could collapse at any moment. The sweetness of growth came to a halt, and the bitterness of pain was growing. He didn't have much time left where he would be able to keep fighting at full strength. Wham! Rayon and Roman caused a powerful shockwave and took 5 steps back each from each other. A deep crater was made in the river whenever they took a step back. I want to fight you forever, but this must be the end. Roman shook his head with a light-hearted smile on his face. He rubbed the wound on his stomach, black blood gushing out from his mouth. Let's finish this battle. Rayon spat out the black-red blood and scorched the wound on his shoulder with the heat. It further intensified the pain, but being able to fight was more important. You're a battle maniac, just like me. Roman laughed happily and supported the red dragon axe on his shoulder. I'm going to offer all the martial arts that I've been accumulating for my entire life in this single move. It's the Frenzied Soul Art. That is the axe swing that is about to take your life. He twisted his waist backward, as if he didn't even care about a trivial matter like his injury, and lifted the red dragon axe overhead. The energy from heaven and earth gathered towards the red dragon axe's blade. The profound energy of the enlightened seeker of truth was dwelling inside the destructive wave of energy engulfing the river. It was a perfect martial art, with a beautiful balance between strength, skill, and the mental world. Rumble, the moment he swung the red dragon axe downward, a crimson flame blazed from the axe's blade. The red flame was endlessly soaring into the air, in a world that looked like the flow of time itself had come to a halt within it. It almost felt like everything in sight was being erased by the red dragon axe's flame. Crack. The rain clouds filling the sky were cleaved apart, and the setting sun was revealed. The golden evening glow was reflected in Roman's worldly eyes. Clench, Rayon raised heavenly drive, gripping it with both hands. He closed his eyes and summoned his renovated sword field. I need to take another step forward. The enlightenment he'd gained from bringing his mental world into reality had further deepened from the intense battle against Roman. He could incorporate a bit more into the move. Sword field creation. He added the blue sky onto the sword art that had just sprouted. It was the azure sky. Heavenly drive's radiance further intensified. Its color wasn't the evening glow of the setting sun, but the majestic golden light of the twilight. The moment the frenzied soul art and the new sword field clashed against each other, the light disappeared and the sound was removed. The clash between martial arts was the only thing that existed. The ultimate culmination of the martial arts that they'd built up over time was being painted using the sword and axe as the brushes. Wham! The majestic explosion occurred a moment later, engulfing the entire sky and the land. The mysterious light shining down from the sky made it feel like the setting sun was rising again. The storming aura surrounding Rayon and Roman subsided, revealing them to everyone. PSSH. Rayon fell to his knees, coughing black blood from his mouth, which seemed to have the pieces of his organs mixed inside. A long cut was made on his waist, enough to tear him apart. On the other hand, Roman was showing an unwavering stance on 2 feet. He looked like he wasn't injured in the slightest. Whoa, Sir Roman. We believed in you. The South North Union's party bosses put their hands up and shouted Roman's name. Rayon, what are you doing? Stand back up right now. I'm going to kill you if you die here. The Light Wind Division's swordsman yelled at Rayon to stand up. The last. Roman looked down upon Rayon, quietly letting out a breath. What's the name of your last move? It doesn't have one. Rayon shook his head, coughing up blood once again. I haven't decided yet. Since the sword field was finally completed during the battle, it didn't have a name yet. I've witnessed the evening glow countless times during the last year that I've spent in the Reborn River. What I incorporated into the red dragon axe was the golden light of the last struggle against death. That's why it's named the Frenzied Soul Strike. Roman smiled faintly, looking at the cracked red dragon axe. I've seen a similar color from your sword. It had a strong golden glow just like mine, but it was different in nature. He shifted his gaze and met Rayon's red eyes. Your light wasn't the evening glow that was afraid of night, but the morning glow lifting the sun into the sky. Even though they both had a golden hue, yours was filled with liveliness unlike mine. Rayon nodded. After all, he had incorporated the twilight that he'd seen that day, just like Roman was saying. Moreover, it was as dazzling as the moment of Genesis when this world came to exist. Red blood started to seep into Roman's black coat. How about naming your sword field Genesis? Genesis. Rayon looked up to the sky. The rain clouds had completely dissipated, and the golden evening glow was the only thing that filled the sky. Rayon nodded, watching that noble color. I'll do that. Rayon nodded while thanking him, and Roman tried to say something but started to cough up black blood. His face turned pale as white as paper. Sir Roman, oh damn it, get out there right now. The South North Union's vice leader pointed with his hand and the party bosses jumped onto the river. Wham! When Sieghart's swordsman, who'd been staying alert, started to move, Roman slammed the river with the red dragon axe. A blue wave blocked their path with a huge shockwave. Stop. Roman twisted his lips into a smile while looking at the South North Union's vice leader and the party bosses behind the descending wave. I was born as a man and lived as a warrior. Since I managed to fight an opponent that I wanted to on a battlefield that I wished for, I have no regrets. His fiery gaze looked like he was going to swing the red dragon axe at them the moment they made a move. Don't humiliate me, the Axe King Roman. Roman let out a bloody roar, announcing that he wouldn't forgive anyone for interfering with the fight. Even the South North Union's vice leader was unable to move because of his frightening pressure. The brat from 3 years ago who had nothing but arrogance going for him is no longer here. Roman smiled wholeheartedly while looking at Rayon once again. You won, Rayon Sieghart. The moment he proudly declared his defeat, the red dragon axe shattered into dozens of pieces and sank into the river. The Axe King Roman collapsed alongside the subsiding glow of twilight. Splash, the Axe King Roman started to sink into the violent current of the Reborn River, unable to control his body anymore. Rayon executed the river. Footwork, black blood gushing out from his mouth. He couldn't use the Supreme Harmony steps because his aura was exhausted and he was about to collapse at any moment from his severe injuries. Roman had sunk up to his neck when Rayon lifted him by grabbing his shoulder. He was bleeding so much that the water around him had become completely red. Rayon Sieghart, Roman called Rayon's name with an unwavering voice despite his condition. I already told you, only one of us can leave here alive. Let me go. There's no hope of survival with these wounds. He lifted the black coat with his trembling hand. A hole the size of a child's head had been made on his left chest, crimson blood gushing out from it. I'm well aware. Rayon nodded while looking at Roman's wound. There's no way I wouldn't know that fact when I was the one who cut him down. Rayon and Roman had bet their lives on that final clash. Since they couldn't afford to go easy on each other, nor should they have, it was inevitable that one would live and the other would perish. The wound left by Genesis couldn't be healed even if the ragged Saint Frederick. You still have subordinates who follow you. Leave a last word as the Axe King at least. Why are you being so respectful now? You even called me the Axihole before. Roman giggled, saying that the name gave him goosebumps. Because you were a true warrior today, worthy of respect as a senior. Rayon nodded as he watched the color fade from Roman's eyes. Roman didn't speak any further. Rayon couldn't tell if he had nothing to tell or if he was saving the last bit of his strength to speak to his subordinates. Rayon finally exited the Reborn River and put Roman down on the sandy shore. He almost collapsed on the way a few times because his strength was leaving his body, but he bit his tongue to withstand it. Rayon Sieghart. Roman raised his eyes, letting out a weak breath. If the South North Union's vice leader starts to attack you, leave through the river. The river? Why the river? Rayon naturally lowered his eyebrows upon hearing that he should run away through the river when mountain and river were the South North Union's main battlefields. I destroyed the warship in advance because the vice leader might decide to act if you win. Roman chuckled, glancing at the half-destroyed warships and ships. You destroyed the warship. Rayon found it strange that Roman destroyed the warship with the dark red flame before the duel started, and he could finally understand the reason. Since it's you, you must have prepared a ship already. You should be able to escape just by following the river. Roman's hand dropped weakly, a faint smile on his face. His weak voice suggested that he'd reached his limit. Sir Roman, PL, please, open your eyes. You must not fall here. You still have things to do. The Black Wolf boss, the White Mountain boss, and the Rogue Wanderer boss hurriedly brought a healer to Roman by force. South North Union's vice leader, Helgrim, and his followers were still unable to move. They seemed to be shaken by Roman's spirit at the end. Division leader, why are you so beaten up? You should have dodged a bit more. Rayon damn handsome. Are you okay? Buran, Martha, and Runnan came up to him and supported him by holding his shoulders and waist. D Division leader, get yourself treated for now. Ooh, such severe wounds. Dorian and Crane watched his waist, which was torn apart with trembling lips. You did well. Rimmer came up to him and held his shoulder. His hand was drenched in sweat, implying that he was also worried. Open your mouth, Shirl demanded. What? We don't have any time to waste. Open your mouth already. Rayon opened his mouth and Shirl put the red pill that she was holding in it. She didn't stop there, placing her hand over the wound on his abdomen. A warm aura flowed into his heart and the pain started to subside. Rayon exhaled roughly and forced himself to raise his eyes. The decreased pain made the tension leave his body, and his eyelids grew heavy. He felt like he would lose consciousness the moment he let his guard down. I was too hot-headed. His original plan was to maintain his composure until the very end to leave enough strength to fight after the duel to the death, but he started having too much fun during the fight against Roman, making him unable to think about what would happen afterward. That was because growing stronger during a battle, and alongside his opponent on top, was exhilarating, even surpassing that of enlightenment, since he'd even used the divinity blooming from the underworld for offense. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he didn't think about what would happen after the duel at all. His plans had gone a bit awry, but he guessed that it would still be fine because he had prepared other things. Rayon shifted his gaze to the right, getting rid of the blood covering his vision with the back of his hand. Roman was also looking at him. His lips were curled into a smile, as if he were asking if Rayon had fun with the duel just like he did. It was fun. Rayon blinked his eyes and Roman smiled in satisfaction. Everyone, Rayon turned. He nodded at Rimmer, Shirl, and the Light Wind Division. I leave the rest to you. It was the last thing he said before his vision darkened. Above a dark hill overlooking the turbulent Rabel River. Is that even possible? Kubara's lips trembled as she gazed down upon Rayon. It was a rare occurrence for her to initiate a conversation with Darius. She couldn't hold herself back even though she was fully aware that it was an insolent act. It couldn't be helped, never seen both parties growing at the same time during a battle. It doesn't make sense. Darius shook his head, biting his trembling lip. It's impossible. Warriors growing through battles did exist in reality. After all, that was already the case for himself, who'd gotten stronger through battles against powerful warriors. However, there was no case of both parties influencing each other like that and growing stronger. Rayon and Roman didn't simply achieve growth in their martial arts. They evolved their martial arts with the other party's influence. Rayon learned the destructiveness and heaviness that he was lacking, while Roman established a solid root in the profoundness that he was lacking. Both warriors had made up for their shortcomings through the battle. Moreover, the speed of their growth was unbelievably fast. It almost felt like Roman and Rayon had entered a trance at the same time. It was so ridiculous that his hands were still shaking even after the battle was over. Shrar. Darius Robert took off his leather glove. Blood was dripping from the back of his hand just from watching Rayon's battle. Is he really supposed to be a youngster who will soon become 22 years old? He was already aware of how dangerous Rayon Sieghart was, but he was actually far more dangerous than he had expected. Once he regained his consciousness, his realm would be at least the peak of advanced Grandmaster, if not the highest level of Grandmaster. Even Glenn and I weren't as shocking as him. The speed of his growth was far from normal. Even the leaders of the 6 kings and the 5 demons, or those as gifted as them, had only reached the Master's realm by Rayon's age. If he keeps growing up at this rate, Darius Robert bit his lip hard. He might reach transcendence before 30. No, it might even happen before he is 25 years old. He could ascertain that the wall that should have been impossible to breach for a human being was going to be destroyed by Rayon Sieghart. How is that even possible? Even if Rayon Sieghart really was the assassin Rayon, such insane growth should have been impossible. Darius had the thought that something else was helping him. I'm glad I came here today. Darius Robert incinerated the blood-soaked glove and pulled on a new one. I can't let him live. Rayon's elimination took priority over the countless powerful warriors on the continent. Rayon was definitely going to be a huge hindrance to his plan if he was left alone. The South-North Union isn't taking action. Kubara narrowed her eyes, watching the party bosses not leaving the Axe King Roman's side. Idiots. They're getting lost in their emotions. Darius Robert took out a blue dragon helmet from his subspace pocket and equipped it. His presence was rapidly twisted. The energy of death that looked like it shouldn't exist in the world was creeping out of him. Kubara lowered her head and rapidly twitched her lips. The assassins from the shadow hiding in the area started to act without making a sound. Won't change anything. The star that would rise to the highest is going to fall today, and soon after that. Darius twisted his lips while gazing down upon Rayon in the light wind division. The biggest star will fall. This is helpless. The healer treating Roman's wounds said with trembling lips, both his hands completely covered in blood. It's already too late. He shook his head, saying that even God couldn't save him. Stop your bullshit. Keep doing it, you motherfucker. Do you have a death wish? Stop it. While the party bosses were yelling at the healer, Roman lifted his hand powerlessly. I already told you I have no regrets in my life. Roman chuckled while looking around the party bosses. Axe King, but what are you doing right now? The South North Union's vice leader, Helgrim, ground his teeth violently enough to make a cracking sound. I clearly told you to attack Sieghart. Why are you still there? He raised his hand, ordering them to immediately start attacking Sieghart. I can't do it. The Black Wolf boss shook his head while biting his lip. I can't sully the Axe King's honor. Rayon Sieghart has to return alive. The same went for the White Mountain boss and the Rogue Wanderer boss. They stood up and blocked the path, showing that they weren't going to tolerate it. You idiots. Helgrim moved forward while yelling. If Rayon Sieghart returns, he will become a huge danger to our union. Even I might be unable to stop him when it happens. Even so, this duel to the death was a fair match. We need to let the Dragon Slayer go for today, even if that will get us killed later on. The Black Wolf boss closed his eyes firmly, as if Roman's soul was dwelling in him. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roman put his trembling hands on the ground to lift his body. You seem to be having a hard time, Vice Leader. He twisted his lips into a smile, his face bloodless and pale. Helgrim swallowed nervously upon meeting Roman's serious eyes, the last burst of brilliance. Just like how candlelight burns the most brilliantly right before it is extinguished, the last bit of Roman's life was burning. The South North Union was originally founded by the heroes of the mountain and river, those who understood honor and the weight of their power. However, Roman shook his head with a sneer. Shameless people like you have gathered, making it even worse than a sewer now. He put strength into his legs and got up. He stood on 2 feet and gazed down at Helgrim, even though he looked like he would collapse at any moment. The healer's eyes trembled intensely. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a miracle. Being undefeated doesn't mean that you're strong. Being able to walk forward without being ashamed of yourself is what it means to be truly strong. Roman's gaze shifted towards Rayon, who had collapsed. He nodded towards the party bosses who were listening with teary eyes, standing in front of him. Did you watch my fight? He asked. I did. That's good enough. You shall live a life where you won't be ashamed of yourselves. It was the last thing he said before he collapsed. Roman didn't close his eyes even after his death. It almost looked like he was watching what Helgrim and the South North Union's warriors were going to do. You damned bastard. Helgrim clenched his fist to the point of bleeding, glaring at Roman, who had stopped breathing. This is your last chance. Attack Sieghart. He raised his finger as if he were giving them the last chance. We refuse. We won't withdraw even if we have to die. Rayon Sieghart was acknowledged by the Axe King. We are going to let him return alive no matter what. The Black Wolf boss, the White Mountain boss, and the Rogue Wanderer boss blocked the path with weapons in their hands. Ha, Helgrim exclaimed at that ridiculous behavior. Sure, if that's what you want, I'll kill you all along with him. He furrowed his brow and raised his hand, but Rimmer and Shirl stepped up at the same time. Even the South North Union still has some trustworthy people. Shirl put her hand on the hilt of her sword while looking at the party bosses. I know, right? It's pulling my heartstrings, probably because I had no expectations for them. Rimmer sniffled while drawing his sword. But you know, he raised his chin sharply, pointing his blade at Helgrim. It's up to us whether we leave from here or not. It's nothing that someone like you can decide. Rimmer beckoned with his finger, gesturing for him to attack if he wanted. Helgrim called Beorn's name while biting his lip. Kill them all. Yes. Beorn lowered his head and unsheathed his sword. Helgrim also clenched his spear, implying that he was going to personally join the battle. Ha, the Black Wolf boss bit his lip tightly. I might end up dying here. Even though Sieghart's swordsmen were supporting him, they were facing the South North Union's vice leader. Since he was a transcender, no one among them was able to stop him. And Beorn is also an issue. Beorn was a powerful warrior who'd reached the Grandmaster's realm at a young age. He had the feeling that Beorn was also going to be a difficult opponent. Get Rayon Sieghart and get out of here. The Black Wolf boss turned his head around and shouted at Shirl and Rimmer. The river is the way to live. We'll stop them here, so focus on the escape. That won't do. He was about to tell them about the river, but a dark shadow surged from the right side. A toy shouldn't decide to act on its own. A swordsman wearing a blue dragon helmet suddenly appeared from the dark shadow and swung his dark sword with a sneer. Ah, the Black Wolf boss watched it with trembling lips. I won't be able to defend. The beautiful trajectory told him that he was bound to die even if he was ready to defend. His throat started to ache as if he had already perished. I'm sorry, I won't be able to keep the promi. The Black Wolf boss's eyes were closing while looking at Roman, but rumble, a wall of red lightning appeared, incinerating all the energy of death approaching him. Zap, an old swordsman with blonde hair and red eyes revealed himself amid the lightning strike capable of destroying the space itself. It was the lightning god, Glenn Zeekhart. He should have been in Zeekhart, yet he was lifting heavenly tremor at the Rabel River. So you came after all. An evil radiance rampaged from inside the blue dragon helmet. Darius curled his lips into a smile as if he had been expecting Glenn's appearance. Who are you? Glenn narrowed his eyes, pointing heavenly tremor at Darius. The heavenly demon. Darius stated the heavenly demon's name while raising his chin sharply. I'm the heavenly demon from Eden, if those are your last words. A frightening radiance sparkled from Glenn's eyes, as if he were seeing through everything in Darius. Die under that name. Whoosh! Axe King Roman began sinking into the turbulent waters of the Label River, unable to steady himself. Rayon coughed up blood and executed the river footwork. His aura was depleted, and his injuries were severe enough that it wouldn't have been surprising if he collapsed at any moment. Using supreme harmony steps was no longer possible. Roman, he grabbed Roman's shoulder, lifting him out of the water that was now stained a dark red from all the blood that had flowed. Rayon Zeekhart. Even in such dire circumstances, Roman called Rayon's name in an unwavering voice. I told you only one person can leave here. Let me go. These wounds, I can't survive them. Roman's trembling hand lifted his black robe, revealing a hole the size of a child's head in his left chest from which crimson blood gushed out. I know. Rayon nodded, his gaze fixed on Roman's wound. Of course I know. I was the one who dealt that blow. Their final clash had been a battle where both had staked their lives. It was a fight where mercy had no place, where there could only be one survivor, and the other had to fall. Even if the Saint of Rags, Frederick, came, he wouldn't be able to heal the wound left by my attack. There are still people who follow you. As their king, you should at least leave them with your final words. Go, why the sudden formality? And didn't you people used to call me Bureau One? Roman chuckled, a shiver running down his spine as he reminisced. Today, you were a senior warrior deserving of respect. Rayon nodded, watching the light fade from Roman's eyes. Roman fell silent. Whether he had no words left to say or was saving his last strength for his followers, Rayon couldn't tell. Huff. Rayon finally managed to carry Roman out of the Label River, laying him down on the sandy shore. There were moments when he nearly collapsed from exhaustion, but he bit his tongue and barely held on. Rayon Zeekhart. Roman exhaled shallow breaths, lifting his gaze toward him. If the vice leader makes a move, escape through the river. The river? Why the river? Since the North-South Union operated primarily along rivers and mountains, Rayon frowned at the advice to flee through the river. I destroyed the warships in advance, just in case the vice leader decided to act if you won. Roman smiled as he glanced at the shattered warships. The warships. Rayon recalled how strange it had seemed earlier, when Roman had destroyed the vessels with a crimson blaze before their battle began. Now he realized that was Roman's intention all along. You've probably already prepared your own escape. Just follow the river's flow, and you'll make it out. Roman's voice trailed off and his hand fell limp. It seemed he had reached his limit. Roman, please wake up. You can't fall here. You still have things to do. The leaders of the Black Wolf, White Mountain, and Silent Wave divisions rushed over with healers, desperately tending to Roman. Meanwhile, the vice leader Helgrim and the warriors of the North-South Union stood motionless, seemingly overwhelmed by Roman's final display of resolve. Leader, why did you let yourself get hit like that? Couldn't you dodge a bit? Rayon, are you okay? Burin, Martha, and Runnan hurried over, supporting Rayon by his shoulders and waist. Let's treat you first. What kind of wounds are these? Dorian and Crane trembled as they saw the gashes tearing through Rayon's waist. Well done. Rimmer approached, placing a hand on Rayon's shoulder. His palms were slick with sweat, showing the tension he had been under. Open your mouth. No time, just open your mouth already. When Rayon opened his mouth, Cheryl shoved a red pill inside. Without pausing, she placed her hand over the wound on his abdomen. Warm aura flowed into his heart, and the searing pain began to ease. Rayon took a deep breath and forced himself to look up. As the pain subsided, exhaustion began to take over, making his eyelids heavy. If he let his guard down even a little, he knew he would lose consciousness. My head is overheating. He had planned to remain calm until the end of the duel, ensuring he had enough strength left even after the life and death battle. But fighting Roman had exhilarated him so much that he hadn't been able to think about what came next. Growing through combat, growing stronger alongside your enemy, it was a joy beyond any revelation. The sacredness that emerged from darkness had been powerful enough to turn into an offensive force, and Rayon hadn't thought of what to do after the duel. Though things were now off balance, he still had contingency plans in place. Rayon wiped the blood covering his eyes with the back of his hand and turned his gaze to the side. Roman was also looking his way, his lips curving slightly, as if to ask if Rayon had enjoyed the fight. I did enjoy it. When Rayon blinked, Roman's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Everyone. Rayon turned back to Rimmer, Shurel, and the Light Wind Division. Take care of things from here. With those final words, his vision dimmed to black. On a dark hill overlooking the winding Label River, is that even possible? Kubara gazed down at Rayon, her lips trembling as she turned to Darius Robert. Despite knowing it was inappropriate, she couldn't hold back her words. It was the first time she had ever seen warriors grow through combat in such a way. It doesn't make sense. Darius bit his trembling lip, shaking his head. It shouldn't be possible. Warriors who grow through battles do exist himself had grown stronger by fighting powerful opponents, but never had he seen two people influence each other's growth so directly. Rayon and Roman had not only advanced their own martial arts, but also evolved through their interactions. Rayon had learned the weight of conviction, and Roman had solidified his fleeting intuition with deeper roots. Both fighters had filled the gaps in their abilities through the fight. Moreover, the speed at which they had grown was unprecedented, as if both had fallen into a trance. Even now, with the battle over, Darius's hands trembled from the absurdity of it all. SSSHH. Darius removed his leather gloves, blood dripping from his knuckles despite only having watched the battle. That kid is turning 22 tomorrow. He had known of Rayon Sieghart's potential, but witnessing it firsthand far exceeded his expectations. If Rayon woke up, he might reach the peak of a grandmaster if not the pinnacle itself. Not even Glenn or I could achieve that. This was no ordinary growth. Even the leaders of the Six Kings or those with similar talents had only reached the master level at Rayon's age. If he keeps growing like this, Darius bit his lip hard. He might transcend before he's even 30, maybe even by 25. He was now certain that the wall deemed impossible for humans would be broken by Rayon Sieghart. How is that even possible? Even if Rayon was the reincarnation of the legendary assassin, such monstrous growth defied all logic. Something else had to be supporting him. It was worth coming here. Darius burned his blood-stained gloves and donned a new pair. I can't let him live. More than any other threat on the continent, eliminating Rayon Sieghart was now the top priority. If left alone, Rayon would surely become the greatest obstacle to his plans. The North-South Union hasn't made a move yet. Kubara narrowed her eyes, observing the division leaders who refused to leave Roman's side. Sentimental fools. Darius retrieved a helmet resembling a blue dragon from his spatial pocket. The moment he wore it, his presence twisted, exuding a creeping aura of death that didn't belong in this world. Kubara bowed her head and whispered rapidly under her breath. Shadows hidden nearby began moving silently. Nothing will change anyway. The brightest star has fallen today, and soon. Darius's lips curled as he looked down at Rayon and the Light Wind Division. The greatest star will fall next. No, this can't be. The healer, his hands soaked with blood, trembled as he spoke. It's already too late. Shaking his head, he muttered that even a god couldn't save Roman now. Shut your mouth. Do everything you can. Do you want to die too, bastard? Enough. As the division leaders yelled at the healer, Roman weakly raised his hand. I told you I have no regrets in this life. Roman gave a faint smile, glancing at the division leaders. What are you doing? Vice leader Helgrim ground his teeth in frustration. I ordered you to take down Sieghart. Why are you standing there? He raised his hand, signaling them to attack Rayon immediately. We can't. The leader of the Black Wolf Division bit his lip and shook his head. We won't tarnish our leader's honor. Rayon Sieghart must leave this place alive. The White Mountain and Silent Wave Division leaders also rose, blocking the path with unwavering resolve. You idiots, Helgrim snarled, storming forward. If Sieghart returns, he'll become a huge threat to the Union. I won't be able to stop him then. Even so, today's life and death duel was a fair fight. Even if he falls to the Dragonslayer in the future, we must let him go today. The Black Wolf leader lowered his gaze, his expression firm, as if embodying Roman's spirit. Kyuhu. Roman propped himself up, his trembling hand pressing against the ground as he raised his upper body. You look troubled, Vice Leader. With a pale complexion, as if all the blood had drained from his body, Roman twisted his lips into a bitter smile. You. Helgrim swallowed hard, staring into Roman's sunken eyes. The final flicker. Just like a candle burning its brightest before going out, Roman was using the last of his life force. The North-South Union was founded by warriors who understood loyalty and the weight of strength, built by heroes of rivers and mountains. But now. Roman sneered and shook his head. Now it's worse than a gutter, filled with scum like you who don't even know shame. Despite his failing body, Roman pushed against the ground and stood on both feet, glaring down at Helgrim. Even the healer's eyes trembled at the sight. It was nothing short of a miracle. Strength isn't about never losing. True strength lies in carrying your shame and continuing to walk forward. Roman's gaze shifted to Rayon, lying unconscious nearby. Then he looked at the division leaders standing before him, their eyes welling with tears. Did you see my fight? Yes, we saw it. Then that's enough. Live your lives without shame. With those final words, Roman collapsed. Even in death, he didn't close his eyes, as if determined to see what Helgrim and the North-South Union's warriors would do next. You damn bastard. Helgrim clenched his fists so hard his knuckles bled, glaring at Roman's lifeless body. This is your last chance. Strike Sieghart down. He held up 3 fingers as if to signal the end. We refuse. Even if it costs us our lives, we won't back down. Rayon Sieghart earned our leader's recognition. We will see to it that he leaves here alive. The Black Wolf, White Mountain, and Silent Wave Division leaders blocked the path with weapons drawn. Ha, Helgrim laughed bitterly as if he couldn't believe what was happening. Fine, if that's how you want it, I'll kill you all. He raised his hand, furrowing his brow, but before he could act, Rimmer and Shirl stepped forward. There are still those with honor in the North-South Union. Shirl rested her hand on the hilt of her sword as she spoke to the division leaders. Yeah, I didn't expect it, but it stirs something in me. Rimmer sniffled, drawing his sword. But you, he pointed his sword at Helgrim, tilting his chin. Leaving here is our decision, not yours. Rimmer gestured with his fingers, taunting Helgrim to come at him. Beorn, Helgrim bit his lip and called out Beorn's name. Kill them all. Yes, Beorn bowed and unsheathed his sword. Vroom. Helgrim also gripped his spear tightly, preparing to act himself. The Black Wolf leader pressed his lips together. I might die here. Even with Sieghart's swordsman behind him, no one could stop the transcendent vice leader. And Beorn is a problem too. Beorn, who had reached Grandmaster level at a young age, would be a formidable opponent. Take Rayon Sieghart and escape. The Black Wolf leader shouted at Shirl and Rimmer without looking back. The river is your lifeline. We'll hold them off here, so just focus on getting away. That won't happen. Just as he was about to give further instructions, a black shadow rose from the side. Don't let toys move on their own. From within the shadow emerged a swordsman wearing a blue dragon helmet, sneering as he brought down his black sword. The Black Wolf leader trembled, realizing the inevitability of his death. There's no way to stop this. Even with his guard up, the perfect arc of the sword was unavoidable. His neck stung as if it had already been severed, and it felt as though his life had ended before the blade even touched him. I'm sorry, I can't keep my promise. Just as he lowered his gaze toward Roman's fallen body, BOO, a wall of crimson lightning erupted, burning away the creeping aura of death. Crackle. Within the bolts that shattered the space itself, a golden-haired swordsman with red eyes appeared. It was Glenn Sieghart, the Thunder God. Though he should have been at Sieghart, here he stood at the label river, raising the heavenly tremor. As expected, you came. From within the blue dragon helmet, a cold light shimmered. Darius smiled as if he had anticipated Glenn's arrival. Who are you? Glenn narrowed his gaze, aiming the heavenly tremor at Darius, the heavenly demon. Darius tilted his head and uttered the name. I am the heavenly demon of Eden, if that is your final word. Glenn's eyes gleamed with deadly intent, as if piercing through Darius's soul. Then die with that name. Right after the conclusion of Rayon and Roman's life and death duel, Glenn trembled slightly as he watched Rayon emerge from the riverbank, carrying Roman. You did it. Rayon had declared at the lake in the annex that he would fight Roman, and now he had claimed victory. It was the first time Glenn's eyes had stung with emotion since the birth of Eris. Ha ha ha. Roan laughed heartily, his joy evident as he looked at Rayon. Master Rayon will only continue to grow stronger. He nodded as if already anticipating greater things in the future. I am moved as well. Frederick exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on Rayon. To think that a child who once seemed unlikely to even live healthily, let alone walk the warrior's path, would grow to be so remarkable. Frederick smiled, recalling the young Rayon in Sylvia's arms. Aren't you pleased? Frederick nudged Glenn's shoulder playfully with his elbow. You can finally call him your grandson officially, and Sylvia can truly be your daughter again. Glenn turned his head, suppressing the trembling smile that threatened to spread across his face. Yes, there's nothing left to hide now. His heart pounded with joy at the thought of finally embracing Rayon as his grandson without worrying about anyone else's opinions. But first, Frederick narrowed his eyes, scanning their surroundings. Is the one wielding that aura of death really here? Yes, Glenn nodded. Though I can't pinpoint his exact location, I can feel him lurking nearby. He confirmed the subtle presence of something hidden and dangerous. Soon after, Roman stood and died on his feet, while the division leaders of the North-South Union rebelled against the vice leader, insisting that Rayon must be allowed to leave. They aren't trash, after all. Just as Glenn began to think about sparing them, a black shadow emerged. Let's go. Glenn stepped forward with the power of supreme harmony steps, directing his fury at the swordsman wielding the aura of death. His sword descended like a bolt of lightning. Die with that name, huh? The swordsman, wearing a blue dragon helmet, chuckled as he brushed a scale embedded in his cheek. You've met the real heavenly demon, haven't you? He licked his lips, staring at Glenn's crimson eyes. I never heard about the thunder god meeting the heavenly demon. What happened? The swordsman's narrowed eyes gleamed, as if pleased to uncover valuable information. Frederick. Glenn ignored the man and called for the Saint of Rags. Frederick, I know. Frederick approached Rayon, whom Rimmer was carrying, and checked his condition. It's astonishing every time. He's healing on his own like some kind of troll. Frederick sighed, marveling at Rayon's bizarre recovery ability. That's a relief. Glenn gave a small nod. Rayon's injuries were severe, and Glenn had been worried, but since the boy was healing on his own, there seemed to be no lasting damage. Bringing the Saint of Rags all the way out here, you must care deeply for your grandson. The swordsman in the dragon helmet spoke in a taunting tone, dragging his words out deliberately. Enough nonsense. Let's get to the point. Glenn summoned red lightning over his heavenly tremor. Sparks flared along the blade, twisting the air around it. Wait, wait. The man in the helmet raised his hand lightly. Just hold on. There are still others coming, and there's something I want to show you. If you fight now, you'll regret it. Even as he stood before Glenn, the man smiled nonchalantly. Glenn narrowed his eyes, glaring into the helmet's flickering blue light. Who is this man? The energy he exuded was unlike anything Glenn had encountered before. He had suspected someone's identity earlier, but the aura was so foreign that it seemed to belong to someone entirely new. A man with power like this, appearing only now. Despite holding back, the swordsman's presence was overwhelming, even stifling the might of the Six Kings. Not even the swordmaster of the Holy Sword Alliance would stand a chance against him without unleashing the full power of his sacred blade. I can't take this lightly. Though Glenn didn't think he would lose, he decided to end things decisively. No matter who arrives, I won't regret anything. Oh, here they come. Just as Glenn was about to unleash his attack, rumble, the entire Label River roared as a massive warship rose from the water, larger than a looming curse. It was the flagship of the North-South Union's Blue Wolf. Rumble, the Blue Wolf crushed the waves beneath it, rising high into the air. Standing at the prow, a young man with red hair stood with his arms crossed behind his back. The young man radiated a noble aura, so commanding it seemed to illuminate the darkness around him. He stepped across the air as if it were solid ground, descending toward the riverbank. He was shirtless, with a long coat draped over his shoulders like a sea serpent's skin. A jagged scar ran across his muscular abdomen. Though he looked as young as Rayon, the aura surrounding him was so vast it seemed to encompass the entire Label River. He stopped before Glenn, his violent yet noble presence scattering the lightning from heavenly tremor like mist. Dranos. Cheryl bit her lip as she recognized the man standing before Glenn. This was Dranos, Lord of the North-South Union. He had united river pirates and mountain bandits from Mount Terukan, gaining control of the continent's waterways. It's been a while, King of the North. Dranos smirked as he met Glenn's gaze. Not since you earned the title of Northern Conqueror. He chuckled, running his hand over the scar on his chest. Ha. Dranos gave Glenn a slight nod before walking toward Roman's lifeless body. He was useful in many ways. It's a shame. Clicking his tongue, Dranos gently closed Roman's lifeless eyes. I didn't think Roman would lose. You must be proud of your grandson. Dranos, did you come here to die? Glenn wasn't surprised by Dranos' appearance. In fact, he seemed to have anticipated it, his crimson eyes glimmering calmly. No, I came because of Rayon Sieghart. Dranos tilted his smooth chin. Your precious grandson has caused more trouble than you realize. He began counting incidents on his fingers, listing the disruption at the auction house, the Tyler affair, and Roman's defeat. You'll die for the mistake of raising the wrong grandson. A blue torrent surged in Dranos' previously calm eyes. You put your faith in that garbage. Glenn's gaze shifted to the swordsman in the dragon helmet. Even if it's the two of you. Two, the swordsman chuckled softly. Unfortunately, it's not just two. He raised a finger toward the sky. The dark heavens above shattered like thin glass. Crack. From the cracks in the sky, a crimson sun rose, erasing the night. Holy light poured down, making the entire Label River shine as if it were broad daylight again. Amid the distorted constellations, a man descended wearing the mask of an ethereal youth who seemed out of place in this world. His gray clothing bore the insignia of angelic wings and demonic horns, which shimmered with a serene, living light. A strange aura radiated from him, a blend of good and evil, as if he embodied both. His very presence felt like a disturbance, a force that made the heavens sing and the earth wail. This was the arrival of the Fallen One, the Fallen One. Glenn narrowed his eyes as he looked at him. The mana swirling around the Fallen One seemed even more intense than before, as if he had grown stronger. It's been a while, the Fallen One greeted, bowing respectfully toward Glenn. I didn't expect you to come. Neither did I, but something happened, and I had no choice. No choice? Yes, your grandson caused some trouble. The Fallen One's gaze drifted toward Rayon. He got involved with some of my subordinates, extracting information about the 5 demons. Naturally, that didn't go over well. The Fallen One waved his hand nonchalantly. Some people are particularly angry about it. He smiled, glancing at a man cloaked in black robes who trembled with rage in the background. By the way, using the heavenly demon's name isn't a wise move. The Fallen One's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked toward the swordsman in the blue dragon helmet. I thought it'd be fun. The swordsman shrugged playfully, clasping his hands together. The heavenly demon is quite different from what you imagine. Leave your sermon for later, there's more to show. The swordsman snapped his fingers again, standing confidently before Glenn. Woo-um, a blue spear materialized in the air, revealing the image of tall, gray fortress walls. Sieghart, Burin gasped, recognizing the wall in the vision. It was unmistakably the outer wall of Sieghart's fortress. What are you trying to do? Frederick's lips quivered in alarm as he inspected Rayon. At that moment, red and blue lights shot from the fortress wall like falling meteors. Hua-boom. The aura shield protecting the wall surged but failed to withstand the overwhelming force, shattering instantly. The supposedly indestructible walls crumbled, and beyond them, countless warriors in white robes appeared, members of the white blood religion. But they weren't alone. Among them were Eden's blue and red specters, as well as masked assassins and high-ranking officers wearing helmets. I wanted to bring their leader too. The swordsman in the blue dragon helmet chuckled as he waved a hand. But she's still recuperating, so they only sent the others. He smirked as he watched the blood fiends rushing toward the broken wall. They moved quickly. I guess their rage from your previous assault hasn't faded. The swordsman shrugged his shoulders. So what will you do? Stay here or return to your fortress? Just as the swordsman looked down to see the grim expressions of the Sieghart warriors, stifled laughter echoed. He's truly insane. Rimmer chuckled as he glanced at the unconscious Rayon. How does everything go exactly the way he says? Indeed, it's like he can see the future, Cheryl added, shaking her head in disbelief. What nonsense are you talking about? The swordsman's voice wavered slightly. Have you all gone mad from despair? Yes, but it's not mates, this kid. Rimmer sneered, pointing at Rayon. My disciple predicted your arrival, the attack on Sieghart, all of it. It's not Eden, but it's something comparable in scale, Cheryl remarked with a calm gaze, nodding thoughtfully. Glenn too looked at Rayon with a proud expression. The Heavenly Sword Division and Iron Wall Division will hold them off here. Light Wind Division, take Rayon and get out of this place, Glenn commanded, taking position in front of the swordsman in the dragon helmet. Yes, ha. Understood. Cheryl, Roan, and Trevin Sieghart drew their swords, lining up behind Glenn. Dorian, yes. At Rimmer's shout, Dorian sprinted to the riverbank and reached into his boat pouch. With a swift motion, he pulled out a boat and set it on the river's surface. Wah, a boat from another boat. The river pirates, watching in disbelief, gawked at the sight of a boat emerging from Dorian's pouch. Let's go. As soon as the Light Wind Division boarded the boat, Rimmer unleashed his wind technique, sending the boat speeding down the river with its sails billowing like a storm. Pursue them. At the swordsman's murmured order, the masked assassins moved swiftly. You too. Kill Rayon Sieghart, Dranos ordered, and the division leaders of the North-South Union launched into action aboard the Blue Wolf. Boom. Even without the Fallen One's orders, the specters and warriors under Eden's command began their pursuit, following the man in the black robe. Boom. Glenn's hand rose and bolts of lightning rained down, blocking the paths of Eden's forces, the assassins, and the warriors of the North-South Union. Where do you think you're going? Glenn said coldly. The swordsman in the blue dragon helmet tilted his head thoughtfully. So you won't let them go? If we fight here, you'll be wiped out. I told you, Glenn responded calmly, his gaze unwavering. I predicted your every move. He gestured with his chin. If you've seen enough, come out now. At Glenn's quiet command, a figure with a large hat emerged from behind him. Kill them all. At the order of one of the 10 apostles, the blood fiends of the white blood religion surged over the fallen wall, their eyes still filled with rage from the earlier assault on their headquarters. Prepare for battle. At Ilion's command, the swordsmen of the outer wall drew their weapons and stepped forward. Boom. Ilion clashed head-on with the apostle, their sword and spear colliding with sparks flying, both weapons vying to take the other's life. How dare you attack Sieghart? Have you gone mad drinking blood? Ilion snarled, glaring at the apostle. Sieghart is nothing without the king of the north. The apostle sneered, his voice filled with rare emotion as he bit down on his lip. And besides, you attacked us first. He flashed a sinister grin, recalling the assault by Glenn and Rayon on the white blood religion's headquarters. You overestimate yourself. Even without our patriarch, you won't succeed. Ilion snapped, shoving the apostle's spear aside. You won't even get past this place, let alone the inner walls. I never said I came alone, the apostle said with a sly smile. At his words, 2 more apostles stepped onto the wall, a pale-faced man and a tall woman with bronze skin. They were the first and second apostles, 2 of the white blood religion's strongest fighters. The first apostle. Ilion swallowed hard. The first apostle was undoubtedly a transcendent warrior, and even though the second apostle's power fluctuated, she was still strong enough to stand against other transcendents. Behind the apostles, Eden's executives and masked assassins waited, poised to strike. It was only a matter of time before the defenses were breached. There's no need to delay. We'll inflict as much damage as possible and withdraw, the first apostle declared, unleashing a blast of white aura as he charged. His open palm strike descended from above like a thunderous wave, causing the ground beneath them to tremble. Clang! With just one attack, Ilion's sword shattered and fell to the ground, highlighting the overwhelming difference in strength. Whoosh! The apostle's next strike came diagonally, leaving Ilion with no way to block it. Ilion gritted his teeth and raised the broken sword. Shing, a crimson blade sliced through the air, intercepting the apostle's attack. Clang! The seemingly unstoppable apostle staggered backward, his lips twisting in disbelief as he stared at the tear in space where the attack had come from. Leave them to me. A fresh ocean-like scent filled the air as Sieghart stepped through the rift, her sunset-colored hair cascading behind her as she flashed a cool smile. Let's play, just you and me. Why are you here? What can I say? When my adorable nephew asks for help, I can't say no. Blushing slightly, Eris wiggled her fingers around the hilt of her sword. I'll make sure you remember how foolish it was to attack Zeekhart. In an instant, Eris vanished and reappeared before the Apostle, her sword descending in a swift arc. You started this fight. The Apostle, unwilling to back down, raised his hand in defense. Quaboo! Their clash shook the earth, creating cracks that spread like a spiderweb across the ground. Tusk, Eris clicked her tongue briefly as she deflected the fist of the first Apostle rushing toward her. It resonates through my bones. The first Apostle, fitting his position as the second in command of the white blood religion, had achieved the stable transcendence of an absolute being. Stopping the spatial severance with his bare hands meant he was no less capable than she was. Even so, he's not beyond capture. Eris crushed the shattered walls beneath her and thrust her sword toward the heart of the first Apostle. The first Apostle responded immediately, his fist descending like an attack rather than a defense. Heat ignited fiercely from his fingertips. Blood flame technique. It was undoubtedly the blood flame technique, the ultimate martial art of the white blood religion, which heightened destructive power to its extreme by burning blood energy. Clong. Eris slashed through the blood flame technique with a series of spatial severance cuts and countered with the tip of her sword. Zing. Suddenly, a spatial sword shot from the first Apostle's temple. How crude. The first Apostle, seemingly accustomed to spatial swords, blocked it with the back of his hand. Following the block, he stepped inside Eris's range, aiming to exploit a close-quarters combat advantage. Unfortunately, Eris twisted her lips as she deflected the first Apostle's hand over her shoulder. Close combat is my specialty. She distorted space, forcing back the Apostle's offensive, and struck his chest with the hilt of her sword. Thwack! The first Apostle staggered 3 steps back after the blow to his solar plexus, but he immediately pushed off the ground and charged again, as if he had taken no damage at all. Is he a zombie or what? Eris narrowed her eyes at the relentless Apostle. Even though she had used the hilt, his bones should have been crushed, yet he seemed impervious to pain. Fine, I'll peel off your flesh and bones entirely. Grinding her teeth, Eris unleashed a flurry of sword strikes toward the Apostle's oncoming fists. Queuing, sword and fist collided diagonally, unleashing a crimson shockwave that swept through the surroundings. The Zeekhart warriors and white blood cultists battling nearby were thrown off their feet by the impact. Ha! Eris shook off the trembling in her sword, tilting her chin slightly. You live up to your status as the white blood religion's second in command, annoyingly strong. Second in command. The second Apostle, who had been casually knocking down Zeekhart warriors, chuckled lightly. That guy isn't second in command. With a smirk, the second Apostle curled her lips in amusement. The first Apostle said nothing, clenching his trembling fist tightly. I've never heard of a vice leader in your ranks. Eris squinted at the second Apostle. There's no such thing. The leader is a god, there is no second in command. The moment the second Apostle started to speak about the hierarchy, a faint whistling sound disrupted the air. Found them. They're over there. She turned her gaze leftward and licked her red lips. I leave this to you. With a nonchalant gesture toward the first Apostle, the second Apostle vanished into a white current. Wait, over there. Eris bit her lip as she watched the second Apostle leave. Could it be? It was the direction of the annex building, far from both the inner and outer fortresses, and the furthest point from the Zeekhart estate's main building. This is bad. The warriors and elders stationed at the main fortress were deployed outside to protect the citizens. Although the annex building had capable guards, they wouldn't stand a chance against the second Apostle. There's no one to stop her. Balder was out scouting, Denier was waiting at the main building, and Dokko was holding the outer fortress. None of them could come to help. Even though Sylvia had grown stronger, there was no way she could block the second Apostle with her current strength. Damn it. Eris stepped onto the flowing spatial steps, cutting through space to chase the second Apostle. But just then a pale hand emerged from the void. Boom! The first Apostle unleashed his blood energy, disrupting the flow of the spatial technique. A sharp pain surged through Eris as her movement was forcibly halted. Get out of my way. Ignoring the pain, Eris slashed toward the first Apostle's neck. Clang! But the first Apostle, as if sensing her desperation, reinforced his defense and stood firmly in her path. You need to understand. The first Apostle's eyes darkened coldly. I'll make you learn what happens when you touch the white blood. If you don't move, you die. Eris twisted her lips and slid her sword back into its sheath. She bent her knees, her stance fully protective. Sword field manifestation. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she intended to end this battle with a single blow. Annihilation. The blade that shot from her sheath extended with a graceful elegance like moonlight itself. The blade emanated a chilling intent to obliterate everything it touched, as sharp and elegant as the nose of a goddess. Blood offering. From the first Apostle's grip, a white flame erupted, exuding a destructive energy powerful enough to incinerate the world within the pale haze. Qa. The sword slash that tore through space collided head-on with the blood energy that scorched existence itself.
Yo.
Sylvia exhaled softly, adjusting her combat uniform. To think someone could face my sister, she could feel the immense clash of energies from the fortress walls, even from where she stood. It seemed a monster capable of confronting Eris had revealed itself among their enemies. Rayon was right. Before departing for his battle of life and death, Rayon had warned her that the 5 demons might launch an attack. His words had come true, madam. Helen approached, her trembling hand grasping Sylvia's. I've evacuated the maids to the underground shelter in the annex building. Now, you two. No, I must stay here. Sylvia smiled softly at Helen, but... It's all right, Sylvia gently brushed Helen's hair and shook her head. The enemies won't come this far. Even if they do, it will likely only be a scouting party. You don't need to worry. The annex building was located on the outskirts of the Zeeghart estate. The enemy would target the main building or the outer fortress where the citizens were concentrated. They wouldn't waste their efforts on this place. Then I'll stay with you. No, you need to go inside as well. Sylvia's expression hardened as she placed her hand on the hilt of her sword. A blue light shimmered along the blade as she swung it through the garden trees. Slash! A branch and the masked figure standing on it fell to the ground. The masked man, seemingly an assassin, clutched his bleeding throat, groaning in agony. Thwack! Without hesitation, Sylvia struck him down, severing his life. She narrowed her eyes as she gazed at the fallen assassin. This isn't the 5 demons. Before Rayon's birth, she had fought against every faction of the 5 demons except the Holy Sword Alliance. This man didn't belong to any of them. Is it the faction targeting Rayon? Having clashed with 4 of the 5 demons' factions, Sylvia could tell this assassin didn't belong to any known group. It must be the faction that attacked Agram, the Night King. Whoosh! Sylvia raised her gaze, hearing the sound of sharp wind. Enemies cloaked in hostility were approaching from the right. Boom! Although the warriors Eris had stationed blocked their path, it seemed they wouldn't hold for long against the overwhelming numbers. There's nothing for you here. Sylvia furrowed her brow and stepped forward. Assassins and white blood cultists charged at her from all directions. Slash! She swung her sword upward from below, her blade swirling with ocean blue aura. The heads of the assassins and white blood cultists fell cleanly as the ocean blue aura swept past them. It was a graceful swordsmanship that hid lethal intent within natural movements. Sylvia flicked the blood off her sword and bit her lip. I have to stay focused. If she showed any leniency, the consequences would fall upon the guards and the maids. She had to turn this garden into an impenetrable fortress. Without holding back her aura, she cut down all the approaching white blood cultists, assassins, and Eden specters. Ha! Sylvia exhaled heavily, looking at the growing pile of corpses. What's going on? Why are the enemies gathering at the annex building? There were no treasures here, nor anyone particularly important to protect. It made no sense for them to converge on this spot. Slash! Perhaps realizing they couldn't break through, the assassins and cultists stopped attacking and surrounded the annex building instead. That makes things easier. Sylvia slightly lowered her sword and licked her lips. Reinforcements from the main building will arrive soon. Once the warriors from the main building arrived, she wouldn't need to stay here guarding the maids. She could push forward and eliminate all enemies herself. Just a bit longer, as she steadied her breathing and prepared to hold out a little longer. Womb, a tall woman wrapped in a white current like a scarf, appeared among the cultists. She was a striking beauty with bronze skin and a tattered robe draped over her shoulders, her mere presence enough to send chills down Sylvia's spine. Red eyes, radiant blonde hair. No, I know. The bronze-skinned woman curled her lips into a grin as she looked at Sylvia. You must be Sylvia Zeeghart. She smiled warmly, as if greeting an old friend. Sylvia lowered her stance and swallowed dryly. An apostle, and not just any apostle. Her overwhelming aura was enough to render Sylvia's body motionless. This was undoubtedly the second apostle. I can't stop her. From the second apostle, Sylvia felt a murderous intent so fierce it was as if the apostle had already decided to kill her. There was no way she could win, no matter what she did. We were humiliated by your wonderful son, so it's time to settle that debt. The second apostle let out a sinister laugh as she approached. Her gesture, the white blood cultists began advancing toward the annex building. Can't win? So what? Sylvia clenched her jaw. She had received her energy center from Rayon to protect this annex building. She wouldn't retreat just because the fight seemed unwinnable. Step aside. I'll take her on. Sylvia dismissed the guards and stepped forward toward the second apostle. Slash! With a chilling slicing sound, the right flank of the cultists collapsed. Amid the faint mist of blood, a pair of red eyes gleamed. It was Karun Zeeghart. The man, imprisoned for his crimes, now exuded a terrifying killing intent. Ziying, the moment Karun's sword trembled, the bodies of the masked figures in the center split in half, collapsing to the ground. His overwhelming bloodlust surpassed even that of the second apostle. Squish! He crushed the blood-soaked ground underfoot as he advanced toward the second apostle. Oh, Opa! Sylvia exhaled nervously at the sight of Karun's burning red eyes. Karun Sieghart, the second apostle, frowned, her gaze locking onto Karun's twisted expression. I thought you were locked up. You shouldn't be here. She cracked her fingers and twisted her lips into a smirk. I don't care what punishment awaits me. A thick vein bulged on Karun's forehead. I will never let filthy scum like you set foot on Sieghart's soil. Biting his lip until it bled, he rushed toward the second apostle. Things are getting messy. The second apostle furrowed her brows and threw a punch toward Karun's sword. Stop babbling and just die. Karun's narrow sword pressed against the apostle's fist, his cold eyes glimmering with murderous intent. Sword field manifestation of the Sword King. Crackle, the blue screens showing the battle across the Sieghart estate flickered and went dark, possibly due to the overwhelming impact of the clash. Glenn lowered his gaze as he thought of Karun standing in front of the second apostle. Karun, seeing Karun step up to protect Sylvia, stirred something in his chest, as if his heart might burst. It felt as though the shattered bonds of their family were slowly beginning to mend. His fingers trembled slightly with emotion. He wanted to return immediately to see the faces of those two. It seems things aren't going as planned. From beneath her large witch's hat, the Archmage Chamber sneered mockingly. Well, considering how that Rayon kid thinks, he doesn't quite act like a typical Sieghart. She glanced toward the shiny glimmer within the dragon helm, curling her lips. What brings the great Archmage of Illusions all the way here? Surely you don't expect to gain anything. A taunting voice emanated from within the blue dragon helm. Why do you think? It's because of you, you little bastard. Chamber crunched down on the lollipop in her mouth, narrowing her gaze. Even though I tease him, I do have a bit of affection for that musclehead. A chilling, killing intent shimmered in her eyes. I'll rip you to shreds. My apologies, but I'd like to take you on myself. The fallen one, wearing a young man's mask, stepped forward toward the swordsman in the blue dragon helm. His mask showed a gentle smile. I need to understand the Archmage's abilities to better plan our attack on the Balkar. Do as you wish. The moment Chamber gave a sweet smile that matched her appearance, the world turned upside down. Rivers soared into the sky, and the land twisted upward as if defying gravity. So this is the famous reverse heaven world. With a flick of the fallen one's finger, the distorted sky and earth returned to their original form. Transcendent mages could alter the fabric of the world itself. Then shall we? The North-South Union leader rubbed the back of his neck and started to step forward. No, take a break. The swordsman in the blue dragon helm held out a hand to stop him. Given that the balance of the 6 kings and 5 demons has been disrupted, that little mage is likely the best they could send. He glanced toward Chamber, who was clashing with the fallen one, and let out a chuckle. Everyone else must stay in their territories. Glenn's crimson eyes glowed quietly without a word. Well, the same goes for us. The swordsman in the dragon helm pulled on his gauntlet, raising his deathly aura-infused sword. Shall we have a one-on-one? There's something I want to see. Glenn raised his heavenly tremor. A flash of crimson lightning exploded along the white blade. Let's end this as quickly as possible. Whoosh, as the swordsman in the blue dragon helm extended his arm, the deathly aura wrapped around his blade shot forward in hundreds of streaks of light. How crude. Glenn did not retreat in the face of the oncoming death energy. Instead, he advanced, swinging his heavenly tremor. Crackle, the lightning surging across the white blade swallowed the death energy completely. All that remained in the wake of heavenly tremor was a faint breeze, not strong enough to stir a single hair. Did you really think you could take me on with this level of skill? Glenn lowered his pristine sword, his gaze narrowing. The death energy crushed beneath his lightning scattered like mist at his feet. Isn't it too early to judge? The swordsman in the blue dragon helm smirked, waggling his fingers. Let's save the evaluations for later. He flicked his wrist, and a sphere of condensed death energy surged from the void. Quoom! The pitch-black sphere tore through space, hurtling toward Glenn's heart. I told you it's crude. Glenn extended his left hand, and the onrushing sphere plummeted to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Qang! The ground exploded, flipping the entire riverbank and river itself upside down, to borrow your grandson's words. The man in the dragon helm chuckled, shifting his sword onto his shoulder. Not only his blade, but his entire body began to blaze with deathly aura. You're not there yet. With a roar, the swordsman in the dragon helm flew forward, his black sword in hand. The pressure he exuded now was more than twice what it had been with his earlier attacks, pressing down heavily on Glenn. The weight behind that boy's words. Glenn's gaze grew even colder, and the fury imbued within the lightning on his heavenly tremor intensified. Is unlike yours. The blade, crackling with blood-stained lightning, intercepted the dragon-helmed swordsman's charge. Qang! When the two swords clashed, an overwhelming shockwave erupted, tearing space apart. Yet Glenn did not move a single step. He stood firm, pressing the swordsman down with just one hand. Siararak, a chilling sound like bones twisting under immense pressure, echoed as the dragon-helmed swordsman's leg buckled. You're surprisingly strong for an old man. Despite being crushed under the force of heavenly tremor, the swordsman smiled calmly. This isn't your full power, is it? he gave a small shrug, as if saying that this level of strength was far from enough. Glenn furrowed his brows as he looked into the swordsman's eyes. He's holding back. Even though the man displayed the same strength as when Glenn fought the White Blood Religion's leader, his composure revealed that he wasn't using his full power. That fool wasn't lying about the danger. Ogram had warned that even in a one-on-one fight, it would be impossible to predict the outcome against this man in the dragon helm. Initially, Glenn had thought Ogram's concern was due to the danger posed by the death aura, but that wasn't the real issue. The man was formidable even without relying on death energy, a rare force among the leaders of the 5 demons. It's better to force him to show his full strength. There was no way someone of this caliber would appear without reason. Unveiling his true power was necessary to understand the origin of his martial arts. Boom. With a twist of Glenn's wrist, the swordsman in the dragon helm was violently flung backward. What? The man's eyes widened, as if unable to comprehend what had just happened. Let me show you the difference between us. Glenn raised Heavenly Tremor, aiming it at the gleaming eyes within the dragon helm. As if the sword's mere stance had aligned with the heavens, the entire world trembled. The aura radiating from Glenn expanded in all directions, as if he himself had become a sword connected to the sky. So many unexpected things are happening today. The swordsman shivered slightly, overwhelmed by Glenn's presence. But I still have a job to do. Shaking off the lingering shock, he darted toward Glenn's right side, firing his black sword forward like a flash of lightning, brimming with death energy. Kaikyakikyong, as Heavenly Tremor and the black sword clashed, their auras intertwined, threatening to consume one another. Clang! Glenn and the swordsman fought at such a close range that they could feel each other's breath. It was a pure duel of martial skill, devoid of overwhelming aura-just swordsmanship against swordsmanship. Rumble. After exchanging dozens of blows, the man in the dragon helm was knocked backward, his feet skidding across the ground. With each step he took, the earth beneath him cracked and sank deeper. He had failed to absorb all of Glenn's power. The man spat blood onto the ground, breathing heavily. It seems I can't win this fight. Acknowledging that Glenn surpassed him in swordsmanship, aura, and endurance, he bit his lip. Are you satisfied now? The North-South Union leader approached with a smirk. Not quite. The swordsman dusted off his hands, signaling that he was done for now. At least I got a taste. Then let's begin the real fight. The North-South Union leader extended his hand, and the river surged upward like a waterspout, gathering into his palm to form a blue spear. It was the Haryong spear, one of the ancient artifacts said to choose its master. Boom! The swordsman in the dragon helm erased the last trace of leisure from his face. He raised his black sword high, and the death energy enveloping the blade thickened, transforming into black lightning, mimicking Glenn's own power. You've been crude from beginning to end. Glenn's killing intent surged as he raised Heavenly Tremor to mid-level. The blade crackled with energy, red light radiating across the heavens and the earth. Sword field manifestation. His deep voice twisted the world itself. Flawless execution.
Lie.
Dorian let out a sigh of relief as he gripped the controls. Somehow we survived. Though he tried to sound cheerful, the tension had not fully left him, and he dry-heaved slightly. Crane exhaled as he looked at Rayon, who lay unconscious with his eyes closed. There's no way he would. Burin shook his head, muttering that Rayon was terrifying. That guy has never broken a promise. You just need to trust him. Martha applied medicine to Rayon's abdomen, a faint smile spreading across her face. That doesn't sound like something you'd say, Lady Rakshasa. Ranon shook her head, looking at Martha with disbelief. This is real. Today, Rayon looks amazing. Ignoring Martha's attempt to lunge at her, Ranon gently brushed Rayon's hair aside. Everyone stay alert. Rimmer clapped his hands loudly beside Rayon. It's not over yet. His usual carefree demeanor was replaced by a serious expression as he scanned his surroundings. Be especially cautious of anything that deviates from Rayon's predictions. Deviations like Eden. Rimmer's gaze darkened as he looked at Dorian. Rayon predicted the Black Tower would move, not Eden. That's a major shift. He tapped his fingers, feeling uneasy. Mark Gorton nodded and moved to the bow of the ship, spreading his senses outward. But who is this agent of Eden that Lord Rayon supposedly recruited? Burin narrowed his eyes as he glanced at Rimmer. From what the Fallen One said, it sounds like someone high-ranking. Merlin, most likely. Rimmer stroked his chin, his gaze lowering. Merlin? That lunatic. Yes, Merlin's actions have been strange. She's pretended to hunt Rayon, but she's also continuously prevented other forces from interfering. At the time, we overlooked it due to the urgency, but thinking back, it's very suspicious. Whenever Rayon was in danger, Merlin had appeared and fought off other members of the 5 demons. They had assumed her actions were merely out of madness, but after hearing the Fallen One's words, it was clear she had been secretly aligned with Rayon. I remember. Dorian raised his hand, his eyes wide. Back when we nearly died, Merlin suddenly showed up, asking for Lord Rayon. He swallowed nervously, recalling the time the entire Light Wind Division had almost perished at the hands of the Flame Demon. So Merlin's on Rayon's side. Martha bit her lip, glancing back. If Merlin is an agent, why didn't she know about Eden hiding among us? It means her cover was blown. Burin nodded, looking toward Rayon. Then is Merlin. She's either been taken down or is in serious danger. Rimmer rubbed the back of his neck, suggesting Merlin had been in too much of a rush to get a message to Rayon. Oh no. That's bad. For now, let's focus on getting out of here. We'll sort the rest out later. Rimmer cut himself off abruptly and turned his head. There were numerous presences moving behind them. Prepare for battle. Rimmer placed his hand on his sword hilt and turned around. Prepare for battle. Following Rimmer's command, Burin echoed the order, and the entire Light Wind Division spread out, drawing their swords. They summoned winds with the light wind style to maintain the grand light wind formation on the unsteady deck, after about a minute. With a sound like a sword slicing through water, small, swift boats emerged from the river. There were also 2 warships, their decks brimming with powerful energy as if high-ranking officials were on board. There they are, over here. I see Rayon Sieghart in the Light Wind Division. Increase speed. On land, figures resembling white blood cultists and assassins pursued them. The presence of Archbishop-level enemies indicated that they couldn't be taken lightly. Rimmer frowned, glancing between the North-South Union forces chasing them on the river and the assassins on land. At this rate, we'll get caught. Although Dorian's ship was fast, it wasn't navigating the river efficiently. They wouldn't outrun their pursuers for long. They needed to shift the battlefield from the river to the enemy's ships. Swoosh. Rimmer drew his sword, infused with the wind of Garanua. Protect Rayon here. I'll be right back. After giving instructions to 3 squad leaders, he leapt into the river. Splash. Riding the wind and the currents, Rimmer landed on the nearest swift boat. Og, it's the wind's sword. Attack. Pirates and bandits rushed at him, weapons in hand, their faces filled with panic. I don't have time to play with you. Rimmer ignored them, directing his energy toward the deck of the swift boat instead. Crack. The center of the deck exploded, sending the pirates and bandits plunging into the river. Boom. Rimmer kicked off the sinking boat and leapt onto another nearby vessel, drawing his sword once more. Stop him. He's trying to sink our ships. Without paying attention to the frantic pirates, Rimmer focused solely on destroying the vessels. Queuing. After sinking all the swift boats pursuing Dorian's ship, he turned toward the warships. If I take down these warships, we'll be able to escape without much trouble. With the distance between them and the white blood cultists growing, eliminating the warships would allow them to return to Sieghart safely. Hugh. Rimmer took a deep breath and boarded one of the warships. Kill him, stop him from sinking the ship. As if waiting for him, pirates rushed from all sides. Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry today. Clenching his teeth, Rimmer unleashed a gust of wind. The green aura on his blade slashed through the pirates' chests. Slash. The pirates fell in 2, flailing helplessly as they collapsed, seemingly unaware of what had hit them. Are you the captain? Just as Rimmer approached the man who appeared to be the ship's commander. Kia! A monstrous roar echoed from high above. What is that? Rimmer's lips quivered as he looked up. A massive creature, its white bones burning with dark mana, moved through the sky. It was a bone dragon, an undead dragon brought back to life. Rumble. Behind the bone dragon, a horde of undead creaturous gargoyles, wraiths, and specters advanced in formation. Whoosh. The robe of the figure riding on the bone dragon's back fluttered, revealing a skeletal mask radiating golden light. Ghost of Despair. Rimmer bit his lip as he recognized the mask. There was only one person who wore it, Ghost of Despair, thought to have been killed by Rayon in the Aryan family conflict. Has he been resurrected? As befitting an undead sorcerer who wore the mask of an archlich, the Ghost of Despair had the ability to resurrect himself. It seemed he had returned, using that sinister power. Why did it have to be him? The Ghost of Despair was at his strongest not in one-on-one combat, but in chaotic battles involving multiple opponents. He was the worst possible enemy for their current situation, and he's stronger now. The dark mana emanating from both the Ghost of Despair and his undead minions had grown even more potent. He hadn't just returned, it had become more powerful. Let's start with a greeting. The Ghost of Despair's skeletal mask gleamed ominously as he raised his hand. The bone dragon opened its maw wide. From its gaping mouth, a breath of darkness surged toward Dorian's ship. Kuang. The Light Wind Division maintained the Grand Light Wind formation in a defensive stance, blocking the dragon's breath. However, the impact was so intense that the ship's speed drastically decreased. Kill them all. At the Ghost of Despair's command, the undead horde guarding the bone dragon swooped down toward Dorian's ship. Dorian, increase speed. Rimmer leapt from the warship into the river, sending blades of wind flying toward the undead. But there were too many to fend off entirely. We just need to hold out. Wait, what? While running, Rimmer glanced at the water's surface and let out a hollow breath. There are enemies below too. Beneath the surface, he could feel the intense movements of more undead. The Ghost of Despair's forces weren't just attacking from the skythy, were also targeting Dorian's ship from the depths of the river. Damn it. At this rate, no matter what he did, it seemed impossible to prevent Dorian's ship from sinking. Come out right now. the ghost of despair attacked Dorian's ship relentlessly, as if trying to force Rayon to appear. With the light wind formation shaken by the bone dragon's breath, the undead horde swooped in, throwing the swordsmen into disarray. Quum. In the end, the light wind division scattered in an attempt to protect the ship and Rayon, causing the light wind formation to collapse. If he doesn't come out, grinding his teeth, the ghost of despair raised his hand. Dark mana gathered above him, forming a massive sphere. I'll just destroy everything. The pitch-black sphere, made of concentrated dark mana, plummeted toward Dorian's ship. The light wind division hurried to reform the light wind formation, but it was too late. We're too slow. Rimmer bit his lip hard enough to draw blood. The sphere was descending too fast, and neither he nor the brigade could stop it in time. Zing. Just as Rimmer prepared to fire off an energy wave in a desperate attempt to reduce the damage, a translucent light flashed in front of Dorian's ship, and Merlin, wearing the mask of an old woman, appeared. Crackle. White flames erupted from the magic circle Merlin had conjured, blocking the black sphere the ghost of despair had unleashed. Kuang. A massive explosion rocked Dorian's ship, making it lurch violently, as if it would capsize. Rimmer's voice faltered as he noticed Merlin's state. Her mask was half crushed, her robe soaked in blood and torn in several places. So you've finally shown yourself. The ghost of despair burst into a chilling laugh, nodding. I knew you'd show up the moment I targeted Rayon Zeekhart. He clenched his fists, as if savoring the thought of revenge. Men who obsess too much are so unattractive. Merlin's voice came out in a cold, mocking tone, her words cutting off intermittently. I spent all my time trapped in that golden cage, thinking of nothing but ways to kill you. How I'd kill you, how I'd make you suffer. Over and over and over again. A maddened light flared in the ghost of despair's eyes. If the fallen one hadn't rescued me, I would have gone completely insane. You already seem insane. Merlin gave a dismissive wave, as if it was too late to matter. Let's see how long you can keep that composure. With a snap of his fingers, the ghost of despair summoned an uncountable horde of undead from his pocket dimension. Hugh. While the two exchanged words, Rimmer returned to Dorian's ship, taking a moment to catch his breath. Merlin, if we fight together, we can hold them off. No, Merlin shook her head and turned her gaze toward Rayon, still unconscious in Frederick's arms. A soft smile spread across her face. What are you saying? I'll hold them off here. You focus on saving Rayon. With a light gesture from Merlin, Dorian's ship lifted off the water and surged forward at an incredible speed, as if caught in a storm. Merlin, Rimmer shouted toward Merlin, who had become a mere dot in the distance, but she didn't move from her spot. Even as the ship sped away like a beam of light, Merlin's gaze remained fixed solely on Rayon. It's enough now. Rayon would ascend to even greater heights through today's battle. Unlike her, who had walked in darkness, Rayon would tread a path filled with light. Having witnessed that, Merlin had no more regrets. You hide like a coward after getting beaten to near death, only to rush out when I target Rayon. Truly pathetic. The ghost of despair sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. You think Rayon Zeekhart will accept you? You're nothing but a disposable, Touloused and discarded. He shook his head in disdain. Yeah, Rayon won't look my way. We'll never walk the same path. Merlin nodded calmly, acknowledging the truth. Then why would you do something so foolish? Because it doesn't matter. Behind Merlin, vast wings made of magical runes unfurled. Blood dripped from her mouth onto her mask, but she smiled bitterly. My love was always one-sided after all. Wuong, on the magic circle Merlin had drawn, multicolored spells ignited. It was a multicasting bombardment, their specialty, where hundreds of spells were cast simultaneously with a single incantation. Not just the four primary elements fire, water, wind, and earth, but also light and darkness were woven into the hundreds of spells, all raining down upon the soul-eating specter's undead horde. Kugagagugu. Despite her severe injuries, Merlin didn't lose focus. She detonated each spell precisely where she intended, with no room for error. Quackakakabang. Explosions rippled across the sky and river, fracturing the air as if slashed by a sword. Steam from the evaporated river surged upward, forming a wall. Merlin bit her lip as she gazed at the towering wall of steam. I hit them, but the power is too weak. Her magic circle, rooted in her heart, had sustained significant damage, drastically weakening her spells. They were barely half as powerful as usual. Damn it. Her whole body burned with searing pain, but that wasn't her biggest concern. Physical pain was something she could endure. The real problem is the despair gnawed at her heart, the fear that Rayon might not escape this place safely. I was a fool. The Fallen One had promised not to interfere in Rayon's duel with the Axe King. When nothing happened on the day of the duel, Merlin had let her guard down and gone about her usual intelligence, gathering until the Fallen One's ambush came without warning. Had Rayon not instructed her to be ready to escape, she would have either died or been captured on the spot. Even though I escaped, it still ended up like this. The soul-eating specter knew better than anyone that she couldn't betray Rayon. Even knowing it was a trap, she had no choice but to appear. Whoosh! A harsh wind from above cleared the steam and dust, revealing the soul-eating specter. A mosquito bite would hurt more than that. Brushing off his spotless robe, the soul-eating specter curled his lips into a grin. It seemed he had used Bone Wall, a dark magic spell that summoned walls of bone, to block the magic bombardment. Even so, about half of the undead horde under his control had been melted away by her spells. If only she could wipe out the rest, it would be easier for Rayon to escape. No need to worry. The soul-eating specter smiled as he noticed the anxiety flickering in Merlin's eyes. I have no intention of chasing after Rayon Zeeghart. Right now, all I want is you. His eyes gleamed with a mixture of desire and hatred as he waved his hand. And I won't kill you right away. I'll make sure you feel the same agony I did know, something even worse. What a shame. I don't feel pain, Merlin said, her voice mocking but interrupted by a cough of blood. At this rate, I can't hold out much longer. Felt as though her ribcage was squeezing inward. Her body and mind had reached their limit. Death was no longer a distant possibility. Physical pain was something she could endure, but she knew she would soon lose consciousness, whether she wanted to or not. I can't die like this. Not because she feared death. If she died now, the soul-eating specter's malice would turn toward Rayon. She had to stop him, even if it meant using her final resort. You don't feel pain, then I'll just torture Rayon Zeeghart instead. The soul-eating specter smirked as he glanced toward the now-vanished ship carrying Rayon. Watching him suffer should cause you plenty of pain, right? Shut up. Merlin raised her trembling hand, her pale face contorted with rage. The magic circles behind her flared brightly once more. Are you planning to throw fireballs in that state? The soul-eating specter sneered as his undead horde began to move. Monsters filled her field of vision, swarming in from every direction. Kugagugugu, f-whoosh. Bone gargoyles and wraiths rained down from the sky, while from the river, bone manticons and bone sharkmauls surged upward. Even the breath of the bone dragon, infused with dark mana, blasted through the undead horde, leaving no room for escape. Yet this perilous situation was exactly what Merlin had been aiming for. Wuong. Merlin, watching the advancing undead, folded the wings of the magic circle she had spread out. Hundreds of magic circles overlapped in her grasp, forming complex geometric patterns. From these patterns emerged a radiant white-lighted divine spear that banished all darkness. The great annihilation magic, Gungnir. Through the clash of yin and yang, this absolute magic existed solely for destruction. It tore through the undead horde and shot straight toward the soul-eating specter, Kuang. The moment Gungnir exploded in front of the soul-eating specter, the world lit up, bright as day, and the surrounding undead melted away entirely. Whoosh! The soul-eating specter did not escape unscathed. His left torso was severed as if sliced cleanly with a pair of scissors. Gah! But as befitting a spirit with the abilities of the undead, he vomited blood and began regenerating his body. Merlin bit her lip and raised her hand. I have to finish this here. Though incomplete, Gungnir had worked better than she'd expected. She had to sever his life before he recovered fully from his injuries. D-damn. As Merlin tried to gather her mana, she coughed up thick, blackened blood. Blood trickled not only from her mouth but also from her nose and eyes, and her whole body trembled violently. You stupid woman. The soul-eating specter sneered, his blood-stained lips curling upward. Do you still think you're sane? He shouted as he extended his right hand toward her. Thwack! Merlin staggered backward, and the mask of the old woman she wore cracked in half. Beneath the shattered mask was the face of a young woman with porcelain-white skin, her beauty so striking that it could only be described as extraordinary. Strangely, a red cross was etched into her half-closed eyes. Sorry, Rayon. Muttering Rayon's name one last time, she fell into the river below. You think you can escape me, even in death, NGH. The soul-eating specter frowned as he tried to lift Merlin's body using telekinesis, only to find his strength faltering. Get her now. Instead of exerting more of his energy, he motioned backward. A gargoyle swooped down and extended its sharp claws toward Merlin. Whoosh! Just as the gargoyle's claws reached for Merlin's shoulder, the river seemed to come alive. Water surged up in thick mist, filling the air with translucent droplets, obscuring all visibility. What is this? The soul-eating specter summoned a gust of wind, but the mist held fast as if anchored in place. Damn it, he steered the bone dragon down into the river himself. However, all he found floating on the surface was the lifeless gargoyle. There was no sign of Merlin anywhere. Did she escape? No, she must have lost consciousness. Merlin treasured Rayon more than her own life. Someone like her would never flee. This isn't magic. The mist and droplets filling the river weren't the result of magic. He moved with a fluid, natural flow. It wasn't Merlin's work. Find her. The soul-eating specter clenched his teeth and summoned every remaining undead at his disposal. Search the entire river if you have to, but find her. Madness flickered in his golden eyes. I won't let her escape. Never, never. F-whoosh! Dorian's ship, carried by Merlin's wind, touched the river's surface and began to slow. But the pursuing enemies were nowhere in sight. It seemed they had all converged on Merlin. I swear there were over 1,000 undead. Can she hold them off? Crane glanced nervously over his shoulder, his jaw trembling. I don't mean to sound worried about Merlin, but still. He hunched his shoulders awkwardly, as if realizing he'd said too much. Merlin did save us after all. There's no harm in being concerned. Rimmer sighed, shaking his head. She didn't look too well, which makes me worry even more. Dorian swallowed anxiously. She's a mage. I'm sure she'll know when to retreat. Burin ruffled his hair and bit his lip, though his expression betrayed his unease. No, Martha, her fists clenched, turned to look back. What? Merlin won't retreat. Yeah. Run-On nodded in agreement with Martha. That masked woman will fight to the death. For once, the two of them were in complete agreement, both biting their lips. Ha. Rimmer sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. For now, all we can do is trust her. Rayon did say something after all. Lord Rayon, what did he say? Dorian and Crane leaned forward, eyes wide with curiosity. The other members of the Light Wind Division also leaned in, eager to hear. Rayon said that as long as we get out of the river, we won't die. He mentioned that help would come from an unseen place. Rimmer squinted as he pointed toward the label river. Help from an unseen place, that's right. Rimmer shrugged, admitting that he wasn't entirely sure what it meant. Let's keep moving. We're almost at the meeting point. Yes, but... Dorian exhaled, gripping the controls. The ship's been damaged, so it's moving slower. We have the materials to fix it, but... Just keep going. Rimmer scanned the surroundings and shook his head. Once we get past this canyon, the river will widen again. We're almost there. Understood. Dorian nodded firmly and tightened his grip on the controls. The squad leaders and the rest of the Light Wind Division remained tense, surrounding Rayon protectively. After about 10 minutes, the canyon gave way, revealing the true expanse of the label river so wide it could be mistaken for the sea. We're almost there, just a little more. Rimmer was encouraging the tired members of the Light Wind Division when, Huang, with a massive splash that seemed to reach the sky, a colossal warship burst from the river. It was the Blue Wolf, the North-South Union's flagship, equipped with submarine capabilities. Boom, Dorian's ship shook violently as it collided with the Blue Wolf. Rimmer gritted his teeth, pushing Dorian's ship backward. The Blue Wolf here. The ship groaned ominously from the impact, wood creaking under the strain. If Rimmer hadn't fortified it with aura in time, it would have shattered, sending them all into the river. Got you at last. Helgrim, the deputy leader of the North-South Union, grinned from the bow of the Blue Wolf, his smile stretching wide enough to split his face. How? Dorian's hands trembled as he gripped the controls, disbelief etched across his face. We avoided the monsters and took a different route. Helgrim tilted his chin upward, as if proud of his cunning. Your destination was obvious. His murderous aura surged as he declared that escape from the North-South Union was impossible. The fighting is fierce elsewhere. Why chase us all the way here? Rimmer forced a smile, trying to mask his frustration. Because he takes priority. Helgrim scowled as he pointed toward Rayon, who was cradled in Fedric's arms. Rayon Sieghart is the most dangerous one on this battlefield, he muttered, biting his lip. He's someone that must be killed at all costs. Rimmer furrowed his brow, placing a hand on Rayon's shoulder. You're really popular, who be both men and women, Rimmer quipped sarcastically. Damn it, they were so close. Just beyond this waterway, reinforcements with fast ships awaited them. But getting caught here was a bitter setback. We'll have to fight. There was no other way. Their best option was to hold the line here while hoping the reinforcements arrived in time. Prepare for battle. At Rimmer's shout, the Light Wind Division raised their swords. A sharp, cutting energy like a fierce river breeze glinted in their eyes. Ram them directly, Helgrim ordered, intending to use the battlefield of the river to his advantage by smashing Dorian's ship. Kugugugugu, just as the Blue Wolf surged forward, seemingly about to swallow Dorian's ship whole, a shadow loomed over the river. Everyone's eyes drifted upward in shock. What is that? A ship. It's a ship. Descending from the sky, a dark warship plunged down as if mocking the Blue Wolf that had emerged from beneath the water. The black warship blocked the path ahead of the Blue Wolf, descending right in front of Dorian's ship. Kuwung, the Blue Wolf and the black ship collided, and the bows of both ships snapped like dry firewood. That ship. Rimmer's lips quivered as he recognized the crest engraved at the center of the black ship, an emblem depicting a sword adorned with a star. The Holy Sword Alliance. Helgrim's eyes widened as he also recognized the emblem. What is the meaning of this? Your people said you wouldn't get involved in this matter. He waved his hand furiously, as if demanding they retreat immediately. Do you know the meaning of the name, Holy Sword Alliance? A tall young man stepped forward onto the bow of the black ship. It was Mustin, a disciple of the Sword Demon, and the newly appointed Sword Master. What? The holy sword we revere is not merely a sharp blade or unparalleled swordsmanship. Facing Helgrim, Mustin shook his head. The holy sword is an ode to the true swordsman, a tribute to those who embody the spirit of the blade. I would sooner gouge out my eyes than watch lowly pirates like you sully the path of those destined to become the holy sword. The arrogance and jealousy that had once clouded Mustin's gaze were gone. Now his clear eyes looked down upon Helgrim with a purity that mirrored Rayon's. Helgrim clenched his teeth, grinding them in frustration. What a nuisance this day has been. With a roar of anger, he hurled his spear, gripped like a harpoon. Wind and energy swirled around the spear, surging toward Mustin as if to obliterate him. Krrrrak, but the attack crumbled in front of a single white sword, splashing harmlessly into the river. Whoosh. When the water that had surged into the air settled, the figure of an old, white-haired swordsman appeared behind it. It was Rektor, the sword demon, and the blood sword master of the Sacred Sword Alliance, Rektor. Helgrim's jaw trembled at the sight of him. Why, you two are interfering. You dared to lay a hand on my disciple first, did you not? From beneath Rektor's feet, a chilling aura rose like a mirage, a presence so fearsome that it didn't do justice to his title as the sword demon. This is self-defense, you wretched scum of the North-South Union. Have they all gone mad together? Helgrim ground his teeth with a loud clench. Your disciple started this mess, and now you spew this nonsense. He swung his arm angrily, demanding Rektor look at the situation objectively. Started it? How exactly did Mustin start anything? Rektor furrowed his brow deeply. He insulted the North-South Union, calling us worthless pirates, and blocked our way. Helgrim's eyes gleamed with fury, as if such an offense was unforgivable. And that's what you call picking a fight? Rektor scoffed, shaking his head lightly. These days, stating the truth counts as starting trouble, does it? You, how dare you? Helgrim bit his lip, seething as he met Rektor's cold, piercing gaze. Rayon Sieghart defeated the Axe King Roman fairly in a one-on-one duel. Rektor turned toward the unconscious Rayon, a sense of deep pride shimmering in his old, seasoned eyes. Even though Roman acknowledged his defeat and ordered that Rayon be allowed to leave, you chased him down to kill him. Such behavior is disgraceful beyond measure. Rektor's gaze shifted back to Helgrim, twisted with disgust, as if looking at a vile insect. There wasn't a single thing wrong with what my disciple said. Where's the fault in calling it what it is, Helgrim? He tilted his chin slightly, as if daring Helgrim to offer a rebuttal. Stubborn old fool, Helgrim spat, exhaling heavily as he glared at Rektor. You think I came after him just for the North-South Union? This is all for the 5 demons. The 5 demons, Rektor's brow furrowed further, his gaze questioning Helgrim's meaning. That's right. With the fall of the Beast King Ogram, the balance among the 5 demons has shattered. It's no exaggeration to say the era of the 5 demons has begun. Helgrim tilted his spear downward, glaring at the unconscious Rayon. And what does that have to do with your disgraceful actions? It's simple. The greatest threat to the 5 demons ruling the continent isn't the 6 Kingsits Rayon Sieghart. If he isn't killed now, he will become a monster far beyond either of our reach. His fist clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his desperation clear. The 5 demons, huh? So you've decided to accept those shadow dwellers among you, Rektor muttered, his voice tinged with disdain. The Holy Sword Alliance didn't oppose the decision, did it? Helgrim smirked, narrowing his eyes. Even your alliance's disciple was defeated by Rayon. Offer his head to your alliance master, it would be a fitting gift. You misunderstand the alliance master completely, Rektor said, curling his lips into a scornful smile. The alliance master doesn't pluck unripe fruit. The only reason he didn't intervene is because your behavior is beneath him. Rektor's gaze darkened as he added, he only desires a proper duel with Glenn Sieghart. If he saw the state you're in now, your head would be the first to roll. That's nonsense. Everyone knows the Holy Sword Alliance is in league with the White Blood Religion and the Black Tower. Helgrim gestured wildly, unwilling to believe Rektor's words. This matter is different. Rektor shook his head calmly. In any case, you've made it clear why the North-South Union is known as a band of rootless thieves. He snorted dismissively, mocking Helgrim with a sneer. You, enough talk. Rektor raised his sword, the motion steady and deliberate. I'll say this one last time. Leave, and if I refuse, Helgrim took a step forward, defiant. Then you'll learn just how vast the gulf between us truly is. Ha 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 ha. Helgrim clutched his forehead and let out a crazed laugh as if he'd lost all sense of reason. Fine, show me what your sword, fed by deceit, has achieved. He twirled his spear, his sneer full of mockery. Yes, at your age, it's only fitting to drink your fill, Rektor responded with a calm nod, as if he had already foreseen this outcome. Rektor, just as the 2 transcendents were about to clash, Rimmer's voice echoed from behind. Leave. This fight has nothing to do with you. Rektor turned to look at him. What nonsense are you spouting? And you, Helgrim began, but Rektor cut him off. I told you already. I didn't come here to help you. I came because I couldn't bear to stand by and witness the filth of this old man's actions any longer. For a moment, intense emotion flickered in Rektor's eyes as he glanced at Rayon, but it quickly subsided. Go. With a subtle wave of his hand, an invisible force gently pushed Dorian's ship forward. Despite the creaking of the damaged vessel, the ship glided swiftly along the Label River's turbulent currents. Rektor, Master Rektor. Rimmer and the members of the Light Wind Division called out to him, but Rektor didn't look back. A grand hero indeed. Helgrim sneered as he turned his back. Beorn, you take command, huh? He scanned the pirates around him, his expression turning to disbelief. Whereas Beorn, what? He was right next to me. He just vanished. Even the pirates were baffled, their jaws trembling. Rootless thieves indeed. You can't even keep track of your own men. Rektor chuckled mockingly, flicking his fingers. Silence. Helgrim trembled with rage, raising his hand. Kill all the traitors. I'll take full responsibility. At his command, the blue wolf surged forward, slicing through the water. Queuing, the bows of the two ships collided with a thunderous crash, creating a makeshift bridge between them. Kill them, leave no one alive, you filthy traitors, swords drawn, you scum. Warriors from both the North-South Union and the Holy Sword Alliance leapt onto each other's ships, swords clashing violently. Though the Holy Sword Alliance's swordsmen were more skilled, the North-South Union fighters used the unsteady decks to compensate for their lack of strength. Woo-wash. Amid the escalating battle, Rictor and Helgrim remained motionless, locked in an unyielding stare. Let's take this somewhere else. Rictor stepped onto the water, signaling with a nod toward the river. Helgrim followed, reluctant but unwilling to harm his own men in the fight. So you've come willingly into my domain. Good, Helgrim sneered. Here I. Helgrim, Rictor's voice sank, cold and heavy, as if rising from the depths of hell. You've made a grave mistake today. The energy radiating from Rictor dried up, devoid of any warmth or moisture like a parched desert. What do you mean? Rictor's expression twisted into something akin to a vengeful spirit's as he extended his sword. The white blade burned with a brilliant aura, casting radiant light across the river's surface. Quang. Quite the gathering of familiar faces today, Rimmer muttered, exhaling as he felt the immense wave of aura explode from the center of the Label River. Dorian swallowed nervously, turning to glance behind him. Do you think the sword demon came to rescue us? He shook his head, finding it hard to believe Rictor's earlier words about not being involved. I feel the same, Burin admitted, uncharacteristically expressing his doubt. The sword demon had plenty of chances to capture us before, but he always let us go. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's the same with Merlin. My aunt mentioned something similar before Somione, stronger than her, let things slide and left. Martha nodded in agreement. Aris said the same thing, and today Rictor seemed genuinely happy to see Rayon. Runnan gave a small nod, glancing at Rayon. He seemed happy to see Rayon. How do you know that? The Light Wind Division swordsmen exchanged puzzled looks, noting that Rictor's gaze had appeared cold. He had a look of pride, Runnan said, blinking slowly as she met their gazes. I'm sure of it. Because of her difficulty expressing emotions, she could recognize such feelings in others. Rictor's eyes, even if just for a brief moment, reflected pride and admiration when he looked at Rayon. His actions today were undoubtedly for Rayon's sake. It doesn't matter what the sword demon is thinking, Mark Gorton said quietly, his hand resting on his sword hilt. What's important now is ensuring Lord Rayon's safety. Stay focused, everyone. He stood at the edge of the deck, steadying his breath. Right. The sword demon and Merlin are things to worry about later. For now, stay alert until the ship arrives, Rimmer agreed, nodding toward the river ahead. But it does make me curious. Rictor clearly had a deep connection to Rayon and Sylvia. While Rimmer had some suspicions, there wasn't enough evidence to be certain. Dorian, how's the ship holding up? Not good, Dorian sighed, adjusting the shaky controls. I've patched it up with wooden planks, but it won't last long. Even a minor shock might break it apart. He bit his lip, clearly uneasy about their situation. Even a small shock, is it really that bad? The swordsmen repairing the leaking deck exchanged worried glances. It's taken a beating from the breath attack, the ship collision, and hitting rocks. It's my fault for not steering it well. Dorian lowered his head in guilt. It's fine. We just need to hold on a little longer, Rimmer reassured him, wiping cold sweat from his brow as he scanned the river ahead. Hugh, keeping my senses this sharp is exhausting. Ever since Rayon began his duel with the Axe King, Rimmer had pushed his aura perception to its limit, preparing for any unforeseen danger. The toll on his aura and mental endurance was severe. His head throbbed as if it might burst from within. But I have to keep going. His heightened perception had allowed him to detect enemies in advance and minimize the impacts on the ship. Hang in there, he whispered, not just to the Light Wind Division, but to himself. They had to hold on no matter what until they could switch to the next ship. As Rimmer watched the flowing river with half-closed eyes, he noticed something unusual approaching from the west. A massive sailing ship, far larger than expected on the river, came into view. It was comparable in size to the Blue Wolf, the North-South Union's flagship. At the top of its mast fluttered a playful flag adorned with a grinning skull. It's here, the Blue Wind. The Blue Wind, the pirate ship of Eris Sieghart, who had sailed around the world. This was the final piece of Rayon's plan. Lord Rayon, you're safe, we were about to come looking for you. At the bow of the Blue Wind stood a bald, middle-aged man with an eye patch over his left eye, waving cheerfully. It was Rabowin, the former captain of the Blue Wave Fleet One, who now carried the title of Pirate King. Several swordsmen from the former Blue Wave Fleet, who had once served under Sieghart, bowed respectfully as they spotted him. Dorian headed toward the Blue Wind at full speed. Yes, Dorian grinned, steering the ship toward the Blue Wind, Wuwang. Since the Blue Wind was also on the move, the two ships soon aligned smoothly, gently meeting side by side. Rimmer, why are you so late? Rabowin leaned over the side of the ship, scowling. Are you really still the Blue Wave Fleet's captain? You look like you crawled out of a grave. Rimmer chuckled, glancing up at Rabowin's face. It's all part of the act. Eris made me do it. Rabwin lifted his eye patch, wrinkling his brow. You've been through a lot too, huh? Rimmer gave a faint smile and nodded. Transfer to this ship quickly. Yours is falling apart. Rabwin, the seasoned sailor, immediately recognized the poor condition of Dorian's vessel and gestured for them to switch ships without delay. Hold on. Before they switched, Rimmer extended his aura sense to its limit one last time. Apart from some small animals and fish in the river, there was nothing suspicious. Looks like it's clear. With no enemies in sight and Rabwin, a grandmaster, standing nearby, Rimmer finally allowed his senses to rest. His legs trembled from exhaustion, had pushed himself to the limit. Any longer, and he might have collapsed entirely. First squad, move over. Rimmer forced a calm expression and motioned toward the blue wind. Understood. Martha, along with the first squad, climbed aboard the blue wind, all clear. After inspecting the deck, the first squad nodded, confirming everything was secure. Second squad, transfer Rayon along with the Saint. Just as Rimmer was about to instruct Run-On and the second squad, enemy Rabwin's scream tore through the air as he leapt from the bow. Whoosh. At that moment, a sinister figure wearing the helmet of Baphomet surged from the rough waves. It was the evil spirit, aiming a long sword, not his usual greatsword, directly at Rayon's heart. Both Rabwin and Rimmer reacted, reaching for their swords, but they were too late. The evil spirit's aura, surging through the blade, was far faster. However, one person moved with the precision of someone who had sensed the attack beforehand. Run-On, she who knew the evil spirit's energy better than anyone else here, summoned a wall of frost to intercept the attack. Crack, the frost wall shattered as the sword's aura broke through, sending Run-On crashing to the deck. Even as she coughed up blood, she refused to release her grip on her sword. Boom, the weakened ship finally split in two, throwing the members of the Light Wind Division into the river. Rayon is safe. Frederick, the Saint of Rags, shouted as he held Rayon tightly in his arms, waving to reassure them. Run-On, the evil spirit let out a monstrous scream, lunging to stab again, but Rimmer and Rabwin, now with time to act, blocked him. Clang, their swords clashed with the evil spirit, sending him reeling backward, blood spurting from his mouth. You filthy bastard. We wondered where you were hiding, Syria Sullian. Relief washed over the group as they believed they had dealt with the hidden threat until a shadow flickered within the evil spirit's dark presence. Swish. Emerging from the shadows was Beorn, the cold-eyed swordsman, moving with mechanical precision. His long, thin blade shot toward Rayon, still cradled in Frederick's arms like a drill. No, Frederick raised his hand to block the sword, but Beorn's blade pierced his arm and drove toward Rayon's chest. ZZZZT. Just as the ominous blade was about to penetrate Rayon's skin, an invisible light flickered from the ice flower bracelet he wore. Yuhehehe, I'm fully restored. A burst of laughter echoed as wrath erupted from the bracelet in a blaze of manic energy. 5 boxes of mint chocolate. Wait, what? The Demon King of Wrath blinked, confused as he stared at the thin sword poised to pierce Rayon's chest. A sword, in his chest. What the hell? Why is this the first thing I see after waking up? Wrath grabbed the unconscious Rayon by the collar, shouting furiously, Rayon Sieghart, what kind of trouble did you get yourself into this time? With the Demon King's outburst, a mist of silver vapor spread across the river's surface. Why is the first thing I see pure chaos? Gah! Thud! Beorn slammed his left foot down, shoving Frederick away, and drove his sword deeper into Rayon's chest as he sank into the river. It's pierced. He could feel the blade cutting into flesh. But a Grandmaster's life is stubbornly resilient. It had to end decisively. Wu-Wang. Ignoring the silver frost and mist rising from the water, Beorn summoned a burst of aura to the tip of his sword. Stop! Rimmer, moving with lightning speed, rushed toward him, but Beorn detonated the aura without hesitation. Boom! The explosion of energy surged from his sword, sweeping shockwaves in every direction. The spray of water burst outward in waves, scattering the members of the Light Wind Division into the river. Arg! Rimmer roared as he thrust his sword toward Beorn. Clang! Beorn blocked the strike with the blood-stained long sword that had been submerged in the river. It's over. Shut your mouth. Rimmer gritted his teeth and pushed forward, but Beorn's expression remained calm. I've pierced Rayon Sieghart's heart and detonated the aura inside. Not even a transcendent can survive that. Beorn shook his head as if declaring Rayon was already shredded to death. You think that guy would die so easily? Rimmer shoved Beorn away and dived into the river, desperately searching for Rayon. You'll die too, growled Martha, a crimson-killing intent flickering in her black eyes as she charged toward Beorn, her rage boiling over. Enough talk. Burin, veins bulging on his hands, summoned blades of wind to strike. Zing! Beorn didn't counter their attacks. Instead, he flowed backward, releasing his power as he retreated. I have no reason to fight you. His gaze narrowed as he stated calmly, my mission is complete. You sure he's really dead? The evil spirit grinned wickedly, deflecting Rabwin's sword as he spoke. As I said, I detonated the aura in his heart. Rayon Sieghart is dead. Beorn's cold words shattered the last sliver of hope. You.
What?
Burin and Martha lowered their swords, their strength fading as despair sank in. The members of the Light Wind Division stood frozen, their jaws trembling. Amid their disbelief, Run-On stepped forward. "He's not dead." Her voice was steady, her gaze unwavering. "Rayon is not dead," Run-On shouted confidently, summoning a burst of blue frost. "That idiot wouldn't die so easily." Martha nodded firmly, following Run-On's lead. "I have no intention of fighting you," Beorn said, still holding his sword low as he retreated once more. Then he disappeared into the shadows of the waves as if his role was complete. "Ha ha ha," the evil spirit cackled gleefully, spitting blood but grinning with satisfaction under Rabowin's relentless pressure. "The meddler is finally dead." His twisted gaze landed on Run-On. "Now at last you and I can become one. We'll have such wonderful times." That will never happen. Despite the sinister aura surrounding her, Run-On's expression remained calm, her eyes as serene as an untouched lake. "Rayon isn't dead, and I'll kill you. You'll kill me." The evil spirit's tongue slithered from beneath his helmet, blood red and eager. "That doesn't sound too bad." He grinned as if delighted by the idea, raising his hand in a playful wave. "I'll come for you soon." With that, he slit his palm with his sword. As blood soaked the blade, his form began to fade into mist like a mirage. "What are you doing?" Rabowin's sword slashed through the spirit's figure, but it vanished into smoke, leaving nothing behind. It seemed the spirit had used an artifact to appear and now to escape. "Damn it," Rabowin cursed, slashing the river in frustration. Then, slapping his cheeks to regain focus, he looked up. "Search the entire river. Everyone into the water." "Yes, sir." The sailors aboard the Blue Wind equipped their gear and plunged into the river, diving deep to search for Rayon. "We're going too. He's alive, we'll have to find him." "Right, he's not someone who dies here." Martha bit her lip and jumped into the water, followed by Burin and the other members of the Light Wind Division. With trembling hands, Run-On clenched her fists tightly before silently diving into the river after them. Rumble, the riverbank where Rayon and Roman fought their life and death duel, had completely transformed. The land and forest were gone, replaced by an endless expanse of water like an ocean. The ground had been carved away, leaving the river to flood the barren space. Boom! The warrior wearing the blue dragon helmet was hurled across the shallow water. He spat black blood from his mouth, his right shoulder shattered and swaying like a broken reed. Heh. Despite his injuries, the warrior stood upright as if the pain didn't affect him. He grinned as he looked at Glenn, who hadn't moved a step throughout the battle. "So this is flawlessness. You've clearly transcended human limits. And yet you laugh." The North-South Union's leader wiped the blood trickling down his chin, frowning deeply. He too was injured, his complexion pale from exertion. "How could I not?" The blue-helmeted warrior chuckled, clapping his hands in amusement. "I gained enlightenment." His gaze lingered on Glenn's sword, and he scratched his neck, savoring the newfound clarity. Boom! Just as the warrior raised his black sword, the sky split apart in chamber and the fallen one burst forth. Both mages bore signs of fierce battle, their bodies covered in tattered robes and injuries. "Damn this cursed mask," Chamber cursed, tossing away her torn witch's hat in frustration. "Even at your age, you still live up to the name, Archmage of Illusions." The fallen one gave a faint smile, brushing dust from his robe. "But I see cracks forming, you're slipping. Funny, I just figured out how to clip your wings." Chamber wiggled her fingers, daring him to continue. "Stand down." Glenn stepped beside Chamber, raising his sword. Red lightning crackled along the blade, transforming into a storm of lightning bolts that rained down from the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The bolt struck the blue-helmeted warrior, the North-South Union's leader, and the fallen one, forcing them to cough up blood. "This ends now." "You think so? Ha ha ha." As Glenn prepared to unleash his full strength with heavenly tremor, the warrior in the blue dragon helmet clutched his ears, laughing hysterically. His strange laughter echoed across the battlefield, halting the fight momentarily. "So it's come to this after all. What are you talking about? It's best if we stop here." The warrior gestured dismissively as if tired of the game. "You won't leave here alive." As Glenn narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, 2 streaks of golden light fell from the sky. Crash! The river erupted, forming a massive barrier that separated Sieghart's forces from their enemies. "What?" Cheryl, lowering her twin swords, looked up to see 5 radiant figures shining in the dark night sky. Dragons, every one of them ancient, high-ranking dragons. Woo. The largest among them, a massive gold dragon, shimmered as it transformed into a human figure. The Dragon Lord descended gracefully, placing himself between Glenn and the warrior in the blue dragon helmet. "Lord," Glenn clenched his jaw at the sight of the Dragon Lord. "Stop this." The Dragon Lord raised his hand toward both Glenn and the warrior. "I cannot permit this battle to continue." He shook his head, urging them to cease their fight. "You dragons always appear at times like this." Glenn's lips curled into a bitter smile. "If you don't step aside, I'll cut you down as well. Would you declare war on dragons?" The Dragon Lord's tone sharpened, disbelief flickering in his eyes. "You were the first to intervene, and I'll decide when to ascend to the heavens." Glenn raised his sword, a radiant light unlike any lightning illuminating the battlefield. Woom! The sheer force of Glenn's intent radiated an aura of awe and despair, as if a divine swordsmith had forged his blade. Is he insane? The Dragon Lord took a step back in shock. The North-South Union's leader gritted his teeth, while even the fallen one's mask contorted with tension. Why not listen to what he has to say first? The blue-helmeted warrior stepped forward with a sly grin. You showed up here to protect Rayon Sieghart, didn't you? With a wicked smile, he traced his finger across his neck. He's dead. Glenn's red eyes darkened with a tempest of emotions, and for the first time his sword wavered. Lies, Cheryl shook her head fiercely. Don't believe him. This is a ploy to escape. Roan narrowed his gaze, equally convinced it was a trick. Whether it's true or not, you'll know when you see it. The warrior shrugged. He's dead where your pirate ship was supposed to meet him. Feigning sorrow, the warrior covered his mouth to hide his grin. So sad, all the main players are dead. A pirate ship. Glenn's hands trembled as they gripped his sword tighter. Could it be true? The Blue Wind was stationed in a hidden area outside the North-South Union's reach. If they knew about it, something must have gone wrong. If you don't leave now, you won't even retrieve his body. The blue-helmeted warrior gestured for them to go. You can't fight us like this, old man. Chamber exhaled slowly, her voice calm. Let's confirm Rayon's status first. We'll act after that. She summoned her magic, her hands glowing with power. Fine, grinding his teeth, Glenn gave a reluctant nod. If anything has happened to Rayon, none of you will live to see tomorrow. His crimson eyes burned with an unrelenting fury. I'll be waiting. The warrior took a step back, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Prepare the spell. Chamber closed her eyes, and a massive magic circle rose from the water, engulfing Sieghart's warriors and the Balkar mages. Woong. With a snap of her fingers, the circle activated, and the group disappeared in a flash of light. Phew. The blue-helmeted warrior, Darius Robert, let out a whistle, smiling in amusement. Is Rayon Sieghart really dead? The North-South Union leader approached, his gaze sharp. Yes, he's definitely dead. Darius rubbed the back of his hand, nodding with certainty. Then why let Glenn Sieghart go? This was the perfect chance to kill him. The North-South Union leader clenched his fists in frustration. No. Attacking him now would be suicide. Letting them go was the right call. The fallen one nodded, understanding Darius's reasoning. Smart as always. Darius chuckled, tapping his temple. I never intended to kill Glenn today. Not that we could anyway. Then why fight him? To sharpen the blade. The blade? Yes, now that it's sharpened. Darius ran his hand along the edge of his black sword, his grin widening. All that's left is to strike. Boom. The joint forces of Sieghart and Balkar materialized as glowing light in front of the pirate ship Blue Wind. Glenn narrowed his gaze, scanning the river, where only fragments of broken planks floated. Faint presences could still be sensed beneath the water's surface. Lord, Rabwin, standing in the water and breathing heavily, lowered his head toward Glenn. His eyes wavered, reflecting waves of anxiety. What happened? Where is Rayon? Descending to face Rabwin directly, Glenn wasted no time bringing up Rayon's name. While we were transporting him, we were ambushed. The one who wore a Baphomet mask, using a teleportation artifact, appeared suddenly. Rabwin hastily recounted the events that unfolded. After the ambush, they claimed that young Master Rayon was dead and disappeared. Rabwin bowed his head further, shame coloring his expression. His heart was pierced and the aura was detonated inside. Cheryl clenched her teeth audibly. If her heart had been pierced, even she wouldn't have survived a detonated aura. Yes, but we believe Rayon couldn't have died that easily, which is why we are still searching. Tell them all to come up. Why yes. Rabwin dove back into the water and released a message through aura. Soon, members of the Light Wind Division and the crew of Blue Wind emerged to the surface. Their faces, soaked in tears and river water, reflected deep sorrow. Heir.
Lord.
Rimmer, Buren, Martha, and Runnon were the last to surface. Their faces were pale as if they had not seen sunlight for days. Lord. Step aside, Glenn stepped forward, raising his right hand. Rumble, his intent surged like an eruption, lifting the entire river into a massive sphere of water suspended in midair. I'll handle this. Chamber pressed her hands together, creating a mana barrier to prevent the water from refilling the empty space below. Go down. Without waiting for breath, Rimmer leapt into the exposed riverbed. The rest of the Light Wind Division followed, continuing the search. Glenn's gaze scanned the riverbed as he kept the water aloft. He's not here. The ground was covered only in mud, rocks, and debris. The scattered bones of monsters and humans lay around, but none of them could belong to Rayon. Rayon, you are not someone who would die here. Rumble. Grinding his teeth, Glenn lifted even more water from the river, exposing a larger area. His internal injuries surfaced from the exertion, and blood dripped from his mouth, but he refused to halt his efforts. I don't see him, Chamber muttered, biting her lip. I've checked everywhere. Ah, Martha let out a soft groan as her gaze landed on a red dagger glinting on the riverbed. It was Rayon's soul requiem sword, with its sheath cracked open. This. Trembling, she picked up the damaged sword and brought it to Glenn. This is Rayon's sword. Glenn stared at the shattered sheath, closing his eyes briefly. This wasn't the result of the sword hitting the ground. It had been struck with immense force from the outside, breaking the sheath. Crack, blood trickled from Glenn's hand as he gripped the Soul Requiem sword tightly. His emotions spread through his aura, evaporating the water suspended in the air. The heat of his fury began radiating from the riverbed. Cheryl, wiping the blood from his lips, Glenn turned toward her. Call for a council meeting. The agenda. He clenched his jaw as he stared at the moonless sky. Is the annihilation of the North-South Union. No, the destruction of the 5 demons. His voice left no room for compromise. Glenn didn't care about consequences. His resolve was absolute. Lord, Rimmer knelt before Glenn, desperation in his eyes. Rayon isn't dead, I know it, that's right. He's not someone who would die like this. That bastard isn't dead. He's alive. Burin, Martha, and Runnon nodded fervently, urging Glenn to continue the search. After a long silence, Glenn closed and then reopened his eyes. We'll continue searching, but we cannot remain idle. He couldn't let go of the child who only wanted to grow stronger, the boy who confidently promised to elevate Sylvia's status, the child who had never received a single moment of affection from his grandfather. The council will convene. His voice dripped with unrelenting rage. Rumble, the waves parted and a familiar figure emerged. Sword Demon Rector stepped forward, sensing the chaotic tension in the air. He clenched his lips as unease crept into his gaze. What is the meaning of this? Glenn and Rector's eyes locked, a fierce exchange of emotions passing between them. Rector the Sword Demon, why are you here? Glenn's voice sank heavily as if it crawled out of an abyss. The fury rising within his soul surged like a violent tide, sweeping across the surroundings. Were you involved in this matter as well? Glenn raised the heavenly drive, his intent clear. If Rector had any part in the attack on Rayon, he would kill him on the spot. Glenn Sieghart. Rector didn't answer the question. Instead, he gazed at the crimson dagger in Glenn's hand. Why do you have the Soul Requiem sword? He unleashed a chilling force so dry it seemed to drain the very air of moisture, refusing to back down. Rumble, the immense energies radiating from Glenn and Rector clashed, tearing through the void as if their swords were cutting it apart. Lord, please stop. Rimmer gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He raised his trembling hands, positioning himself between the two overwhelming forces. The Sword Demon is not our enemy. My lord, he saved us. There's no need to fight. Burin and Martha followed Rimmer, shaking their heads to emphasize their plea. He saved you. Glenn narrowed his eyes but didn't lower the heavenly drive aimed at Rector. Yes, the vice commander of the North-South Union pursued us through a hidden route, but the Sword Demon blocked him, allowing us to escape safely. Burin swallowed nervously and explained how Rector had stopped Helgrim to aid them. Glenn bit his lip and slowly lowered the heavenly drive. I think I deserve to know what happened here. Rector clenched his fists as he eyed the Soul Requiem sword cradled carefully in Glenn's hand. We were ambushed by Eden and the North-South Union, Burin explained, trembling. When we tried to move Rayon onto the pirate ship, artifacts were used to summon the Fallen One and a man named Bayorn from the North-South Union. He recounted the events succinctly. We began searching for Rayon after the explosion, but we haven't found him yet. Rector's once cold expression hardened. His ancient eyes rippled like waves stirred by an unexpected storm. He must have drifted away, but I'm sure he's alive. He wouldn't die in a place like this. Yeah, Martha clenched her fist, her belief in Rayon unwavering. Runnon nodded in agreement, sharing the same faith. GRR. Rector ground his teeth and scanned the river with darkening eyes. Glenn furrowed his brow as he observed the sorrow etched on Rector's face, as though he was struggling to hold back tears. What is that look supposed to mean? While pondering the strange emotions flickering in Rector's eyes, the Sword Demon vanished like smoke. SSSSH. In an instant, Rector reappeared before Glenn, slashing with deadly intent to decapitate him. Clang! Glenn blocked the strike with the heavenly drive. The blow was terrifyingly powerful, proof that Rector was serious. Glenn Sieghart. Rector gritted his teeth as he poured more strength into his sword. A colorless flame blazed along the blade. You couldn't even protect your grandson. What are you doing? He trembled with emotion, his fury evident in every word. If you were going to cast him out, you should have done it properly. If you wanted to embrace him, you should have done that too. But what are you thinking, wavering like this? Overwhelmed by emotion, Rector pushed Glenn back with sheer force of will. My lord. What do you think you're doing? Cheryl and Roan rushed forward, eyes wide, but Glenn stopped them with a raised hand. Glenn tightened his grip on the Soul Requiem sword as he gazed at the enraged Sword Demon. What is his connection to Rayon? The emotions conveyed through Rector's sword weren't just sorrow and anger. There was also regret, something that felt like Glenn was looking at a reflection of himself in a mirror. Who are you? The question wasn't about Rector's name or affiliation. Glenn wanted to know what Rector's relationship with Rayon was. Neither the Holy Sword Alliance nor the Black Tower made a move in this. Rector struck the ground harshly with his sword, shoving Glenn toward the riverbank with fierce eyes. After Ogram's defeat, the Six Kings had no choice but to stay put. Failing to protect Rayon under such circumstances is the pinnacle of incompetence. He bit his lip as he glanced at the cracked sheath of the Soul Requiem sword. If Rayon is truly dead, I'll kill the North-South Union, the shadows behind it, and you as well." With those words, Rictor descended downstream along the river. Master. The knights from the Holy Sword Alliance in Muston stood stunned before hurriedly moving the battleship to follow after him. "My lord, are you all right?" Cheryl and Roan approached Glenn, their worried expressions suggesting they hadn't heard the conversation due to the overwhelming energy. "It's nothing." Glenn shook his head calmly. Crossing swords with Rictor had unexpectedly cleared his mind. "I'm sorry, if only I hadn't lost control." Rimmer knelt before Glenn, fists clenched in regret as he trembled slightly. Glenn silently placed a hand on Rimmer's shoulder. There were no words to comfort him. He knew Rimmer was the most affected by what had transpired. "Continue the search. Light Wind Division, Heavenly Sword Brigade, and Iron Division will remain here." "Yes, my lord. We'll find him no matter what." Cheryl and Trevin nodded solemnly. "Hey, old man." Chamber approached Glenn, wiggling her fingers toward him. "What's the deal with Rayon and the Sword Demon?" He acted like he's Rayon's real grandfather or something. She tilted her head in confusion, as if she'd overheard the conversation despite the energy barriers. "I don't know, but..." Glenn exhaled quietly, his gaze fixed downstream where Rictor had disappeared. "We need to find out." Boom, the space split apart as if torn by opposing magnetic forces. The white blood cult members caught between the rupture were sliced in half, their blood spilling in dull gray streams. Eris clicked her tongue, her hand trembling slightly as she gripped her sword. He escaped. Though she had killed the white blood cultists and assassins, the first apostle had managed to flee with injuries. She wanted to pursue him, but there were more urgent matters to attend to. "Ilian, I'll leave the rest to you." Without waiting for the chief inspector's response, Eris dashed toward the annex. Frustration gnawed at her as her weakened state slowed her down. Boom! A massive explosion erupted from the garden of the annex as the ground twisted violently, sending gray smoke spiraling into the sky. That. Eris swung her sword, dispersing the smoke with a gust of wind, revealing the garden beneath. The ground had been carved into the shape of a sword, and at the edge of the destruction, Karun stood with his sword raised, shielding Sylvia. "Karun." Eris blinked in surprise, her brow furrowing as she looked at him. "Why are you here? Did you come to save Sylvia?" Even as she asked, disbelief tinged her voice. "Why, yes, he saved me." "No," Karun cut her off firmly, shaking his head. "I couldn't leave filth like this to stain this land." He brushed his hands off, as if he had come solely to deal with the invaders attacking Sieghart, not out of concern for Sylvia. "You didn't come because you were worried about your sister." Eris smirked playfully. "I already said no." Karun adjusted his grip on his sword, frowning, whatever the reason. Eris smiled faintly as she looked between Karun and Sylvia. "You look good together." She nodded approvingly at the sight of the siblings. "HMPH." Karun snorted and turned away. "Where are you going? There are still more rats to hunt." He moved toward the northern mountains, intent on eliminating all intruders within Sieghart. He sure does love Sieghart. I'll never understand him. Eris shook her head and approached Sylvia. "Are you all right?" "Yes." Sylvia exhaled slowly, nodding. "I thought it was just a possibility, but I never expected them to attack." Eris sighed in disbelief, brushing off her hands. "Your son is really something, predicting even this. He's always been wiser than me, even as a child." Sylvia smiled, pride evident in her expression. "Yeah, he went because he knew he'd win, so don't worry too much." "I'm not worried." Sylvia shook her head calmly. "He'll come back safely, as always." With a soft smile, she added that she should prepare dinner with Rayon's favorite dishes. "Mind if I join you?" "Of course." The two women exchanged smiles and entered the annex together. At the moment when Rayon's chest was pierced by Beorn's sword. "Damn it!" Wrath rubbed his cotton candy-like head furiously, stirring up a storm of anger. "I swear I'm going to demand 20 boxes of mint chocolate for this. Not just 20 pieces, 20 boxes. No, make that 100. Shouting about mint chocolate, Wrath blocked the white blade aiming to pierce Rayon's heart with the force of his fury. Damn it, this is the only way. Because Rayon was unconscious, Wrath couldn't do the Demon King's descent. If Wrath were to fully enter Rayon's body now, the ensuing rampage would kill not only Rayon's enemies, but also the Light Wind Division members waiting on the surface. Even if it risked throwing off causality and causing severe shock to his soul again, Wrath had no choice but to intervene indirectly. "I barely managed to recover, and now I have to go through this again, HM. Wrath's narrowed eyes sharpened as he gathered his fury. Between Rayon and the blade poised to pierce his chest, a blue droplet appeared. That droplet. It wasn't a product of his own anger. It carried a soft, natural flow, as if condensed from the mana of nature itself. The person attacking Rayon wasn't even aware that the droplet was blocking his blade. Whatever it is, it's a relief. However, the red-haired man wasn't giving up. He unleashed aura detonation, a powerful energy explosion to ensure Rayon's death. Boom! The destructive force from the sword erupted, sweeping over Rayon's entire body. HRRA. With a fierce shout, Wrath summoned Frost imbued with rage, erecting a wall of ice to block the explosion. but once again a pure energy of water stirred. Whoosh! The water's energy layered atop the wall of frost, and the combined effort managed to hold off the explosion with only minimal fury. Yet the force of the blast was too great, and Rayon was swept deep into the river, with the Soul Requiem sword plummeting to the riverbed under the impact. Who could be? Wrath turned his gaze toward the direction the Soul Requiem sword fell. The energy of water that had helped him earlier came from that same direction. Whoosh! Within the murky depths, a pair of glowing blue eyes flickered. A small hand, webbed between the fingers like a fin, reached out to grasp Rayon's sinking body. Wrath's eyes widened as he recognized the figure with the blue glow. It was the little fish child Rayon had once saved and even named. It's been a while. What was your name again? Was it Darky? Unable to recall the name properly, Wrath called out the wrong one. The small fish child raised its fingers and traced a glowing circle in the water. Wooum! The circles overlapped, creating a portal to another place. It seemed the child intended to help Rayon escape from here. Wait a minute. Wrath tried to stop the child before the Light Wind Division members on the surface could come down, but the child didn't listen. Thinking Rayon was in danger, it entered the portal with him without hesitation. Nuo, where are you taking him? Thea's time blrgh. Wrath felt the unpleasant sensation of inhaling water, and when his vision cleared, he found himself in a bright, open space. Where is this? It looked like an underwater village. Gentle currents flowed through charming houses made of colorful stones. When did they build a place like this? Everything had changed since the last time Rayon visited with the fish child. As Wrath marveled at the sight, the child carefully laid Rayon on the ground. This kid hasn't changed at all. The little fish child Rayon had named Darky remained just as small and adorable as before. With a sorrowful look, the child placed its hand on Rayon's bleeding chest. A glow emanated from its hand, and Rayon's wound slowly began to heal. Well, maybe not everything has stayed the same. Wrath observed the child's water energy, now vast and overwhelming, as though it embodied the entire river. It was like looking at a supreme shaman. It was this immense power that had blocked the destructive aura detonation earlier, sparing Wrath from exhausting his energy. This kid has all the luck, huh? As Wrath stared at Rayon, something strange caught his attention. What's going on with him now? With more time to observe, Wrath realized that Rayon's power had grown tremendously, far surpassing what it had been before he lost consciousness. How is this even possible? It hadn't been long since Rayon last used his power, yet his strength had increased to an unbelievable degree. And the weirdest part is, even while unconscious, Rayon's power continued to grow. It wasn't merely due to sloth or gluttony, his martial ability itself was surging upward. This little. Wrath grabbed Rayon's collar, narrowing his eyes. What the hell did you eat to get this strong? Wake up and tell me right now. Rayon gazed at the 8 rotating rings of fire above him. The mental world. Though he wasn't sure how, after his duel with Roman, he had naturally entered this space. He had fainted many times before, but this was the first time he'd ended up inside the mental world, leaving him slightly disoriented. I don't know why I'm here, but it wasn't a bad thing. Being back in the mental world allowed him to assess what he had gained and how much he had grown, especially regarding Genesis Blade. The Genesis Blade, the sword manifestation Roman had named, wasn't just an ordinary sword technique. It was a reflection of his own swordsmanship, a skill that grew alongside his mastery of the blade, a technique without limit zone that continuously evolved. It was no exaggeration to call it an art that poured the essence of the mental world into reality. With the growth he achieved during his battle with Roman, Rayon was confident he could wield a more powerful Genesis Blade than ever before. Though it's not just Genesis Blade that improved. He smiled as he observed the flourishing sprouts of his swordsmanship. My overall mastery has increased. From basic techniques to advanced arts like the 10,000 Flames art and Skybone sword, every aspect of his swordsmanship had progressed. The recent life and death battle had proven to be a valuable opportunity, as Rayon smiled in satisfaction, preparing to unleash his newly refined sword techniques. Boom! Crimson flames erupted from the right sky, and blue frost surged from the left ground. The flames and frost roared, dividing the mental world in two as if they intended to devour each other. Wooum! A green wind trembled between the two forces, unable to choose a side. Rayon smiled faintly as he watched the two rampaging elements, realizing something. I understand now why he had come to this place. It was time to elevate both the 10,000 Flames art and Glacier to a higher realm. Returning to Sieghart, Glenn clenched his fists as he gazed at the shattered castle walls. His heart ached to see the walls collapse once more, but there were more urgent matters to resolve first. Exhaling cold breath, Glenn stepped over the wreckage of the wall. Lord, greetings, my lord. Inside the walls, Chad, the leader of the Shadow Agents Division, and Ilian, the chief inspector, bowed deeply toward Glenn as they oversaw restoration efforts. Enough with the greetings. Report the situation. Glenn gestured for them to follow as he walked along the road leading to the main building. The inner wall. Glenn turned toward Chad. We mostly succeeded in defending it, but the council suffered heavy losses defending the main hall. Most of the casualties are from their ranks, Chad said with a sigh of regret. The council. Glenn's eyes narrowed as he looked toward the main building in the distance. The council was the strongest force in Zeeghart, with power surpassing even the Heavenly Sword division. It didn't make sense that they had taken the brunt of the losses. Denier should have been there, correct? Yes, half of the Black Tortoise Palace and the council remained inside the main building, Chad confirmed with a nod. They reported that apostles in black robes and masked officials from Eden attacked simultaneously, making it difficult to fend them off. Black robes. The mention of black robes brought to mind the powerful blood fiends they had encountered at the White Blood Cult headquarters, those, with strength rivaling that of apostles despite not being one. It seemed those same beings had been part of the attack. The White Blood Cult, Eden, and Assassin's came at us like mortal enemies. If the leader of the Light Wind Division hadn't warned us in advance, the losses would have been much worse, Ilian said with a laugh, crediting Rayon for saving many lives. But where is Sir Rayon? Chad glanced behind Glenn, puzzled. The situation at the Label River had developed too quickly, and he had no idea what had transpired there. I will convene a grand council. Summon all the remaining leaders, Glenn ordered, ignoring Chad and Ilian's unspoken questions. Why yes, my lord. Chad felt the oppressive atmosphere surrounding Glenn and stood frozen, trembling slightly. Glenn continued walking without pause until he reached the main hall. As he was about to enter, Eris waved to him from the right. Father. Eris ran toward him, pulling Sylvia along by the wrist. Where is Rayon? Her confident smile showed she hadn't even entertained the possibility of Rayon losing. My lord, Rayon won, didn't he? Sylvia's steady gaze also revealed her unwavering faith in her son. Glenn bit his lip as he looked at Sylvia, whose hands were clasped tightly in front of her. Meeting her affectionate gaze focused only on her song caused his heart to feel as though it was being ripped apart. You too. Suppressing the tremble in his fingertips, Glenn opened his mouth. Come to the audience chamber. Huh, why all of a sudden? What do you mean the audience chamber? Where is Rayon? Without answering, Glenn stepped into the hall, ignoring their growing confusion and concerned glances. As he headed toward the audience chamber, he noticed Karun standing there like a statue. Karun, I apologize. Karun placed a hand on his chest and knelt before Glenn. I disobeyed your orders. I will accept any punishment. He bowed his head without offering excuses. He stopped the second apostle from attacking the annex. Eris, following behind, waved her hand dismissively. Having seen the recording from the blue dragon-helmed figure, she confirmed the events with a nod. Karun, you come in as well. Glenn gestured for Karun to rise and personally open the door to the audience chamber. Though he had intended to praise Karun, now was not the time for such gestures. Rayon, with heavy steps, Glenn moved forward, haunted by the thought of his grandson who had disappeared without so much as a proper embrace. Late at night, all the leaders of Zeeghart gathered in the audience chamber. The only ones missing were Rayon and the division leaders still searching the river labeled Heavenly Sword Division, Light Wind Division, and Iron Division. Since the pig is here, can we finally get an explanation? Eris scowled, glaring at Balder, who had been summoned the moment he returned from reconnaissance. What's going on? Why drag everyone here without telling us what happened? Her sharp gaze never left Glenn, sensing the heavy atmosphere surrounding him. Sylvia, too, trembled slightly, unable to shake off the ominous feeling that clung to her. Rayon lost? That's impossible, Balder shouted, shaking his head. Rayon won. Glenn slowly closed and reopened his eyes before speaking. I knew it. Eris cheered, clapping her hands. Finally, I'll get to hear him call me aunt. So where is he now? Is the saint treating his injuries? She nodded as if convinced Rayon was merely receiving treatment and would soon return. Glenn didn't look at Eris. His gaze was fixed on Sylvia, who was still trembling with anxiety. He clenched his teeth. I will explain. Roan, who had remained silent since returning to the family, stepped forward. As the Lord said, Sir Rayon won his life and death duel against King Roman, who personally acknowledged his defeat. However, Roan began to explain everything that had happened after the duel. Missing, if he was hit directly by the aura detonation after being stabbed, damn it. Though they had expected a response from the 5 demons, no one had imagined Rayon would go missing, leaving the gathered leaders stunned. Sylvia collapsed to the floor, her legs giving out as her face turned ghostly pale. Boom! Unable to contain her fury, Eris smashed her fist into one of the pillars, reducing it to a cloud of white dust. Those cowardly bastards. Her aura surged violently, as though she was ready to march on the North-South Union immediately. How dare they treat Zeeghart with such contempt? Karun bit his lip hard enough to draw blood, more enraged by the insult to Zeeghart than Rayon's disappearance. Let's go. Balder stomped forward, radiating murderous intent. I won't sleep until we wipe out every last one of those thieves, the North-South Union. Filthy rats. They stooped to such disgusting tactics. The other leaders, including Serena, the head of the public sword division, ground their teeth as a wave of anger filled the chamber, freezing the cold night air. "Father, what are you doing?" Eris asked, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. "You called this meeting so we could kill them, didn't you?" Her hand rested on the hilt of her sword, ready to move at a moment's notice. "No," Denier stepped forward, shaking his head. "Sieghart also suffered greatly in this attack. We need to regroup and plan carefully. If we move recklessly, we risk even greater losses." "When will that be?" Eris snapped, glaring at him. "The North-South Union, Eden, and the White Blood cult are all in chaos. If we don't strike now, when will we?" She pointed out that this was their best chance and stepped forward again. "Besides, part of this mess is your fault. Why did so many elders die? I apologize." Denier sighed and lowered his head. He admitted his mistake, but emphasized that they still needed to think carefully before acting. His point isn't without merit. If the 5 demons interfere again, it'll get worse. This is complicated. Some of the leaders nodded reluctantly, stroking their chins in thought. "It is a difficult matter," Glenn acknowledged, resting a hand on the armrest of his golden throne. "Father," Eris growled, ready to grab Glenn by the collar. But Glenn wasn't finished. "Before the life and death duel, I might have said the same. My lord, but this time even I cannot hold back." Glenn stood, and the golden throne crumbled to dust beneath him. Rumble. The weight of his fury was so overwhelming that no one could speak. "I cannot let that child go." "Ah." Sylvia raised her head, tears falling onto the red carpet beneath her. "Chad, declare war on the North-South Union." It was clear Glenn had made up his mind as he clenched his fist, veins bulging. "Sieghart will destroy them." He ordered Chad to ensure no other factions would interfere. "Yes, my lord." Chad saluted, striking his chest before leaving the chamber. "May I join?" Karun asked, raising his hand. "I don't care how severe the punishment is, I want to deal with those bastards myself." Even if it meant never leaving Sieghart again, he was ready. "Me too." Sylvia stood unsteadily, her eyes no longer filled with tears but with burning hatred. "Take me with you." Glenn averted his gaze, unable to meet the fury and despair in his youngest daughter's eyes. He knew he had no right to stop her. So be it. The next day, L Leader, a middle-aged man wearing black glasses, burst into the dimly lit Crimson Hall, panting heavily. In his haste, he tripped and fell but crawled forward on his knees until he reached the podium. "L Leader, we have a serious problem." "Chief Beeksang, mind your decorum, we have guests." Dranos, the leader of the North-South Union, calmly waved his hand while holding up a long pipe from where he sat atop the crimson platform. Chief Beeksang followed Dranos' hand gesture, his eyes landing on the young man in a mask, the Fallen One. His breath caught in his throat. My apologies. It's just the situation is urgent." "What is it?" Dranos tilted his head slightly, inviting the man to continue. "Sieghart has declared war. They're planning to invade tomorrow." Beeksang's lips quivered as he urged them to prepare for battle immediately. "You're late." Dranos chuckled, releasing a puff of smoke from his pipe. "He already told me." Dranos gestured toward the Fallen One with a sly smile. "The declaration came faster than I thought. It seems Glenn Sieghart truly cherished Rayon Sieghart, just as the Blue Dragon had suggested." Dranos recalled the furious glint in Glenn's eyes, clenching the pipe between his teeth. "They're currently allied with the Heavenly Demon. There's no guarantee they'll listen to me, but beyond that." The Fallen One narrowed his eyes as he looked at Dranos. "We won't be able to assist you this time." "What do you mean?" Dranos leaned forward, a deep crease forming between his brows. "Sieghart has refused assistance from other factions and declared war solely under their own name, in honor of Rayon's death." The Fallen One raised his unscathed hand. "For us to interfere now would tarnish the reputation of the 5 demons. Even so, there's a greater problem at hand." The Fallen One conjured an image of the continent glowing in blue light atop his fingertip. "If the 5 demons move, both the Owen Kingdom and Balkan will declare war as well. Chamber and Lekros have already made this clear on behalf of the 6 kings." He pointed toward a forested region with a twisted grin. "Rayon Sieghart also had ties with the elves. There's a chance Cephia could get involved too. Moreover, both the Holy Sword Alliance and the Black Tower have decided to stay out of this, which puts us at a serious disadvantage both strategically and politically." He erased the glowing map of the continent with a wave of his hand. "It would be better if the North-South Union fought this war alone." "That may be, but even if Glenn is injured, it's impossible to stop Sieghart with the North-South Union alone." Dranos threw his pipe aside in frustration. "Victory will be difficult, true. However." The Fallen One's transparent eyes gleamed. "We still have one player who can act unseen, don't we? We've lost contact with him." "Don't worry, I've read the signs in the heavens. A great star will fall soon." The Fallen One smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on the stars visible through the ceiling. "And under the name of Dranos, Glenn Sieghart's shining star will fade. Under my name." Hearing the Fallen One's soft voice, Dranos' eyes gleamed with raw ambition. Upper Label River. Dozens of battleships advanced across the river, their artillery positioned at the front. At the helm of the North-South Union's first flagship, the Blue Wolf, Dranos emerged, standing at the prow. On the opposite shore, 10 warships and a pirate vessel appeared, with Glenn Sieghart standing atop the pirate ship's deck, his hand resting on the heavenly drive. Must it come to this? Dranos shook his head in feigned regret. There are ways to resolve this peacefully. You're the ones who crossed the line. Glenn drew the heavenly drive, exhaling a heated breath. I'll erase the North-South Union from existence. You made a bad enemy and you greatly underestimated. Dranos scowled and extended his hand. The water surged upward, forming the ancient sea spirit spear in his grasp. F-Woom. Glenn swung the heavenly drive. A single, serene slash cut through the sky and the river, aiming to cleave through every ship of the North-South Union with one overwhelming strike. SSSSHH. Dranos caught the end of the spear shaft and thrust the sea spirit spear upward. The energy imbued in the spear stirred a massive tidal wave, as if ink were spreading across water. BOO. The two forces collided, lifting the river and the ground beneath it, sending shockwaves in every direction as nature seemed to rage. Kill the hypocrites of Sieghart. Fire cannons and loose arrows. Don't let them get close. This river and these mountains belong to the North-South Union. The soldiers of the North-South Union unleashed cannon fire, arrows, and harpoons at the Sieghart swordsmen. Kill these rootless thieves. Don't retreat. Avenge the leader of the Light Wind Division. The Sieghart swordsmen ignored the projectiles flying toward them, determined to close the distance and engage in close combat where they excelled. As they leaped from the decks and surged toward the North-South Union's ships, a golden flash sliced through the water. F-whoosh. A blonde swordswoman, moving faster than the wind, landed on the far left battleship. Slash. Her sea blue aura surged from her blade like a crashing wave, severing the throats of a dozen enemies in an instant. Out of my way, I'll handle this. The ship's captain, Rukin, charged toward her with an axe in hand, crimson energy swirling around it like molten lava. Thud. Without flinching, the swordswoman dove into the fiery aura, slashing her blade. The condensed force within her sword erupted into a massive explosion. BOOM. The battleship's deck collapsed entirely, and the soldiers aboard coughed up blood as they fell. Rumble. Even the ship itself split in two, beginning to sink. Where is he? Sylvia Sieghart, the blonde swordswoman, exhaled a cold breath as she scanned the battlefield. Beorn. Her bloodshot eyes blazed with vengeance, burning with an intense desire for retribution. Thud. Sylvia pushed off the deck of the sinking ship and leapt into the river. Without even catching her breath, she stepped onto the water, sprinting toward the next battleship. BOOM. Once again, her body was engulfed in a golden light, radiant cloud steps from the radiant light style that Rayon had passed down to her. Block her. Don't let that monster come any closer. Fire. From the North-South Union's battleships, red lights flickered as magic cannons and arrows shot towards Sylvia. Wee-ish. Instead of blocking the incoming attacks, Sylvia accelerated even further. Her movement became pure light, as if she were a streaking flash. Boom, splash. The magic cannon blasts crashed into the water behind her, sending waves skyward. Whoosh. Using the rising water as a stepping stone, Sylvia launched herself onto the deck of the second battleship. Kill her, stop her, and push her back. The moment she landed, enemy soldiers lunged with swords and spears, sending dozens of aura-laden strikes her way and obscuring her sight. Slash. Sylvia activated the radiant light style's flashing spear technique. Sea blue radiance emanated from her sword, sweeping across the soldiers' chests. Ag. What is this? A monster. Before they could comprehend what had happened, their lives and the weapons in their hands were cut short. You damn woman, the ship's captain roared, charging toward her with a fierce wave of energy emanating from his bent knees. Thud. Sylvia didn't block the attack. She twisted her body to the right, dodging the spear's thrust, and poured radiant energy into the sword she had angled downward. Bam! The blue light from her sword shattered the captain's spear and slashed across his chest. Splurt. The captain clutched the gaping wound on his chest, staggering backward in agony. His complexion turned pale from the excruciating pain. Where is Beorn? Sylvia raised her blood-stained sword, pointing it toward the captain. Beorn. The captain smirked through his twisted lips and lifted his chin. Ask him yourself in hell. Despite his pain, the captain hurled his broken spear, now wrapped in green energy, toward her with terrifying speed. Then die. Sylvia thrust her sword forward, pouring radiant energy into it. The sea blue energy erupted, shattering the spear and forming a brilliant burst. BOOM. The immense force tore the captain's upper body apart, sending his soldiers tumbling into the river, coughing up blood. Ha. Sylvia lowered her sword, exhaling heavily. Her trembling hands betrayed how foreign this kind of slaughter still felt, even after losing her powers. But she couldn't stop now. She had to find Beorn, even if it meant killing every last enemy on these ships. GRRR. Grinding her teeth, she scanned the battlefield. The entire Label River was engulfed in bloody combat. While Sieghart's martial power gave them the upper hand, the river's terrain favored the North-South Union, making the battle evenly matched. I need to keep moving. Finding Beorn was important, but reducing Sieghart's casualties meant sinking as many ships as possible. Boom, Sylvia stomped heavily. The deck and keel of the ship shattered beneath her, sending it sinking into the river. Kicking off from the prow, she dashed toward her next target. Thud. When she landed on the third battleship, the lifeless bodies of Sieghart's swordsmen greeted her, their corpses crushed beyond recognition. Even one of Sieghart's unit commanders lay among the dead, the unblemished deck showing that he hadn't even been able to put up a fight. Another moth flying into the flame. A middle-aged man wearing a pristine white priest's robe slowly opened his eyes. Yellow Sand Chief. Sylvia bit her lip. Only one person wore priestly robes despite being a brigand, the Yellow Sand Chief. Though known for his eccentric clothing, his true reputation stemmed from his mastery as a Grandmaster-level martial artist. With that appearance, you could be mistaken for a witch. The Yellow Sand Chief clicked his tongue, eyeing Sylvia's disheveled golden hair and bloodshot eyes. "Come, witch with red eyes." He gestured provocatively with his fingers. Thud. Sylvia surged toward him, using the full force of the radiant light style. "You're fast, but I can see right through you." The Yellow Sand Chief reached out lazily, and the mere ripple of energy from his fist pushed Sylvia back. Using the momentum from her retreat, Sylvia lunged again, gathering blue energy at the tip of her blade and unleashing a condensed burst. HMPH. The Yellow Sand Chief snorted, throwing a punch as large as a boulder. A white energy burst from his hand, clashing with Sylvia's attack. Boom, the impact hurled Sylvia backward, slamming her into the ship's railing. GRR. Despite the pain radiating from her back and wrists, Sylvia steadied her stance immediately. "You have spirit, but without intent imbued into your energy, it's just a crude form of power." The Yellow Sand Chief shook his head as if disappointed. "You can't defeat me. I don't need to defeat you, I just need to kill you." Sylvia's bloodshot eyes burned with murderous intent as she became a golden streak of light, slashing through the air. Clang. The blue blade moved with terrifying speed, but the Yellow Sand Chief blocked it effortlessly, his gaze narrowing. "Didn't I tell you it's useless? So what?" Sylvia's speed increased even further, becoming too fast for even the Yellow Sand Chief's eyes to track. Splurt. Blood sprayed from her shoulder, knees, and wrist. Her body was being pushed beyond its limits. Thud. Despite the wounds, Sylvia's relentless assault forced the Yellow Sand Chief backward. Clang, clang. Ignoring the strain on her body, she continued her unyielding barrage. HMPH. The Yellow Sand Chief groaned as he struggled to block her attacks, his shoulders, waist, and thighs now slashed and bleeding. "A sword that kills even its wielder, what kind of suffering have you endured?" "Do you know the word danjang?" Sylvia asked, her lips trembling as she gripped her sword. "Danjang, it's the pain a parent feels from losing a child. The agony so intense it feels like your intestines are being ripped apart." Her voice cracked as she glared at him. She roared, driving her sword into his chest. The Yellow Sand Chief narrowed his eyes, looking at the blood pouring from his wound. "You're Rayon Sieghart's mother." His expression shifted as understanding dawned. "I didn't like the ambush after the duel either. Honestly, I wanted no part in this war. But when you're a thief, you don't get to choose." He clenched his fists and lowered into a stance. "I'll make your end quick." He threw a punch, his extended fist releasing a brilliant burst of energy like a wave crashing forward. Slash. Sylvia gathered the last of her energy, unleashing the Radiant Light Style's ultimate move, White Spirit Slash. Boom. The two forces clashed again, but this time Sylvia was the one thrown back, crashing onto the deck. She coughed up blood but forced herself to her feet. "Impressive." The Yellow Sand Chief nodded in admiration, despite the gaping hole in his abdomen. "Now I see why they call Rayon Sieghart the greatest genius on the continent." He smiled faintly. "The child of a lion can only be a lion." With those words, he collapsed. Sylvia knelt, her hands trembling. Though she had won, the internal damage was severe, leaving her dizzy. As much as she wanted to rest, she couldn't afford to stop. Whoosh! She forced herself to her feet, setting her sights on the next ship. "I won't stop." Not until she found Beorn. Rayon gathered the heat of 10,000 flames in his right hand and the cold energy of Glacier in his left, closing his eyes in deep concentration. "If I leave it like this, they'll just keep clashing." No matter what he tried, whether burying them underground, forcing them into a sword, or dividing them across the entire mental world, the two energies continued to oppose each other fiercely. Fire and frost represented extreme polarities. Left unchecked, they were destined to battle endlessly. But I can't just expand the mental world right now. The key is figuring out how to harmonize the heat and cold. Simply gathering them together wouldn't enhance 10,000 flames or Glacier. They needed to take a definitive form. A form, yes, the answer was in the image. Both Glenn, Rector Rimmer, and even Wrath had emphasized the importance of visualizing a mental image. "If I think about images for fire and frost," a faint smile crossed Rayon's face as he looked up at the white sky above. "There's a perfect image for that. The sun and the moon, like those that appeared during the moment of perfect harmony, Genesis convergence. These celestial bodies, though typically unable to coexist, held a mystical symbolism. Their forms would serve as the ideal guide for refining his two arts. Rayon slowly closed his eyes, summoning the energies of 10,000 flames and glacier. He shaped the sun from fire, giving it a fierce and heavy radiance, while the moon of frost glowed with an eerie stillness amidst its tranquility. Woo-woom. As he conjured his personal sun and moon, the fire and frost swirling throughout his mental world rose and settled into the sky, taking their places. In the west, the golden sun burned brilliantly, radiating fierce heat. In the east, the silver moon shone coldly, its icy aura sharp enough to freeze anything it touched. Boo. The sun and moon illuminated the mental world with a grand aura, their energies flooding everything beneath them. But that wasn't the only change. The swords embedded in the white earth suddenly began to shimmer with light, sprouting thicker blades and sharper edges. Rayon exhaled softly as he observed the transformation. Even my swordsmanship has grown. The swords, now free from the oppressive aura binding them, revealed their true nature, bringing new insights with them. He had always believed that swordsmanship and aura were inseparable, but now he realized that wasn't always the case. I've learned something new again. Rayon took a slow, deep breath and looked upward. In the center of the sky, the 8 rings of fire swirled, with the sun and moon orbiting between them. Their mystical and majestic presence stirred awe within him. Just as Rayon nodded in satisfaction, cracks began spreading across the mental world like black lightning. It looks like it's time to go. Now that 10,000 flames and glacier had reached new heights, the world was gently urging him to leave. Woo-wum. He felt as if he were slowly falling feather light. When he opened his eyes, the mental world faded away, replaced by the sight of a low, transparent ceiling. Underwater, he could feel water flowing around him, though it didn't hinder his breathing in the slightest. So this is where I ended up, just as he was processing the situation. A message materialized in front of him. You have achieved a great feat. All attributes have increased by 30 points. The rank of your trait 10,000 Flames has increased. The rank of your trait Glacier has increased. Affinity with the fire attribute has increased. Affinity with the water attribute has increased. The rewards from his duel with Roman and the realizations from the mental world had manifested at once. His body felt lighter, as if he could float on air. Despite being underwater, he moved as effortlessly as if he were standing on solid ground. But the most noticeable change lay within his body. The heat of 10,000 flames and the cold of Glacier swirled within his dantian, filling him with an overwhelming sense of power. What? Wrath's voice echoed above him, filled with disbelief. Why did that message just appear? The little blue cloud of fluff clutched his head in frustration as he stared at the notifications. 30 points in every attribute. That's ridiculous. Wrath leaned in, trying to grab Rayon by the collar in frustration. What's so ridiculous about it? Rayon smirked. This is the reward I deserve. How long have you been awake? Just now. Rayon chuckled as he watched Wrath's wide-eyed expression. What about you? When did you wake up? When you almost died? Wrath scowled, remembering how Rayon had nearly been pierced through the heart. The heart. Rayon glanced down at his chest, noticing the thin punctures in both his black dragon robe and uniform. So you saved me, of course. Wrath puffed out his chest proudly. And because of that, you owe me 10 boxes of mint chocolate. Wrath wiggled his fingers, making it clear he wouldn't let the matter slide. Wait a minute, you broke causality, but you're not coughing. A cough. Wrath faked a dry cough, clutching his chest dramatically. So even the mighty demon lord can't resist ice cream, huh? Rayon laughed as Wrath's eyes darted nervously. How do you know that? I found out while you were asleep. Just as Rayon was about to share the story, the seaweed-covered door swung open and a familiar figure waddled inside like a baby pufferfish. Rayon, the little fish person with bright, round eyes, swam toward him. Garam. Rayon smiled, patting Garam's head affectionately. Of course. We're friends, Garam beamed, shaking his head as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Wait, did you tell that dark fish in advance to save you? Yeah, I asked him to help if things got dangerous. And it's Garam, not Darky. Rayon gestured toward Garam with a fond smile. This little guy has improved a lot, hasn't he? Before the duel with Roman, Rayon had visited the Gazelle River to check in on Garam. Although Garam's martial skills were still lacking, his mastery of sorcery had grown to an unbelievable level. Rayon had asked Garam not to fight, but to rescue anyone in danger. Wrath blushed, embarrassed, and lowered his head. Rayon smiled warmly and lightly tapped Wrath's fluffy head. What, you helped too, didn't you? Given the absence of injuries, it was clear Wrath had intervened as well. Seeing that familiar puffball again filled Rayon with unexpected joy. How are you feeling? I'm so strong I could eat 10 boxes of mint chocolate and not get a stomachache. That's good to hear. Though Rayon wasn't sure how reliable that statement was, Wrath's cheerful demeanor put him at ease. Garam, what's the situation now? Rayon rose to his feet, gesturing for Garam to speak. He could guess the general situation, but he needed the details. Everyone thinks you're dead, Garam said, nodding. Sieghart declared war because of it, and they're fighting right now, as I thought. Rayon sighed, his expression darkening slightly. Humans are still fighting. Even the river creatures are too scared to go near the battlefield. Garam shivered, looking distressed. Don't worry. Rayan grasped Garam's shoulder gently. The war will end soon. He strapped the heavenly drive to his waist, knowing he needed to act quickly before it was too late. Just as he was about to leave, Garam grabbed his wrist. I saved someone else too. Someone else who? It was a human woman wearing a masked one who helped you. At Garam's words, Rayan immediately knew who it was. T, the crazy woman. Yeah, it's Merlin. Rayan nodded heavily, meeting Garam's gaze. She's here. No, Garam shook his head, his eyes dimming. I hid her by the river, but skeleton monsters started appearing and I couldn't get back to her. Garam's voice trembled. If I don't act fast, the spell keeping her hidden will break. Skeleton monsters, Rayan exhaled sharply. Could it be? Had the soul-eating specter been resurrected? Merlin was supposed to have sealed it permanently, yet the appearance of these undead could only mean that it had returned. Did you see anyone wearing a skull mask among them? Yes, he's the one searching the entire river. Garam nodded quickly. Rayan clenched his fists, realizing what had happened. Merlin had likely been discovered while trying to provide him with critical information, and now the soul-eating specter had retaliated. Ha! Rayan let out a heavy breath. This means... You have a decision to make, Wrath interjected, his eyes narrowing. Will you head to the battlefield or save that crazy woman? Rayan looked from Wrath to Garam, his fist tightening. I will. I'm not going to let either of them go. Rayan murmured calmly, clenching his fist tightly. I need to be at the North-South Union headquarters before this war ends. Normally, he wouldn't be concerned about the outcome of the war. With Sieghart, one of the 6 kings, fighting the North-South Union, which sits lower on the 5 demons hierarchy, the result was obvious. However, this time, Darius Robert and the Fallen One were pulling strings behind the scenes. These two were schemers of the highest order, and Rayan was certain they had plans to strike from the shadows. Their target it had to be Glenn Sieghart. The greatest obstacle standing in their way was the head of Sieghart himself, Glenn, also known as the Thunder God. Rayan knew they would try to seize this opportunity to kill him, and whatever it took, he had to stop them. And Rayan's lips tightened as he lowered his gaze. I can't let Merlin die either. Knowing as she was, Merlin had helped him countless times, from providing crucial information on Eden and the 5 demons, to saving his life on multiple occasions. Now it was his turn to save her. Yup, Garam nodded with an air of certainty, as if doing both was a given. You're really planning to do both? Yeah, with the way I am now, I can handle it. Rayan opened his eyes slowly, exuding calm confidence. I've healed from my wounds, and I've organized everything I gained from my battles. He now felt like there was no one he couldn't defeat and nothing he couldn't achieve. Wow, what kind of growth is this? You're still not even worthy to lick my claws. Wrath scowled in irritation, narrowing his left eye. You never compared yourself to me in the first place. Being compared to your claws is pretty impressive growth, though. Rayan smiled, giving a playful wave. This isn't a compliment. I was talking about claw dirt, not my claws. Wrath growled, shaking his head furiously. Right. Seeing Wrath's flustered expression only made Rayan more certain his growth had been extraordinary, even impressive enough to shock the demon lord. Your attitude's gotten even more insolent. Wasn't I always like this? No, it's worse, much worse. Wrath tugged on his own ears, baring his teeth. How can you be more infuriating every time I look at you? You handsome bastard. Handsome. I meant annoying bastard. Flustered, Wrath had accidentally said handsome, a word he had overheard Run-On and Insia use often. Whether it was intentional or his memory slipping, Rayan couldn't tell. But still 10 boxes of mint chocolate might make me acknowledge you. Enough chatter. Rayan brushed Wrath aside and turned to Garam. Garam, this is the Gazelle River, right? Yeah, and we're at its deepest point. Garam nodded confidently. Nobody will find us here. How far is it from here to where you hid the masked woman? And how far to the battlefield? We're here. Garam manipulated the water, drawing a map of the Gazelle River connecting to the Label River. The masked woman is here and the battlefield is over here. That's quite a detour. Wrath furrowed his brows, studying the map. Indeed, they would need to take a roundabout route through the canyon to reach Merlin. But that dark little fish's magic can take us straight there, right? That magic only works for returning to his nest, and his name is Garam. Garam's transportation magic only allowed them to return to this sanctuary. Leaving, however, would require traveling the hard way. There are a lot of skeletons around where I hid the masked woman, and there's a really strong human there too. Garam shivered. I tried getting close a few times, but it won't move from that spot. It must be the soul-eating specter. Rayan nodded grimly. Until it found Merlin, it wasn't going to leave the area. Don't worry, Garam. He gave Garam's shoulder a reassuring pat, smiling gently. I'll take care of that bag of bones. The soul-eating specter, with its undead army and relentless revival, was an incredibly troublesome opponent. It was better to eliminate it for good while he had the chance. Now wait. Just as Rayan was about to depart, a strange sense of emptiness spread through his waist. He reached down to where his dagger should have been, but it was gone. Garam, have you seen a red dagger anywhere? A dagger. Garam tilted his head in confusion. It probably sank to the bottom of the river when you almost died. Wrath shrugged. Things were moving too fast for anyone to notice. Makes sense. As much as Rayon regretted it, there was no time to retrieve the Soul Requiem sword now. He'd have to come back for it after the war. Strapping the heavenly drive to his waist, Rayon exited the Blue Wave tribe's dwelling. Ascending to the water's surface, he gave Garam a nod. Lead the way. Let's find the masked woman first. Okay, Garam nodded eagerly and took the lead. Splash, Rayon followed, leaping gracefully off the surface of the water. He moved so swiftly it felt as if gravity itself had released its hold on him. In no time he caught up to Garam, who had been using sorcery to travel ahead. Garam blinked in disbelief, his lips quivering. I am going as fast as I can. It's fine, just keep going at this pace. Rayon smiled lightly, matching Garam's speed with ease. At this speed. Wrath floated alongside him, squinting mischievously. We could probably stop for some mint chocolate on the way, right? Rayon let out a long sigh, suddenly reminded of how thoroughly Wrath had returned to his usual self. Mint chocolate is banned for a year. What? It was a joke. 2 years now. Jaya. Meanwhile, Sylvia sat down heavily on the shattered deck of another destroyed battleship. It's getting hard to even stand. She was reaching her physical and mental limits. Though her spirit remained unbroken, her body could no longer keep up. I've pushed too hard. She had charged forward recklessly in pursuit of vengeance for Rayon, knowing full well she'd do it all over again given the chance. The North-South Union leader, his deputy, and Beorn. These three were the main culprits behind Rayon's death. While she might not get the chance to kill the Union's leader, she had to personally end the lives of his deputy and Beorn. Nothing less would suffice. Where are they? As Sylvia scanned the battlefield, a massive black ship emerged between the North-South Union's warships. It was as large as the Blue Wolf, the Union leader's flagship. That ship, her eyes widened as she extended her aura, expanding her vision. Standing on the deck of the black ship was an elderly man with gray hair, powerful muscles, and a long spear. It was Helgrim, the North-South Union's deputy leader, just as she had been told. There you are. Sylvia stood, her heart burning with rage. The dwindling embers of her strength ignited, mana surging explosively from her artificial dantian. He's injured. Helgrim was still bandaged from his battle with Rector. This was her chance. Boom! Sylvia leapt from the wreckage and plunged into the river, heading straight for Helgrim's ship. Ignoring all the other ships and the hail of arrows and cannon fire, she focused solely on reaching her target. Even as her flesh tore and her bones cracked, she pushed forward relentlessly. Finally, she landed on Helgrim's deck. You must be Sylvia Sieghart. Helgrim smirked, his eyes narrowing at the sight of her blood-soaked blonde hair. You've come to join your son in death, Helgrim, Sylvia screamed, charging at him with all her remaining strength. Just as she reached him, a dark-haired swordsman stepped in front of her. Clang, a wall of oppressive aura knocked her back violently. Sylvia coughed up blood, crashing onto the deck. Your son knew his place, but it seems you don't. Helgrim clicked his tongue. He was nothing like me. Sylvia gritted her teeth, forcing herself to her feet. He was so much better. Grasping her sword with both hands, she poured the last of her aura into it. Boom, but even her strongest strike was effortlessly blocked by the dark-haired swordsman. Can't you see me? He sneered coldly. Move, no one has dared ignore me since I received the title of White Cloud. He narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Beacon. Sylvia repeated the name under her breath, her lips trembling slightly. Beacon, I didn't sense him. He was a grandmaster, one of the most renowned within the North-South Union. She never expected someone of his caliber to be here, guarding Helgrim instead of fighting on the central battlefield. The real problem wasn't just Beacon. Helgrim had multiple master-level warriors standing by his side as well. Sylvia exhaled shakily, stumbling back. I made a mistake. Even at her full strength, she couldn't win against opponents of this level. But blinded by rage and her thirst for vengeance, she had rushed in without a second thought. Her fury, which had fueled her power, was beginning to drain away quickly. Already at your limit, Helgrim gave a cold, mocking smile as he shifted his gaze toward her. When you die, you'll join your son. At least you won't be lonely. He gestured slightly toward Beacon, signaling him to finish her off. Ag! With a furious scream, Sylvia clenched her teeth so hard they could shatter. She charged toward Helgrim with every ounce of strength she had left. This is the end. Just as Beacon swung his sword toward her neck, a colorless sword strike flashed across the deck. Boom! A powerful explosion shook the air, hurling Beacon backward until he crashed into the ship's railing. Who dares? Beacon's jaw tightened as he raised his gaze. Standing on the deck with an air of effortless calm was Karun Sieghart. Trash without honor all gathered here, I see. Karun's crimson eyes glinted coldly as they locked onto Beacon. Brother. Sylvia whispered, her voice unsteady. Idiot. Step back. Karun shot her a glance filled with disdain as he positioned himself in front of Beacon. Why, you're Karun. Keep my name out of your filthy mouth. Before Beacon could finish speaking, Karun's blade flickered. Blood burst from Beacon's chest like a geyser. Do not sully my name with your trash-filled mouth. Karun lowered his sword as gracefully as if he were simply placing a teacup on a table. Grrgh. Beacon clutched his chest, staggering backward as he tried to staunch the flow of blood. You're like moths to a flame rushing to your deaths the moment you see light. Helgrim stepped forward, a twisted grin spreading across his face, and just as ugly on the inside as you are on the outside. Karun's gaze sharpened as if staring at a pile of garbage. All of Sieghart's brats are sharp-tongued, aren't they? Helgrim sneered, raising his spear. Swoosh. Before he could attack, a figure sliced through the air, landing on the deck with a thunderous crack. It was Eris Sieghart, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. Hey, she glared down at Helgrim, her lips curling. You're the bastard responsible, aren't you? Her presence exuded a suffocating killing intent so strong it seemed to push the river back. Eris Sieghart. Helgrim furrowed his brow, clearly unsettled by her sudden appearance. Where's that scum Beorn? Is it you? Eris fixed her fierce gaze on Beacon. It's not me. Beacon stuttered, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura she emitted. Bring that bastard here, along with yourself. I'll chew you both to pieces, bones and all. Beorn isn't here. Helgrim shook his head slowly. After assassinating Rayan Sieghart, he never returned to the North-South Union. He repeated that Beorn had disappeared and no one knew his whereabouts. Oh, so you're hiding him. Eris smirked coldly, shaking her head. Well, that won't matter. We came here to wipe out the North-South Union anyway. We'll find him eventually and kill every last one of you. She turned to Sylvia and Karun, motioning with her hand. Sylvia, you still good. Revenge is best served personally. Yes, I can do this. Sylvia bit her bloodied lips and stepped forward to stand alongside Eris and Karun. Let's show them just how nasty the Sieghart siblings can be. Eris roared as she leaped forward, her sword cleaving through the air toward Helgrim. Sylvia followed closely behind, her eyes burning with hatred. I'm not getting involved. Karun frowned, turning toward Beacon as he thrust his sword with precise lethality. The western canyon of the Label River. The canyon, which should have been filled only with crashing waves, was now overrun with undead creatures made of gleaming white bones. The undead swarmed like rivers of bones, spreading throughout the canyon as if searching for something. Damn it, the soul-eating specter ground its teeth, slamming its fist down in frustration. Merlin, where the hell was she? Despite searching every corner of the river after Merlin vanished, the specter had found no trace of her. The skies were filled with gargoyles and wraiths, skeletons roamed the land, and shark-like monsters patrolled the waterseat. Not even a strand of Merlin's hair had been found. All it had discovered was half of the old crone's shattered mask. I should have captured Rayan Sieghart. Merlin was likely hiding somewhere, quietly recovering from her wounds. If only he had kept Rayan alive, he could have used him to lure her out. The thought of Rayan's death left a bitter taste in his mouth. Damn it all. Just as the specter seethed in frustration, a signal came from one of the shark moles lurking in the river. If this is another false alarm, I'll tear its head off. Connecting his sight with the shark moles, the specter peered through the murky water. Whoosh. There, a small, glowing blue droplet floated serenely in the water. What's this? Wait a second. At first he thought it was meaningless, but then he remembered this was the same glow that appeared when Merlin disappeared. It was identical. Found you, she's there. He grinned maliciously. He didn't know how she had hidden herself there, but he was certain Merlin was nearby. At last, I've got you. The specter summoned his bone dragon and prepared to dive into the water when a soft splash echoed through the canyon. Swoosh. The quiet sound drew his attention, and he turned his gaze toward the source. At the edge of the canyon, a blond swordsman with crimson eyes was walking across the water. Each step he took left no ripple, as if he didn't truly exist in this world. Rayan Sieghart. The specter's eyes widened. The boy who was rumored to be dead was now calmly approaching Merlin's hiding place. Biwahaha. The specter burst into hysterical laughter, clutching his head. Perfect. Now I can devour both of you. He raised his hand, summoning the undead hordes from the skies, land, and river. Rumble. As if that wasn't enough, he summoned a second bone dragon from a pocket dimension. Roar. The dark mana-infused dragon spread its massive wings, soaring into the sky alongside the first, spreading false rumors about your death. You're still as clever as ever. The specter sneered as he floated high above the battlefield with his two dragons. Did you hide Merlin yourself? Rayan didn't answer, his gaze fixed on the river below. Fine, I wasn't going to let you live anyway. I'll turn both of you into my puppets and make you torture each other for eternity. With a flick of his finger, the undead army surged toward Rayan. Rumble. The bone dragons roared, unleashing dark mana-infused breaths. Step. Rayan remained unfazed as he walked forward, drawing the heavenly drive from his waist. Shitting. With a single slash, his sword ignited with golden flames, carving a glowing line through the air. Every undead creature in its path was obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Slash. Even the dragon's dark breaths were severed by the radiant sword. In the blink of an eye, Rayan's blade sliced past the specter. Thud. The specter's head dropped from his shoulders, his lifeless body falling into the river below. If you want to catch me. Rayan whispered, lowering his spotless blade. Bring a real dragon next time. Rayan raised the heavenly drive, activating the new level of 10,000 flames he had achieved within the realm of his mental world. As a golden sun rose from his dantian, the heavenly drive felt limitless in his grasp, as if his reach could extend forever. A searing flame burst from the blade's tip, obliterating the undead army in an instant and splitting even the bone dragon's breath attack in two. With a wave of unstoppable force, Rayan's sword finally reached its target, soul-eating specter. Midway through casting a high-level dark spell, the specter's body was cut down. Slash, the concept of distance ceased to exist. The specter's head tumbled to the ground, his expression frozen not in pain but in sheer disbelief. SSSHHH. His remains melted into black mist as they sank into the depths of the river. Rayan slowly lowered his sword and cast his gaze skyward. All that remained above him was the clear blue sky. Every trace of the undead army had been wiped from existence. I suspected something was off with your aura. Now I see why. Wrath spoke with an approving nod. You've learned to compress your power and control it more efficiently. The corner of Wrath's mouth twitched in amusement. Impressive. You've finally got the hang of it. Rayan smiled softly as he summoned a miniature sun into his palm, a representation of the power he had unlocked. The insights he had gained in both the life or death duel with Roman and his mental world allowed him to wield 10,000 flames with greater force and precision. It felt as if he was constantly in a state of transcendent harmony, a peak form of existence. It's not just a feeling. Wrath shook his head, speaking gravely. Right now, your aura resembles that state like when you unlocked the Genesis blade. Seriously, yes. Although you haven't used Glacier, your current form is close to the realm you achieved back then. Wrath flicked his fingers, indicating the near-perfect level of mastery Rayan had attained. Rayan exhaled deeply, feeling the scorching heat of 10,000 flames and the freezing chill of Glacier swirl within him. This is beyond what I imagined. He had only intended to use the imagery of transcendent harmony to develop his skills. He hadn't expected such overwhelming results. The realization made his hands tremble with excitement. Whoa. Garam, who had been silently watching, let out a breath of awe. Rayan, are you a god now? His wide eyes blinked in disbelief. No, I'm not. Absolutely not. Wrath howled indignantly. What kind of god would be such an insufferable brat? Impossible. Out of the question. Wrath grumbled, muttering complaints about Rayan's unsuitability for divinity. Fair enough. Rayan chuckled softly, ignoring Wrath's tantrum. I don't want to be a god. All I want is to see Darius Robert fall and ensure the happiness of those I care about. What about becoming a demon king? That's fine, right? Wrath sidled closer, his eyes gleaming mischievously. I've always thought you'd make the perfect demon king, wicked enough to scare even demons out of their wits. I'm not that bad. Have you lost your mind? Wrath twirled his finger beside his temple, feigning disbelief. You tricked the mighty Wrath himself. Don't try to pretend you're some saint. Rayan just grinned, making no attempt to deny it. You're exactly the kind of chaos I'd love to unleash on the demon realm. Wrath waved his hands dramatically. Not interested. Gah, you wretch. Rayan casually brushed Wrath off and turned toward Garam. Garam, can you bring Merlin out now? Okay. With a nod, Garam dove into the river. After a minute, she resurfaced, carrying Merlin over her shoulder. She was draped in a tattered black robe, her body barely clinging to consciousness. I've stopped the worst of her injuries, Garam said, flexing her webbed fingers. Rayan ruffled Garam's hair and carried Merlin to the riverbank. Pulling away her torn robe revealed Merlin's true face, dark violet hair like the twilight sky and skin so pale it seemed almost translucent. She possessed a beauty that seemed otherworldly, the kind of beauty that could topple nations. Not bad, though not as dazzling as me, Wrath remarked as he scrutinized Merlin's face. Why would she hide behind an old crone's mask all this time? I have no idea, but now wasn't the time to ponder her beauty. Rayan retrieved a healing elixir from his storage space and gently administered it to her. He used the Ring of Fire and his 10,000 Flames technique to help circulate the potion's effects throughout her body. This should be enough. Just as he was about to leave the rest to Garam, Merlin's eyelids fluttered open. She exhaled a shuddering breath, her peculiar, soft violet eyes focusing on Rayan. A red cross flickered deep within her gaze, reflecting his image. Rayan, Merlin, are you okay? Rayan, Rayan. Merlin's voice grew more frantic, and before Rayan could react, she began repeating his name over and over like a spell. Rayan, 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 Rayan. Act this lunatic, Wrath screeched, retreating into his bracelet. Merlin, stop. Rayan tried to calm her, but she suddenly grabbed his wrist, her grip unnervingly strong. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Her crimson-crossed eyes shone with a disturbing light, as if possessed by divine madness. The intensity of her gaze constricted Rayan's chest like a vice. Enough. In desperation, Rayan struck a pressure point on the back of Merlin's neck. Love. With a final whispered word, Merlin lost consciousness, slumping into his arms. Ha. Rayon let out a shaky breath, his entire body trembling from the eerie encounter. He wiped cold sweat from his brow. I told you we should have eaten mint chocolate instead of dealing with her. Wrath peeked out from the bracelet, his voice indignant. You might have been right. Rayon shivered slightly, still unnerved by the experience. Garam, can you take care of her? She's scary. Garam bit his lip nervously, clearly unsettled by Merlin's obsessive behavior. Just keep her asleep for now. Use whatever spell you need. With that, Rayon stood up and stretched. So we're heading to the battlefield now? Wrath asked eagerly. Not yet. There's one last thing to do. Rayon gazed toward the dense forest behind them. I need to end this properly. Near the Label River, a tear in space opened and the soul-eating specter emerged, gasping for air. Damn you, Rayon Zeekhart. Furious, the specter slammed his fist into the ground. How did he kill me so easily? Despite preparing meticulously, the specter had been utterly destroyed, even after receiving power from the Fallen One. I can't let this go. Seething with hatred, the specter began heading toward the river, determined to at least kill Merlin in revenge. But as he reached the place where Merlin had been hidden, he froze in disbelief. They're gone. Before he could process what was happening, a cold sensation pierced his back. Turning slowly, the specter saw a blade embedded in his chest, and above him, crimson eyes glowed like a blood-red moon. You how? The specter gasped. I knew you'd come back, Rayon said, twisting the sword. Let's end this for good. Boom, a crimson lightning-coated sword clashed violently against a spear conjuring azure dragons. Each impact between Glenn Zeekhart's Heavenly Drive and Drano's Sea Dragon spear shattered the skies and sent waves surging violently across the Label River. It was as if a cataclysm had descended upon the battlefield. A vortex of pitch-black aura spiraled into the heavens, wrapping the entire river in chaos. ZZZZT. Amidst the storm of aura, Glenn raised the Heavenly Drive high. Red lightning sparked along the blade, leaving trails of light as it branched in every direction, blanketing the river in an eerie crimson glow. Whoom! Across the battlefield, Dranos twisted the shaft of his spear. The spear had split into 3 prongs, summoning 3 fearsome water dragons that roared defiantly against the crimson lightning. Ruar! When the dragons clashed with the streaks of lightning, the resulting explosion rocked the river, scattering shockwaves that obliterated everything in their path. Ships from both the North-South Union and Zeekhart disintegrated, leaving not even fragments behind. The sheer magnitude of their clash felt like the war of gods, not mere mortals. Heir. Drano staggered backward, his breath ragged. Blood dripped from his lips, suggesting internal injuries. You're injured too, but you don't even flinch, damn, you're as tenacious as they say. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Glenn's unyielding form. Your men are just as bad. Drano sneered as he glanced at the Zeekhart swordsmen pushing back the Alliance forces, even in the disadvantageous terrain of the river. I have no interest in conversing with you. Glenn's voice was cold as he raised his sword again, the air around it sparking with red lightning. A crimson orb formed at the tip of the blade, flickering with ominous energy. Thunder spirit, is it? Dranos chuckled, resting his spear on his shoulder. So you intend to kill me, huh? But... He reached inside his robe and pulled out a small black cloth, barely large enough to fit in his palm. I don't plan to die just yet. Dranos tossed the black cloth into the air. Whoom! In an instant, the cloth expanded, stretching across the battlefield like a descending night sky. It covered the entire area before anyone could react, not so fast. Glenn shot the crimson orb from his sword. The orb tore through the fabric of space, shattering everything in its path. Boom. The black cloth ripped into thousands of pieces under the onslaught of lightning. Yet Dranos and the Alliance fleet had vanished. No wreckage remained, no bodies, no ships. Only the Zeekhart forces and the river remained. If you want to kill me, come to the Union's headquarters. I'll be waiting. Dranos' voice echoed from the drifting fragments of the black cloth. Glenn narrowed his eyes and picked up one of the wet scraps. Rikwa's cloth. This was no ordinary artifact. Rikwa's cloth was a legendary artifact capable of teleporting predetermined people and objects in an instant. So Dranos had possessed the artifact all along. That explains why he dared to fight us head-on, Glenn muttered, realizing the truth. Dranos had never intended to fight to the end. Confident in his escape, he'd provoked a direct confrontation. Roan, yes. At Glenn's signal, Roan disappeared into black mist, scouting ahead. Father. Eris descended onto the deck of the pirate ship, frustration evident on her face. Where the hell did they go? Did they run away? Behind her, Karun and Sylvia arrived, their brows furrowed. They used an artifact, Glenn explained calmly. It's called Rikwa's cloth, which likely transported them to their headquarters. There's an artifact like that, Eris exhaled in disbelief. It's a one-time use artifact, Glenn confirmed. They can't keep running. He turned toward the officers assembling before him. Prepare your reports. One by one, the commanders stepped forward to deliver updates. 10 injured, 2 dead in the White Sword Division. Fortunately, none are in critical condition. The Blue Wolf Division sustained injuries. Each division provided their status as the Zeekhart forces took a brief respite. Patriarch, Roan returned and bowed slightly. As expected, Dranos and the Union's fleet have regrouped at their headquarters, and the other factions, no sign of them. Only the North-South Union remains. Roan confirmed that even the 5 demons and neutral factions were absent. Rest for 30 minutes, then we march, Glenn commanded. Yes, sir. The officers saluted and immediately began preparing their subordinates. Damn it. We had them and they ran. Eris growled, slamming her fist into the ship's railing. Woong. A small ship approached from behind the Zeeghart fleet, sounding a cheerful horn as it drew closer. The bright green vessel was clearly friendly. That's. Glenn's gaze softened as Rimmer, Shirl, and Trevin leapt onto the pirate ship's deck. Patriarch, we're here to fight. We can't stay on the sidelines any longer. Please, let us join the battle. The 3 knelt, bowing deeply before Glenn. Rayon. Rimmer and Shirl glanced at each other, hesitating. Finally, Rimmer let out a deep sigh. We couldn't find him. Shirl and Trevin clenched their teeth, struggling to hold back their emotions. Rimmer admitted what none of them wanted to say aloud. They had accepted Rayon's death. Sylvia collapsed to her knees, her trembling hands covering her face as sobs racked her body. Karun turned away, visibly frustrated by the scene. Damn it. Eris muttered, clutching her sword so tightly it shook in its scabbard. So that's how it is. Glenn's voice was distant as he gazed toward the river. Rayon, he had known logically that Rayon was gone. The reports had confirmed Ithai's grandson's body pierced, lost beneath the waves. Yet despite the truth, his heart had refused to accept it. I'm sorry, Rayon. He thought of the young boy, tirelessly swinging his sword with a bright smile. The memory cut deeper than any blade. I was a foolish grandfather, but I will make sure your requiem echoes louder than any other. When Glenn raised his eyes again, they burned with cold, murderous intent. Turning toward the officers, he saw the determination etched on every face. Buran, Martha, Runnon, and the rest of the Light Wind Division clenched their fists, ready to avenge Rayon. Let's go, Glenn said quietly to Rimmer. The preparations are complete, sir. Karun bowed, signaling the end of the respite. Set sail. We move until their headquarters is dust. Yes, sir, the officers roared in unison. Boom, the pirate ship Blue Wind, along with the Zeeghart fleet and Dorian's vessel, surged upriver under Roan's guidance. As they traveled, the river widened, resembling an open sea. Eventually, the towering fortress of the North-South Union loomed into view. That's their headquarters. Roan pointed at the massive structure floating atop the river, larger even than the Zeeghart estate. Atop the fortress, Drano stood, locking eyes with Glenn from afar. Advance. At Glenn's command, the fleet surged forward, cutting through the water like arrows. So they intend to storm us head-on. Drano smiled grimly, raising his hand. The river responded to his gesture, forming an enormous wall of water around the fortress. Ha! Zeeghart's warriors gaped in disbelief at the colossal barrier. It's taller than our fortress walls. And they've fortified it with spells. The shimmering barrier crackled with arcane energy, bristling with cannons, ballistae, and enchanted weapons. Break through if you can. Drano smirked, taunting them with a crooked finger. Annoying bastard. Sylvia, Karun, and Rimmer cursed under their breath. Without a word, Glenn raised his heavenly drive. Slash. The moment the blade descended, the wall of water split apart, revealing the Union's headquarters beyond. What? Even Dranos couldn't hide his shock. Fear not. Glenn pointed his sword toward the fortress, his crimson eyes gleaming with deadly resolve. I will lead the charge. Rayon tilted his head as he gazed at the vast expanse of the Label River. He had arrived at the battlefield, where the Zeegharts and the North-South Union were said to be fighting, guided by Garam. However, all he could see now was the calm, flowing water of the river. Why is there nothing here? Garam, also perplexed, blinked as he scanned the river left and right. They were definitely fighting here, I swear. He waved his hands frantically, insisting on what he had witnessed firsthand. I believe you. They were fighting here. Rayon shook his head, his eyes settling on the pieces of wood floating on the water. Those planks were clearly fragments of ship decks, undeniable proof that an intense battle had taken place in this spot. Let me go ask around. Garam dove into the water, saying he would gather information from the fish living there. Rayon watched as Garam submerged into the river's depths, his expression narrowing thoughtfully. It's clear that the Zeegharts advanced. The Zeeghart faction was one of the strongest among the 6 kings and 5 demons. Even if the North-South Union had the advantage of the river terrain, they were no match for the Zeegharts in a direct confrontation. However, Rayon knew he couldn't let his guard down just yet. Darius Robert was likely scheming to use this disadvantageous situation to his benefit. Where did they go? He spread his senses as far as possible, but the battle seemed too distant, could detect no trace of mana or energy from his current position. Wrath. Rayon gestured toward Wrath, who was surveying the river with a curious expression. Can you tell where the fighting is happening? It's faint, but I can sense something further upstream. Wrath raised his small hand and pointed towards the upper reaches of the Label River. His demeanor was more serious than usual, understanding the gravity of the situation. That's quite far. If Wrath's sensing was this faint, the battle had likely moved a considerable distance away, possibly to the North-South Union's headquarters. It looks like we need to move immediately. As Rayon focused and prepared himself to move, he noticed a faint presence on the right bank of the river. He shifted his gaze and saw a long-haired man, dressed in a marauder's uniform, rolling over the gravelly shore. With a light push against the water, Rayon smoothly glided over to the man, Black Wolf Captain. The man was the same Black Wolf Captain Rayon had encountered during his life and death duel with Axe King Roman. He was now gravely injured, clutching his chest, hovering on the edge of death. Rayon Sieghart. The captain raised his eyes to Rayon, his breath reeking of blood. "You're alive, thank goodness. Truly, thank goodness." His voice, weak and halting, cracked as he smiled in relief. "You think it's good that I'm alive?" Rayon's brow furrowed at the unexpected words. He hadn't expected someone from the North-South Union to greet him like this. "The Axe King wanted you to live. When I heard you had died, I felt hollow inside. But now that emptiness is finally filled." The captain chuckled softly, his chest wound seemingly forgot. "What happened after I fell unconscious? Time is short, so I'll summarize it for you. After word spread of your death, Sieghart declared war on the North-South Union. Since then." The captain quickly recounted what had occurred, his speech concise and direct. "The connected portal led directly to our headquarters, so by now the battle must have shifted to the Union's base. What about the man wearing the blue dragon helmet? He vanished after you were declared dead. There's been no contact from him, not even with our leader, Dranos." The captain shook his head, explaining that they had lost all communication with the mysterious warrior unlike with the soul-eating specter. "I see." Rayon nodded heavily. "I understand everything now." The information he had extracted from the Black Wolf captain gave him a clearer picture of the current situation, filling in the gaps he had missed after dealing with the soul-eating specter. The only forces involved in the conflict were the Siegharts in the North-South Union, and the Siegharts were currently in a dominant position. Of course they are." Wrath, wearing a smug grin, nodded as if he had expected this outcome all along. "With my subordinates involved, victory is only natural." His arrogant words were in stark contrast to Rayon's measured response. "The war itself was never my concern. The real danger was Darius Robert. He's going to target the Patriarch. Darius Robert wouldn't pass up the opportunity to eliminate Glenn Sieghart while everyone was preoccupied with the war. His plan was obvious, to stab Glenn in the back when he least expected it. If Glenn falls, Darius's path will be clear. With Glenn Sieghart gone, no one would remain powerful enough to stand in Darius's way. It was a scheme as devious as it was predictable. I need to change my plans." Wrath tilted his head in confusion. "Change your plans? What do you mean?" "I originally intended to jump into the battle and end the war quickly, but now I see a better opportunity." If Rayon revealed himself now, Darius Robert would abandon his plan to assassinate Glenn and retreat to his estate, biding his time for another opportunity. That was the last thing Rayon wanted. "I need to use Darius's own plan against him." Rayon smiled grimly. The battle was the perfect chance to unmask Darius and expose him for what he truly was, Rayon Sieghart. The Black Wolf captain raised his trembling hand, his voice weak. "Live, you are proof that the Axe King existed in this world." With those final words, his hand fell limply to the ground. His eyes remained open, but no breath followed. Rayon gently closed the captain's lifeless eyes and stood up. "Rayon, I found where they went." Garam emerged from the river, waving excitedly. "Garam." Rayon approached him and extended his hand. "I have a favor to ask. It might be dangerous. Are you willing to help?" "Of course." Without hesitation, Garam grabbed Rayon's hand, a wide smile on his face. "We're friends, after all." The scene shifted back to the front lines, where Glenn Sieghart led the advance. With the water barrier torn down, Sieghart's warship surged forward, cutting through the river like blades. Of course, the North-South Union did not remain idle. Cannons and arrows rained down from the remnants of the water wall, trying to halt their progress. "Keep moving, don't stop." Following Shurl and Rimmer's commands, the warriors aboard the ships pressed forward with unwavering determination. Explosions erupted as arrows clashed with gusts of wind conjured by the Light Wind Division. Together, the warriors forged a path through the chaos. Dorian gripped the helm of his ship tightly, steering through the storm of fire and steel. Finally, Sieghart's fleet reached the enemy's harbor, smashing through it with unstoppable momentum. Shurl, Trevin, and Rimmer leaped onto the docks, their blades gleaming. Iron Division, advance. Heavenly Sword Division, take the front, sweep them all away. The warriors roared as they charged forward, their swords raised high. Formation. As Burin charged toward the North-South Union's headquarters, the Light Wind Division followed close behind, executing the Light Wind formation. The cool wind of the Light Wind style propelled them forward. "Stop them. Don't let them take a single step inside." The warriors of the North-South Union, drawing out all their energy, desperately blocked the path forward. "You bastards." With a furious roar, Martha dashed forward, swinging her sword down with immense force. Her titan-like aura, swollen to twice its usual size through her berserk state, crashed down upon the structure of the harbor. "Qiang." The harbor's outer perimeter crumbled, and the North-South Union warriors standing atop it spat blood as they were flung in all directions. Clear a path. Run-On's violet eyes shimmered with chilling killing intent. As her snow flower technique descended, silvery frost petals scattered across the air. SSSSHK, the cold blossoms brushed past the throats of the enemy warriors, leaving crimson lines that opened in eerie silence. Blood did not spurt, the wounds had frozen solid from the frost imbued in her attacks. Quarrurung. Mark Gorton's broadsword crackled with thunder, toppling buildings, while Yua's voice, charged with spiritual energy, caused bandits to drop their weapons, clutching their heads and screaming in agony. Step aside, you pathetic fools. Even the captain's commanders of the Union's mountain camp stepped forward with their men. What do these kids think they're doing here? Wipe them out. However, the warriors of the Light Wind Division showed no fear. Neither the overwhelming numbers nor the stronger martial strength of the captains could slow their relentless assault. The Light Wind Division channeled their grief, anger, and despair into sheer combat strength, overwhelming the forces of the North-South Union. They advanced even faster than the Heavenly Sword Division, which was renowned as the strongest force within Sieghart. Push forward until the end. Rimmer, his face twisted in rage, cut down enemy warriors, his crimson hair now drenched in blood. We'll avenge Rayon here and now. The mention of vengeance ignited a fierce and unyielding killing intent in the eyes of the Light Wind Division warriors. Whoosh. Their attacks became even sharper as they sliced their way deeper into the enemy's headquarters. Just then, the North-South Union's leader, Dranos, stood tall, aiming his sea dragon spear at the advancing Light Wind Division. Kua, a dragon formed of water, surged from the spear's tip, racing to engulf the Light Wind Division. But before the dragon could reach them, a red lightning bolt struck its neck, snapping it mid-air. Dranos, look at me. Glenn Sieghart stared down at Dranos, slashing diagonally with his heavenly drive. The remaining water wall was split in half, revealing the full expanse of the North-South Union's main headquarters. Rumble. Sieghart's warriors spread out, surrounding the headquarters as the Union's forces began to crumble under the overwhelming difference in strength. However, from a building on the right side of the headquarters, a group of seasoned warriors members of the Union's Elder Council emerged to block the advance. Though their numbers were few, their individual strength was formidable, slowing Sieghart's advance. Damn it, Dranos bit his lip as he stood atop the shattered wall. Eden and the White Blood Cult were involved too. Why are we the only ones being targeted? Frustration spilled from him as he watched the Elder Council struggle to hold the line. Don't worry. Glenn approached Dranos, shaking his head. I'll take care of Eden and the White Blood Cultal in due time. Raising his sword, Glenn made it clear that none of them would be spared. Rumble, red lightning coursed through Glenn's body. Tendrils of electricity spread across the sky, land, and river, before surging back into his body, emanating an aura powerful enough to shake the entire continent. It starts with you. At the White Mirror headquarters, Ariel's office. Ariel, the leader of the White Mirror Sect's 100 Mysteries Division, knelt before Ariel, the sovereign of comedy. The battlefield has shifted to the North-South Union's headquarters. Glenn Sieghart and Dranos are engaged in direct combat, and it looks like the battle will end soon. Ariel reported the current status of the war between the Siegharts and the North-South Union. What about the other factions? Ariel, tapping her chin with a finger, tilted her head slightly. No movement so far. The Black Tower and the Holy Sword Alliance haven't shown any interest. Neither the White Blood Cult nor Eden has made a move, and the Shadows one have disappeared entirely. This fight is as good as over. Ariel clicked her tongue, convinced that the North-South Union's defeat was inevitable. Good work. Inform me immediately if anything changes. Yes, with a bow, Ariel exited the room, so the North-South Union will lose. Ariel crossed her legs and pulled out a prophetic text, the Lunar Chronicle, from a sheath tied around her thigh. I need to be certain. Although it seemed likely that the Siegharts would win, something about what a certain man had told her earlier gnawed at her. With slow, deliberate motions, Ariel opened the text. She turned the pages filled with lyrical verses until she stopped at one stained with blood, Rayon Sieghart. The crimson-stained page contained a chilling record of prophetic words that had appeared when Rayon's destiny was first revealed. Even now, the memory sent shivers down her spine. Is he really dead? Though she found it hard to believe, the fact that Rayon hadn't surfaced made it seem true. What a waste. Despite everything Rayon had done to her, he still held considerable value. Losing someone like him was regrettable. Sigh. Ariel let out a slow breath and flipped to the blank pages at the back of the book. Biting her fingertip, she let a droplet of blood fall onto the empty page. Drip. A faint energy shimmered across the pristine paper, and the red droplet slowly spread, staining the page. Whoosh. Ariel emptied her thoughts, focusing only on Glenn Sieghart, Dranos, and the battlefield between the two factions. Her spirit reached out to the heavens, resonating with the blood-stained pages of the Lunar Chronicle. Lines of text began to form on the page, written in flowing crimson. Ariel opened her eyes slowly, her gaze sinking deeper as she read the new prophecy. The god of thunder falls asleep in the river, and the burning sword shatters into dozens of pieces. Though the northern wind remains cold, no one is left to endure its chill. Ariel murmured the ominous words aloud, leaning back in her chair. So the northern conqueror will die and Sieghart will collapse. She closed her eyes, gazing at the dark clouds gathering over the horizon. The swordsmen of the Light Wind Division did not stop their advance. With overwhelming force, they tore through the brigands and bandits, making their way into the headquarters of the North-South Union. Kill the ones trying to flee, don't leave a single one alive. At the forefront of the Light Wind formation, Martha unleashed her Titan aura. Her sword strikes, infused with the winds of the Light Wind style, effortlessly cut down the martial artists of the North-South Union. This is enemy territory. Keep your excitement in check. Burin, though displaying his anger, maintained the center of the Light Wind formation. He summoned a sharp wind, slitting the throats of North-South Union assassins sneaking up on them. Swish. Run-On, as always, remained silent, focusing solely on wielding her sword. Each time her beloved sword, Snow Flower, traced a graceful line, the bodies of the brigands froze white and were torn apart. Gra, monsters. How can they be this strong when they've only just reached adulthood? Led by the three captains and Mark Gorton, the charge of the Light Wind Division forced the North-South Union martial artists to retreat repeatedly amidst screams and groans. Boom. As the swordsmen of the Light Wind Division began to demolish the buildings, elderly martial artists exuding an ominous aura emerged from within. They were the elders who had once held the positions of chief and vice chief of the North-South Union. You brats, don't you know the meaning of moderation? Even a pup knows when not to wet itself. How dare you weren't even born when I retired. The elders of the North-South Union, their foreheads deeply wrinkled, ground their teeth. Though few in number, each one possessed immense power. Push forward. Despite sensing the overwhelming force of the elders, Burin did not retreat. Instead, he summoned the chilling wind once more. They are not opponents we cannot defeat. Rayon had always shown the way by fighting and winning against the strong. That lesson was deeply ingrained in the minds of the Light Wind Division. Of course, Martha nodded, activating her berserker mode to its peak. She charged at one of the elders, bringing her sword down without hesitation. Boom, the Titan aura, now 3 times stronger, made the elder's knees tremble as if they would buckle. You wretched brat, the elder glared at Martha in disbelief. Wretched brat, Martha sneered, raising the corners of her lips. Even this wretched brat knows how disgraceful it is to ambush after a life-and-death duel, but it seems you bandits don't. She roared, driving the elder back. Splat! The elder, overwhelmed by Martha's ferocity, failed to block her strike. A crimson gash appeared on his chest, blood gushing out. Why you? You don't even deserve to die honorably. Martha bit her lip as she slashed the elder's throat, grimacing at the sight of blood pooling on the ground. Damn it. Rayon Sieghart, you promised to find my mother. How could you die like that? Biting her trembling lip with her fangs, Martha rushed toward the elder standing at the center. Whoosh! Run-On thrust Snow Flower toward the elder with the eye patch. How is this frost? Unable to withstand the freezing aura within Snow Flower, the elder's hands became frostbitten, and he staggered backward. Run-On narrowed her eyes as she watched the biting cold bloom from Snow Flower. I've grown stronger. She could feel its barrier had been broken, and she had reached a higher level. Not just her, but the entire Light Wind Division had crossed that wall into a new realm. But there was no joy. The person with whom they should have shared that sense of accomplishment was gone. Whoosh! Like painting a picture, Run-On drew out a long arc with Snow Flower. Frost buds bloomed along the pristine blade, scattering into dozens of fragments. Whoosh! The frosty flowers, modeled after Rayon's flame technique, enveloped the battlefield, freezing the limbs of the elders solid. What is this? This is madness. The elders of the North-South Union gasped as they saw their arms and legs frozen stiff. Even summoning their aura could not dispel the vicious cold. SSSSHHHK. Run-On sliced the throat of the eye-patched elder, raising Snow Flower, now drenched in blood. Let's go! Her fierce shout reignited the burning resolve in the eyes of the Light Wind Division swordsmen. Follow the captains. Avenge Rayon, splat. Sylvia sliced down an elder who had been preparing to launch a chi attack from the right, straightening her posture. Watching the young swordsmen charge forward like raging bulls, Sylvia bit her lip. The Light Wind Division, seeing the children of the Light Wind Division, who embodied everything Rayon stood for, the burning rage in her heart subsided, giving way to cold rationality. The Light Wind Division was living proof that Rayon had existed in this world. Not wanting to see any of them die, she abandoned her pursuit of Beorn and instead circled the battlefield, eliminating nearby threats. Boom! As the Sieghart swordsmen began to take control of the North-South Union's headquarters, the door of a 3-story building on the right burst open, and Helgrim, the vice chief, emerged. Rayon Sieghart, that damned bastard, is the cause of all this. He tore off his blood-soaked bandages, grinding his teeth furiously. If not for him killing the Axe King, the head elder, and Rictor, we wouldn't be suffering this one-sided defeat. Helgrim stomped in fury, placing all the blame on Rayon. Sylvia's eyes reddened with blood as she bit her lip. It's all your fault, I'll kill you. In a rare display of lost composure, Burin charged at Helgrim. Just as he was about to swing his wind sword, Karun blocked his way. Father, Burin trembled, staring at Karun's sunken eyes. Even if your heart burns with rage, keep your mind cool. This is a battlefield. Karun shook his head, his voice dry. No matter how wounded he is not your match. He's mine. Eris nodded as she approached from behind. Sylvia, leave that old man to me. She patted Sylvia's trembling shoulder and stood before Helgrim. You've been running a lot. Are you really a transcendent? You're more like a coward. Eris twirled her finger at Helgrim playfully. If not for the injuries I got from that sword demon, I would have killed you in one blow. Helgrim's fierce gaze burned as he blamed his condition. While you were getting beaten by that old man, I was fighting the first apostle. Eris snorted dismissively. You're just weak. Shut up. Now that you have nowhere to run, let's finish this. Eris placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, pushing her right shoulder forward. Fine. Helgrim lowered his spear, gripping it with both hands. The blue flames of his aura ignited along the spearhead, tearing through the surrounding buildings. Die. As he thrust the spear, a blue vortex emerged, enveloping Eris. Her skin split and crimson blood splattered out. Even as the terrifying spear strike landed, Eris did not retreat. She stepped forward with her left foot, and as her sword slid out from its sheath, a colorless dimension unfolded along the blade. Boom from Glenn's heavenly tremor, lightning surged skyward, piercing through the heavens. It wasn't just swordsmanship, it was a force of nature. Bolts of lightning tore through the surroundings, sweeping away everything in their path. Whoosh! Drano summoned 4 water dragons with his sea spirit spear. He had perfected a new realm of spear techniques, blending his self-taught martial skills with the magic imbued in the sea spirit spear. Roar. As Glenn's sword and Drano's spear clashed, a black line stretched between the heavens and the river. The immense waves of aura tore through space itself. Crackle, but the evenly matched struggle didn't last long. Glenn's lightning flashed even brighter, swallowing Drano's water dragon's whole. Like a bird with torn wings, Drano's plummeted, skidding backward across the river's surface. Each step he took caused water to explode upward like a detonation. SSSHHHHH. Glenn stepped into the air. Using the perfected Supreme Harmony steps, he appeared right in front of Drano's the instant he decided to move, thrusting his sword forward. It was a movement that transcended the concept of martial arts. But Drano's, being the master of the North-South Union, possessed power beyond ordinary perception. With rapid reflexes, he twisted his sea spirit spear, deflecting the trajectory of Glenn's sword. As Glenn and Drano's collided at unimaginable speeds, red and blue light spread across the sky and earth. Boom! The sound arrived only after the aura waves dispersed. The two transcendent beings were fighting in a realm faster than sound itself. Rumble, the river rose on its own, summoning a storm, and dark clouds swelled in the sky, blotting out the sun. It was a scene as if the world was ending. Crash. Glenn's downward slash forced Drano's to his knees, pushing him backward until his feet dipped into the river. Drano's trembled as he gripped his sea spirit spear, biting his lip until it bled. You think it'll end like this? He twirled the spear, and 6 water dragons erupted from the 4 spearheads, covering the sky and river. Even if I die, I'll take you with me. Sword realm manifestation. Ignoring Drano's threats, Glenn raised his thunderclap sword. Flawless execution. His low voice didn't change the world or alter the sun and moon. The only thing that changed was Glenn himself transcending martial arts and becoming a divine sword. A presence so overwhelming spread out that it seemed as if Glenn was the only being that existed in the world. Not that again. Drano's groaned in frustration, thrusting the sea spirit spear. The 6 summoned water dragons surged with terrifying aura, coiling around Glenn's entire body. SSS. Faced with a spear strike capable of erasing his very existence, Glenn calmly raised his lightning-infused sword, Thunder Fang. With Glenn's cold voice, a crimson slash extended. Lightning spread along the horizon, slicing the 6 water dragons into nothing. Not yet. Drano's leaned forward, swinging his spear. The blue aura that enveloped the spearhead absorbed all the surrounding river water and shot toward Glenn. Rumble. The overwhelming pressure made Glenn's body flicker like a mirage. It was as if the entire river bore the intent to kill him. Dimensional severance. Within the crushing pressure that could make even a transcendent struggle to lift a finger, Glenn swung his lightning-infused sword. Like a divine sword descending from the heavens, his graceful slash split the tidal wave of blue aura on the headquarters of the North-South Union behind Iten 2. This ends now. His gaze was cold, as if he had already decided the outcome. Drano's coughed up blood, stunned by the impact of Thunder Fang and dimensional severance. Yet he didn't collapse instead. He unleashed the last of his strength in an explosive burst. Boom! He thrust the sea spirit spear into the center of the river, summoning a towering pillar of water that connected the sky and river. Gathering every bit of his remaining power, he condensed a massive orb of aura. End. No, this is your end. Infused with both Drano's energy and the river's essence, the orb surged forward with overwhelming light. The impact created scars in space itself, as if tearing apart the fabric of reality. Whoosh! Facing Drano's ultimate attack, Glenn swung his lightning blade once more. Heavenly tremor. At that exact moment, aboard a half-destroyed warship, a figure slowly lifted his head. A helmet shaped like a blue dragon, devouring light, covered his face. Darius Robert. He had never left the battlefield. Circling around Glenn, hidden in the shadows, he had waited for the one perfect chance to strike. Suppressing his presence with the aura of death, Darius had endured the overwhelming aura waves of the transcendent duel, all for this single, narrow opportunity, for this moment. Darius silently glided through the river, sword raised, cloaked in the aura of death. This is my first and last chance. He knew from experience Glenn Sieghart was a flawless warrior, especially with his sword field creation, flawless execution, which was so perfect it could be called invincible. But that perfection was also a flaw. When Glenn unleashed the heavenly tremor, he concentrated every ounce of his strength and spirit into his strike. That moment was the only time the thunder god could be slain.
Low change.
Darius slipped into Glenn's blind spot, his presence hidden amidst the battlefield's chaotic energy. Glenn's eyes shifted back, only now realizing Darius' presence. But it was too late. Glenn was still in the middle of executing the heavenly tremor against Dranos. Even with a second or even a fraction of a second would have been able to change the direction of his strike. But there was no such moment left. SSSSSHHHHH. Darius thrust his sword, burning with the aura of death, straight toward Glenn's heart. It was a flawless ambush, executed even better than he had envisioned. It's over, just as Darius curled his lips into a triumphant smile. Whoosh! A pure white blade surged up from the river beneath Glenn's feet. Rayon Sieghart, the swordsman who had returned from death, once again faced death head-on. Golden flames burned along the blade of the heavenly drive, destined to guide the heavens. Sword field creation Genesis blade. Like the moment in ancient times when darkness was erased and the heavens were opened, the radiant golden brilliance illuminated the entire river. Roar.